Jianghai City, high-speed rail south station. Jiangnan, pulling his suitcase, disembarked from the train. All eyes turned to him, for beauty naturally captivates attention. "Mom, look, that brother is so handsome." A little girl tugged at her mother's hand, eager to share her excitement. The woman's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly covered the girl's mouth, admonishing, "How shameful. Don't speak so carelessly." "But he really is handsome, Mom. Look." The woman quickened her pace, pulling her daughter away. Jiangnan exited the high-speed rail station, only to be intercepted by a woman clad in ultra-short shorts, her long legs on display. "Hello, I am an agent from Jiahou Media. Is there something you need? I have been in this industry for over a decade and have never encountered a man with such striking looks. Have you ever considered entering the entertainment industry?" "Not all. I have a leading role in a film. Would you like to give it a try?" "I don't know how to act." "That's not an issue. As long as you can speak, you'll be fine. Moreover, with your looks, the show will undoubtedly become a hit." Jiangnan extricated himself from the woman's clutches and boarded a bus, departing. Today marks the beginning of a new semester at Jiangxing University. As a freshman, he was heading to campus for registration. Happiness Life System, binding in progress. Happiness Life System, binding successful. A system. As a devoted reader who has immersed himself in the world of fiction for 837,465,456 hours, Jiangnan was no stranger to systems. System, what functions do you possess? System, activating. This system is named Happiness Life System. As the name suggests, the primary responsibility and function of this system is to ensure the host enjoys a happy life, with all functions revolving around making the host happy. System function, consumption rebate. As long as the host spends, they will receive a rebate. The rebate multiplier ranges from 1 to 10 times. The minimum rebate is the principal amount, while the maximum is 10 times the principal. 10 times the rebate. Jiangnan felt a surge of excitement, his heart racing. This meant that spending $1 could yield 10. Accumulation of wealth would explode exponentially. Experiencing the thrill of newfound wealth was exhilarating. Though he had yet to see any money, the thought of soon becoming affluent filled Jiangnan with joy. Wealth, a man's second visage. At times, it holds greater significance than the first. In the not-so-distant future, I shall become the wealthiest in the world. Even the Rothschild family would pale in comparison, and the Pentagon could become my backyard. America, a facade masquerading as a nation. In America, in the realm of capital, money is everything. Newbie gift package has been credited. Would you like to open it? A newbie gift package? As a present from the system. It must be quite generous. Open. Congratulations, host. You have received a beauty enhancement elixir. Congratulations, host. You have received the Eye of Truth. Congratulations, host. The daily task function has been activated early. The beauty enhancement elixir was familiar to him. The daily task function was also known to him. But what on earth is the Eye of Truth? Eye of Truth, capable of summarizing key information about others into attribute data for the host's reference. Would you like to integrate the Eye of Truth? Integrate. Who reads the manual? I dive straight in. Congratulations, host. Integration of the Eye of Truth successful. Jiangnan felt the world sharpen into clarity. He turned to observe a passenger who had just boarded. It was a stunning young woman accompanied by a little girl. She wore a loose, cream-colored, oversized short-sleeve top that concealed her curves while revealing her long, fair legs. Her legs were anything but slender, contrasting sharply with her subtly defined waist. Especially her thighs, which were quite voluptuous. Beautiful legs always left a striking visual impact, particularly enhanced by her air of femininity. The combination of these two elements was utterly captivating. The Eye of Truth, name, Li Cici. Age, 32. Affection level, 5 points. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Attractiveness, 90 points. Charging times, 1. 5 points of affection. Do I know her? I don't think so. If I don't know her, yet she has 5 points of affection for me. What would it be if we were acquainted? Jiangnan snapped back to reality. Most of the information was clear and precise. Charging times, wait, I can see that too. Jiangnan suddenly realized the system was incredibly powerful, even revealing charging times. With the Eye of Truth, he could avoid being taken advantage of. Jiangnan withdrew the Eye of Truth and focused on the beauty enhancement elixir, intrigued by its potential. Use the Beauty Enhancement Elixir. Using the Beauty Enhancement Elixir. Beauty Enhancement Elixir usage failed. Failure reason. The host has already reached the pinnacle of male attractiveness. Unable to progress further. Compensation. The Beauty Enhancement Elixir has been converted to a Physique Enhancement Elixir. Physique Enhancement Elixir usage successful. Jiang Nan felt his vision sharpen and his vitality surge. His arms became more powerful. His biceps and triceps looked extraordinary, exhibiting beautiful, well-defined lines. Instinctively, he lifted his sleeve. 8-pack abs, sharply defined and prominently muscular. Absolutely stunning. And that well-defined waistline was strikingly smooth and natural. From top to bottom, Jiang Nan appeared as if he were the proudest masterpiece of creation. Li Cc affection level 5. Curiously, Jiang Nan looked up at the woman with her daughter, not far away. Their gazes met, and she immediately blushed, averting her eyes, unable to hold his gaze. The bus came to a halt. The young woman, clutching her daughter, hurriedly exited through the back door as if fleeing. Daily task refresh. The voice in his mind pulled Jiang Nan back to reality. Daily task. Replace your mobile phone. Task description. The host phone has been in use for a long time, leading to lag and poor responsiveness. It is advised to replace it with a flagship model priced over $5,000. Task reward. 1 SUV lottery card. A new phone. Jiang Nan pulled out his Huawei Mate 20. This phone was a relic passed down from his father. When the Huawei Mate 40 was released, it was unparalleled, and his father had bought a mid-tier version, handing down the Mate 20 to Jiang Nan. His parents were merely teachers at a local experimental school. Money was scarce in their household. Thus, Jiang Nan had never been particularly materialistic. His attitude towards everyday items was simply to make do. The truth was he longed for more, yet reality often imposed limitations. But now, things have changed. Material desires are minimal. One cannot neglect the happiness bestowed by life's system. A change is imperative. I must replace my mobile phone. Jiang Nan alighted from the bus and, guided by his phone's navigation, discovered several adjacent mobile phone stores. Huawei, Samsung, Apple, these represent the pinnacle of global technology firms. Back in 2019, America's old Biden could not bear the heat. To safeguard its antiquated communication technology, it imposed sanctions on Huawei, leading to the current dominance of the three giants. Had America taken even a modicum of sensible action, Huawei would now be overshadowing Samsung and Apple. Jiang Nan entered the Huawei store, where a beautiful sales associate approached him with enthusiastic hospitality. Welcome to the Huawei mobile store. How may I assist you today? Do you have the foldable model? If I am to change my phone, I must acquire the finest. I'm sorry, sir, but we are currently out of stock. We expect new shipments next month. You may register here, and we will inform you as soon as it arrives. Jiang Nan could not afford the wait. Do you have a Huawei Mate 70 RS Extraordinary Master? Yes, we do, sir. Please fetch me the 1T version. Certainly, sir. The sales associate retrieved the device for him. Jiang Nan opened the box, inserted his SIM card, and pressed the power button, entering the startup interface. Sir, the total is $12,999. Jiang Nan completed the transaction and exited the store with his new phone. Congratulations, host. You have received 64,995 yuan. Having spent 12,999, he now held a balance of 64,995, multiplying his funds fivefold. Ding! A text message arrived. Hello, your Dragon Country account received a transfer of 64,995 yuan on August 24. Should you have any inquiries regarding this transaction, please contact. The funds had indeed been credited to his account. I must share this delightful news with my parents and inform them that I have become a wealthy individual. From now on, I need not toil for money. Jiang Nan picked up his phone but hesitated. No, I currently possess too little money. My wealth will accumulate exponentially in the future. Rather than divulge this now, it would be wiser to wait a while. Once my funds reach a significant amount, I can reveal the news then. Perhaps in 2 or 3 weeks, my finances will burgeon to unimaginable levels. Congratulations, host. The SUV lottery card has been credited. Would you like to use it? Use it. Drawing lottery. Grand prize. Congratulations, host. You have received a critical reward. The Rolls-Royce Cullinan. The Rolls-Royce Cullinan. This vehicle requires no explanation. It embodies luxury. The SUV par excellence. Thanks to the influence of films and television, the Cullinan has become an iconic symbol. In youth, one may feel inadequate simply for not driving Cullinan. But with the Cullinan, one's confidence stands tall. The car keys have been placed in your pocket. The vehicle is parked in the nearest parking space to you, and all related purchase documentation has been completed. You may take it on the road. To ensure the host driving experience is optimal, top-tier driving skills have been integrated with the host, and the driver's license is stored in the vehicle's document pouch. Not only was the Cullinan bestowed upon him, but also premier driving skills. Jiangnan glanced over and spotted the Cullinan not far away. That Cullinan was striking and exceptional. He approached the vehicle, running his hand over the hood, feeling its smooth texture. Others drive a Cullinan for investment purposes. Jiangnan, however, drives it purely for its status as the benchmark of SUVs. He opened the trunk, placing his backpack and suitcase inside. Settling into the driver's seat and gripping the steering wheel, he felt as if he were in a dream. Just 10 minutes ago, he was a penniless college student. Now, he owned a Cullinan. An aspiration that would take an ordinary person a lifetime to achieve had been effortlessly attained. The system was truly magnificent. Off to school. Today marked the commencement for freshman students at Jiangxing University. A banner hung at the school's entrance. Welcome new students. Jiang Nin did not drive into the campus. The entrance was congested with foot traffic, and vehicles moved sluggishly. Driving in would only complicate matters and waste precious time. In the school plaza, numerous sunshades have been erected for various departments. Freshmen were to locate their respective departments to complete registration. Jiang Nan found his department and presented his identification and acceptance letter. Registration complete. Jiang Nan, why are you so late? I thought your high-speed train arrived an hour before mine. Jiang Nan turned toward the voice to see a girl approaching him. She wore a white pleated skirt, her long, straight legs flawlessly exposed to the sunlight. Her feet were encased in white cotton socks, hugging her calves tightly. The girl possessed large, beautiful eyes, with a hint of baby fat still lingering on her cheeks, though her oval face was quite evident. Her hair was simply tied back in a high ponytail, enhancing her youthful innocence. Jiang then shifted his gaze from her graceful legs. The girl was Chun Kenning, a classmate from high school, renowned for her beauty and academic prowess, characterized by her unwavering integrity and decisiveness. Once, a wealthy heir confessed his feelings to her at a ceremony, only for her to report him to the authorities, thus earning her fame. Jiang then waved his phone with a smile, saying, I just bought a new phone. Mate 70 RS? Chun Kenning casually took Jiang Nan's phone. This phone costs over 10,000, and you opted for a Huawei Mate 70 RS on installment? She suddenly laughed. Jiang Nan, you wouldn't want your uncle to know you spent your living expenses just to buy a phone, would you? Hand over the hush money. Get lost. I have none. Jiang Nan snatched the phone back and tucked it into his pocket. Be careful. Don't damage it. It's brand new. You're so stingy. Jiang Nan gathered his identification as well. Hey, do you need anything? Not really. Why do you ask? My bedding is still at Mom's place. Help me move it. I'll have to make 2 trips otherwise. You came alone for registration? My parents had something come up last minute, so I came by myself. Chun Kenning patted Jiang Nan on the shoulder, playfully saying, poor thing. The two walked together towards Mom's place. Jiang Nan, why did you spend over 10,000 on an extraordinary master? Actually, I'm a rich heir. I chose Huawei because its system is smooth and both software and hardware ecosystems are excellent. You're a rich heir? Which rich heir would steal my ice cream? It was 5 years ago. You still remember? I'd remember it for 1,000 years. You stole my ice cream. I will buy it for you shortly. Honestly, holding on to grudges like this, which man would ever be interested in you? Prepare for a life of solitude. If I remain single for life, you shall not find a girlfriend either. If you marry before I do, I shall display the photo of you kissing me at your wedding ceremony. Are you out of your mind? That was something that happened in elementary school. Actually, it was in kindergarten, and it still counts. You took away my first kiss. You even deceived me into believing your tongue was sweet. Enough of this. We have arrived at the mother's station. Chapter 3. The innocent school flower reveals her heart. Farewell to the enchanting mature sister. Jiang Nan carried a Stanley bag filled with daily necessities, while Chun Kunning followed closely behind, also laden with Jiang Nan's belongings. as they made their way toward dormitory building 08. It was the first day of school, and the campus was bustling with activity. After a prolonged search at the mom's station, Jiangnan finally located his Stanley bag amid a sea of deliveries. "Buy me an ice cream later," he exclaimed. "Got it," she replied. Upon entering dormitory building 08, Jiangnan found his room and pushed the door open. The dormitories at Jiangxing University were designed with bunk beds and desks beneath. Each room was meant for 4 occupants, but currently, only 2 beds were occupied, leaving the room empty. Jiangnan retrieved his bedding from the Stanley bag and tossed it onto the bed. Chen Kuning climbed the ladder to the upper bunk. Suddenly, she recalled something and turned to glare at Jiangnan. "No peeking." Jiangnan rolled his eyes at Chen Kuning, exasperated. "You're wearing safety shorts. What is there to look at?" "You did look," she retorted. "I'm not a pervert. I accidentally caught a glimpse." "I don't believe you." Chen Kuning earnestly arranged Jiangnan's bedding before jumping down from the bed. She settled into the chair beneath Jiangnan's bunk. "Who would have thought? We were in the same school and class in middle school, the same school and class in high school, and now in college. We're still in the same school and class. I don't understand why you always follow me." "Who is following you?" "This major has many handsome guys. I need to find a boyfriend here. I must experience a sweet romance in college." "Such aspirations," he scoffed. What do you know? College without love isn't college at all." Leaning back in her chair, Chen Kuning idly played with her phone. At that moment, Jiangnan activated his eye of truth. Name, Chen Kuning. Age, 18. Affinity, 35 points. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 46 kilograms. Beauty score, 94 points. Charging times, 0. 35 points of affinity? Jiangnan was astonished by the number. Even more surprising was Chen Kuning's beauty score, which reached an impressive 94. How did I not realize she was so beautiful? Perhaps he had grown immune to it. After all, they had been childhood friends who had grown up together. "Let's go get you some ice cream." Jiangnan led Chen Kuning to the supermarket downstairs, where he bought 2 ice creams, one for each of them. He accompanied her to the entrance of the girls' dormitory. "I've arrived. I'll head back now." Chen Kuning's expression suddenly turned serious. She fixed her gaze behind Jiangnan and exclaimed, "Look, what is that?" Jiangnan instinctively turned around. "Ah." Chen Kuning took a bite out of half of Jiangnan's ice cream, her long legs dancing joyfully as she spun around and sprinted away. "Run, run, run." She dashed to the corner of the staircase on the first floor of the girls' dormitory. Unable to contain herself any longer, she stomped her feet, the ice cream in her mouth numbing her senses. "Serves her right," Jiangnan remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. When Jiangnan returned to the dormitory, all 4 roommates were present. The slightly plump boy smiled and introduced himself. "Bro, I'm Zhang Chao. The one with the Kuan-gu hairstyle is Xue Ming, and the one in the pink shirt is Sun Yizhou." "Jiangnan," he replied. After a brief respite, the others busied themselves with their own affairs. After reassuring his parents of his safety, Jiangnan lay on his bed, scrolling through short videos. Consumer cashback. Essentially, consumption is key. Only with spending can there be returns. Jiangnan thought of the alluring female streamers frequently featured in extravagant tales. He clicked into the live stream interface and casually scrolled. The women within, enhanced by special effects, appeared increasingly beautiful, yet under the scrutiny of reality, their true selves were revealed. Suddenly, Jiangnan's hand halted as he encountered a captivating mature woman, swaying her curvaceous figure to the music, her movements subtle, yet perfectly executed. She donned an off-shoulder white t-shirt, revealing her pristine shoulders, and drawing the gaze upward to her ample bosom. A pair of navy blue high-waisted yoga pants accentuated her curvaceous, voluptuous backside, while her long, graceful legs hugged the fabric tightly. Silver rimless glasses lent her an air of both innocence and allure. Jiangnan recognized the woman from a recent encounter on the bus, Li Sisi. Her small avatar indicated she was live streaming, and he promptly entered the room. Inside the live stream, Li Sisi sat before the camera, still adorned in her loose beige short-sleeve top, engaging in casual conversation with her viewers. With Jiangnan's addition, the total audience numbered merely 10. "Welcome, little boy, to the live stream. How could your husband bear to let such a beauty like you out for others to see? What is your profession? You seem to have a background in dance. If I could marry the streamer, I would endure anything, even 100 years of Mount Fuji erupting." Another viewer commented. Li Sisi tucked her hair behind her ear. "I am a single widow with a daughter to raise. She is in elementary school and requires a lot of expenses. I heard streaming could be lucrative, which is why I started. I've been at it for 3 months. But I'm about to give up. Tomorrow will be my last stream. I currently have no job, but I used to work as a dance instructor at a training center. The owner wanted to support me financially, but I slapped him for his advances. And he fired me. You go, girl. Dealing with scumbags should be that ruthless. Being a single mother is already challenging enough. How dare he try to take advantage of you? Such men are truly despicable. If I weren't so broke, I would certainly lend a hand to the streamer. Is the streamer looking for a husband? The expenses for children's primary education have become quite burdensome, leading one to consider finding a partner for ease. Lee Cece took a sip of water and continued, my perspective on love is one of acceptance. If I cannot find it, I shall not seek it. I have secured another position as a teacher at a different training institution and will commence work next week. Without the joy of watching the broadcaster dance, the sole pleasure of my existence seems to have vanished. Hello upstairs, you seem to be a woman, right? What of it? Women can also appreciate beauty. Moreover, the broadcaster is quite stunning. Dear broadcaster, when it comes to romance, could you refrain from imposing gender limitations? Given the scarcity of beautiful women, it's best for you both to keep it within your circle. Can you dance? Lee Cece glanced at the message from the young boy. She had no intention of dancing today. After all, her earnings from the recent broadcasts were dishearteningly low. On this final day of streaming, she merely intended to engage in casual conversation with her loyal fans. However, when asked, she could not outright refuse, so she adjusted the gift price higher, hoping the other party would reconsider. A heart rabbit dance for 10 minutes was priced at 299 diamonds, roughly equivalent to 30 yuan. Lee Cece observed the live stream, expecting silence from her viewers, believing her request would deter them. Yet, suddenly, the live room was awash with carnival effects. The young boy sent the broadcaster a carnival gift. Chapter 4. The carnival floods the screen. A staggering return of 660,000. Dancing in underwear as a little swan? Before Lee Cece could express her gratitude, the number of carnival gifts continued to escalate. The young boy sent the broadcaster a carnival gift. The young boy sent the broadcaster a carnival gift. The young boy sent the broadcaster a carnival gift. Goodness, has a big spender entered the live room? 22 carnival gifts, amounting to 66,000 yuan. Broadcaster, you are making a fortune. 30 yuan for 30 minutes. How many minutes would 66,000 require? Lee Cece stared at her phone, overwhelmed by the plethora of carnival effects flashing on the screen. She had been broadcasting for 3 months, and the most extravagant gift she had ever received was a pair of sunglasses. Just as she contemplated giving up, fate revealed its extraordinary power once more. With 22 carnival gifts, she would net approximately 33,000 yuan. In a single day, she could earn 33,000. This would cover her daughter's tuition and meal expenses for the year. Thank you to the young boy for the 22 carnival gifts. 30 yuan for 30 minutes means 66,000 requires 36 hours of dancing. Young boy, I shall dance until the end. Lee Cece began to dance in the live room. Having previously taught at a dance training class, her foundation in dance was exceptional. With every movement, she radiated pure allure, especially her long, fair legs, captivatingly graceful. However, Jiang Nan's thoughts were not focused on Lee Cece. His purpose for participating in the carnival was not to see Lee Cece dance, but rather to reap the rewards of a lucrative return. This time, he spent 66,000, and the system granted him a staggering return of 660,000. A tenfold increase. In just one day, he transformed from a penniless university student into one with a savings of 660,000. 660,000, an amount his parents in Jiangnan had labored for years to accumulate. Yet, it was still not enough. He desired more. He sent a message in the live stream, "Stop dancing." Lee Cece immediately halted, approached the screen, and breathlessly inquired, "Is there something wrong with my dancing? If the little brother wants to see something, just say it. I'll invest $1 million to take you into a PK, guaranteed victory." The viewers in the live stream were taken aback. Wow, brother, how extravagant. $1 million? I could never save that much in my lifetime. Little brother, is it too late for me to start my own stream? I'm a young woman too, and I'm from the dance department. Lee Cece, now fully aware of the situation, understood that the brother had invested $1 million to take her into a PK. In other words, he was essentially gifting her money that did not require repayment. With this generous sum, 50,000, her daughter's kindergarten fees would be completely covered. I understand now. Little brother, let us go for the PK, she began to say, but someone else had already joined in. On Jiangnan's phone screen appeared a stunning beauty clad in a deep V-neck outfit. enhanced by special effects. Yet, her true beauty only rated a modest 76, falling far short of the young woman beside her. The deep V-neck beauty bore the nickname, Snowy Mother Dragon. My family in the live stream says you only have 10 viewers. Sister, do you still want to compete? Or would you prefer to dance instead? Lee Cece sat before the camera. In the past, she would not have dared to engage in a PK, as it required substantial support from a benefactor, often amounting to several tens of thousands. As a small streamer, she lacked such resources. But now, she had the backing of the little brother, who had assured her, victory is guaranteed. Let us do it. However, before we start, let us set a penalty. Whoever loses must do 10 push-ups. Agreed. The PK commenced. Suddenly, a level 59 account entered Lee Cece's livestream. What are you doing here? Is it to become a streamer? You're enjoying life, but can't even handle it. Feeling comfortable throwing yourself into the spotlight, are you? Upon recognizing the ID, Lee Cece instantly discerned the person's identity. The money I spent was earned legitimately. What does it have to do with you? What is wrong with my being a streamer? Do I need your permission? Slut, did you find a job at a dance training program? Let me tell you, no one in Jiang City dares to hire someone I've dismissed. The woman I desire must be mine. I await the day you come begging for me. Lee Cece was utterly infuriated. She promptly expelled the individual from the live stream and blocked them. Shortly thereafter, the pristine white dragoness erupted into a series of delicate giggles, her ample bosom bouncing with excitement. Sister, our esteemed Wang from the Future Dance Society has declared that should you lose, you must remove that short-sleeved shirt and bestow a gift upon the brothers. Do you wish to continue? As soon as these words were uttered, the viewers in Lee Cece's live stream erupted in outrage, forcing the host to undress on stream. Is he out of his mind? How could a man sink to such depths of depravity? If such a man was brought into this world, surely his mother has lost all virtue. Who knows his address? I'll track him down through the internet and deal with him. Lee Cece fell silent, hesitating to respond. She had no desire to proceed. It was clearly an act of bullying. Winning would be one thing, but if she lost, would she truly be compelled to strip before such a crowd? Jiang frowned slightly. He had merely wished to engage in a friendly competition for a bit of pocket money, yet he found himself entangled in such a distasteful situation. Filth is filth, no matter where it is found, spreading its foulness and tainting the spirits of decent folk. He promptly exited the live stream and entered the realm of the White Dragoness. Upon noticing a level 38 account entering her stream, the Dragoness immediately exclaimed, "Welcome, little boy. I adore you." Jiangnan ignored her, opting instead to comment, "Where is Wang from the Future Dance Society? Step forward, let me entertain you." The viewers in the stream were instantly amused. "I sense drama brewing," one remarked. "Who is this bold figure, entering and hurling insults? How dare he provoke a level 59 Titan?" Wang from the Future Dance Society responded, "How do you wish to play?" "Little boy Jiangnan," he replied, "if the White Dragoness loses the PK, you must post a video of yourself dancing the Swan Lake in nothing but your underwear." Upon reading this message, Wang's countenance darkened. "Who is this audacious brat daring to cross my path? Are you perhaps her lover? I'm your mother's lover. Care to play? If not, then begone." "Of course I wish to play. But what if Lee Cece loses? I shall dance. Just don't let your credit card max out." At that moment, another level 59 account, known as Tianhua, chimed in. "Count me in. If the Dragoness loses, I too demand she dance the Swan Lake in her underwear. The female host must also wear lingerie if she loses." The viewers in the stream were thoroughly entertained. I suspect that the Dragoness may have accepted this challenge solely for the chance to dance in her underwear. Makes sense. Wealthy individuals often harbor peculiar quirks. Although the idea of dancing in underwear is rather unconventional, it certainly does not harm others. I may not understand, but I respect it. Chapter 5. 880 Carnivals. Do not compare my savings to my pocket money. Welcome, dear little boy, to the live stream. I adore you. Upon hearing this, Lee Cece felt a chill run down her spine. Older brothers are indeed rare treasures. Their financial contributions are merely driven by the allure of beauty and the prospect of profit. Although her attire was somewhat revealing, it paled in comparison to the provocative outfit of the female streamer opposite her. Was it true that men were invariably drawn to such displays? The comments section erupted with excitement. How did the little boy end up on the other side? Has he already pledged his allegiance? It was only natural that the opposing streamer, with her ample figure, would draw such attention. It seemed that all men were of the same ilk. Sisters, let us cease this pursuit. From this moment forward, I shall support you. Hurry over to the other side. The little boy is rallying there. The little boy and the two formidable level 59 gentlemen opposite had struck a deal. If the coconut streamer were to lose, she and her crew would don lingerie and perform a graceful dance. Should the opposing matron lose, she and her two companions would face the same fate. Such audacity. How could the little boy dare to confront two level 59 opponents, each having spent over 3 million? Cici felt a warm glow in her heart upon reading the messages in the live stream. She had assumed the little boy had departed. Instead, he had ventured forth to seek justice on her behalf. A stranger willing to advocate for her was truly touching. This unfamiliar soul was prepared to expend his own resources for her sake, which moved her even more. In the fleeting span of life, to encounter such a remarkable individual is indeed a rare fortune. Welcome, dear little boy, Cici continued as she spotted his name. Perhaps we should let this matter rest. Both of them are level 59. We need not engage in this PK. The little boy replied, let it go. You've suffered in vain. Such scum only sees your retreat as a sign of weakness. It is only through inflicting pain that they will learn to fear. Cici expressed her concern. But this will cost you a great deal of money. The little boy reassured her, I spend money, and you earn it. I feel no remorse. Why should you? Aren't you aiming to nurture your future? Seize this opportunity to profit. Why hesitate? Look at how jubilant the opposing streamer appears. The fair-skinned matron was, of course, elated. She had witnessed the earlier conversation between Jiangnan and his companions. Regardless of the outcome, today promised to be lucrative. What did winning or losing matter? She had donned even more sensual attire than bikinis before. This was the perfect chance to increase her followers. As the PK commenced, the progress bar of the fair-skinned matron surged forth with overwhelming force, pushing the progress indicator to the very edge of the screen. Observing this, Jiangnan invested all his recently acquired 660,000 into dazzling gifts, pouring them out in a cascade of extravagant effects that danced across the screen. Soon, the progress bar regressed by a third, yet the path to victory remained distant. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1,980,000. With a triple critical hit, Jiangnan secured a staggering 1.98 million. The ease with which this wealth flowed in was astonishing. At that moment, Jiangnan truly grasped the notion of viewing money as mere refuse. He advanced the progress bar another third, only to be swiftly suppressed by the pristine white mother dragon. Opposing him were two formidable level 59 players. Just wait for the streamer to don her lingerie and perform the little swan dance. Even if these affluent individuals were to attempt a solo endeavor against two level 59 accounts, it would be implausible. The expenditure for a single level 59 account amounts to 1.6 million, totaling 3.2 million for both. If I possessed 3.2 million, I would certainly hesitate to squander it on a female streamer. Cici, having finished her performance, sat before the screen, watching the PK progress bar struggle for breath. Her heart racing and breath quickening. Was she truly going to perform the little swan dance in her lingerie? At that moment, the gift effects erupted once more, filling the screen, and the progress bar began to advance at a visibly rapid pace. A little boy has gifted the streamer a carnival 1. A little boy has gifted the streamer a carnival 1. A little boy has gifted the streamer a carnival 1. Amidst the incessant gift effects, the progress bar surged beyond the pristine white mother dragon. Could it be that I am not mistaken? 660 carnivals? A total of 880 carnivals when combined with the previous 220. Each carnival costs 3,000, amounting to a staggering 2.64 million. 2.64 million? My dear brother, are you in need of a little brother? I shall shout 666. Apologies for my earlier exuberance. Let us vanquish those two. So what if they are level 59? Who do they think they are? Cici was left dumbfounded by the 880 carnivals. 2.64 million. This brother, known as the little boy, had gifted her a fortune of 2.64 million. Following a 50-50 split, she would receive 1.32 million, which, even after taxes, constituted a considerable sum. The earnings from today equaled what she had amassed over the past 7 or 8 years combined. Thank you to the little boy for the carnivals. The pristine white mother dragon, observing the PK progress bar, clutched her chest and sat before the screen. Brother Tianhua, Brother Wang, shall we continue? However, instead of receiving a response from the two, she was met with Jiangnan's reply. Little boy, Jiangnan, where are you? Let us keep going. Can't handle just over 2 million? Let us continue. I'll play with you to the end. A multitude of viewers in the chat stirred the pot. Tianhua has certainly provoked a true big brother, over 6 million without batting an eye. Tianhua, will you continue? If not, hurry up and perform the little swan dance. Ha ha ha, daring to clash your assets against someone else's pocket money, how audacious. If someone were to show off in front of my favorite female streamer, I certainly could not tolerate it. Wouldn't you agree, Brother Tianhua? Where is Brother Wang from the future dance club? Hurry up, they are already at our doorstep. In the live streaming room of Coco, Li Cici, the comment section erupted with joy. Ha ha ha, the little boy boss is off to start a team again. The two over there were like turtles, too afraid to speak. The opposing live stream room was ablaze. Brothers, soon we shall witness the three of them performing the little swan. Not going, I want to cheer for the little boy boss. He is my idol. The pure white mother dragon received a private message from Tianhua. Long, bear with it for a moment. Brother Wang and I have already discussed it. We are almost there. In a bit, we will sneakily take the tower, letting this little rascal be arrogant for a while longer. I will never allow you to wear lingerie while performing the little swan. The pure white mother dragon replied, Brother Tianhua, you are truly wonderful. Love you. Next time we meet, I will reward you properly. Jiangnan spent 1.98 million. The system returned a critical hit of 3.96 million, tripling the amount. He certainly noticed the other party's subtle intentions. The two sides were now approximately 670,000 apart, indeed presenting an opportunity to sneakily take the tower. Chapter 6, Financial Freedom. Lamborghini Reventon. Beautiful teachers from the Music Academy. As the PK neared its final seconds, the opponent's progress bar suddenly surged forward, pressing down. The viewers on Li Cici's side were bewildered. Before they could react, they saw the effects flying everywhere. The progress bar, which had shown signs of decline, suddenly regained its vigor, dominating more than half of the opposing screen. 800 carnival figures stood in the live stream, dazzlingly bright. 800 carnivals? Another 2 per million? This is a true big shot. The little boy boss had spent over 5 million in the live stream, enough to attract countless beautiful female streamers in reality. Big brother, can I still go to South Korea and then Thailand? Congratulations, sister, you've achieved financial freedom in a single day. However, the person involved, Li Cici, was not as elated. The little boy had spent over 5 million. After taxes, she would receive over 2 million, which would ensure her well-being for quite some time, even in Jiangqing. Yet, she felt she could not accept it. It was simply too much. The pure white mother dragon promised that the three of them would release the video before the night was over, then left like a fleeting shadow. Li Cici watched the effects in the live stream gradually fade away. Little boy brother, should I contact the platform to return the money to you? It's too much. I don't feel secure holding it. The little boy replied, keep it. After much hesitation, Li Cici did not refuse further. She truly needed this money. With it, she could provide her daughter with a good education and nurturing environment, ensuring she grows up healthy. Thank you, little boy brother. Can I add you on WeChat? Of course. After Jiangnan and Li Cici exchanged contact information, he exited the live stream. On this occasion, he accumulated a total of 8.76 million, and the final expenditure of 2.4 million tripled in value. 8.76 million. Such a substantial sum acquired within merely a morning felt almost surreal to Jiangnan. He contacted his parents, fabricating a story about profiting from stock trading, and transferred over 3 million to them. Initially, Jiangnan's parents were skeptical of his claims, yet upon witnessing the money, they were rendered speechless. 3 million. What kind of deceiver would relinquish such a sum as a mere bait? After hanging up, Jiangnan's assets diminished to 5.76 million. Congratulations. Host, your assets have reached 5 million. Phase task triggered. Task name, purchase a house. Task description, a symbol of establishing oneself in a city is the possession of real estate. The sense of security a home provides is irreplaceable by any other possessions. Task reward, Lamborghini Reventon. Purchase a house. Jiangnan perused the internet and discovered that the housing prices in the main urban district of Jiangcheng hovered around 10,000, with prime locations scaling up to 13,000. At that moment, Zhang Chao suddenly entered the room. It's sweltering outside, he remarked. He lay on the bed, engrossed in a live stream on his phone. Brother Jiang, a stunning beauty from the adjacent music academy, is streaming live at our school. All the students are gathering to watch. Aren't you curious? Not really. It's too hot, Jiangnan replied. I just checked it out. She's extraordinarily beautiful, with or without beauty filters. I'll send you the link to her stream. Zhang Chao shared the link. Jiangnan clicked on it, redirecting him to Douyin. In the live stream, a captivating woman donned headphones, singing melodiously, "I truly miss you in every rainy season. What you choose to forget is what I cherish the most." The brevity of paper cannot convey the myriad ripples of emotion. My story revolves entirely around you. How could I fall for her and decide to take her home? I relinquished everything without a care. The brevity of paper cannot articulate the youthful exuberance of that time. Her voice was exquisite, a natural gift for singing, as if bestowed by the heavens. Zhang Chao chuckled, "Isn't she beautiful? Let me tell you, she is a major internet celebrity, boasting over 1 million followers on Douyin." His words piqued Jiangnan's interest. Real I. Name, Su Jixia. Age, 27. Affection level, 0. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 47 kilograms. Attractiveness, 93 points. Charging times, 0. With a score of 93 for her attractiveness and a melodious singing voice, it was no wonder she commanded such a large following on Douyin. Zhang Chao continued to elaborate. She is a teacher at the Jiangqing Music Academy. Our school is quite close to the academy, so she enjoys considerable fame here as well. The beautiful teacher, Jiangnan murmured. After Su Jixia finished singing, "Paper is short, feelings are long," she enthusiastically continued, urging, "Let us reach 90,000 likes, and we shall proceed." Students could share their song requests in the comments section, which you would undoubtedly see. There were lucky bags in the live stream, and she encouraged the students to engage. The Huawei P70 and Huawei tablet awaited the fortunate ones. "Welcome to the live stream, young boy," she greeted. "Are you a new student? We warmly welcome you to join our class. Young boy, do you have a song in mind?" Jiangnan had spent over 5 million on Douyin, and her account had reached level 67. Upon entering the live stream, she was greeted with exclusive effects. The comments section for Su Jixia immediately buzzed with excitement. Level 67 account. "I've lived for 21 years and have never seen such a thing in a live stream. I've lived a year longer than you." A 5 million account. Could it belong to a certain guild? Who other than a top-tier rich second generation would spend 5 million in a live stream? Jiangnan sent a comment in the live stream. "Sing Sighing Yunxi, and if it's good, there will be gifts." With a prominent figure personally requesting gifts, I surmise it might be a carnival. A carnival? That's a small scale. I bet on 10. Su Jixia adjusted her microphone and continued. "So, young boy, you wish to hear Sighing Yunxi? Certainly. Let us reach 90,000 likes, and we shall sing Sighing Yunxi." The teacher is currently at Jiangqing University. Today marks the opening day of Jiangqing University, and there are many people present, so let us begin singing Sighing Yunxi now. "And you are destined to be the blood of my heart. This is fate, and the most beautiful encounter written in destiny. Do not resent the heavens. A smile suits your face better." Upon finishing Sighing Yunxi, the comments section was flooded with floral emojis. Various gift effects blossomed in the live stream. At that moment, among the myriad of carnival effects, one particularly began to rise. Starting from 1, the numbers gradually increased. The young boy sent the host a carnival 1. The young boy sent the host a carnival 1. The young boy sent the host a carnival 1. The count surged to 23. Just as Jiangnan planned to pause, someone suddenly caught up. Qing Zhongke sent the host a carnival 1. The count astonishingly climbed to over 20 in no time. Jiangnan smiled. This was the first time someone dared to challenge his authority since acquiring the system for a blissful life. Chapter 7. Love You. The rich second generation surrenders, and powerless rage ensues. Jiangnan intended to raise the stakes. With consumption yielding returns, and critical returns at that, he had no reason to fear. Yet, when the count reached 23, the opponent abruptly halted. Simultaneously, Jiangnan received a message from an unknown sender. "Brother, Su Jixia is my girlfriend. Just request a song and be done with it." Girlfriend? Su Jixia is in a relationship? Super. Does Su Jixia have a boyfriend? As Zhang Chao was engrossed in short videos, he lifted his head and pondered before responding. "No, I haven't heard of anything like that. However, there is talk on the Music Academy forum about someone named Zhou Linhao pursuing her." Zhang Chao continued to recline on his bed, scrolling through videos. Jiangnan received a private message from someone inquiring, "Are you Zhou Linhao?" The other party instantly replied, "Since you know me, you must be from the Music Academy as well. Zixia is my girlfriend, so keep your distance." "Are you threatening me?" Jiangnan messaged back. Even a sycophant can be so brash. After sending that message, he exited the chat interface and entered the live broadcast room. "Can you sing Wang Xinling's I Love You?" Zixia enthusiastically responded to a comment from a young boy. "Yes, I can sing this song. Would you like to hear it? The young boy eagerly replied, Sing it. Zazixia cleared her throat and began to sing. If you suddenly sneeze, it must be because I'm thinking of you. If I wake up in the middle of the night due to my phone buzzing, it surely indicates my concern for you. I often ponder your words, wondering if they harbor ulterior motives. I genuinely wish to believe, yet I can't help but doubt. In your heart, am I truly the only one? Love is simply me constantly bothering you. Jiang Nin was thoroughly engrossed when another private message chimed in. So this is how it is, huh? Don't let me find out who you are. If you have guts, don't come to the music academy. Jiang Nin chose to disregard it. After Zazixia finished singing, before Jiang Nin could react, another user sent 10 celebratory messages. Following that, he couldn't resist mocking Jiang Nan. Did you see? You pauper. Don't compare your salary with my allowance. You're not worthy, understand? I bet your pocket money doesn't even match my salary. No sooner had he spoken than 20 celebratory messages appeared in Zazixia's live stream. Jiang Nan's special effects were still lingering when the other user followed up with another 20. Upon seeing this, a cunning smile crept across Jiang Nan's face. When does a man hold his pride most dearly? In front of the woman he loves. Jiang Nan sent forth another 40 celebratory messages. The effects filled the live broadcast room, obscuring Zazixia's face and the spectators watching in amusement. Zazixia blinked her large eyes at the sight, saying little in response. Women often find joy when two men vie for their attention, especially when such disputes yield them financial gain. Zhou Linhao from the Music Academy harbored feelings for teacher Zazixia, and the entire academy was aware. How could a young boy engage in such antics? He should step aside. When has a sycophant ever been worthy of love? I also hold a fondness for Mao Xiaotong. Can one not engage in romance? What peculiar logic is this? Have you just emerged from the womb? Are these two destined to clash? Be more confident. Omit the word perhaps, and it is evident that they are indeed at odds. Surely, Teacher Su cannot be on the brink of financial independence today. This woman boasts 1 million followers. She must have achieved that long ago. How could it be so swift? Teacher Su rarely promotes products. She currently drives merely an Audi A5. Merely? An Audi A5? How do these two terms even relate? Oh, why has the Qingzhongke stopped following? The viewers in the live stream suddenly noticed that the Qingzhongke carnival had come to a halt. The live stream now only features the boys' carnival, which continues to ascend. Having reached 80 carnivals, with no sign of stopping, the boy sends a carnival to the host. The boy sends a carnival to the host. The boy sends a carnival to the host. 150 carnivals? Each carnival is 3,000, 10 is 30,000, and 100 amounts to 300,000. 150 equals 450,000, adding to the previous ones. The boy as contribution should total around 200 carnivals. Greetings, esteemed one. I feel you are my long-lost father, and I wish to pay my respects in your presence. Why has Qingzhongke stopped following? Most likely due to insufficient funds. The boy has directly gifted a house. How could Qingzhongke compete? Wait, isn't he driving a sports car, claiming to be a rich second generation? Why the cowardice? Is it truly that 450,000 is insufficient to continue following? Thankfully, teacher Su Xia has not become involved with him. That would have been a grave misjudgment. Upon seeing the carnival halt, Su Xia promptly expressed her gratitude. Thank you to the boy for the carnivals. Jiang Nan, on this occasion, has gifted a total of 760,000. With a double strike, he has garnered 152,000. Now, his savings have soared to 652,000. A new message notification from Jiang Nan arrived via private message, sent by Zhou Linhao. You failed to comprehend human speech. Su Xia is my girlfriend. Is a sycophant worthy of love? Jiang Nan retorted. Zhou Linhao threatened. Do you even know who my father is? What? Did your mother fail to inform you? No worries. There are surveillance cameras. You can check them later and identify your biological father among the crowd. So bold. Are you willing to confront me in person? I shall be waiting for you in front of the Eastside building at the Music Academy. There shall be an opportunity. Just wait. Jiang Nan swiftly deleted and blocked Zhou Linhao, providing a comprehensive service. In Su Xia's live stream, the name Zhou Linhao had become a source of jest among the viewers. Classmates, is there any song you wish to hear? Let us reach 15,000 likes, and we shall continue singing. Tap on the lucky bag. There are the latest Huawei phones and tablets available. As noon approaches, we will sing one more song before the teacher heads off for lunch. At noon today, we dined at the cafeteria of Jiangxing University, while Jiang Nan exited the live stream. Su Xia sent a friend request, which I accepted. She expressed her gratitude through a message. And beyond that, nothing else emerged. The clock now reads 11:40. Jiangnan leaped from his bed and greeted Zhang Chao before heading to the cafeteria for a meal. He purchased a serving of grilled meat rice and was about to indulge when he noticed a woman entering from the doorway, holding a selfie stick. Fellow students, welcome to the first canteen of Jiangxing University. Next, we shall randomly interview a few freshmen to inquire about their thoughts on the meals here. Chapter 8. The Frenzied Girl. Su Zhixiao's shock. The young boy is Jiangnan. Su Zhixia scanned the cafeteria's first floor, her gaze swiftly locking onto Jiangnan, who was eating. Su Zhixiao's favorability. 5. Jiangnan lifted his head and coincidentally met Su Zhixia, who approached him and sat down across the table with a smile. Hello, fellow student. I am a teacher from Jiangxing Conservatory of Music and also your senior. May I interview you with a few questions? Certainly. First, please greet our friends in the live stream. Jiangnan confidently responded, Hello everyone, I am Jiangnan, a freshman this year. Su Zhixia, you are interviewing my husband without notifying me. As his wife, I have the right to stand by his side. He is so handsome. I volunteered all morning and didn't encounter him. Su Zhixia, if you can't handle such a handsome man, let me take over, my grip is firm. Such a charming young man. Don't stop me, I must kiss him. This is the comment section, not a deserted area. Certainly not an ovulation zone. For those commenting now, each must send me 50. Or I will screenshot and share it with your friends. Su Zhixia casually asked a few questions, and the atmosphere in the live stream chat grew increasingly lively. If this continued, today could very well become the first instance in her streaming history where the audience's antics led to her account being suspended. Alright everyone, this concludes today's live stream. See you next time. Su Zhixia closed the comment section, letting out a sigh of relief. Indeed, a handsome boy poses great risks. Especially online. On the internet, it seems as if everyone wears a mask, yet they reveal their true selves. Were it not for her intervention, those girls in the comment section would have devoured Jiangnan through the screen. Su Zhixiao's gaze returned to Jiangnan. However, the young man before her was undeniably striking. The feeling she experienced upon first encountering him was a flutter of emotions she had never felt before. Both unmarried, though he was a student and she a teacher. In this enlightened era, one would presume there are no significant issues at hand. I shall procure some lunch. Su Zhixia remarked before departing. Jiangnan observed her as she walked towards the restaurant window. Su Zhixia donned a white halter top, revealing her fair neck and a glimpse of her décolletage, yet concealing deeper allure. It exuded an enticing charm, reminiscent of a baited hook. As a popular female streamer with millions of followers and a university instructor, she adeptly navigated the dynamics of attention and propriety. This attire captivated her fans without compromising her dignity as an educator. Her lower half was adorned with khaki form-fitting shorts that accentuated her curvaceous posterior, crafting a stunningly smooth silhouette, vibrant with youthfulness. Her long, fair legs appeared even more enchanting in the sweltering summer heat. Completing her ensemble were a pair of Martin boots. It was hard to fathom how one could wear such boots in this scorching weather, and one could only imagine how her delicate feet felt within them. After lunch, the two emerged from the restaurant. The blazing sun cast its rays upon Jiangnan's face, rendering him somewhat languid. Such oppressive heat. Su Zhixia extended her fair hand to shield her eyes from the sun, gazing into the distance, where the shimmering heat waves distorted the view. Teacher Su, are you heading back this afternoon? Certainly not. In this heat, I would simply wilt. I'm going to meet a classmate who teaches at Jiangxing University. I shall manage for a while. Jiangnan could not suppress a yawn. Then, farewell. Wait a moment, Su Zhixia chuckled. Jiangnan, let us add each other as friends, so we can keep in touch. Sure. They exchanged contact information, and Jiangnan realized this appeared to be her personal account. The one added during her live stream must have been for work. After parting ways, Jiangnan returned to the dormitory. Although the distance was short, the heat was unbearable. The thought of the impending military training tomorrow made the day seem even more sweltering. Lying on his bed, basking in the cool air from the air conditioner, he finally felt the heat dissipate. Jiangnan browsed online for a property not too far from Jiangxing University, intending to visit in the afternoon. A Lamborghini Reventon. Wouldn't it be unbearably hot to drive such a sports car on a day like this? Affinity with Su Zhixia. 3. Affinity with Su Zhixia. 2. As Jiangnan pondered the sudden increase in Su Zhixia's fondness for him, a new message notification appeared on his phone. It was from Su Zhixia. Upon entering the message, Jiang Nan was met with her astonishment. You're the little boy? Jiang Nan smiled. Yes, that would be me. Why didn't you mention it during our lengthy conversation? I wanted to see your surprised expression when you discovered it for yourself, to witness how adorable it is. Su Zhixia sent a photo, her expression a blend of anger and charm, inquiring, Am I adorable? Not bad, was the reply. However, her initial irritation swiftly transformed into a fiery temper. She cast a flirtatious glance for the blind to see. Can't you discern my obvious affections? She exclaimed. Before engaging in a heated debate with Jiang Nan for half an hour. It was only after this duration that a revelation struck her. Darn it. The female teacher beside her interjected, Xia, as a teacher, you must refrain from using foul language. Su Zhixiao then nestled into the teacher's embrace, lamenting, Alas. I've been outwitted by a boy 10 years my junior. He deliberately provoked me into a conversation, when all I desired was a nap. Raising her head, Su Zhixiao pouted, Could you comfort me? Why should I comfort you if he's the one who tricked you? Because you are my best friend. And how would you like me to comfort you? Just let me touch Nana for a moment. Absolutely not. Come on, just once. As the clock approached 3 in the afternoon, the temperature slightly decreased. Students continued to arrive at Jiangxing University, filling the campus. The volunteers, who had sat in the square all day, appeared as wilted as dehydrated eggplants, lacking the morning's exuberance. Jiang Nan looked up at the glaring sun and stepped outside the school gates. Not far from the entrance, he spotted a pair of long, fair legs. While it was common to see bare legs on such a hot summer day, finding a pair of slender, straight, beautiful legs was indeed rare. Teacher Su, are you returning to school? He turned to see a remarkably handsome boy smiling at her, illuminated by the sunlight that seemed to cast a glow upon his face. Jiang Nan, what are you doing out in this heat? Just wandering about. Jiang Nan replied with a grin. Why rush back to school on such a sweltering day without taking a break? Oh, it's the first day of school, and there's much to attend to. All right then, see you later. Su Zhixiao watched as Jiang Nan walked past her and opened the door to a Cullinan parked not far away. Is this your car? Su Zhixiao exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, it is. Initially surprised, she soon found it rather normal upon recalling his formidable presence in the live stream. For her, the $7 million Cullinan was a distant dream. But for Jiang Nan, it was merely a means of transportation. Oh, how disheartening it is to compare oneself to others. I toil daily in my live streams. Yet I can't match the achievements of an 18-year-old boy. Jiang Nan then offered, Shall we go together? I'll give you a ride back. Chapter 9. The very forward saleswoman today also marked the commencement of the academic year at Jiangxing Music Academy. Students continued to flow in and out of the school gates. A Cullinan stood proudly at the entrance, celebrating the goddess bathed in sunlight, radiating brilliance and shimmering magnificently. At this moment, all eyes were drawn to the scene. The coincidental gaze fixed upon the luxurious vehicle, despite the sweltering heat that rendered one languid. The sight of the emblem of the celebratory goddess compelled the surrounding exquisitely adorned young ladies to unconsciously puff out their chests, striving to maintain their utmost poise. As the door swung open, a long, fair leg emerged first. Upon witnessing Su Zhixia descend from the car, the previously tranquil school entrance erupted into a flurry of activity, filled with whispers and chatter. Look, it's Teacher Su. Who could possibly be bringing her back? Could it be her boyfriend? Does Teacher Su really have a boyfriend who drives a Cullinan? He must be quite affluent, then. Given Su Zhixia's status as a millionaire internet celebrity, it seems quite natural for her to be with a gentleman who owns such an extravagant vehicle. The thought of my goddess sharing intimate moments with a middle-aged man tugged at my heartstrings. Jiang Nan stepped out of the car and glanced at the entrance of the music academy. Shall I go in for a moment? No. I have other matters to attend to, perhaps next time. Next time, I'll enter through the south gate. It's much closer to the staff quarters, just a turn away. All right, I promise to do that next time. The surrounding girls, upon seeing the striking young man, quickly realized he was far from a middle-aged gentleman, their eyes sparkling. Hearts racing. It took a considerable time for them to regain their composure after Jiang Nan drove away. Su Zhixiao was immediately encircled by a group of girls, chattering excitedly like a flock of charming little sparrows. Teacher, is he your boyfriend? Your boyfriend is so handsome. Could you introduce him to me? Teacher, what is the name of my long-lost boyfriend? I've been searching for him for ages. Could you share his contact information with me? Su Zhixia shot a fierce glare in the direction where Jiang Nan had vanished. He arrives swiftly and departs just as quickly, leaving behind so many romantic entanglements for me to resolve. Everyone, please quiet down. I must head to the Academic Affairs office. It's urgent regarding your enrollment. When I return, I promise to address all your questions, all right? Su Jixia hastily concocted an excuse and departed, fearing that if she lingered, the girls would consume her whole. While men may indeed favor elegant black stockings and beautiful legs, women's infatuation with charming, pure-hearted young men is even more fervent, far more frenzied than men's admiration for such attire. Jiang Nan drove to the Xiangyuan Tianfu sales center. The lackluster receptionists perked up at the sight of an incoming client, instantly revitalized. As Jiang Nan approached, the receptionist's eyes widened in awe. What an incredibly handsome young man. Work had already been taxing enough, and now encountering such striking beauty was almost unbearable. One could only gaze, but not flirt. Oh, why couldn't you have come an hour earlier? Welcome to the Xiangyuan Tianfu sales center. Please register your information here. As Jiang Nan filled out the registration, the receptionist subtly leaned forward, her pristine white attire very conspicuously catching his eye. She cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Nan, lowering her body even further. After Jiang Nan registered his phone number, a female sales associate approached and guided him to a small sofa. Clad in a sleek black uniform, her long and shapely legs enveloped in sheer black stockings and elevated by 8-centimeter heels, she exuded an alluring charm. Once seated, she crossed her legs. The voluptuous beauty of her legs intertwined, and her black heels accidentally brushed against Jiang Nan's calf. Shortly thereafter, another saleswoman arrived with a cup of tea. Sir, please. Thank you. Jiang Nan sipped the fragrant tea. The saleswoman across from him inadvertently brushed her leg against him once more. Jiang Nan found himself on the sofa, with the saleswoman nestled closely beside him. Given their proximity, some physical contact was unavoidable. However, the frequency of such encounters seemed somewhat excessive. Meanwhile, Xiaoli, one of the involved parties, remained blissfully unaware of these nuances. Her gaze towards Jiang Nan was thick with unspoken desire. Perhaps it was the sweltering heat that rendered her parched. As unwelcome thoughts began to surface in her mind, I intend to purchase a fully furnished apartment that I can move into immediately. A lower floor would be preferable, and price is of no concern. Certainly, sir. Xiaoli extracted a photograph from her folder. What do you think of this layout? Does it meet your requirements? Jiang Nan glanced at the photo on the table. It depicted a spacious 200-square-meter apartment, styled in a minimalist fashion. The lighting appeared splendid, with ample natural flow, indicating favorable feng shui. Yet, photographs alone could not convey the reality. Just as Jiang Nan prepared to voice his desire to visit the site, he noticed something amiss with Xiaoli. She bit her lip, her expression troubled, as her legs pressed tightly together, her left hand instinctively resting on her abdomen. Are you all right? I'm fine, sir. What do you think of this layout? Where's the restroom? I need to use it. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's inquiry, Xiaoli seemed relieved and immediately stood, saying, I'll show you the way. Please follow me. She led Jiang Nan to the restroom. Once he entered, she hurried in behind him. After a brief moment, Jiang Nan emerged from the restroom, looking bewildered and perplexed. System, who is Zhou Chuqing? A female, located 35 meters southeast of the host. Jiang Nan followed this direction and locked eyes with a girl, a beautiful saleswoman in black stockings, who was animatedly discussing a layout with another client. Their gazes met briefly before parting, yet Jiang Nan's attention lingered on her figure. With chestnut hair cascading gracefully to her shoulders, she exudes an aura of languid elegance. Clad in a crisp white shirt paired with relaxed, flowing trousers, accentuated by a slender belt, she presents a polished appearance. Her open-toed heels reveal her alabaster insteps. Sitting with her legs crossed, she radiates a compelling confidence from within. Name, Zhou Chuqing. Age, 27. Favorability, 7 points. Height, 171 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Beauty score, 94 points. Charging attempts, 0, with a beauty score of 94. She stands out even among the most attractive women in Jiangnan. Moreover, she possesses an effortless, self-assured charm. System, why do you only provide notifications when Zhou Chuqing's favorability increases? Women with a beauty score below 90 are not within the scope of this system's favorability assessment. Good day, sir. Are you interested in a spacious 200-square-meter residence? A stunning saleswoman in black stockings approached Jiangnan, intentionally positioning herself close enough for him to catch a glimpse of her exquisite black lace trim. I can offer you additional discounts. Please consider. No need. I've already reached an agreement with her. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the women's restroom. The saleswoman, sensing that prolonging the conversation would be fruitless, hurriedly departed. Upon exiting, Xiaoli shot a fiery glare in the direction of the departing saleswoman, her heart simmering with indignation. Zhou Chuqing's favorability. 3. Chapter 10 3,800,000. Full payment. Villa number 001 in the land of abundance. Jiangnan instinctively glanced at Zhou Chuqing again. However, this time, she was engrossed in examining the floor plan. Sir, allow me to show you this layout so you can gain a tangible sense of it and make a more informed decision. Certainly. Xiaoli led Jiangnan to the community, and they took the elevator to the 6th floor. Upon entering the living room, they were greeted by a grand design featuring floor-to-ceiling windows, which, like the photographs, offered splendid natural light. Regardless of the time of day, sunlight streamed in, illuminating the elegantly simple yet tasteful decor. The spacious 200-square-meter layout exuded an air of grandeur. This property boasts excellent lighting, and the living area is impressively expansive. No need for any embellishments. This house is remarkable. I want it. Just quote the price. Xiaoli suddenly realized the caliber of the wealthy client she was dealing with. Please provide the price directly. Sir, the layout is 200 square meters, with an additional 75 square meters complimentary. The price is 3.8 million, ready for immediate occupancy. If you pay the down payment now, I can secure a discount. I will pay in full. Full payment? Xiaoli was taken aback. 3,800,000. Full payment. The commission from this transaction would suffice for her entire year's salary. I shall immediately escort you to the sales center to finalize the contract. Upon returning to the sales office, Jiangnan meticulously navigated through all the procedures. A staggering sum of 3,800,000 was effortlessly withdrawn from his bank card. The glances exchanged among the few individuals in the finance room were imbued with a newfound, almost reverent admiration towards Jiangnan. To produce such an exorbitant amount in cash for a property purchase, and at such a tender age, seemingly no more than 17 or 18, was nothing short of remarkable. Just moments ago, he had arrived in a Cullinan, undeniably a quintessential scion of immense wealth. After departing the finance room, Xiaoli accompanied Jiangnan out of the sales center. Trailing behind him, a sudden thought struck her. While previously showing Jiangnan around the property, her mind had been inundated with images of characters from various dramas, engaging in all manner of unscrupulous antics to secure a sale. Despite her disdain for such behavior, she couldn't help but be captivated by his striking appearance and the luxury of his vehicle. What reason did she have not to take a chance? That splendid opportunity, with just the two of them present, could have easily led to something more had she been just a bit more assertive. Initially, she had intended to take the initiative while introducing the bedroom, hoping to explore the possibility of embarking on a new chapter in her life. However, she had completely forgotten her intentions when Jiangnan expressed his desire to purchase the property outright in the midst of the living room tour, her excitement momentarily clouding her judgment. In retrospect, why did it have to be the bedroom? After all, there was a table in the living room. Mr. Jiang, take care. Should you need anything, feel free to contact me. I am always available, she called out. Jiangnan waved his hand dismissively and drove away in the Cullinan. Congratulations, host. You have earned 760,000. The system's voice resonated in his mind. Jiangnan's total assets had now soared to over 10 million. Earning 10 million in less than a day was a pace of wealth accumulation that even Gates could not rival. Congratulations, host, you have completed the phase task. The Lamborghini Reventon has been parked in your designated space. The car keys have been placed in your pocket. All relevant documents have been processed. This exquisitely furnished property, both in hard and soft decor, came with an included parking space, and Jiangnan opted to purchase an additional space. Was there a phase task associated with the 5 million? There is. Congratulations, host. Your assets have reached 10 million. You have triggered a phase task. Task name, Fair Beauty. Task description, secure the affections of 2 individuals with a beauty score exceeding 90, achieving a favorability rating of 90 points. Task reward, Villa No. 001 in the land of abundance. 2 individuals with beauty scores above 90 and a favorability rating of 90. Previously, such a task might have posed a challenge. However, now it seemed like a mere formality. Yet, Villa number 001 in the land of abundance? That name felt eerily familiar, as if it had echoed in his memory before. Suddenly, Jiangnan recalled. This afternoon, while searching for properties online, he stumbled upon the name of the land of abundance, where the average price per square meter exceeds 100,000. Villa number 002 was auctioned off last year for an astounding 200 million. If Villa no. 002 commands such a price, one can only imagine the cost of Villa number 001. Jiang Nan, shaking off his thoughts, drove to the underground parking of Shangyuan Tianfu community. There, the Lamborghini Reventon stood quietly, resembling a crouching beast, exuding a serene yet profound presence. Jiang Nan parked his Cullinan beside the Reventon and, upon exiting, circled the Lamborghini. Its design was inspired by the F-22, with sharp lines reminiscent of the fighter jet, radiating an aura of stark elegance. The car's paint featured a matte gray akin to that of military aircraft. As Jiang Nan opened the door and settled into the driver's seat, he pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle emitted a ferocious roar that ignited the blood within him. He exited the garage and meandered around the community. It must be said, driving a sports car is indeed far more exhilarating than cruising in the Cullinan. The clock read shortly past 5. At 6, the counselor would hold a class meeting. And later that evening at 8, there was a freshman ceremony. Tomorrow morning, military training would commence at dawn. In essence, his schedule was rather tight. However, given Jiang Nan's current physical condition, 15 days of military training posed no challenge, especially since he had enhanced his physique through the system. During the class meeting at 6, a class leader was elected and military training uniforms were distributed. The lecture that began around 8 had him nodding off, and by the time it concluded, it was already 9:30. After the lecture, Jiang Nan approached the counselor, expressing his desire to reside off campus. Having just purchased a new apartment, not occupying it would render the purchase futile. The counselor called Jiang Nan's parents, and upon receiving their consent, issued him an off-campus residence permit. Seizing the moment when the lecture had just ended and school officials were present, all necessary documentation was promptly completed. Tomorrow evening, Jiang Nan would be able to leave the school and move into his new home. Beside the road at the base of the boys' dormitory, several parking spaces had been created. Tonight, in one of those spaces, rested a vehicle that seemed to exist only in legend, the Lamborghini Reventon. Illuminated under the lights, the Reventon was ineffably stunning. A blonde male student pointed at the car, proclaiming, "The Lamborghini Reventon, worth over 30 million. This is the least expensive car in my garage. After driving it all day, it's out of fuel. Hey, sweetheart, let us grab some spicy hot pot, and tomorrow, I'll take you for a spin." A girl clad in a short skirt and black stockings surveyed the vehicle, seemingly weighing her options. "Yes, lying to you." Jiang Nan stood a short distance away beneath a streetlight, his expression cool and detached. Chapter 11. The man driving a Lamborghini who never approaches women. As the alluring girl in black stockings caught sight of Jiang Nan approaching, her eyes sparkled with admiration. "He is so handsome. Is he coming to speak with me?" Should I respond? "What name shall we give our son? I hope he can get into a prestigious university and secure a good job someday." Meanwhile, the blonde-haired man, noticing his opportunity thwarted, seethed with anger. "Who do you think you are? It's late. Why are you loitering around? Get lost," he threatened. Jiang Nan forcefully pushed the blonde aside, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Jiang Nan then opened the door of the Lamborghini Reventon, seated himself in the driver's seat, and, glancing at the infatuated girl, remarked, "A man driving a Lamborghini does not initiate conversations with women." With that, he drove away into the night. The blonde's face turned pale as he furiously scratched the ground with his toes, as if excavating a villa. "Listen to me, Junior. I also own a Lamborghini. It's too dark. I mistook you for someone else. You must believe me." The beautiful girl in black stockings slapped him across the face. "Do you even deserve to drive a Lamborghini? Get away." At the Latte Plaza in Jiangcheng, a plethora of luxury brands graced the area, a veritable paradise for women and a hell for men. Even at night, the plaza was ablaze with lights and bustling with crowds. In the underground parking lot, Mercedes and BMWs were commonplace, with a dazzling array of sports cars overwhelming the senses. Yet, the arrival of one particular vehicle eclipsed the brilliance of all others. The Lamborghini Reventon instantly captured the attention of everyone present. A tall and stunning woman, just having exited a Porsche 911, gazed at the Lamborghini in astonishment. "Reventon, wow, what a wealthy individual." "Yao Yao, let us go," she called out. "Coming," replied the long-legged beauty as she departed with her friend. After searching for a while, Jiang Nan finally found a parking space. As he stepped out of the car, a young man approached him, accompanied by a captivating girl swaying her hips, her long, slender legs and curvaceous figure drawing attention. "Dude, your car is so cool." "It's all right, Jiang Nin replied modestly. Can I take a picture with it? Sure. The young man snapped several photos before handing his phone to the girl to capture a few shots of him with the car. He held the phone, admiring the pictures with delight. However, the girl's attention was not on the vehicle, but rather on Jiang Nan. In her eyes, no matter how exquisite the Reventon was, it could not compare to Jiang Nan's strikingly handsome face. If her boyfriend weren't present, she would have certainly made an effort to chat with him and cultivate a connection. As Jiang Nan departed, she deliberately brushed past him, her hips swaying enticingly, ensuring the young man remained oblivious. Jiang Nan, quick-witted and nimble, sidestepped deftly. The girl cast a surprised glance at him, utterly bewildered and perplexed. It is true that Jiang Nan has an affinity for beautiful women. However, he would never stoop to seducing another's girlfriend. As the young man drove away, the girl settled into the passenger seat, her gaze lingering on Jiang Nan with a mixture of yearning and confusion. She could not fathom why he chose to evade her. Once the man departed, Jiang Nan made his way to the first floor of the Latte Mall. He had barely taken a few steps when a thunderous roar erupted nearby, a man's voice, brimming with fury. Mind your own business if you don't want to get hurt. What are you talking about? This doesn't concern you. I wouldn't give you a dime. Are you out of your mind or just plain foolish? A middle-aged man in a black skull-print t-shirt shouted hysterically at a woman. The woman remained unfazed, her expression tranquil. Despite being encircled by 5 or 6 men and women, she exhibited no fear. Instead of responding to the man's tirade, she turned her attention to a voluptuous middle-aged woman beside her, who was dressed in black stockings and high heels. Is that money yours? She asked coolly. The middle-aged woman shot back with a fierce glare. It's not mine, so is it yours? That money doesn't belong to you. Let me tell you, even if you take this to the highest court, I will ensure you return that money. The woman stated with conviction. Do you honestly believe you can walk out of this parking lot today? She threatened. I believe she can. What do you think? Came a voice from a handsome young man standing a short distance away, who wore a cheerful smile as he observed the situation. The middle-aged woman furrowed her brow and retorted, This has nothing to do with you. Get lost. Don't be so blind. I will take care of this, she declared, signaling to a burly man in a black shirt. The man stepped forward, raising his hefty palm to strike Jiang Nan. Unfazed, Jiang Nan retaliated with a swift kick, sending the assailant sprawling 2 meters backward, crashing into a nearby Mercedes-Benz. The onlookers were left in shock. Fear flickered in the eyes of the middle-aged woman. She promptly pulled out her phone. Listen, everyone. This is the man who assaulted me, who touched me inappropriately. Don't we women deserve any protection in public? How long will society continue to oppress us? Before she could finish her tirade, Zhou Chuqing snatched her phone and smashed it to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Get lost. Zhou Chuqing shouted furiously. Sensing the tide turning, the middle-aged woman and her entourage quickly fled. Jiang Nan's favorability with Zhou Chuqing increased by 15. Jiang Nan remained composed as the system's voice echoed in his mind. Are you all right? He inquired. I'm fine, Zhou Chuqing replied with a smile. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have actually been in trouble. What provoked them? I have a connection to that woman. She is the wife of a man who has worked outside for a decade, saving diligently to send home over 800,000. Later, the party involved returned and discovered that she had borne 2 children with another man. This revelation incensed my associate, who sought a divorce and demanded the restitution of over 800,000 yuan. The case appeared straightforward, yet it was, in fact, quite intricate. The woman had just released a video urging netizens to support her, claiming that her partner had neglected their home for years, failing to care for her and wasting her youth. She insisted that the 80,000 was her rightful claim. The netizens believed her and rallied to her side. Jiang Nan incredulously remarked, but she has had children with other men, hasn't she? The netizens dismissed this, asserting that giving birth to children for anyone was inconsequential. How shameless. They pressured the court, which had yet to reach a verdict. Why were these netizens so abstract in their reasoning? Zhou Chuqing lamented. We can only hope that the law will render justice for that man. Otherwise, that woman might continue to thrive on infamy, selling goods through live streams, while this man's decade of effort would be utterly wasted. Are you a lawyer? Yes, I work at Tiangong Law Firm. You reside in Shangyuan, Tianfu, correct? No, the housing prices there are exorbitant. I purchased a property elsewhere. Suddenly, Zhou Chuqing inquired, what about you? You should have bought a house there, right? Chapter 12. Balenciaga suits you better, a royal oak from Audemars Piguet for 130,000. Indeed, I did acquire a unit there. The two conversed as they walked, gradually drawing closer in their rapport. Zhou Chuqing's fondness for Jiang Nen had reached 20 points, indicating a budding friendship. If they could elevate this by another 15 points, they might even become lovers. Upon arriving at the latte mall, Zhou Chuqing purchased a Bally clutch for over 3,000. Naturally, it was her own expenditure. Jiang Nen merely provided a few pieces of advice. Zhou Chuqing smiled and said, "You've given me valuable suggestions. What do you wish to buy? I can assist you as well. I intend to purchase a watch and perhaps a few pairs of shorts for washing." Zhou Chuqing replied earnestly, "As for shorts, you should choose those yourself. After all, if your girlfriend discovers I assisted you in selecting shorts, you would be in quite a predicament." Fair point. However, I can certainly use your guidance on the watch. Do you have any favorite brands? I am quite knowledgeable in this area and can serve as your guide. I have no particular preference. I only seek what appeals to my eye. I see. Zhou Chuqing pondered. There's an Audemars Piguet counter ahead. Shall we take a look? Looking is fine. As they had scarcely taken 2 steps, Jiang Nan heard someone calling his name. "Jiang Nan, what are you doing here?" A tall, slender young man approached, clad in a white shirt and pink shorts, accompanied by a girl. Upon catching sight of Jiang Nan, the girl's gaze was fixated on him, her eyes sparkling with affection that seemed tangible. "Jiang Nan, aren't you at Jiangxing University? What brings you here?" Jiang Nan chose to ignore him. With a cheerful demeanor, he introduced himself. "Hello, beautiful. My name is Zhang Xingbao, a high school classmate from Jiangnan. Shall we share a drink sometime?" Jiang Nan furrowed his brow. Was he really trying to flirt with my girlfriend in front of me? Did he think I was invisible? He had never harbored any fondness for Zhang Xingbao, and his disdain deepened now. "She is my girlfriend. Please be mindful of your words." Zhang Xingbao chuckled. "Your girlfriend? Come now, she is holding a Bally clutch. How could a poor student like you attract her attention? Whether she is interested or not is none of your business." Zhang Xingbao's smile vanished, replaced by a look of indignation. In the presence of a beautiful woman, all men are concerned about their pride, especially someone like Zhang Xingbao, who is a slightly affluent second generation. He lacked the carefree confidence of the truly wealthy, yet possessed more than the average person. With a positive mindset, life could be quite enjoyable, but with a negative mindset, one's self-esteem becomes exceedingly fragile. In their minds, women are won over by money. The desire for power is ingrained in their very essence. If a woman does not succumb, it must surely be due to insufficient financial allure. A Bally bag worth 3,000 is nothing special. Only a Balenciaga bag would suit you. There's a Balenciaga store on the 2nd floor. Would you like to take a look? Zhang Xingbao asserted with confidence. Balenciaga? You can keep it for yourself, Jiang Nan replied coldly. Jiang Nan and Zhou Chuqing departed. Zhang Xingbao suppressed his smile, casting a glance at the woman beside him. When he noticed his girlfriend fixated on Jiang Nan, his anger surged even more. Is he attractive? If you think he is, why not go to bed with him? The woman immediately protested. What nonsense are you talking? I was just observing that they seem to be heading towards that Audemars Piguet store. Is she planning to buy a watch? Zhang Xingbao's smile returned once more. An opportunity for pretentiousness had arisen. If I present that woman with an Audemars Piguet watch, her vanity will surely lead her to develop feelings for me. So what if I'm handsome? Can good looks put food on the table? This world revolves around wealth. As Jiang Nan entered the Audemars Piguet store, Zhang Xingbao followed closely behind. Beautiful lady, choose whatever you desire. I'll cover the bill. Zhang Xingbao boasted. Zhou Chuqing completely ignored him and instructed the saleswoman. Please bring out some Royal Oak men's watches for us to see. Upon hearing the name Royal Oak, Zhang Xingbao finally fell silent. The saleswoman presented several timepieces. Zhou Chuqing picked up a silver mechanical watch and remarked earnestly, I believe this one would suit you well. The silver tone exudes an air of nobility, and its complex mechanical face complements your mysterious aura perfectly. Jiang Nan tried it on and found it quite impressive. Let us go with this one. How much is it? Sir, the price is 1,200,000. Jiang Nan did not rush to pay. He turned to Zhang Xingbao and said, 1,200,000. It's your turn to settle the bill. Zhang Xingbao was left dumbfounded. 1,200,000 for a watch. If I had that kind of money, I would have already replaced my girlfriend. Yet just moments ago, he shouted so loudly that now all the staff and customers in the boutique have turned their attention towards him. The beautiful saleswoman whispers among her colleagues, casting sly glances his way while giggling quietly. What they utter is of little consequence. What truly matters is their expressions, which are decidedly sardonic. Pretending to be affluent without the means, my brother is quite something. And your girlfriend beside you. I presume she was charmed into being here as well. Dear lady, what are you doing with him? Be wary of being deceived for both wealth and affection. A nearby young man, also perusing the Royal Oak series, chuckles softly. Zhang Xingbao's face flushed with embarrassment. He glared angrily at Jiang Nan, determined to regain his dignity. You want me to pay for your watch? Dream on. What I meant was, she buys the watch, and I pay. Go ahead and choose. Beautiful. I'll cover the cost. The other young man could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. Wow, he is really putting on a show. Shut up. Zhang Xingbao yelled at him. Jiang Nan had no intention of letting this go. He instructed the saleswoman, do you have this in a ladies' version? The beautiful saleswoman sensed a golden opportunity. Selling a watch earns her a commission, and having already sold a men's Royal Oak today was unexpected enough. If she could sell a ladies' version too, she would surely wake up smiling the next morning. Certainly, sir, let me get that for you. The saleswoman produced the corresponding ladies' Royal Oak, also silver-white, albeit with a slightly smaller dial and a different design, yet unmistakably a couple S style. How much? 130,000, sir. Jiang Nan turned to Zhou Chuqing, inquiring. Do you like it? Zhou Chuqing's eyes were fixed on the watch. It was clear without needing to ask. Who wouldn't he appreciate a designer handbag or a luxury watch? It merely hinged on rationality. It's quite nice. Jiang Nan glanced back at Zhang Xingbao. 130,000. Time to settle up, Xingbao. Zhang Xingbao's face turned as red as a ripe apple, while his girlfriend subtly distanced herself from him. I don't know him. You all can laugh as you please. The young man nearby laughed heartily. You poor thing, pretending to be affluent while broke. Zhang Xingbao was rendered speechless, his legs feeling as though they were encased in concrete. He wanted to leave, but found himself unable to move. Seeing that the moment was ripe, Jiang Nan instructed the saleswoman, wrap up these 2 pieces. I'll take them. The saleswoman beamed with joy. Of course, sir. Chapter 13, The Summer of 4000. Li Sisi's subtle thoughts. 250,000 was deducted from Jiang Nan's card. The saleswoman respectfully handed him the 2 watches. Zhang Xingbao stood there, dumbfounded. Jiang Nan had actually purchased both timepieces. How could this be possible? His family isn't even middle class. What gives him the right to buy Audemars Piguet's Royal Oak series? How could he? From a young age, Zhang Xingbao, having lived a life of affluence, had never adorned himself with a Royal Oak. What right did he have? A potent fury surged within him. The gazes of the onlookers pierced through him like daggers, leaving a burning sensation on his face. Jiang Nan and Zhou Chuqing had departed from the Audemars Piguet boutique after spending $2.5 million, receiving a staggering $5 million in return. Subsequently, Jiang Nan ventured into Gucci, acquiring 2 pairs of sneakers and 2 pairs of shorts, and at Louis Vuitton. He purchased 2 short-sleeved shirts, totaling a sum of 82,000, with a refund of 246,000. In the underground parking lot, before a 1GM5, Jiang Nan and Zhou Chuqing were about to part ways. Drive slowly. It seems that group will not relent easily. Be cautious, and if necessary, report it to the authorities. Zhou Chuqing said with a smile. Jiang Nan furrowed his brow slightly, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Of course, I care. Rest assured, I am a lawyer. They wouldn't dare to lay a hand on me. Besides, this matter is already settled. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so desperate. No matter how loud the public outcry, it cannot supersede the law. The dignity of the Constitution is paramount. That makes sense. Jiang Nan took a couple of steps back, watching Zhou Chuqing reverse out of her parking space. The car window lowered, and Zhou Chuqing raised her phone, the screen illuminating with her friend code. Let us add each other. Next time, I'll treat you to a meal. Jiang Nan scanned Zhou Chuqing's contact details. Little boy? Zhou Chuqing remarked, surprised by the unexpected nickname, her sensitivity prompting her to realize something was amiss. Is there a story behind that nickname? Indeed. It pertains to a splendid summer when I was 4,000 days old, a summer worth commemorating always. Haha, that makes sense. I should change my nickname to Fatty later. That is a splendid idea. Zhou Chuqing drove away, vanishing from sight. Jiang Nan opened the door of the Lamborghini Reventon, tossing 2 watches onto the passenger seat. The lady's Audemars Piguet Royal Oak was indeed intended as a gift for Zhou Chuqing, yet upon acquiring it, he relinquished the thought of presenting it to her. It felt inappropriate to gift a watch after knowing someone for less than a day. He discarded the watch onto the passenger seat of the Lamborghini Reventon and drove out of the underground parking lot. Not far away, he caught sight of Zhang Xingbao, who stood frozen in place, having witnessed Jiang Nan's departure. While he was unfamiliar with the Reventon, He recognized the emblem of Lamborghini. That renowned bull was a dream forever out of reach for him. In an old residential community, a bedroom light remained aglow in one household. The dim yellow light cast a warm ambience in the small space. A 3-year-old girl lay in bed, clutching a tablet, engrossed in a cartoon. "I'm Peppa," snort. "This is my brother George," snort. A woman, dressed in a beige, oversized short-sleeve top, leaned against the bed, her beautifully curved legs illuminated under the soft light, appearing both plump and elegantly straight. Lee Cece has received all the money earned from her live stream today, amounting to over $2 million after taxes. Just yesterday, she was contemplating her future, having exhausted her savings, with relatives and friends avoiding her like the plague. The funds in her pocket dwindled, forcing her to move to this dilapidated neighborhood. Initially, today was meant to be her final live stream. However, fate played a significant jest, bestowing upon her an enormous surprise, over $2 million. Such wealth is scarcely accumulated in a lifetime by an ordinary individual. This sum resolved all her pressing issues. At noon, the personnel from the dynamic dance training class called to inform her that they had filled all positions, and the job they had promised her might fall through. Lee Cece was well aware of the machinations of Wang Yaozu behind this turn of events. Yet, at 2 in the afternoon, shortly after Wang Yaozu posted a video of himself dancing in his underwear, the head of the dance training class personally called her. He disclosed that the HR manager had just been dismissed, and she would commence work next week as planned. Lee Cece surmised that the head of the dance program must have witnessed her PK session this morning, where a wealthy patron generously spent $5 million. It would be incredulous to believe that such an extravagant expenditure would occur without any interaction with the female host. Should a connection form between Lee Cece and the affluent benefactor, dismantling the dance training class would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Fearing this potential fallout, the head had instinctively aligned himself with Lee Cece. He had aided her immensely. Lee Cece decided to reach out to the young boy's contact, contemplating for a moment before choosing to invite him for a meal to express her gratitude in person. Meanwhile, a little girl set aside her tablet, raising her cherubic face to sweetly declare, "Mommy, I want to drink milk." After enjoying her drink that evening, she would promise to heed her teacher's words the following day at kindergarten. "All right," her mother replied. The little girl climbed down from her bed, her tiny legs scampering to the kitchen where she retrieved a box of milk from the fridge, then returned to her bed, drinking while watching Peppa Pig. The following morning, at 8:45, the chief instructor concluded the military training briefing, marking the official start of the training. Each class began their drills, which lasted from 8:45 until 10:20, culminating in a 10-minute break. The students, drained and weary from the sun, appeared listless. Jiang Nan, however, remained unfazed, his heart steady and unaffected by the exertion. He took out his phone and opened a messaging app, discovering a message from the attractive older woman, inviting him to lunch at Xie Zhonghua. Naturally, he accepted her invitation. With a brief reply, he shut his phone, unzipped his camouflage jacket, and settled on the ground, observing his classmates as they continued their training nearby. Chun Kinning languidly leaned against Jiang Nan's shoulder. "It's so hot. I'm about to melt," she complained, twisting open her thermos to sip some warm water. Embracing the thermos, she leaned back against Jiang Nan once more. "How can you remain so calm?" Chun Kinning inquired, noticing Jiang Nan's serene demeanor. Jiang Nan chuckled. "I've been working out all summer. I'm in great shape." Chun Kinning shot him a skeptical glance. "You spent the entire summer working. When would you have time to exercise?" That evening, she expressed her disbelief. "You don't believe me? I already have abs," he asserted. "Abs? Let me feel," she replied, placing her delicate white hand on Jiang Nan's abdomen. Her expression instantly transformed into one of awe as she felt the firmness of his abs for the first time, sending shivers through her body as if she had been electrified. Whether it was the sweltering heat or something else, her face flushed a vivid crimson. Chapter 14. Who Understands? Childhood friends turned wealthy. The first encounter between Jiang Nan and Lee Cece. "Hey, what are you two doing? It's broad daylight. You're distracting everyone." The instructor could no longer tolerate the scene and called them out. Chun Kinning quickly withdrew her hand, maintaining a safe distance from Jiang Nan. Once the gazes of others had shifted away, she inched closer again, astonished. "You really do have abs? How come I never noticed before?" "Well, you never touched me before," he replied. That was a valid point. Chun Kinning's gaze drifted from Jiang Nan's chest to his wrist, where she noticed he was wearing LV and Gucci, complemented by a shimmering silver watch. His entire demeanor seemed markedly different from before. Jiangnan, I heard you no longer live at school? Yeah, I bought an apartment at Shengyuan Tianfu, he replied. Chen Kenning was taken aback. Did your uncle pay the down payment for you? I paid for it in full. He stated. In full. How much was that apartment? Not too expensive, just over 3 million. Chen Kenning gasped. Over 3 million. And you call that not expensive? Jiangnan. When did you become a rich second generation? I mentioned it to you yesterday. You didn't believe me, remember? Chen Kenning suddenly recalled. Jiangnan had indeed brought it up. But she thought he was boasting and hadn't taken it seriously. Now it appeared to be true. What about the watch on your wrist? Don't say anything. Let me check for myself. Chen Kenning pulled out her phone, opened a search app, and snapped a photo. The page began to load, and a few seconds later, it successfully displayed the item. The watch matched Jiangnan's perfectly. Audemars Piguet, AP, Royal Oak Offshore Series, High Luxury, 42 millimeters, retail price, 1,200,000. Market price, 1,400,000. Chen Kenning set down her phone, her gaze fixed intently on the silver watch adorning Jiangnan's wrist. She then lifted her head to meet his eyes, softly inquiring, You must tell me, is this a counterfeit you purchased? Jiangnan smiled, replying, It is not a counterfeit. I acquired this genuine item last night at the specialty store in Lotte Mall. Chen Kenning was momentarily taken aback, caught in a whirlwind of confusion. What was she to do with this revelation? Her childhood companion, suddenly affluent. Who could comprehend such astonishment? Wasn't he his uncle a high school teacher? How could he possibly possess such wealth? She mused quietly, I am from a wealthy family. Yet, she chose not to press further. Everyone harbors secrets. In a business so lucrative, even if they were childhood friends, she could not pry if Jiangnan was unwilling to share. The military training persisted until shortly after 11:40. And then it was briefly suspended, resuming again at 2:30 in the afternoon. Chen Kenning departed with her companions to the cafeteria. One of her roommates queried, Kenning, is that boy you were with this morning your boyfriend? Not at all. He is a high school classmate, she replied. You two seemed quite close, her roommate observed. We grew up together. Our relationship is rather good. Childhood sweethearts? Then why aren't you together? He is quite handsome. Don't you understand the advantage of proximity? Handsome? Chen Kenning chuckled. You jest. How could that be? Why would I lie to you? He truly is quite handsome. Look, his photo is already on the confession wall. Chen Kenning took the phone and glanced. To her astonishment, a side profile of Jiangnan sparkled on the screen. The most liked comment beneath the photo read, The most handsome boy in the history of Jiangxing University. Is it really that exaggerated? Just then, her roommate exclaimed, Kenning, isn't that your childhood sweetheart? Chen Kenning turned her gaze towards the distance to see Jiangnan stepping into a sports car and driving away. Her roommate gasped. Is he a second-generation rich kid? Chen Kenning refrained from answering, for this was news she had only recently learned herself. Suddenly, a realization struck her. Jiangnan was not only handsome and wealthy, but also in good shape, and having grown up together, she knew him intimately. He was, quite simply, the ideal boyfriend. Jiangnan drove to Xie Jianghuai, a restaurant renowned for its Jianghuai cuisine, celebrated for its meticulous selection of ingredients and artful preparation. Cuisine often featured at state banquets. Upon parking, he entered the establishment and soon spotted Li Cici seated at a table. A charming young girl sat beside her, engrossed in watching Peppa Pig on her phone. Cici? Li Cici turned her gaze from the window, her eyes meeting the impeccably handsome face before her. Just yesterday, she had seen this striking young man on the bus and had been rather impressed by his good looks. Yet what brought him here? You are. Li Cici suddenly realized, her surprise evident as she exclaimed, Are you the little boy? A single live broadcast had garnered her 5 million. Within her conventional mindset, she had firmly believed that the little boy must be a middle-aged man. To her astonishment, the little boy turned out to be extraordinarily handsome. Indeed, the very gentleman she had encountered just the day before. Is fate truly so wondrous? Having merely met him once and recognizing him as the little boy, Li Cici's admiration for him surged dramatically to 30 points. The 5 million she had received translated into 22 points of affection for Jiangnan. But this was contingent upon meeting him first. It was indeed true that good looks are a valuable currency. Thank you for showering me with such splendid gifts, she said. It's primarily because Wang Yaozu is simply unbearable. Anyone would find him intolerable. Li Cici had prepared numerous words to express, yet upon seeing Jiangnan, she found herself utterly speechless. His striking appearance had completely disarrayed her thoughts. Before long, the dishes were served, and the three of them dined while conversing. Brother, Who are you? Since their arrival, the little girl's gaze had shifted from Peiqi to Jiangnan. I am a good friend of your mother's. Then you must also be a good friend of Nannan? Of course, Jiangnan replied, delighting in the conversation with Nannan, which eased Cici's previously anxious heart. She had feared that Jiangnan would dislike Nannan, yet to her surprise, they seemed to get along splendidly. Brother, would you join us for dinner at Nannan's house tonight? My mother's cooking is delightful, 1,000 times better than any restaurant. Jiangnan paused, lifting his gaze toward Cici. If you have time tonight, please come over. I will personally prepare a meal for you. You have helped me immensely, and merely treating you to a restaurant meal cannot adequately express my gratitude. Tonight, I will cook for you myself. Cici's heart raced, her cheeks flushed involuntarily. Her fair legs pressed closely together as her heart thumped wildly. If I invite him over for dinner, he won't misunderstand, will he? Then I shall come over tonight. Jiangnan continued to engage with Nannan, bringing her immense joy. However, at that moment, an unwelcome interruption occurred. An inopportune voice reached Jiangnan's ears, coarse yet oddly soft. It belonged to a middle-aged man. Cici, have you really struck it rich? You can afford to dine at Xie Zhenghuai? The middle-aged man, sporting a scruffy beard and clad in a pink shirt, was impeccably dressed, exuding a faint scent of perfume, his gaze softer than that of even the most popular stars in the entertainment industry. The once vibrant Xie Zhenghuai has indeed fallen into decline, and here you are, audaciously partaking in its offerings. A middle-aged man, with an air of arrogance, let out a disdainful snort. Cici, incensed, retorted, Wang Yaozu, kindly take your leave. Wang Yaozu cast a sidelong glance at Jiangnan, a smirk curling upon his lips as he mockingly remarked, youngster, do refrain from fawning over beautiful women. After all, Cici is the woman of a formidable elder brother. Just then, a man clad in a tailored suit emerged from the restroom. Wang Yaozu promptly approached him, donning a sycophantic grin. Sister Cici, do not take it to heart. He is merely envious. Cici responded with a knowing smile. I am aware, his video of dancing in his underwear, mimicking a swan, has gone viral in the dance community. He must be seething. Let us dine, she continued. Ignore him. Jiangnan resumed his playful antics with the child. Moments later, a waiter hurried in, inquiring about the Lamborghini parked outside. Whose car is that? We need to move it. Sister Cici, I shall handle it, Jiangnan offered. Very well, she replied. Rising, Jiangnan declared, it is mine. The waiter approached with a beaming smile. Sir, please, after you. As Jiangnan reached the entrance, he spotted Wang Yaozu and the middle-aged man nearby. Upon noticing Jiangnan, the latter approached with a friendly demeanor. Young brother, is this your vehicle? Indeed, what of it? Jiangnan replied. The middle-aged man produced a cigarette, respectfully offering it to Jiangnan, who waved his hand, indicating he did not smoke. It is nothing serious, really. Your car is rather expensive, and I am hesitant to move it. I cannot afford any damages. Would you mind slightly repositioning it to grant me some space? Jiangnan responded with a smile, certainly. He entered the car and drove it out. Upon exiting, he observed Wang Yaozu, whose expression was a tempest of emotions, avoiding eye contact. Is that not Teacher Wang? What a swift reunion. The middle-aged man approached, smiling. Do you know Teacher Wang? I do. He harassed my friend, who rejected his advances. He became irate and caused a scene in her live stream, losing a bet to dance in his underwear, which he has yet to fulfill. The middle-aged man, sensing the tension, refrained from further inquiry. Casting a sidelong glance at Wang Yaozu, he forced a smile. I am Wang Gang, owner of a dance culture company. Here is my business card. I would be delighted if you could visit sometime. I would be most pleased. Enjoy your meal. I must take my leave. Take care. The man replied as he entered his Audi A8. Just as Wang Yaozu intended to enter his vehicle, he was met with a fierce reprimand from the middle-aged man. Get away. Startled, Wang Yaozu took 2 steps back. With a resounding thud, the car door slammed shut, and the Audi A8 sped away, disappearing down the street. Are you the little boy? Indeed, that would be me. Why are you so intent on bringing about my ruin? Jiangnan, feeling wronged, exclaimed, You must understand. I have done nothing. Wang Yaozu was momentarily at a loss, bewildered and uncertain. Just yesterday, in a fit of rage, he had recklessly invested 500,000 to 600,000. Initially, if he could secure this investment today, the dance club could continue operating, restoring everything to its former state. However, now it seemed hopeless. The fruits of his lifelong efforts had evaporated completely. As he regained his composure and glanced at Xie Zhenghuai, he caught a glimpse of Cici through the window, enjoying her meal. She appeared to be in high spirits, laughing and chatting with Jiang Nan, while he, Wang Yaozu, felt like a drowning dog. "Thank you, Jiang Nan." Li Sisi expressed her heartfelt gratitude, having overheard his earlier words. Were it not for her, Jiang Nan would have had no reason to offend Wang Yaozu. Yet he chose to do so. "You've already thanked me several times today at noon," she replied, her cheeks flushed. Though it seemed excessive, her gratitude reflected her genuine feelings. Without Jiang Nan, where would she have found the funds to support her daughter's education or to dine at Shiyu? This upscale restaurant boasted an average expenditure exceeding 1,000 per person, a place she previously dared only to admire from outside. Now, however, she felt empowered and capable of entering. When she looked towards Jiang Nan, she caught him raising his gaze, his eyes momentarily drawn to her chest. A fleeting glance that ignited a spark of awareness within her. Out of politeness, Jiang Nan quickly averted his gaze, yet that brief moment left Li Sisi pleasantly surprised. It was not uncommon for a female host to dine with a prominent supporter, and such encounters could lead to unforeseen developments afterward. Before meeting Jiang Nan, she had considered inviting her top supporter to dinner as a gesture of gratitude, but she had no desire to engage in any inappropriate relationship. While she needed financial assistance, she was resolute in her unwillingness to compromise her principles or sell her body. If she were ever to resort to such measures, why would she have waited until now? She had brought her daughter along to deter any inappropriate advances from the unseen benefactor. Yet now, Jiang Nan's inadvertent glance had stirred her feelings, rather than indignation. She felt a sense of surprise and anticipation. After a brief moment of confusion, she quickly regained her composure. She was not an inexperienced young girl, but a mother. "Mom, I need to go to the restroom," her daughter announced. "I'll take you," Li Sisi replied, nodding slightly at Jiang Nan as she led her daughter away. As Jiang Nan watched her retreating figure, he recalled the momentary gaze and lamented that he had not intended to look, yet his gaze had betrayed him. Nevertheless, the allure of the mature woman was indeed striking. Her waist was slender, and her bosom was high and full, although clad in long pants. The remarkable length of her legs was still evident. Yesterday, she wore a cream-colored, drop-shoulder, long-sleeve top, which accentuated her long legs in a striking manner. However, for today's dinner gathering, she opted for a short-sleeved top and long pants. Li Sisi returned with her daughter. As soon as they arrived, her daughter dashed into Jiang Nan's embrace. Within the span of a meal, Jiang Nan and her daughter became fast friends. After lunch, Li Sisi settled the bill. "Brother, are you leaving?" her daughter asked reluctantly. Li Sisi gently reassured her, "Brother has military training this afternoon, and you also need to go to kindergarten." Suddenly, her daughter exclaimed, "Can I visit brother's house?" In the evening, she insisted, "I'll invite brother to my house for dinner, to enjoy mom's cooking." Li Sisi promptly interjected, "No, we cannot disturb brother. Be good and return home to rest with mommy." Young children can be quite stubborn. Once they set their minds on something, it's as if no force could sway them. "I live alone. I won't be a bother," her daughter declared cheerfully. "Mom, brother has already agreed." Chapter 16. The Enchantment of a Young Woman. Li Sisi's potential. Li Sisi hailed a ride-sharing vehicle, following Jiang Nan's luxurious Lamborghini. The driver, glancing at the high-end sports car ahead, casually inquired, "Is that your brother?" Li Sisi remained composed, responding smoothly, "He is a friend." The driver seemed to ponder something, but did not pursue the conversation further. Li Sisi paid no mind to the driver's gaze. After years of raising her daughter alone, she had encountered her fair share of judgment. Meanwhile, an unexpected thought emerged. If the entire world believes in something to be true, why not align with society's perception and make it a reality? After all, once everyone accepts a falsehood as truth, it can yield effects indistinguishable from the genuine article. The matter of her dining with the esteemed gentleman would eventually reach her friends. Though nothing significant transpired. Would others believe it? Likely not. A handsome young man, affluent and wealthy, alongside a woman in her 30s. This was a combustible mix, akin to matches and phosphorus. The idea that had been slowly germinating in Li Sisi's mind was now quietly flourishing, donning a formidable armor of theoretical reasoning and coherent logic. The ride-sharing vehicle trailed Jiang Nan into the Xiangyuan Tianfu community. Upon disembarking, Jiang Nan led her daughter into his home. As soon as they entered, her daughter was captivated by the expansive view and bright light. "It's so big," she exclaimed, darting around like a curious little sprite. "The bathroom is enormous. The bedroom is also spacious." Her daughter played exuberantly, though her energy soon waned. In kindergartens, it is customary for children to take a midday nap. As the designated time approaches, the little ones inevitably succumb to slumber. Sisi sat upon the sofa, with her daughter nestled in her embrace, drowsily expressing, "Mommy, I want to sleep." "Good girl. Shall we return home for a nap?" Jiang Nan chimed in. "Why not sleep here? Their essay room." However, time was slipping away, and returning now would not afford the child much rest. Indeed, that was a valid point. Sisi's affection level. 3. Congratulations, host. Sisi's affection level has reached 42 points. An affection level of 42. This surpasses even Chen Keilang. At this juncture, should anything transpire, it would likely flow with the current. Yet, there loomed the possibility of an opposite outcome. After all, they had only known each other for 2 days, and their time spent together was scarcely 2 hours. Once the child had drifted off to sleep, Sisi emerged from the bedroom. "Has Nuan fallen asleep?" "Just now. I apologize for the trouble. Nuan is quite well behaved." Sisi took a seat nearby, sunlight cascading upon her face. Though she was approaching 30, time seemed to have left no distinct marks upon her visage or figure. Her chestnut hair, lightly curled, cascaded over her shoulders, glimmering gold in the sunlight. Despite her casual attire of short sleeves and long pants, it did nothing to obscure her enviable figure. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Sisi inquired with a playful smile, unfazed by any youthful shyness, exuding a sense of ease and contentment. "I was pondering how you could be so beautiful, Sister Sisi. I am 30 this year, long past the age of beauty. While youthful charm may be alluring, it is the enchantment of a mature woman that ensnares the soul. Fear not the 18-year-olds, but rather the 30-year-olds. Sister Sisi, you are in the prime of your life." Sisi offered a polite smile without further comment. A single mother would not reveal her feelings without absolute certainty, even if she harbored genuine affection for the gentleman before her. "Jiang Nan, do you like Nuan?" "Of course I do. Nuan is very well behaved and optimistic, completely devoid of any inferiority complex stemming from her single-parent background." "Then, I hope Nuan and you can become good friends." Jiang Nan preempted Sisi's unasked question, responding to her thoughts. A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Sisi's face as she mustered a faint smile. "Nuan likes you very much. You two are destined to be wonderful friends. I shall take a short rest now. You have military training this afternoon. You should rest as well." "All right." Sisi returned to her room, closed the door, and lay down on the bed. Her daughter sprawled out in a rather ungraceful manner, but fortunately, it was summer, so no blankets were necessary. Within her heart, the last vestiges of unrealistic hope were shattered. In truth, she understood that such matters were fundamentally impossible. Yet, when Jiang Nan directly declined, she felt a twinge of discomfort. Despite her rational mind repeatedly assuring her that all of this was to be expected, at 2:20 in the afternoon, Sisi awakened Nuan to prepare for kindergarten. Nuan yawned widely. "Let us go. I'll take Nuan to school. It's on my way," Sisi suggested with concern. "But your car?" "I don't only have one car. It will suffice for the two of you." Jiang Nan drove Sisi and Nuan to the underground parking lot of their community. Upon seeing Jiang Nan's Cullinan, Sisi couldn't help but feel astonished, despite having already encountered a Lamborghini. She had never witnessed someone possessing 2 luxury vehicles simultaneously. Jiang Nan drove the Cullinan to the entrance of the kindergarten, where a teacher had been waiting for quite some time. Upon spotting the Cullinan, she expressed slight surprise. In her memory, the children at their kindergarten came from ordinary families. No parents could afford a Cullinan. Then, when she saw the handsome young man stepping out of the car, her astonishment deepened. He resembled a movie star stepping into reality, radiating an aura of a leading man. Tian, Nuan's sweet voice roused the kindergarten teacher. Tian took Nuan's small hand from Sisi and smiled. "Nuan, say goodbye to your mother." "Goodbye, Mama." Tian held Nuan's hand and led her into the kindergarten. "Who is the brother who brought you here? Is he your mother's friend?" "He is a good friend of Mama and also a good friend of Nuan." The way Tian looked at Nuan underwent a qualitative change. It was an undeniable fact that Nuan's mother was beautiful. Although she was a single mother, her beauty represented untapped potential. Now, this potential had blossomed into a remarkable asset, nearing a peak. If one did not invest now, opportunities would vanish in the future. "Nuan, please don't call me teacher anymore. Call me sister instead, all right?" "Okay." Nuan likes Sister Tian the most. "Are you going home?" "I want to take a look at my workplace first." All right. Jiang Nan drove Li Cici to the dance studio. And just as she was about to get out of the car, she suddenly said, Jiang Nan, don't forget to come over for dinner tonight. I won't forget. I will be there. Chapter 17. The female anchor in military training, asking her to sing Green Flowers in the army. During the afternoon military training, the sun was still blazing, making everyone feel quite warm. However, as time passed, a gentle breeze arrived, alleviating the heat. During a break in the training, the instructor called for volunteers to perform. Jiang Nan sat on the ground, scrolling through short videos. Dear viewers, do you know why our country's aerospace technology has developed so rapidly? It's all thanks to emulating the technology of others. Our nation's aerospace scientists, lacking initiative, have resorted to emulating the satellite and rocket recovery technologies of others. As Jiang Nan opened Douyin, he encountered a middle-aged man clad in a suit, fervently articulating his opinions. Upon accessing the comments section, he discerned a disparaging remark. Our nation's aerospace scientists are indeed lacking for the advancement of our aerospace technology. What if we appointed an outsider as our chief designer? Would he agree to such a proposition? He is indeed a source of pride for us. The man proceeded to suggest that anyone aspiring to contribute in our society must first learn the art of toasting, for the culture here is steeped in social niceties, which seemed to stifle the emergence of high-caliber scientists. Jiang Nan, troubled by these sentiments, perused the responses to the comments. Unbelievable. A chief designer? Does he even deserve such a title? When you were born, did the nurse discard your intellect along with the placenta? You now present yourself as if you've transformed into a fool. Generations of aerospace scientists have toiled tirelessly to achieve our current status, only for you to belittle our efforts as mere imitation? Does our nation truly require toasting? Indeed, America is devoid of such social niceties. They do not have a Commissioner Smith. In America, a bag of 700 nails is considered a bargain. Wasn't it Mr. Ma who intended to take you to Mars? What has transpired? Has Mars departed from the solar system, denying you entry? Jiang Nan, satisfied with the harmonious discourse in the comments, departed. Perhaps it was the influence of the previous video he had just watched. The subsequent video featured Mr. Ma once more. Dear friends, I can no longer remain silent. I must speak the unvarnished truth. Do you know why our nation's new energy vehicle technology has progressed so swiftly? It is all due to our emulation of the technologies developed by others. They have generously opened up their patents for new energy vehicles, allowing our industry to flourish. Yet now, our entrepreneurs not only fail to express gratitude, but also find ways to exploit the common citizen's finances. Jiang Nan habitually ventured into the comments section. While foreign entrepreneurs delve into aerospace research and share new energy patents, our domestic business people are preoccupied with trifles. It's laughable. He is indeed a beacon of pride for us. Without the innovations of others, our nation would not boast such a plethora of electric vehicle enterprises. Jiang Nan clicked on a response which read, Fun fact, the open-source files from the foreign innovator are available only in Chinese. Countries like South Korea and Japan have not developed new energy vehicle companies because they lack access to the open-source files printed in their respective languages. Hilarious. A new era of open-source innovation is on the horizon. We are poised to venture to Mars. As for the exterior of fruits, it remains unchanged for ages. Why not critique that? When Huawei produced a foldable design, did it somehow infringe upon you? Constantly harping on trivial matters becomes tiresome. Jiang Nan clicked not interested and resumed scrolling through short videos. One featured a rural homestead in northern Shaanxi, where an elderly farmer stood with his back to the screen, diligently removing kernels from ears of corn. At the center of the screen were several lines of centered text. 60,000 gene of corn is required to afford a Huawei 3-fold phone. Upon receiving this news, I fell into silence. When will we, the common folk, be able to purchase a 3-fold phone? The accompanying background music played. We are all striving to live. As Jiang Nan opened the comments section, millions of gene of corn are needed for a Rolex submariner. When will we, the commoners, be able to afford a Rolex submariner? Billions of gene of corn are necessary to buy an Apollo IE. When will we, the common people, ever be able to purchase an Apollo IE? Damn it. My neighbor stole my photo and posted it on Douyin. Delete it at once. You are a commoner. What am I then? Jiang Nan clicked on not interested and continued to scroll. He sought beautiful women, long legs in black stockings, yoga pants, and shark pants. Eventually, he stumbled upon a live stream. The host, dressed in military training attire, squatted on the ground, her exquisite features facing the screen, her gaze vacant as if she were a frostbitten eggplant. With the weather ominously overcast, indicating impending rain, he had arrived at a peer's stream. Name, Zhong Shujia. Age, 19. Affection level, 0 points. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 47 kilograms. Appearance score, 95 points. Charging count, 0. Jiangnan clicked in, and the extravagant entrance effect caught the host's attention. The dazed female streamer instantly perked up. Welcome, little brother, to the live stream. The viewers in the comments section erupted with a flurry of exclamation marks. Wow. A level 67 big shot. Level 67 equated to over 5 million. Over 5 million? Brother, I must be your long-lost son. Laughter erupted. Jiangnan typed a comment asking, is there a program? Zhong Shujia immediately brightened. Yes, yes. Little brother, if you send a heart, you can request a song. She had initially thought it would be a dull stream, but unexpectedly, she encountered a level 67 big shot. What song would you like to request, little brother? Jiangnan inquired. Are you undergoing military training? Yes, I'm in military training at Capital University of Media. I'm on a break now. Jiangnan commented, take the initiative. Tell the instructor you want to perform and sing Green Flowers in the military. What? Are you kidding? They are in military training. And you want me to sing Green Flowers in the military? The instructor, what the heck? Is this directed at me? Zhong Shujia, observing the various comments in the section, found herself in a dilemma. Singing Green Flowers in the military now seemed somewhat inappropriate. Little brother, could we change the program? No, I want to see this. I want to let you sing for free. After you finish, I'll gift you a carnival. A carnival? That's 3,000. I would receive 1,500. 1,500. Enough for a month's living expenses. Zhong Shujia, after much hesitation, found herself overwhelmed by desire rather than reason. She rose to her feet and declared earnestly, report. The instructor, who had been idly wandering, was yet unaware of the gravity of the situation. I wish to perform, she proclaimed. The instructor, perplexed at finding a student eager to present, inquired, can you sing well? I have been singing since elementary school and have won a provincial gold medal in a competition, she replied confidently. The instructor waved his hand dismissively, very well. He pointed at a boy engrossed in his phone, commanding, you, go fetch the sound system and microphone from the chief instructor. The boy, taken aback, stammered, me? Enough chatter, hurry along. Chapter 18, Trouble Approaches. With a favorability rating of 40. Chun Kailang the boy complied and sought out the chief instructor. The chief instructor, carrying the sound system and microphone, approached personally. The boy jogged up to the instructor, standing at attention, and reported, Instructor, the sound system and microphone have been acquired. In a hushed tone, the instructor expressed his surprise. I told you to retrieve the sound system. Who permitted you to bring back the chief instructor as well? The boy chuckled. Isn't it all the same? Not in the slightest, retorted the instructor. I heard you intended to seize my sound system. The instructor stood at attention, replying, report, chief instructor, my student wishes to perform, and I aim to provide her with a suitable platform. Perform? Excellent. Since we have a moment's respite, let us sing a song and lighten the mood. Who wishes to perform? Step forward. Zhong Shujia emerged from the crowd and took the microphone. She opened her phone, located the lyrics, and began to sing softly. In the cold wind, leaves drift down. The army is a green flower. Dear comrades, do not long for home. Her melodious voice floated across the playground. The chief instructor turned to the instructor, chuckling, your student is quite remarkable. The instructor stood rigidly, silent. As the song concluded, the playground erupted into enthusiastic applause, with some students moved to tears. Such was the power of the song's emotional resonance that some might remain in a melancholic mood for days to come. Zhong Shujia handed the microphone back to the instructor, who gazed at her in disbelief. You sang admirably. Perhaps refrain from singing again in the future. Oh, she replied softly, quickly returning to her place in line. The instructor, holding the microphone aloft, called out, does anyone else have ideas? This is Capital Media University, a prestigious institution teeming with talent. It should not be so lifeless. Are there any brave souls willing to step up? A boy volunteered. In the live stream, Zhong Shujia whispered, little brother, I have finished singing. What about the carnival you promised me? Jiangnan posted a comment. You have two choices. First, I give you 5 carnivals. Second, you sing another song, Camel Bell, and I will reward you with 50 carnivals. 50? Zhong Shujia gasped. That amounts to 15,000 yuan. After deducting the platform's 50% commission and the tax on rewards, there remains at least 50 to 60,000. Zhong Shujia hesitated for a moment, then resolutely stated, I'll do it. Once the boy finished singing, the instructor looked at the group and chuckled. Is there anyone else who would like to come up? Let us have another performance and take a 10-minute break. Zhong Shujia immediately raised her hand. I will. The instructor, upon noticing her, had his smile abruptly freeze on his face. No military songs, anything else is fine. Understood. Zhong Shujia grasped the microphone, opened her phone, and found the music. As the prelude began to play, the instructor, who had been leisurely strolling, suddenly halted, staring at Zhong Shujia in astonishment. What? Is this directed at me? This young lady is so beautiful, yet so cunning. If I want to let you sing Military Green Flower, you choose Camel Bell instead? He turned his head, his gaze colliding with that of the chief instructor. As the final note faded, Camel Bell concluded. Zhong Shujia handed the microphone back to the instructor. He pressed his lips together and inquired, What is your name? Zhong Shujia. Not bad, a lovely name. With a flutter of apprehension, Zhong Shujia returned to her place in line and opened her phone. In the live stream, she said, Little boy, I've finished singing. No sooner had Zhong Shujia's words left her lips than a carnival effect burst forth in the live stream. Furthermore, the count of carnival effects in the upper left corner continued to accumulate, showing no signs of stopping. The little boy sent the host a Carnival 1. The little boy sent the host a Carnival 1. The little boy sent the host a Carnival 1. When the count of carnivals reached 100, it finally came to a halt. Zhong Shujia was utterly stunned. 100 carnivals, 300,000. This is incredible. She had earned over 100,000 today. All her tuition fees from the past 4 years had been earned in a single day. Excitedly, she clenched her phone tightly. Thank you, little boy, for the carnival. Thank you. Zhong Shujia's favorability increased to 4. Zhong Shujia added Jiang Nan's contact information, and Jiang Nan exited the live stream. Congratulations to the host for earning 900,000. At present, Jiang Nan's total assets reached approximately 13 million. Chun Kenning returned from the restroom, lazily leaning against Jiang Nan's shoulder. She gazed intently at the watch on his wrist. Do you like it? I do. If you like it, look at it a bit longer. Chun Kenning rolled her eyes at Jiang Nan, leaned against him, and closed her eyes. After a short while, she began to emit faint snoring sounds. She hadn't fallen asleep. She had merely shut her eyes. Suddenly, she felt her hand being grasped, enveloped in a warm palm. Gentle squeezes of her fingertips followed by caresses on her lunar mound sent delightful sensations coursing through her. Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Chun Kenning's heart raced. Her body seemed to be beyond her command. Although she yearned to break free, she found herself utterly still, allowing Jiang Nan to take control. Once again, her hand was placed within his palm. During this time, Chun Kenning's heart raced wildly, beating rapidly in her chest. Jiang Nan, believing that she had fallen asleep, did not disturb her, simply holding her hand and letting her lean against him. Not asleep? Has her affection level reached 40? A confession at this juncture would surely be successful. All rise. With the instructor's command, the military training resumed. The rigorous training continued until 6 in the evening. As the weary sun descended on the horizon, the moment the training concluded, Chun Kenning wasted no time, fleeing like a startled deer alongside her roommate, leaving Jiang Nan with only her retreating figure. Why was she in such a hurry? Jiang Nan had originally intended to gauge her feelings today, especially since her affection had already reached 40 points. At this level of affection, even a mature woman would begin to hint at wanting him to be the father of her child. Jiang Nan first visited the dormitory, packed all the bedding into a Stanley fertilizer bag, and then tossed it onto the back seat of his car. After returning the bedding home, he drove to the neighborhood where Li Sisi lived. He knocked on the door, and soon he heard the sound of quick footsteps from inside. The little girl opened the door and leaped into his embrace. Brother Jiang Nan. Li Sisi greeted him with a smile, her apron tied around her waist. You're here. Please sit down. Dinner will be ready shortly. No rush. The little girl took Jiang Nan's hand, leading him to the living room, where they sat on the sofa watching television. Brother Jiang Nan, this is Peppa. Do you like watching Peppa? The little girl shook her head sincerely and replied, No. If you don't like it, why watch it? Because all the kids in kindergarten watch it. If I don't, they want to play with me. I prefer watching the Bear Help Team. A shadow fell over Jiang Nan's previously light-hearted mood. Chapter 19. I seek no title. I only wish to maintain a lifetime of ambiguity with you. In the kitchen, while preparing dinner, Li Sisi's movements momentarily paused. The little girl was exceptionally well-behaved, displaying a maturity beyond her peers both at home and in kindergarten. She had never confided this matter to her mother in her young mind. It was something to be whispered only among friends. Jiang Nan was the best friend she acknowledged in her heart. "Shall we watch the bear help team then?" she asked. "But what if they don't play with me at kindergarten? How many children are there in your class?" "So many. Not all children like Peppa, right?" "Yes." Qian Qian really dislikes Peppa. Thus, Nan Nan may not have a fondness for Peppa, and if the other children choose not to play with her because of this, she can simply seek companionship with Cici. Should Cici also refuse her company, Nan Nan has the option to find other children to play with, does she not? Nan Nan remained silent, her small mind engaged in deep contemplation. I wish to watch the Bear Helper Squad. Indeed, Nan Nan should never feel compelled to compromise her own happiness for the sake of others. The pure voice of Bear 2 echoed in the living room. Li Cici's affection level 3. Li Cici's affection level 3. A wave of emotion washed over Li Cici, her nose tinged with a hint of sorrow. Yet a smile adorned her face. She had thought that after the events of noon, Jiang Nan's feelings for her would have evolved. But it seemed she had underestimated both him and the depth of her own feelings for this man who stirred her heart. Jiang Nan treated Nan Nan with great kindness, guiding her gently, imparting wisdom bit by bit, like a venerable elder, or perhaps more akin to a loving father. The thought of loving father sent a sudden flutter through Li Cici's heart. "Jiang Nan, it's time to eat." "Nan Nan, it's time for your meal." Li Cici placed a delectable spread upon the table, then removed her apron. Two enticing rabbit-shaped dishes immediately caught Jiang Nan's eye. Li Cici served him a piece of braised pork. "Do sample my culinary skills." Jiang Nan took a bite and generously offered his praise. "It is exceptional, even better than what Xie Jianghuai prepares. Mother's cooking is the finest." Witnessing this scene warmed Li Cici's heart, and her gaze towards Jiang Nan grew softer, imbued with tender affection. Nan Nan relished her meal, consuming more than usual. Afterward, as Jiang Nan prepared to leave, Nan Nan wished to accompany him downstairs, but Li Cici intervened. "The Bear Helper Squad is about to start. Wouldn't it be better for Nan Nan to watch from home? I will see Brother Jiang Nan off, but I want to go too." Outside was dark, and the stairway lights were broken. "Nan Nan, it's best if you stay this time. Next time Brother Jiang Nan visits, the lights in the stairway will be repaired. And then you can go, all right?" Nan Nan, being a well-behaved girl, glanced at Jiang Nan and then at her mother. "Okay, be good at home. I'll return shortly." "All right." Li Cici secured the front door and escorted Jiang Nan downstairs. The building was an old complex without an elevator, but fortunately, Li Cici's home was on the 5th floor, which was not too high. As they reached the corner of the 4th floor staircase, the motion sensor light was out. However, the soft glow from the wall lights on the 3rd floor provided some illumination in the dim stairwell. As they turned from the 4th to the 3rd floor, Li Cici suddenly embraced Jiang Nan from behind, causing him to pause momentarily. Li Cici, with her eyes closed, leaned against Jiang Nan's back, pressing her entire being tightly against him. Earnestly absorbing every breath, he exhaled. "Sister Cici," Jiang Nan murmured softly. "Jiang Nan, I have come to a realization. I do not desire a title. As long as you treat Nan Nan well and care for me, I shall steadfastly follow you for the rest of my life. Even if it means living in ambiguity, I accept it willingly." Her words were faint, yet each syllable resonated with clarity. This was the culmination of her contemplation throughout the afternoon. Jiang Nan turned, grasping Li Cici's hand, which felt soft and warm, akin to freshly steamed buns. He remained silent, leaning down to kiss her. The warm yellow light illuminated Li Cici's face, enhancing her already exquisite features. A gentle breeze swept through the corridor, tousling her chestnut hair. As they parted, a delicate thread glimmered between their lips. Li Cici extended her slender finger to sever the connection and licked the tip of her finger. The moon outside shone brightly, marking a full moon night. My hand, Li Cici's complexion flushed, her breath steady yet lingering. Once Pandora's box is opened, endless demons emerge. Her desires, locked away for so many years, were now fully unleashed in this very moment. Her gaze towards Jiang Nan brimmed with longing. She yearned to savor the fusion and collision of love and fire deep within her soul, but reason cautioned against such indulgence. There were others in the building. If they indulged here, it might be exposed online by morning. Unable to restrain herself, she stole another brief kiss from Jiang Nan, quick like a bird pecking at grain. "Tonight. I had hoped you would stay, but my relatives have arrived. When can you leave?" "Tomorrow noon, while Nan Nan is at kindergarten. Come over for a meal." "Tomorrow?" "Just arrived today." Li Cici smiled. "I do not wish for my man to suffer, nor do I want my passionate feelings, which rightfully belong to me, to be taken by another woman. Trust me, I can provide you with a surprise. Jiangnan embraced her, their hearts aligning closely. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from above, prompting them to part swiftly. In unison, they descended the stairs together. Upon reaching the ground floor, Li Sisi lingered for a moment, embracing Jiangnan once more. You must come over for lunch tomorrow. I will prepare a delicious meal for you. I will definitely come. After Jiangnan departed, Li Sisi ascended the stairs to her home. On her way back, she encountered her landlady, an energetic 70-year-old who could climb 7 flights of stairs without fatigue. Grandma, are you going out to dispose of the trash? Yes, my grandson is visiting tomorrow, so I need to tidy up the room. I shall assist you in disposing of this. It is getting late, so you need not go down. Oh, that simply won't do. It is quite filthy. Not to worry, as it is contained within a garbage bag. You may return home now. After Li Sisi disposed of the landlord's grandmother's trash, she returned home. Upon seeing her mother, Nuan eagerly approached her. The mother and daughter settled on the sofa to watch television. Does Nuan like brother Jiangnan? Yes, indeed. Is it a strong affection? A little less than for her mother. What is it that she finds so endearing? Nestled in Li Sisi's embrace, Nuan giggled and wiggled, saying, because brother Jiangnan is handsome. Would you like a brother or sister who is as good-looking as brother Jiangnan, gifted by your mother? Yes, Nuan exclaimed excitedly. Chapter 20. Mother Su urges Su Jixia to marry. Su Jixia is infatuated with Jiangnan. The next morning, after Jiangnan completed his morning routine, he drove to school. Being alone at home, he lacked the motivation to prepare breakfast. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided to have breakfast at school. He needed to find a cook soon. Jiangnan parked his Lamborghini Reventon and made his way to the second dining hall for a meal. The cement floor still bore traces of moisture from the heavy rain that had poured throughout the night. Nearby, students were jogging on the playground. Upon entering the dining hall, Jiangnan purchased breakfast and chose a seat. Just as he took a bite of his bun, a girl sat down across from him. Why are you alone? Su Jixia casually inquired after taking a seat. I just arrived at school, Jiangnan replied indistinctly. Are you living off campus? Yes. Where did you rent? I bought an elegantly furnished apartment at Shangyuan Tianfu and reside there. With a resounding clap on the table, Su Jixia questioned, You bought a house? Jiangnan was taken aback by her sudden outburst. Surprised, he asked, What of it? You actually purchased a house at Shangyuan Tianfu? Yes, what of it? The property prices there are exorbitant. Well, they are manageable. Can you disclose how much you spent? I mean, I have no ulterior motive, just pure curiosity. Approximately 3,800,000. Upon hearing this figure, Su Jixia felt utterly disconcerted. 3,800,000. An 18-year-old student, casually wielding such an amount, while she, at 28 and having worked for several years, had yet to even glimpse such a sum. It was utterly outrageous. The capitalist class truly embodies such excess. Shangyuan Tianfu is in close proximity to the music academy. I shall visit you someday. Teacher Su, what brings you to our school? Encountering you here in the dining hall, so early in the morning. I have no classes today. I came to visit my friend. While Jiangnan and Su Jixia dined, a pair of eyes from a distance were observing them intently. Zhou Linhao held his breakfast in hand, initially intending to approach. His spirits plummeted upon glimpsing the handsome young man before Su Jixia. The sheer attractiveness of that boy extinguished any flicker of hope within him. A mere glance was enough to convince him of his futility. Besides this striking figure, numerous girls were also covertly stealing glances at him. In such circumstances, Zhou had no confidence of success. Moreover, he lacked the financial means that the young man possessed. Setting aside the expensive designer attire of the boy, even the watch adorning his wrist was far beyond Zhou's reach. That conspicuous Audemars Piguet Royal Oak watch was identical to one owned by his father, priced at a staggering 1.2 million yuan. Ah, how disheartening it is to compare oneself to others. During moments of anguish, people often seek solace in various justifications. Zhou thought to himself, I have not won Su Laoshir's affection. Certainly, that little boy has no hope either. My own happiness matters little. As long as that boy cannot have Su Jixia, the humiliation of being overshadowed in front of so many would linger in his memory for a lifetime. Jiangnan and Su Jixia parted ways at the entrance of the dining hall. He was headed to the playground for military training, while she was off to the family dormitory to find her dear friend. At this hour, her friend had yet to rise, and the mere thought of her in pajamas filled Su Jixia with excitement. Suddenly halting in her tracks, she pondered, am I perhaps being too much like her? Just then, her phone rang loudly. Upon glancing at the screen, she saw it was her parents calling and promptly hung up. Not long after, they called again. With a sigh, she answered, "Mother, what is it? Why are you calling me so early in the morning? You don't have classes today, do you? What are you up to? Tomorrow is Sunday. You need to hurry back on the high-speed train. Your father and I have found several suitable young men for you. You can choose among them." Arranged marriage? Absolutely not. Shasha, you are 28. Aren't you the least bit anxious? Not anxious at all. While you are not, we certainly are. Also from now on, keep your distance from that friend of yours. She has no boyfriend, and neither do you. You are both not getting any younger. Stop spending all your time together. Mom, what do you mean by spending time together? You know exactly what I mean. Do you think I don't understand? I was young once too. Listen to your mother's advice and find a good man, all right? Su Jixia understood. Her beloved mother was questioning the propriety of her friendship with her companion. Don't worry, I will find someone. Come back today. I won't. If you refuse to return, then find yourself a boyfriend. Should I just pick someone off the street? Stop angering me. I refuse to believe you have no one you like. I'm giving you a week. If you haven't found a boyfriend by next Monday, you must come back for an arranged marriage. A week? Today is already Friday, my dear mother. I do not care. You must find a way on your own. The call ended abruptly. Su Jixiao's pleasant mood for the day was entirely extinguished. 3 days to find a boyfriend? If I possess such skill, would I have remained single for 28 years? When will the world show a little tenderness towards older singles? Su Jixia strolled along the path of the campus. Glistening from the morning rain, strewn with emerald leaves, the air redolent with the scent of damp earth and concrete. The radiant sunlight was fragmented by the foliage, casting dappled light upon her delicate features. A boy she found appealing. She murmured that phrase, ambling thoughtfully. Jiangnan seemed to fit the bill. Indeed. Jiangnan appeared quite promising. Handsome, affluent, with a straightforward character, and of age. After much contemplation, Su Jixiao realized that among the boys surrounding her, Jiangnan was the sole optimal choice. The others, to varying degrees, bore some shortcomings. Yet, he was merely 18, while I am already 28. Setting aside the objective factor of age, we have only known each other for 2 days. If I were to confess my feelings now, would I frighten him away? A slight headache began to throb in her mind. Her brain, unaccustomed to matters of love, seemed to short-circuit when confronted with such romantic dilemmas. I must first ascertain his feelings toward me. But how to confirm this? Love, after all, begins with physical attraction, and in the current online sphere, the representative flirty gestures seem to revolve around legs and feet. Boys tend to refer to these as beautiful legs and exquisite feet. Very well. Su Jixiao resolved. I shall send him a photo of me in black stockings. If he does not find it unappealing, I will confess. If he does, then I shall seek someone else. Perfect, that is settled. But it rained last night, and the morning air is too chilly. I wore long pants and did not don the black stockings. Su Jixiao shrugged dismissively. Never mind, I shall borrow a pair from my friend. Chapter 21. The Awakening of Desire. The Frenzied Female Student. Su Jixiao's Affection Level. 10. As Jiangnan approached the playground, he heard the voice of the system echoing in his mind. Why has it suddenly increased so much? Adding to the previous 15 points. Su Jixiao's affection for me has now reached a total of 26. It was past 10 in the morning. Jiangnan squatted on the grass, surrounded by numerous classmates. Following a night of heavy rain, the lawn still retained its moisture. Sitting down resulted in an unmistakably awkward situation. Yesterday, Jiangnan had stood beside Chen Qinning. However, today, Chen Qinning was absent. After inquiring with her roommate, he learned that Chen Qinning had caught a cold due to an improperly covered blanket during the night. Although she could have come, the instructor had granted her leave to rest in her dormitory. After exchanging a few words with Chen Qinning, Su Jixiao suddenly sent him a message. Are you there? Jiangnan replied. If the earth does not explode, I should still be here. Is there something you need? Do you have time now? I would like to ask for your assistance. What is it? I recently purchased 2 pairs of stockings. Could you help me determine which one looks better for my live stream? The perspective of a male is more valuable. Why would Jiangnan suspect that she harbored ulterior motives? Su Jixiao deliberately provided additional explanations. Send them over for me to see. Thumbnail image, click to view. Su Jixiao sent a photo featuring 2 neatly packaged stockings laid out on her bed. Judging by the packaging, one was a garter stocking and the other was a standard black pair. Jiangnan candidly remarked, I can't tell the difference. Let me try them on. You take a look. All right, I have no objections. Before long, Su Zhixia sent over 2 images. Thumbnail image, click to view. Thumbnail image, click to view. The first image showcased the garter stockings, while the second displayed the black pair. Su Zhixia's legs were long and slender, perfectly straight with no excess flesh. Reminiscent of pencil legs, yet her thighs and calves bore a more voluptuous form, accentuating alluring curves atop the slender foundation. When adorned with the black stockings, her beautiful legs transformed entirely into the legendary pencil legs. The garter stockings, however, revealed the flesh of her thighs, exuding undeniable sensuality and temptation. Which do you prefer? The first one is quite nice. Upon receiving this definitive answer, Su Zhixia exclaimed excitedly, "It's settled." A girl beside her expressed confusion. "Xia, isn't this a bit hasty? What if he becomes infatuated?" "Infatuated? I am not." Su Zhixia immediately defended herself with a serious expression. The girl rolled her eyes at Su Zhixia and said helplessly, "I was referring to him." Only then did Su Zhixia feel relieved. She intended to confess her feelings to Jiangnan solely because, under parental pressure for marriage, she had meticulously selected from the outstanding men around her, ultimately concluding that Jiangnan was the optimal choice. It was certainly not driven by infatuation, absolutely not. Rest assured, my intuition is usually quite accurate. He is not that kind of person. All right, I support you. Su Zhixia typed a message on her phone. Have you bought a house and held a housewarming party yet? A housewarming party? No, there's no need since I live alone. That simply won't do. A housewarming party, also known as a warming party, must be held. Tomorrow is Sunday, and I have nothing planned. So I shall help you organize it. I find it bothersome. Let's not do it. It's not troublesome at all. It's quite simple. Just wait for me to handle it. And you can enjoy the food. Jiangnan, holding his phone, was not in a rush to agree. What was Su Zhixia up to? Why was she so eager to organize a housewarming party for him? All right, let's do it tomorrow morning. Okay, I will definitely surprise you. Su Zhixia tossed her phone onto the bed, her spirits buoyant as she mused. A housewarming banquet. Truly, I am a genius. He would never host such an event alone. By organizing it for him, he would have no grounds to decline. Suddenly, Su Zhixia inquired, Ran, what should I wear tomorrow? Do you think black silk high heels or white athletic shoes would be better? It hardly mattered, for in the end, nothing would remain. Nonsense. I am not yet prepared to engage with him on that level. At 11:45 in the morning, the military training concluded. Jiangnan removed his cap, smoothing his damp hair, as a refreshing breeze danced through the strands. Jiangnan sensed a gaze upon him. Turning his head, he locked eyes with a girl clad in military training attire. In that fleeting moment, he perceived a spark in her eyes. My name is Li Yan, and I have feelings for you. I know this is rather abrupt, but I can no longer bear the days without you. Will you be with me? Jiangnan had yet to respond when another girl interjected, No way. He is my boyfriend. Nonsense. If he is your boyfriend, then who am I? Back off. Who dares to steal my boyfriend? I can't wait to confront you. Darling, come home with me. I bought a bunny girl outfit for us to enjoy. A bunny girl? I have Spider-Man. I have Iron Man. Iron Man is nothing. Darling, I have Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong? One should at least not. Jiangnan stood still, quietly observing the growing throng of chattering girls, resembling a flock of incessantly chirping sparrows. He was waiting. The chief instructor would surely not permit such chaos to unfold. With so many gathered, a stampede could easily occur. What are you doing? The chief instructor finally interjected, his voice booming through the microphone, resonating across the campus. Disperse. What a sight. So many girls surrounding one boy. Your students. You should focus on your studies. The moment the chief instructor's words fell, he was met with a rebuttal from the girls. What right do you have to impede our pursuit of happiness and love? The chief instructor was momentarily taken aback, truly at a loss. I already have a girlfriend. Everyone, please disperse. Jiangnan's calm declaration spread like wildfire among the crowd. The girls gradually dispersed. The chief instructor's eyes widened. Is this the advantage of good looks? Does speaking have more influence than I do? On that day, many girls at Jiangxing University experienced heartbreak. A lone boy sat under the sun, sighing helplessly. My girlfriend is heartbroken, and I still have to console her. What kind of predicament is this? What makes him so special? Is it just his good looks and the ability to drive a Lamborghini? Apart from that, what else does he possess? I recall a celebrity holding a concert, with a throng of girls donning wedding dresses, proclaiming their happiness. Later, when a female star wore a wedding-like dress for her concert, they accused her of tarnishing their love. How base. Be cautious, the walls have ears. Speak softly. Jiangnan drove to his sister-in-law's community, parked his car, and ascended the stairs. He knocked on the door, and moments later, Li Sisi opened it. You're here, come in. Chapter 22. Li Sisi's devotion. The corruption accelerated by wealth. Li Sisi, holding a delicate teapot, was pouring water for Jiangnan. The table was rather low, requiring her to bend slightly, her shapely form subtly accentuated. Her rounded posterior, at this moment, was vividly tangible, full and smooth, reminiscent of a ripe peach. The silky fabric of her dress clung tightly, the fibers stretched to their limits, shimmering under the midday sun. The skirt enveloped her curvaceous figure, revealing a hint of white from Jiangnan's vantage point, a mere glimpse, akin to a meticulously prepared gift. It felt like stumbling upon a hidden gem within a film. A delightful surprise that was unparalleled. The meal will be ready soon. Just wait a moment, Li Sisi said as she stood and headed toward the kitchen. Today, she wore a nude body-hugging dress that fit her impeccably. The soft, smooth fabric embraced her skin, accentuating her slender waist, ample bosom, and rounded curves. The dress featured a deep V-neckline, revealing just a hint of her chest, perfectly balanced, daring yet suitable for everyday wear. This style allowed her fair neck to be fully displayed, much like a peony blooming in spring, striving to showcase her beauty to those she cherished. Her legs were adorned with flesh-colored stockings that closely matched her skin tone, amplifying the elegance of her legs. The visual impact of her graceful limbs was magnified, causing Jiangnan's heart to race uncontrollably. Her thighs, though plump, exuded a healthy beauty, thanks to her profession as a dance instructor, rendering them both firm and smooth. Her calves complemented her thighs, long and full, transitioning seamlessly, with delicate ankles that captivated the eye. Jiangnan's gaze yearned to slip into her slippers, to glimpse the delicate feet enveloped in sheer stockings. He grasped Li Sisi's hand, gently pulling her closer, and she melted into his embrace like cotton. His heart raced. Until now, he had been merely an amateur cook, and in the presence of such an enchanting beauty, he found it challenging to maintain his composure. The intoxicating scent of Li Sisi enveloped him, utterly overwhelming his senses. Jiangnan leaned in and kissed her. He cradled Li Sisi's alluring form and lifted her onto the table. Wait a moment. There's no need to rush, my beloved. What is the hurry? Li Sisi gazed into Jiangnan's slightly flushed eyes, the flame in her heart igniting completely. Yet, as the architect of this moment, she retained her composure. She planted a gentle kiss on Jiangnan's forehead and whispered, My dear, you have military training this afternoon, and you must eat lunch. If you don't have training, I would gladly indulge in mischief with you until dusk. My body is perfectly fine. Li Sisi cupped Jiangnan's face, expressing her concern. I cannot bear to see my man suffer. Jiangnan, captivated by the tenderness in her gaze, felt the fire within him temporarily enveloped by her affection. I will heed your words. Li Sisi headed to the kitchen, while Jiangnan resumed his seat. He noticed 2 half-moon moisture marks where Li Sisi had just sat. The day was sweltering, the table cool, and Li Sisi herself was warm. The beauty of the world condensed in that moment. Li Sisi prepared the meal with remarkable speed. Within just 5 minutes, a sumptuous lunch was ready. Is it delicious? Quite so. No wonder Nuan is thriving under your care. When we have a son, he will be as healthy as Nuan. Jiangnan smiled, not contemplating the future, merely focused on winning over the enchanting woman before him. Yet she had already envisioned far beyond. Last night, I told Nuan that I would give her a brother or sister as lovely as you. Guess how she responded? What did she say? Nuan was delighted. She wants one this year. Jiangnan set down his chopsticks, rose, and without further ado, swept Li Sisi into his arms. Striding toward the bedroom, the chopsticks were discarded. The midday sun, bright and languorous, streamed through the narrow gaps in the curtains, illuminating the bedroom. The wardrobe door was slightly ajar, revealing a white blouse hanging outside. Li Sisi lay against Jiangnan's chest, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction, as if her life were without regrets. His body warmth enveloped her, providing an unprecedented comfort. Will you come again tomorrow at noon? Li Sisi clung to Jiangnan, her small hand tracing his abdominal muscles, reluctant to part. Tomorrow at noon, Nuan will be home, so I can't come. I forgot, tomorrow is Saturday. Li Sisi fretted. I have never found Saturdays and Sundays so arduous. This is the first time in my life. You seem to have many firsts in your life. How annoying. Li Sisi, facing the sunlight, sat up. We haven't finished lunch yet. You need to eat well before military training this afternoon. Jiang Nan and Li Sisi returned to the living room to continue their unfinished meal. Li Sisi still wore that nude-colored bodycon dress, though the stockings that adorned her lovely legs were now absent. Jiang Nan was indeed hungry after an entire morning of military training. Although his physical fitness was commendable, one cannot thrive without sustenance. After lunch, Li Sisi took the initiative to sit beside him. They shared a moment, their shoulders brushing against each other, as if time itself had come to a standstill. "Wait a moment, let me put on my socks," she said, excusing herself briefly. When she returned, Jiang Nan's eyes widened in delight. Her slender legs were elegantly adorned, complemented by nude high-heeled shoes that accentuated her delicate feet. Li Sisi reclined against Jiang Nan's chest. "It's 2:05. We must leave soon. I will miss you dearly. I shall return next week." In just 2 days, he experienced the sensation of time dragging like an eternity. Li Sisi's affection level, 20. Congratulations, host. Li Sisi's affection level has reached 70 points. Hearing this, Jiang Nan beamed, having gained an impressive 70 points all at once. Indeed, the most effective way to enhance affection is through sincere communication. Only through honesty can hearts truly connect. As he pondered, the image of Chun Kenning unexpectedly surfaced in his mind. Would her vivacious spirit exhibit any contrast? The cheerful and lively campus belle. How could he entertain thoughts of another woman while lying on Cece's bed? Truly, he felt a sense of moral decline. Money, it seemed, acted as a catalyst, accelerating one's moral degradation. Time was slipping away. Li Sisi dressed and accompanied Jiang Nan downstairs, their hands intertwined, reluctant to part ways. As they walked, Jiang Nan observed his surroundings with a furrowed brow. The community was quite old, and the accommodations were rather simple. The only appliances present were an induction cooker and a rice cooker, with no television or refrigerator in sight. Furthermore, the transportation was inconvenient, far removed from the city center. Only a single modest shop was nearby, hardly qualifying as a proper supermarket. Suddenly, he halted and asked, "Cece, how long does it take for Nan to get to school each day?" Chapter 23. Li Sisi's affection level reaches 90. Chun Kenning's subtle thoughts. Li Sisi was perplexed by Jiang Nan's sudden question. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. I was just curious. In the morning, it takes about 50 minutes to walk to school. The same duration applies for the return journey, totaling around 2 hours. With some additional inconveniences, it amounts to 2.5 hours. This means Nanan loses at least 2.5 hours of precious sleep each day. At her age, when her body is still developing, this is unsustainable." Li Sisi felt a slight tremor in her heart, her nose tinged with sadness. 2 tears cascaded down her cheeks unbidden. Jiang Nan, instantly concerned, asked, "What's the matter?" "Nothing. Just some sand got in my eye," she replied, discreetly wiping her tears away from his view before facing him again with a smile. The man she had chosen truly cared for her, unlike those who would abandon her after the act or only show kindness in the bedroom. He loved her, cherished everything that belonged to her. "In this lifetime, regardless of the opposition from the entire world, I shall follow him, unwaveringly, even if he turns his back on me." "Jiang Nan, what troubles you?" "I love you." Jiang Nan wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and reassured, "You have expressed this countless times already. Each declaration is etched in my memory. When feelings run deep, the words of affection spoken are infused with emotion. Yet now, this is a statement of pure rationality." Li Sisi's affection level, 15. Jiang Nan, hearing the voice in his mind, smiled. Li Sisi's affection for him has officially reached 89 points. This is a milestone figure. Just a little more, and it will attain 90 points. The final increment in affection requires a distinctive catalyst. I have contemplated the challenges surrounding Wan's commute to school. Previously, without employment or funds, finding a solution was arduous. However, the situation has changed, with the support of the 2 million you provided. I have begun to consider purchasing an apartment in Jiangqing. Have you found a suitable property? I discovered an appealing one online. I plan to visit it next week. I will accompany you then. Excellent. Jiang Nan and Li Sisi descended to the ground floor. The sun blazed down, causing a sensation of burning on their skin. "Do you have time tomorrow afternoon?" Initially taken aback by Jiang Nan's inquiry, Li Sisi smiled and replied, "I cannot in the afternoon, but after I fall asleep. I will come to find you." Jiang Nan responded with a smile, "That is not what I meant." "Not at all." Li Sisi's cheeks flushed crimson, embarrassment overwhelming her. Her mind was indeed filled with such thoughts, but she could not be blamed. It was Jiang Nan's irresistible charm that compelled her to yearn for more. I am free tomorrow afternoon. Then I shall come to fetch you. I have a gift I wish to present to you. Jiang Nan drove away. That white shirt fell to the ground. As Li Cece turned, she caught sight of the landlord's family not far off, accompanied by her grandson and granddaughter-in-law. The landlord inquired, "Cece, who is that person?" Li Cece smiled and replied, "He is my man." The grandson, astonished, exclaimed, "The one driving the Lamborghini is your boyfriend?" "Yes, my boyfriend." The grandson was taken aback, watching the sports car disappear into the distance. This beautiful sister, who resides at his grandmother's house, has a boyfriend who drives a Lamborghini. Then why do you still live here? I will be moving out next month. The grandson's mind raced as he grasped the implications. She is our tenant. And now she has found a boyfriend with a Lamborghini. No, I must cling to this golden opportunity. Sister, do you know me? I am my grandmother's grandson. And this is my grandmother. And this is my girlfriend. The grandson's girlfriend remained silent. The Lamborghini is indeed impressive. However, that man is even more striking. Men are present. Who cares about a mere vehicle? How handsome. That fleeting glance is a rarity in this world, akin to Chao Ji's encounter with the Luo goddess. However, while Chao Ji could compose the timeless Luo Shin Fu, she can only gaze in admiration, internally exclaiming how incredibly handsome he is. In life, one cannot encounter too many breathtaking individuals. At the military training site, Jiang Nan is seated on the ground, enjoying a brief respite. He has already rested for 10 minutes. With another 10 minutes remaining, during the afternoon's march practice, 3 individuals fell out of step. A misstep in the march is akin to a bug in a program. Jiang Nan's instructor, possessing a stubborn disposition, is determined to rectify their mistakes. How is the training going? Jiang Nan, engrossed in scrolling through short videos, receives a message from Chun Kenning. Not bad. How about you? Planning to lie in bed indefinitely? Be wary. A sedentary lifestyle leads to weight gain. Chun Kenning furrows her brows, incensed upon reading the message. How presumptuous of you. You're the one who gained weight. I'm not fat, not at all. I'm quite slender. To substantiate her claim, Chun Kenning sends a photo. Thumbnail of the photo, click to view. The image showcases a pair of perfectly toned legs, with her playful thumb and index finger forming a peace sign. Nice legs, impressive. Indeed, I possess an innate beauty, an angelic physique that allows me to eat without gaining weight. Eat without gaining weight. Who hasn't succumbed to indulgence and turned into a little chub during the winter break of their first year? How would I know? Certainly, it wasn't me. Chun Kenning reclines on her bed, humming along to indistinct melodies emanating from her phone, her petite feet swaying rhythmically, a smile barely contained at the corners of her mouth. Her fingers dance swiftly across the phone screen. Jiang Nan, there is something I've wanted to discuss with you for quite some time. Without a moment's pause, Jiang Nan replies, "Need to borrow money? Who is borrowing money from you?" "I have money." "Then lend me some." "I have no money, not a single cent." Chun Kenning exits the chat interface, instinctively opening Douyin. After a minute of scrolling, a realization strikes her. Did I forget something important? Ah yes, I intended to confess my feelings to Jiang Nan. That guy, stinky Jiang Nan, deserves to be single forever. She reopens the chat interface, typing without hesitation. Don't say a word. When did I say anything? Regardless, just listen. I have something significant to tell you. Okay, I promise to remain silent. Go ahead. I'm all ears. Chun Kenning adjusts her mood, a smile brightening her face once more. With a light-hearted spirit, she types, Jiang Nan. I have liked you for a long time. I liked you in high school. Will you be my boyfriend? After Chun Kenning sent the message, she turned off her phone screen and quietly awaited Jiang Nan's reply. The phone vibrated. Jiang Nan had responded. Chapter 24. The innocent love of childhood friends. Well, I regard you as a brother, and you wish to seduce me? Speak frankly. Have you long harbored ulterior motives towards me, and only now feel unable to conceal them? He teased. If you don't confess, I shall take your baby bottle. Chun Kenning was overwhelmed with shyness, completely flustered by Jiang Nan's playful remarks. She puffed her cheeks, making her youthful, cherubic face appear even more round and adorable. Her fingers danced swiftly across the screen. With a click, she pressed the send button. You rascal Jiang Nan. You think I have designs on you? Clearly, you have been coveting me for ages. It is a stroke of fate that I have confessed my feelings to you. Jiang Nan replied. A stroke of fate to date a little chubby one? Who's chubby? I'm quite slender now. I was a bit plump in middle school. You can keep harping on that. Look at you now, pretending to be slim, she shot back. You, foul Jiang Nan, cannot produce ivory from a dog's mouth. I truly wish to stuff my foot into your mouth. I advise you to be kind. The United Nations banned chemical weapons in 1997. Such actions violate the UN Charter and would earn you the disdain of all humanity. Serious face. Chun Kinning messaged, Jiang Nan, are you still on the playground? Yes. What about it? He replied, my right hand seeks a close encounter with your mouth. I'm not a hand person. No thanks. Chun Kinning fumed in her dormitory. You dare to provoke my anger, Jiang Nan. The next time we meet, I shall show you my true power. Initially, she believed confessing to her childhood friend would be a profoundly romantic affair, one that would leave him deeply moved. However, her childhood companion seemed utterly oblivious, as if he had lost his mind. Indeed, books can be deceiving. Childhood friends can be incredibly vexing. The phone buzzed again. A new message from Jiang Nan arrived. Shall we watch a movie together tonight? No. Chun Kinning decisively refused. After afternoon military training, I'll wait for you downstairs. Why would I wait for you? I'm not going to the movies with you. You rascal Jiang Nan. Chun Kinning closed the chat application and lay on her bed, scrolling through Douyin. Around 6 in the evening, after military training concluded, she suddenly received a new message from Jiang Nan. Look downstairs. Curious. Chun Kinning got out of bed and leaned out of the window. Jiang Nan stood below, holding a bouquet of roses and a loudspeaker he had inexplicably procured. Her heart raced, and she quickly returned to her bed to grab her phone, calling Jiang Nan. Hello, what are you doing downstairs? Chun Kinning inquired. In the Jiangnan region, it is only natural to express one's feelings while holding a bouquet of roses. But why the loudspeaker? Jiang Nan chuckled. I worry my little darling might selectively tune out. So this serves as a backup. You rascal. Chun Kinning responded. Would you like to accompany me to the cinema? She blinked and pressed her lips together. Did you not say you only wish to be my brother? As the saying goes, a bamboo horse that does not desire to sleep with his brother is not a good childhood friend. Once more, Jiang Nan extended his invitation. Chun Kinning, would you like to join me for a movie? Chun Kinning stifled a smile at the corners of her mouth. Considering your earnest invitation, I shall reluctantly agree. I will wait for you downstairs. No loudspeaker, please. I will be down shortly. Understood. Jiang Nan assumed shortly meant 5, 10, or even 20 minutes, but obviously, their perceptions of time differed significantly. For her, shortly translated to 45 minutes and 35 seconds. Jiang Nan nearly met his end waiting beneath the girls' dormitory. However, upon catching sight of Chun Kinning, he suddenly felt that waiting 45 minutes was hardly a burden. Dressed in a short white pleated skirt that reached halfway up her thighs, she embodied perfection. Her long, fair legs were strikingly straight, transitioning seamlessly from thigh to calf. She was, indeed, a masterpiece of creation. Yet, the lingering baby fat on her face lent her oval visage a youthful innocence. Thus, despite her short skirt, there was nothing remotely provocative about her appearance. Rather, it radiated purity and charm. On her upper body, she wore a white camisole topped with a mint green ice silk jacket. Though delicate, the fabric was substantial and entirely opaque. A pair of petite white shoes stood cheerfully before Jiang Nan. Kinning, these are for you, he said, presenting her with a large bouquet of roses. A joyful smile graced her lips. Her happiness stemming from two sources: the roses Jiang Nan gifted her and the expression he had just worn. The sense of fulfillment was exquisite. It was worth the 40 minutes spent perfecting her makeup. As for the childhood friend, she could easily handle that. Have you decided which movie to watch? Jiang Nan inquired. Let's see White Snake, The Legend of the New Gods. I've heard it's quite good. As they strolled along the campus path, the roses in Chun Kinning's hands drew the attention of their classmates, causing her heart to race with excitement. Jiang Nan, where did you purchase these roses? After military training. I bought them outside. Do you like them? I do. In fact, I had intended to present you with a gift as well. Another gift? In Chun Kinning's large, sparkling eyes, little stars twinkled brightly. Every girl delights in surprises, and even if she had been angry just an hour ago, Chun Kinning, now blushing shyly, was no exception. She cherished gifts, especially today. Where are the gifts? Jiang Nan smiled and replied, of course, the gifts should be chosen by oneself. Don't you adore my watch? Let's go to the Latte Mall, and I shall gift you one. Chun Kinning hesitated, her expression pitiful. Isn't it too expensive? Jiang Nan rolled his eyes at her. Don't count it. Just be a little reserved. Jiang Nan retorted, you being reserved in front of me is ridiculous. The moment you crouch down, I know what you're about to do. Oh, Jiang Nan, can't you be a bit more romantic? Once in the car, Jiang Nan fastened his seatbelt. While Chun Kinning cradled a bouquet of roses, occasionally inhaling their fragrance with excitement, revealing a charming smile. What if I place them in the trunk? No, I want to hold them. This is the first bouquet of roses you've given me. Buckle up, we're heading to Latte Mall. Jiang Nan drove his Lamborghini Reventon away from Jiangbei University, heading straight for the mall. Chapter 25. Jiang Nan's Clumsiness at Latte Mall. Jiang Nan and Chun Kenning ascended to the second floor. Passers-by hurried by, and as their hands inadvertently brushed against one another, Chun Kenning's heart raced. Should I refuse if Jiang Nan takes my hand? Just then, she felt her hand enveloped in a warm palm. Looking down, she saw Jiang Nan gently holding her small hand, as if afraid to hurt her. Chun Kenning's cheeks flushed. Upon reaching the Patek Philippe counter on the second floor, as soon as they entered the store, a beautiful saleswoman approached them. Welcome to Patek Philippe. How may I assist you? Jiang Nan cut straight to the chase. Do you have any pieces from the stargazing collection available? The saleswoman paused, instinctively sizing up Jiang Nan and then Chun Kenning. The attire of the girl appeared rather inexpensive. Altogether, it couldn't have cost more than 500 yuan. The man, while slightly better dressed, clearly lacked the status to buy from the stargazing collection, which was reserved for VIPs. What business did a poor student have inquiring about the stargazing collection? It was a waste of time for both of them. With an apologetic smile, she said, I'm sorry, sir, but we do not have any pieces from the stargazing collection available. However, you may make a reservation, and we will notify you immediately should any become available. Are you certain there are none? Indeed, sir. Even if there were, they would first be offered to our VIP clientele. If you so desire, you may first become a VIP member of our establishment, at which point we will certainly give you priority. The beautiful saleswoman, while smiling, spoke with an undercurrent of disdain and mockery. It is not entirely her fault. A white goose, having spent too long among swans, might genuinely believe itself to be one. Jiang Nan remained silent, unfastening the cuff of his sleeve to reveal his Audemars Piguet Royal Oak Offshore Men's watch. Simultaneously, he produced the key to his Lamborghini Reventon. Shall I present my proof of assets? The saleswoman's gaze intensified as she fixated on the Audemars Piguet on Jiang Nan's wrist. Upon confirming its authenticity, her expression transformed into one of sycophantic charm. Sir, please have a seat. Lisa, bring the finest coffee. The beautiful saleswoman invited Jiang Nan and Chun Kenning to sit down. Another attendant placed 2 steaming cups of coffee before them. I do not care for coffee, Chun Kenning remarked, wrinkling her delicate nose at the aroma. We also offer pre-rain Longjing tea. Would you like to try some? I have no money. Chun Kenning observed the woman's demeanor with keen eyes. Her previous condescending smile had shifted once Jiang Nan revealed his watch and car key. Though aware of the nature of humanity, she felt uncomfortable and a bit irritable. The saleswoman complimented, young ladies like yourself typically do not enjoy coffee. Therefore, we also provide pre-rain Longjing, which is exquisite. I shall have it brought to you immediately. Shortly thereafter, a cup of freshly brewed pre-rain Longjing was placed on the table. At the same time, the saleswoman presented a selection of watches from the Starry Sky series for consideration. Which one do you fancy? Jiang Nan inquired with a smile. Chun Kenning glanced at the prices and murmured, they're all over 2 million. Do we really need to buy one? How expensive? Of course we shall buy one. I mentioned I would gift you something special. Chun Kenning's gaze wandered over the watches until she finally chose a Starry Sky series watch priced at 2.45 million. Are you hungry? Jiang Nan took Chun Kenning's hand as they meandered through the Latte Mall. I am a little hungry. Let us dine and then watch a movie. All right. Throughout the evening, Chun Kenning felt her right wrist unusually heavy. The watch itself was quite light. While she could sense its presence, it did not weigh her down. The heaviness she felt stemmed from the notion that she carried a small fortune on her wrist. After the film concluded, it was already late. Jiang Nan drove Chun Kenning back to her school, arriving at the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Chun Kenning smiled as she gazed at Jiang Nan, playfully remarking, Jiang Nan, the girls' dormitory will not close for another 15 minutes. Jiang Nan acknowledged, shall we take a stroll? Sure, there's no rush to return to the dorm. The two wandered leisurely through the campus, eventually finding a bench by the roadside to sit upon. A gentle breeze tousled Chun Kenning's hair, causing her pleated skirt to flutter. Instinctively, she pressed her hand down to secure it. Bathed in the soft glow of the white streetlight, she appeared breathtakingly beautiful. As her gaze shifted, it fortuitously met Jiang Nan's, their eyes locking in a moment of shared connection. Why are you looking at me like that? She inquired. You look exceptionally lovely tonight. I sense a hint of mischief about you. Really? Chen Qinning replied, nodding slightly. Jiang Nan whispered, Qinning, do you remember what I once deceived you about in elementary school? You claimed your tongue was sweet. In truth, I did not deceive you. Chen Qinning's cheeks flushed as she softly retorted, I do not believe you. With that, they shared a kiss. After a prolonged moment, they parted ways. At that instant, Chen Qinning's cheeks were flushed, radiating a charming shyness. She whispered, What did you feel? It seemed like a layer that was neither soft nor hard. That is the shell. They lingered together until the dormitory gates were nearly closed. And only then did Chen Qinning return to her residence. After arriving home, Jiang Nan refreshed himself and reclined on the balcony lounge chair, enjoying the cool night breeze. Suddenly, Su Zhixia sent him a message, reminding him not to forget the housewarming banquet the following morning. Jiang Nan urged her to arrive early, assuring her he would be waiting at home. Bored, he scrolled through short videos, and fatigue gradually enveloped him, leading him to doze off on the balcony. Buzz. After an indeterminate period, Jiang Nan was jolted awake by a phone call. Upon checking his phone, he noticed an unfamiliar number. As he hesitated to answer, the caller hung up. Jiang Nan dismissed it. If the call were truly significant, they would surely try again. If not, it was merely a nuisance. A sneeze escaped him, and he realized he had caught a cold from the evening breeze. He took 2 cold medicine tablets and returned to his room to rest. Lying in bed, he tossed and turned, his nose congested, unable to sleep. Crumpled tissues filled the wastebasket. Late into the night, he finally drifted into a restless slumber. The following morning, he was startled awake by a phone call. Upon glancing at the screen, he saw it was Su Zhixia. You aren't still sleeping, are you? I just woke up from your call. I'm at your doorstep. Please let me in. Coming. After ending the call, Jiang Nan realized his cold had completely subsided. He opened the door to find Su Zhixia standing there, holding a tote bag. Welcome. Chapter 26. Su Zhixia with a favorability rating of 40. As the door swung open, Su Zhixia's gaze fixated on Jiang Nan, who had hastily emerged wearing nothing but a pair of shorts. The well-defined abdominal muscles, the robust pectorals, the alluring waistline, and the unembellished physique of the young man stood before Su Zhixia, leaving her utterly stunned. The impact was akin to that of a young man, having been single for nearly 28 years, visiting the home of an attractive female colleague. Imagine the shock when this beautiful colleague greeted him in a rather revealing nightgown. It is easy to fathom the overwhelming effect such a scenario would have. Su Laoshi, why are you bleeding from your nose? Su Zhixia was jolted from her reverie, reaching up to touch her nose, only to discover that indeed, she was bleeding. She hastily handed over what she had brought to Jiang Nan. Where's the bathroom? To the left. Su Zhixia dashed into the bathroom, closing the door behind her. Turning on the faucet, she let the icy water cascade down. Once she managed to tend to her nosebleed, she gazed into the mirror, confronting a damp and disheveled reflection. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming desire to vanish, wishing to find a crevice in the earth to hide away for eternity. How mortifying. Here she was, a woman in her 20s, reduced to bleeding simply from a glimpse of a young man's abdominal muscles. Was she truly that fragile? No, it couldn't be her weakness. It must be the dry weather. Yes, it was the weather. It wasn't her fault. After slightly composing herself, she exited the bathroom. Jiang Nan, where are you? In the bedroom, making the bed. Following the sound of his voice, Su Zhixia entered the bedroom just in time to see Jiang Nan finishing up the bed and putting on a short-sleeved shirt. Su Laoshi, are you all right? I'm fine, she replied with an awkward smile, her gaze instinctively drifting to the chest concealed beneath his shirt. As autumn approached, the air grew dry, although a few rains had fallen. They did little to alleviate the aridity. Indeed, dry weather often led to nosebleeds. Su Zhixia engaged in casual conversation with Jiang Nan, but her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the overflowing trash bin in the corner. It was brimming with crumpled tissues. Is the youth's vitality truly so exuberant? Yesterday, I caught a cold. That paper was for wiping my nose. I didn't even ask. Why do you seem so guilty? Jiang Nan chuckled softly. Sisters, it seems, are bolder and more perceptive. Stop dawdling. I have prepared quite a feast for your housewarming celebration. The two made their way to the living room, where Su Zhixia eagerly displayed an array of items she had purchased. There were snacks, red dates, peanuts, sunflower seeds, and candies, fruits like apples, grapes, and bananas, and, of course, bowls, chopsticks, couplets, and the character for fortune. She produced a dazzling assortment, clearly demonstrating her thoughtfulness for the occasion. Su Laoshi, Thank you for your dedication in organizing this housewarming party for me. So, what shall we have for breakfast? Shall we eat at home or dine out? Su Jixia brought only ready-to-eat foods, consisting solely of nuts and fruits. Such a breakfast does not align with the culinary customs of Jiangnan. Naturally, since I have taken the trouble to host your housewarming banquet, I would not allow you to dine outside. Here, we have nothing but nuts and fruits for breakfast? Certainly not. I shall prepare breakfast shortly. You must hasten, for time is of the essence. However, before I commence with the cooking, there is a matter that requires resolution. What is it? I exclusively prepare meals for my boyfriend, and you are not my boyfriend. Jiangnan found himself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond to this unexpected declaration. He surmised that Su Jixiao's visit was perhaps a subtle test regarding their relationship. Yet, he was taken aback by her directness, cutting straight to the chase. So, do you wish to be my boyfriend? The room fell silent, and Su Jixia could hear the rhythmic beating of her heart within her chest. Why was he not speaking? Was he unwilling? After all, he was merely 18, while she was in her late 20s, a decade apart. How could he possibly be interested in someone of her age? Perhaps it would be best to let it go. Suddenly, Su Jixia chuckled. I was merely joking. You cannot truly be contemplating making me your girlfriend, can you? You were just joking? Jiangnan replied with a light-hearted laugh. Of course. When I was in elementary school, you were still a mere egg cell. So, does that mean you do not like me? Something seems amiss. Su Jixia suddenly realized. How had she shifted from being the initiator to the passive one? Teacher Su, do you harbor feelings for me? You must be jesting, right? No, I am sincerely confessing my feelings. Su Jixia then recognized the tenderness in Jiangnan's gaze, adorned with a gentle smile. Her earlier attempts at damage control were in vain. You are insufferable, she remarked, playfully striking Jiangnan with a nearby cushion. You've already discerned my feelings, yet you continue to tease me. Jiangnan attempted to embrace Su Jixia, who, after a token resistance, settled into his arms. This is the first time a boy has held me like this. You must take responsibility. I will certainly take responsibility, Jiangnan replied. Perhaps we should kiss. Embracing like this feels rather awkward. That makes sense. They adjusted their positions, facing each other. Su Jixiao's cheeks flushed as she said, do not be nervous. Take your time. All right. They closed their eyes and shared a kiss, which lasted a mere 20 seconds before being interrupted by a phone call. Su Jixia retrieved her phone and glanced at it. It's my mother calling. Please remain silent. Understood. Su Jixia pressed the answer button and brought the phone to her ear. Have you given it some thought? It's Saturday. When do you plan to return for the blind date? Her mother inquired from the other end of the line. A blind date? Wasn't I supposed to find someone on my own? Su's mother retorted. If you could find a boyfriend within 3 days, would you still have been single for 28 years? My precious daughter? Humph, don't underestimate me. I have found someone. Hee, I really have. Enough chatter, return before noon. I won't go back. I already have a boyfriend and have no intention of attending a blind date. You found someone, have you? Send me a photo so I can see. I hope you aren't trying to deceive me with an online image. I'll send it right now. After hanging up, Su Jixia took a photo of Jiangnan. Just as she was about to send it, she noticed a glimmer at the corner of his mouth. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was the saliva from their recent playful exchange. She wiped the droplet away, snapped another picture, and sent it. Done. Su Jixia set her phone down, her thoughts returning to Jiangnan. Jiangnan, there is something I'd like to ask you, she said. What is it? When we first met, it seemed you were staring at my back for quite a while. Did I? Of course. I saw your gaze reflected through the restaurant window, fixed intently upon me. Tell me, what were you looking at? My legs? Chapter 27. Su's mother and the pressure of marriage. Jiangnan's gift Su Jixia was in a captivating and enchanting state. Her luscious red lips were full and ripe, akin to a peeled peach, making it irresistible for anyone to want to taste their sweetness. Jiangnan leaned in closer, resuming the passionate kiss that had been interrupted. The bright sunlight streamed through the pristine floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating Su Jixia's features, as a rosy blush crept across her cheeks, causing her heart to race with excitement. Don't move, she murmured shyly. I'm sorry. Su Jixia nestled against Jiangnan, reclining in his embrace. It feels as if this is all a dream, so surreal. What is surreal about it? I thought I would remain single for the rest of my life. Why do I feel this way? Before meeting you, I had never experienced such butterflies in my stomach for anyone. I even once believed that love was merely a term created by humanity to mask the instinct of reproduction. She snuggled closer to Jiangnan. But now, I understand how wonderful this feeling truly is. I can finally have a boyfriend to hold. Jiangnan embraced Su Zhixia, savoring her delightful scent. At that moment, Su Zhixia's phone rang. It was her mother calling. Leaning against Jiangnan, she held the phone to her ear. Mom, is my boyfriend handsome? Very handsome. And of a decent age, but he does seem a bit insincere. Su Zhixia was taken aback. What do you mean by that? You foolish girl. Deceiving me with internet images, unaware that you should have chosen an unedited one. This is a screenshot taken from your Douyin, where all the handsome men are beautified and utterly insincere. I am not deceiving you. He truly is my boyfriend. Your father's deceitful tactics surpass your own naivete. Wait a moment. Your second aunt is calling. I shall speak to you later. Goodbye for now. Su Mu ended the call. Shortly thereafter, she called again. Xia? What were you saying? I said he truly is my boyfriend. If you do not believe me, let us have a video call. Photos can be edited. But a video call cannot be fabricated, can it? He is right beside me. No need for that. I will go to Jiangxing tomorrow. If you truly have a boyfriend, let him meet me. If not, next week, you shall return home with me for a blind date. You are coming over? Su Zhixia was taken aback. Your second aunt just called, saying her daughter's little girl is having a full month celebration tomorrow, and she wants me to bring you along. Is my father coming too? Your father is working overtime. I shall go alone. Isn't your cousin just 22 years old? Precisely. At 22. She already has a daughter celebrating her full month. My daughter, in her 20s, is still deceiving her mother with internet images. I am not deceiving you. Whether you are deceiving me or not shall be revealed tomorrow. Very well. Su Zhixia hung up and smiled at Jiangnan. My mother is coming tomorrow, likely around noon, and she wants me to take you to meet her. Then let us have lunch together tomorrow. Su Zhixia leaned against Jiangnan's embrace, urging, you must attend tonight's housewarming banquet. At your home? Of course, I have prepared for a long time. I will definitely go tonight. Gurgle, gurgle, Su Zhixia's stomach growled. It is getting late. No need to cook. There is a breakfast place outside the community that serves delicious food. Let us go there. After sharing breakfast, Jiangnan and Su Zhixia parted ways. Although it was Sunday, he still had to attend military training at school. On the playground, he encountered Chun Kailang, with whom he had reluctantly parted the night before. Chun Kailang wore a military training cap, her fair face resembling a peeled egg, soft, bouncy, and luminous. During a break in military training, Chun Kailang appeared exhausted. She lazily leaned against Jiangnan's shoulder, groaning, I am so tired. I feel utterly drained and long to return to sleep. Did you not sleep well last night? I was too excited to sleep, only dozing off at dawn. What excited you? The sudden acquisition of over 2 million in assets. Just thinking about it fills me with exhilaration. Chun Kailang yawned widely and continued, however, aside from not sleeping well last night, it is certainly because today is Sunday. On a typical day, I would still be asleep at this hour, utterly fatigued. During the morning military training, Chun Kailang managed to hold on. After lunch, she could no longer hold on, yawning repeatedly and feeling lethargic. The two bid farewell beneath the girls' dormitory. Once Chun Kailang ascended, Jiangnan drove away from the school, returning home to rest. Lying in bed, the serene and comfortable environment lulled him into a slight drowsiness. Just as he was about to take a nap, his phone vibrated suddenly. Jiangnan picked it up to see a message from Sister Cece. Although the screen was locked and he could not read the content, it was easy to surmise that the mature lady was yearning for him due to her solitude. Jiangnan unlocked his phone and navigated to the chat interface. In the afternoon, I arranged for Cece to be with the landlady. I had previously mentioned wanting to give her a gift. It now appeared that the mature sister may have misunderstood, thinking I intended to indulge in her company this afternoon. This could yield an unexpectedly delightful result. Bring one along. One. She is a mere child. The gift I have for you is suitable for all ages. There's nothing inappropriate for children. Do not misinterpret. Upon reading Jiangnan's words, Li Cece felt a flicker of doubt. Earlier, she had speculated that Jiangnan wished to be close to her, but he had dismissed the notion. Now, she believed it might be a candlelit dinner, as they had recently confirmed their relationship. And it was indeed the right time to deepen their connection, or at the very least, to share tender moments. However, Jiangnan's mention of a child being present made her ponder the nature of the gift he was bringing. Was it diamonds? Gold? A necklace? A luxury watch? Li Cece recalled the scenes from various dramas where wealthy individuals presented their lovers with extravagant gifts, typically gold jewelry or handbags. It was highly probable that it would be a handbag, Then I shall bring Nuan over this afternoon. She has been talking about you since you didn't come last night, and mentioned making new friends at kindergarten. And you? Did you miss me since you didn't come? Li Sisi sent a shy emoji in response. Of course I did. Last night, you were the only figure in my dreams. Are you coming over now? Nuan is napping and won't wake up for a while, she added. Following this message, she sent a picture, a pair of beautiful legs encased in sheer stockings. Basking in the sunlight, their alabaster sheen enhanced by the material that sparkled enticingly. The toes were accentuated, offering an alluring glimpse. Are you coming over? Li Sisi inquired once more. Chapter 28. Li Sisi. How about giving Nuan a brother? At this moment, even if Jiang Nan were to visit, he would achieve little, and it might disturb Nuan's slumber. Moreover, it was already 1:20 p.m. An hour was hardly sufficient for anything meaningful. The heart of an 18-year-old girl is beguiling, while that of a 30-year-old woman is captivating. Li Sisi seemed to have grasped Jiang Nan's thoughts, sending another photograph. In the image, she donned a sheer lace, strapless bodycon dress. Her elegant legs encased in flesh-colored stockings, and delicate feet adorned with glossy red-soled high heels. Are you not coming? Jiang Nan smiled at her playful remark and replied. Wait until next Monday. You shall reap the fruits of your labor. Do not let me wait until the flowers wither. Can flowers wither? In the absence of rain, the earth would indeed become parched, leading to the wilting of blossoms. If meteorological conditions permit, artificial rainfall might alleviate the drought. Yet it merely addresses the symptoms rather than the root cause, leaving crops unharvested. The weather in Jiangsheng was sweltering, particularly in the afternoon at 2:30. When Jiang emerged from the library, it felt as if the sun were pressing down upon his scalp, scorching and intense. On his way to the playground, he encountered Chen Kenning, who briefly embraced Jiang Nan's arm before quickly releasing it. It's too hot. After an entire afternoon of military training, Jiang Nan felt utterly drained. Not to mention the other students. Fortunately, by the afternoon, a blanket of dark clouds covered the sky, suggesting that a heavy rain was imminent. The cool breeze wafted through, dispersing the oppressive heat. Chen Kenning leaned against Jiang Nan, engrossed in her phone. Do you know who the most handsome guy in our school is? It's me. Jiang Nan did not boast. This had been confirmed by the system. He was the pinnacle of male beauty. If someone surpassed him in looks, could it still be considered the pinnacle? Correct. It's my boyfriend. She suddenly straightened up, eagerly inquiring, who do you think the most beautiful girl in our school is? Without hesitation, Jiang Nan replied, it must be you. Exactly. Chen Kenning beamed. How could the girl dating the most handsome guy not be the most beautiful? Those on the confession wall must be mistaken. Jiang Nan, puzzled, asked, isn't it you? No, it's a senior from the Chinese language and literature department. They say I'm just the flower of our class. Jiang Nan, would you like to see how beautiful this senior is? Chen Kenning stared intently into Jiang Nan's eyes. After a brief pause, he resolutely declined. No, my girlfriend is certainly the most beautiful. There's no room for debate. You hesitated. Chen Kenning smiled. If you want to see, just look. I won't say anything. I won't. It's fine. Beautiful women are meant to be admired. Glancing at her wooden tea hurt. Really? I won't look. All right then, hold my phone for me while I use the restroom. As Jiang Nan took her phone, he noticed Chen Kenning walking away. He unlocked the device, and as the front camera activated, his handsome visage appeared on the screen. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Kenning had stealthily returned, standing beside him. Jiang Nan, do you think the girl is beautiful? Jiang Nan chuckled. Not bad. I shall bite you. Chen Kenning leapt towards Jiang Nan like a small lion. After school, Jiang Nan took his leave under the pretense of work, and Chen Kenning harbored no doubts. After all, it was implausible for him to possess such wealth without any employment. Jiang Nan drove to the entrance of the residential complex where Li Sisi resided and made a phone call. She and her daughter soon descended. Upon seeing Jiang Nan, the little girl, Nuan, beamed with joy. Brother Jiang Nan. He embraced her, yet his gaze lingered on Li Sisi, who wore a white short-sleeved top paired with standard denim shorts. Her exquisite legs basked in the sunlight, showcasing their natural beauty. She donned a pair of casual shoes, and her long, silky hair cascaded loosely over her shoulders. Earlier that afternoon, Jiang Nan had suggested she dress casually. Brother Jiang Nan, Nuan is also very cute, she declared. Jiang Nan replied while holding Nuan. Indeed, Nuan is even cuter than her mother. Li Sisi shot him a playful glare. You are sowing discord between mother and daughter. Nuan and her mother are the best, right? Nuan is best with brother Jiang Nan, she countered. Li Sisi smiled. Well then, if that's the case, then a brother as handsome as brother Jiang Nan, mother 1T, be getting one for Nguyen Nguyen. Nguyen Nguyen immediately released Jiang Nan and clung to Li Sisi's leg, exclaiming, Nguyen Nguyen and Mama are the best in the world. And brother Jiang Nan is the second best. Li Sisi embraced Nguyen Nguyen, showering her with kisses. Once in the car, Li Sisi and Nguyen Nguyen settled into the back seat. Nguyen Nguyen raised her little face, gleefully asking, Mama, where are we going? Brother Jiang Nan is going to give us a gift. A gift? What is it? You'll have to ask brother Jiang Nan. Brother Jiang Nan, what gift are you giving Nguyen Nguyen? Jiang Nan replied with a smile, it's a secret. Soon, the vehicle arrived at an Audi dealership. We're here. Time to get out. Li Sisi gazed at the Audi showroom in astonishment. You're going to gift me a car, aren't you? She exclaimed. Although I am unaware of where you found employment, it must be quite a distance from Nguyen Nguyen's school. Having a vehicle will save you time on your commute. Li Sisi rushed into Jiang Nan's arms, embracing him tightly, disregarding Nguyen Nguyen's presence. Nguyen Nguyen lifted her little face, blinking in surprise. I want a hug too, she exclaimed excitedly. Li Sisi released Jiang Nan, crouched down, and pinched Nguyen Nguyen's cheek, teasing, so small, and already competing for Mama's husband. Does the little brother still want to be around? Nguyen Nguyen looked between Jiang Nan and her mother. I want a hug. Jiang Nan obliged, hugging Nguyen Nguyen, and took her hand, leading them both into the dealership. A female sales representative in professional attire approached them promptly, clad in a white shirt. The button at the collar of the white shirt remains unfastened, revealing her delicate collarbone. The black fitted skirt clings to her curves, accentuating her shapely figure. Two black stockings envelop her long legs. Coupled with her striking beauty, she certainly stands out in this 4S dealership. Her nameplate reads Zhou Qi. Welcome to Jalan Audi 4S dealership. Jiang Nan nods slightly and suggests, choose a car that you like. Li Sisi inquires, whose name should I write? If I am buying you a car, it should undoubtedly be in your name. Li Sisi's spirits soar as she takes her daughter by the hand, following the female sales representative to view the vehicles. Jiang Nan settles into the guest area, where Zhou Qi brings him a cup of hot tea. From the moment Jiang Nan entered, her gaze has been fixed upon him. This young man is exceptionally handsome and affluent. If she could be with him, what need would she have to sell cars? Although he arrived with a woman, the little girl is clearly not his biological daughter. Men are often drawn to married women, which is a peculiar inclination. However, their attraction to youthful maidens remains an eternal truth. Though I am no longer a maiden, I can at least aspire to be more appealing than that young mother. With intention, she takes a seat in front of Jiang Nan, subtly revealing a hint of black at her chest for his viewing. Chapter 29. Li Sisi's 90-point affection. Su Zhixiao's housewarming banquet. It is now 5:20 p.m. Jiang Nan has arranged to meet Su Zhixiao at 7 o'clock p.m. There is still ample time. Jiang Nan sips his hot tea. Despite Zhou Qi's persistent attempts to present herself, he finds himself indifferent to her advances. Name, Zhou Qi. Age, 25. Effectivity, 30 points. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Beauty, 85 points. Charging times, 105. An appearance rating of 85 is passable. Yet 105 charging cycles raises concerns. Can the battery's health truly remain at 100? Does it not age? Is there no risk of swelling? In this era of integrated smartphone batteries, after-sales service does not include battery replacements. At best, one might seek third-party manufacturers. However, the technology from these third parties ultimately has its flaws. Suddenly, the little girl runs over and opens her arms to Jiang Nan. Hug, though small. She is aware that Jiang Nan's previous embrace was perfunctory, lacking sincerity. With her mother preoccupied with car shopping, she sneaks over for a hug. After receiving his embrace, the little girl joyfully bounds back to her mother. Li Sisi gently rubs her daughter's cheek and smiles, asking, do you really like brother Jiang Nan that much? Super like. A few minutes later, Li Sisi has found her desired model. Jiang Nan, I've made my choice. Upon hearing the words, Jiang Nan rose and approached Li Sisi. Which one has captured your fancy? This one, the A8L55 TFSI Quattro flagship model. Can I take it home today? Certainly, sir. The female sales representative smiled beside them. Then this shall be the vehicle. The saleswoman escorted Li Sisi to sign the contract and complete the various formalities, including tax procedures, as Jiang Nan handed over the card. This car officially became Li Sisi's chariot. Nguyen Nguyen gazed longingly at the silver mechanical beast. Is this car ours now? This car belongs to Nguyen Nguyen. Jiang Nin replied with a smile. Nuan climbed into the passenger's seat, curiously looking around with unbridled delight. I will accompany you for a test drive. Li Sisi settled into the driver's seat, while Jiang Nan and Nuan took their places in the back. She gently pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle roared to life. As they drove along, Li Sisi's heart raced. Gazing into the rearview mirror at Jiang Nan and Nuan smiles, she felt herself relax completely. The total cost for the car, including insurance and purchase tax, amounted to 950,000 yuan. With a triple bonus return, Jiang Nan received nearly 3 million. Thus, his savings swelled to 15 million. Upon returning to the dealership, Jiang Nan exited the car and opened the trunk of the Cullinan. From within, he retrieved a large plush toy, Bear Air. Upon seeing the Bear Air plush, Nuan instantly brightened with joy. The toy was substantial, towering over Nuan by an additional 30 centimeters. Jiang Nan handed the Bear Air to Nuan. This is a gift for you, Nuan. She buried her face into the plush bear's belly, feeling its softness and warmth, a source of immense comfort. Seeing Nuan smile, Li Sisi felt a sense of solace. It turned out he had been thinking of Nuan from the very beginning. Congratulations, host. Li Sisi's affection level has reached 90 points. 90 points. If 40 to 50 points represent the stage of falling in love, 70 to 80 denotes intimacy. 90 points signifies the beginning of unwavering devotion. At this level of affection, barring any extraordinary circumstances, Li Sisi would continue to love Jiang Nan indefinitely. Jiang Nan placed the plush toy in the back seat of the Audi A8L. Nuan promptly followed, clutching Bear Air and giggling incessantly. I must take my leave. Li Sisi nestled into Jiang Nan's embrace, whispering, I love you, Jiang Nan. You've said that several times now. From now on, I will tell you every time we meet. I must go now. Drive carefully. Li Sisi watched as Jiang Nan's car disappeared down the street before turning to Nuan. Nuan was happily clutching Bear Air, bursting with laughter. What would you like to eat tonight, Nuan? Meat. Li Sisi fastened Nuan's seatbelt and prepared to close the door. Mommy, Bear Air also wants a seatbelt. The task of fastening the seatbelt for Bear Air was entrusted to Nan. She exerted all her strength to pull the seatbelt open and secured the buckle. Mom, I've completed the task, Nan exclaimed proudly. Jiang Nan then returned to his residence, took a shower, and changed into a clean outfit. At 6:30, he drove to the southern entrance of Jiangxing Music Academy. During his last visit, Su Zhixia had mentioned that the family housing was quite close, as she usually resided there. The family building is situated within the academy grounds. Upon arriving at the entrance of the academy, Jiang Nan noticed the security guard was engrossed in a video featuring a sultry lady, clad only in yoga pants and a form-fitting lace tank top, lounging with her legs crossed and swaying in high heels. As Jiang Nan's car approached, the guard, who was about to admonish him for the prohibition on external vehicles, was momentarily captivated by the dazzling figure on the screen. Curry Nan, then it's all right. Why should I provoke someone earning 3,500 a month? With a cheerful demeanor, the guard opened the barrier and allowed Jiang Nan to enter. Once in the family housing area, Jiang Nan parked his car and followed the address to Su Zhixia's doorstep. He rang the doorbell, and shortly after, she opened the door. Jiang Nan, you're here. Come in. Do you need to change your shoes? Those blue slippers are for you. Jiang Nan changed his shoes and settled onto the sofa. The apartment was modest, approximately 50 square meters. On the balcony, a rack held pairs of white cotton socks and casual shoes. From her recent attire, it was evident that she favored comfortable clothing. For instance, she had swapped her previous outfit for white cotton socks, showcasing her long, fair legs, healthy and well-proportioned. Please wait for a moment. The soup will be ready in 5 minutes, she said. Jiang Nan embraced Su Zhixia's slender waist, startling her with the sudden gesture. She gasped and instinctively placed her hands on his chest. Their eyes met, and she wrapped her arms around his neck, leaning in to kiss him under his gaze. Su Zhixia's lips were soft and warm. This time, they were undisturbed, entwining for 4 or 5 minutes before parting. After straightening her clothes, Su Zhixia quickly dashed into the kitchen to turn off the stove. All set, Jiang Nan, let us eat. At the dining table, they sat across from each other. The atmosphere charged with subtle intimacy. Though they were dining, neither was particularly focused on the meal. I simmered the fish soup for 2 hours, she said. Jiang Nan took a sip and praised, delicious. Both Su Zhixiao and her sister possessed commendable culinary skills, albeit with different tastes. one preferring lighter flavors while the other leaned towards richer ones. As Jiang Nan reached for the dishes with his chopsticks, he accidentally dropped them. He bent down to pick up the chopsticks, but a pair of small feet clad in white socks inadvertently stepped on the end of the chopsticks. Jiang Nan smiled and remarked, "Your foot is on the chopsticks." Su Zhixia's face flushed slightly as she bit her rosy lip and softly inquired, "Do you think the chopsticks are dirty, or are your feet dirty?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan stood up and said with a smile, "Although it is an apparent question, I would still like to earnestly discuss it with you, Teacher Su. Would you grant me this privilege?" Chapter 30, Whispering Quietly. Shouting loudly, Su Zhixia leaned against Jiang Nan's chest. The warm yellow light illuminated her exquisite face. Her long, fair legs were bare, glowing under the gentle light, creating an incredibly alluring sight. The white cotton socks enveloped her delicate feet. "My mother is coming tomorrow, and I am so anxious." Su Zhixia closed her eyes, a wave of worry washing over her. What if my mother does not like Jiang Nan? I have finally found someone worth loving for a lifetime. In truth, from the very first moment she met Jiang Nan, Su Zhixia had already developed feelings for him. The family's pressure for marriage merely provided her with a legitimate reason. What is there to be nervous about? Jiang Nan playfully toyed with her soft, boneless hand and placed a kiss on her lips. "I fear my mother may not like you. I dread that my love, which is yet to begin, may abruptly come to an end. Your mother will surely like me. Even if she does not approve, I will still be with you." Gurgle, gurgle. Su Zhixia's stomach growled. "Are you still not full?" Jiang Nan asked. "Not yet. Please get me a new pair of chopsticks later. My socks aren't dirty. Are you sure you want to change them?" After dinner, it was already past 10. Jiang Nan emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel after taking a shower. Su Zhixia, lying on the bed and scrolling through her phone, felt a rush to her nose upon seeing Jiang Nan's abs. With a quick swipe, there was blood again. "Should we go to the hospital for a checkup?" Jiang Nan smiled. Su Zhixia's face turned a deeper shade of red, overwhelmed by embarrassment. She had no idea why seeing Jiang Nan's abs made her nose bleed, as if some dormant sense of shame had been awakened within her. Su Zhixia dashed to the bathroom to clean up the blood. Looking at her reflection in the mirror, she saw a stunning beauty with delicate features. Although she was already 28, there were no signs of aging on her face. Rather, there was a subtle allure that straddled the line between a mature woman and a young girl. Why do I bleed from my nose every time I see Jiang Nan's abs? This is so humiliating. No, I must take control of the situation. How could an 18-year-old boy possibly be my match? Su Zhixia's residence consisted of only one bedroom. Given the nature of her relationship with Jiang Nan, it was inevitable that they would share the bed at night. Su Zhixia stepped onto the balcony, donning a black battle robe. At that moment, she was engaged in light-hearted conversation with her classmate, Chen Kenning. After bidding farewell to Chen, Su Zhixia re-entered the room. She wore a black, delicate lace nightgown that showcased her back. The contrast between the black gown and her fair skin accentuated her porcelain complexion, making it appear even more radiant. At a glance, her alabaster arms and elegantly long legs captured one's attention. Her legs were straight, slender, and proportionate. The black nightgown fit her perfectly, crafted with exquisite detail, rendering everything remarkably natural, sensuous, yet modest. She removed her petite white socks, revealing her pristine, delicate feet. Her bare legs, unobscured, resembled exquisite porcelain from Jingdezhen, untouched by dust, and smooth as jade. The two straps of her gown seemed to serve as tantalizing evidence, beckoning a detective to grasp the proof and interrogate her innermost desires. Why, despite her evident longing, did she feign resistance with those slender straps? Did she not realize their fragility? As for her abundant allure, it was undeniably bountiful. Feeling Jiang Nan's fiery gaze upon her, Su Zhixia slightly curled her lips. She was pleased with Jiang's reaction. After all, how could a mere child be her rival? Did he truly think she was a naive girl who would blush at a crude joke all day? How comical. In this age gap, it was he who should be blushing, her little darling. Su Zhixia settled onto the bed, which yielded softly beneath her, creating a shallow indentation. She reclined against the bed, her snow-white legs laid out and intertwined. Silence enveloped her, as if she were fishing for attention. Observing her, Jiang Nan smiled silently, lying on the bed, continuing to scroll through Douyin. "It's getting late. Let us turn off the lights and sleep," Su Zhixia suggested. "All right, let us sleep," he replied. To Su Zhixia's astonishment, Jiang Nan turned off the lights and tucked himself under the covers, silencing his phone screen, and drifted into slumber. Just like that, he fell asleep. Su Zhixia felt a twinge of frustration, pursing her lips. I'm dressed so beautifully, so alluring, so enchanting, and you choose to sleep. She mused. You must be pretending. I wonder how long you can keep it up. I refuse to believe a boy of 18 or 19 can sleep soundly at a time like this. A minute passed. Then 5. After 5 minutes, Su Zhixia turned on the bedroom light and snuggled into Jiang Nan's covers, wrapping her arms around him from behind. You little rascal. You weren't really asleep, were you? As dawn broke, Su Zhixia had breakfast in the cafeteria before heading back to the dormitory. It was yet another beautiful Sunday. Free of classes, and she felt fabulous. Good morning, Teacher Su. Hello. Teacher Su, you look stunning today. And you look lovely as well. Teacher Su, your spirits seem particularly high today, don't you think? I hardly slept last night, and was just planning to catch up on some rest. As a fellow music instructor from the same department, she grasped Su Zhixia's arm, inquiring as they walked, was that boy from last night your boyfriend? Have you seen him? The female teacher shot her a look. There's no one upstairs, but there are people downstairs. My dear sister, I kindly ask you to be a tad more discreet next time. I'm not implying that you were loud, but you ought to consider the feelings of someone like me, who is devoid of a boyfriend. Those things you shouted. Su Zhixia swiftly covered her mouth, whispering, let us keep our voices down. Despite a sleepless night, Jiang Nan's vitality remained robust. The physical prowess of a second-tier athlete is no trifling matter. After last night, Su Zhixia's fondness for Jiang Nan surged dramatically, increasing by 35 points, culminating in a total favorability rating of 75. A little more, and it would reach 90. The pivotal aspect for the married sister was her daughter. Could Su Zhixia's key point perhaps be her mother? Jiang Nan parked the car, and not far away. Chun Kinning rushed over, leaping into his embrace. Today, she was still clad in her green military training uniform, her high ponytail swept back. The uniform enveloped her delicate figure. Though her military shoes fit well, they were rather conventional and lacked flair. Fortunately, Chun Kinning was exceptionally beautiful, with exquisite features, harmonious proportions, and soft, youthful lips adorning her oval face. With a hat perched atop her head, she appeared even more endearing. Her petite visage was fair and lovely, with lips reminiscent of cherry blossoms, tinted a soft pink. A couple of days under the sun had not darkened her fair complexion in the slightest. Jiang Nan took Chun Kinning's hand as they strolled towards the playground. His thoughts drifted back to the previous evening, recalling their moment on the bench by the roadside. Should it occur again, perhaps he would be more adept. Zhou Chuqing's favorability. 5. Jiang Nan. What happened? Chapter 31. Su Zhixia's mother arrives in Jiangqing. The curtains shielded the morning sunlight, casting a dim light within the bedroom. Zhou Chuqing lay flat on the bed, idly scrolling through her phone, her interest waning, finding it rather dull. She tossed the device onto the bed and turned onto her side. Unbidden, Jiang Nan's visage surfaced in her mind. Ever since their last encounter, she had been unable to forget him. Jiang Nan's face had become increasingly vivid in her thoughts, almost tangible. Rising from the bed, she made her way into the bathroom. Her alabaster form was embraced by the warm cascade of water. With her eyes closed, she savored the sensation of the water flowing over her body, a feeling she had long been accustomed to, yet in this moment, it stirred unusual emotions due to the faint impression of a man. After her shower, Zhou Chuqing rinsed her hands at the sink. Her slender fingers, as delicate as white lilies, glistened with droplets of water. The last time we parted, I had promised him a meal. Now, calling him seemed entirely justified. He had aided me, and I owed him a debt of gratitude. Seeking to repay him felt only natural. When an illogical thought unexpectedly surfaces in one's mind, one often frantically seeks justification, no matter how absurd the reasoning may be, as long as it maintains internal coherence. Zhou Chuqing, bereft of any garments, grasped her phone and hesitated momentarily before sending a message to Jiang Nan. The tranquil lake of her heart rippled with unease, and the rhythmic thumping of her heart echoed in the silent room. After a prolonged wait, why had he not answered? Sitting on her bed, Zhou Chuqing remained silent for several seconds, a wave of despondency washing over her. The nascent flame of love flickered, abruptly extinguished by the sudden chill of reality, leaving only a faint ember glowing. Suddenly, the phone rang. Zhou Chuqing swiftly picked up her Huawei P70 Pro. In an instant, her expression shifted from excitement to melancholy. Hello. Is there something you need? The dignity of the Constitution is inviolable and cannot be shaken by a band of monkeys. Be more mindful in the future. Even if you remarry, Ensure your finances are secured. I was able to retrieve the funds for you this time, but I cannot guarantee it will happen again. Thank you. Attorney Zhou, I appreciate your help. Zhou Chuqing tossed her phone aside and rubbed her face. She had managed to reclaim the money for that gentleman. Yet his family had been irrevocably shattered. On the athletic field of Jiangxing University, students were undergoing military training. Suddenly, the chief instructor approached and ordered a pause in the training for Jiang Nin's class. Upon receiving the command, the instructor immediately halted the exercises. The chief instructor scanned the class. Where is the first beauty of the new students? Step forward. Silence enveloped the ranks. The chief instructor checked his phone for the name. Chun Kenning, step forward. Chun Kenning emerged from the line, glancing first at the instructor, then at the chief instructor, who pointed to a stranger. You go with him. Where to? To the National Flag Honor Guard. A female member is in the hospital and cannot attend the military training performance. You will replace her. Chun Kenning exclaimed with delight. Joining the National Flag Honor Guard means I won't have to train anymore. Exhausted from the morning drills, she was elated at the prospect of no longer having to endure training. Understood. As she departed, she cast a triumphant smile towards Jiang Nan. No more military training. How splendid. At 10:40, after an entire morning of military drills, Jiang Nan was granted his first break of 15 minutes. He opened his phone to discover a missed call. The phone displayed that it was Zhou Chuqing calling, ringing for over 40 seconds. In that brief moment, Jiang Nan recalled the morning's sudden notification regarding an increase in his fondness for Zhou Chuqing, which had surged by 5 points, bringing her total fondness to 30. Jiang Nan returned the call. Hello, Chuqing. I was in military training earlier. Did you need something? Nothing much. I had mentioned treating you to a meal. And since today is Sunday, I thought we could go out for lunch. Don't you have Sundays off? We don't rest on Sundays during this 2-week military training. Do you have time for lunch today? Lunch. Unfortunately, I have other matters to attend to. How about we meet this evening? All right, I will send you the address later. See you tonight. By the way, how did that case turn out? It's all settled. I managed to recover the funds for him. Really? That's impressive. They haven't troubled you further, have they? No, it was a court ruling. That is good to hear. See you tonight then. See you later. After hanging up, Zhou Chuqing's mood, which had been disheartened for half a day, finally lifted. It turned out that Jiang Nan had not been avoiding her call. He simply could not answer due to military training today. At 10:40, Lin Qinglan arrived at Jiangxing High-Speed Rail Station. Upon exiting the station, she spotted Su Zhixiao amidst the crowd. Su Zhixiao was strikingly beautiful, with a commendable figure, and her job as a university professor was the envy of many. From any angle, she was an exemplary woman. However, Lin Qinglan was troubled by the fact that her daughter had remained single for 28 years. While being single for 18 years could be understandable, 28 years without any inclination towards romance, alongside an ambiguous best friend, was a source of great concern for her as a mother. She feared her precious daughter might inadvertently stray off course. Mommy. Upon seeing her mother, Su Zhixiao rushed over and enveloped her in a warm embrace. You little rascal, I knew you were deceiving me. Lin Qinglan pinched Su Zhixiao's cheek affectionately, saying, Aren't you in a relationship? Where's your boyfriend? Why hasn't he come along? Is he too shy to meet me? He's not shy at all. He's currently in military training and can't take leave, but don't worry, Mommy. He has already reserved a private room at the Rainiria Hotel for lunch to welcome you. Rainiria Hotel? Isn't that a 5-star establishment? What does your boyfriend do? How can a student in military training afford to book a room there? I didn't ask. Oh, you silly girl. I'll ask him when we meet. Mommy, we just started dating. Please be gentle when you speak to him. Don't be too aggressive. Don't worry, I won't intimidate your young gentleman. You're the best, Mommy. Moi? She hasn't even married yet. And she's already turning her elbows outward, Lin Qinglan teased indulgently. Oh dear, enough of that. Our Xia is feeling shy. The mother and daughter strolled towards the parking lot. Suddenly, Lin Qinglan remarked, He's just started university. Isn't the age difference a bit considerable for you to be in a relationship? Xia, you must think this through. This is a significant matter in your life. Don't worry, Mama. As long as there is true love, age is not an issue. All right, let me take you home for a while to rest. Chapter 32. The ill-tempered Aunt Lin Qinglan settled into the passenger seat and glanced at the Audi emblem on the steering wheel. I told you to buy a domestic car, yet you insisted on getting an Audi. Now that you have an A5, you can't even eat properly. Just look at how thin you've become. After paying off the loan this month, how much will you have left? Is it enough for meals? Su Zhixiao flashed a broad smile, proudly declaring, Mom, you are mistaken. What do you mean? I've paid off the entire car loan. You cleared over 200,000? Where did you get that much money? Lin Qinglan was aware that her beloved daughter was engaged in live streaming and had over 1 million followers. However, due to her profession, Su Zhixia only streamed singing and refrained from selling products or accepting advertisements. This resulted in her substantial follower count not translating into actual purchasing power. It appeared impressive, yet no money came in. Lin Qinglan suddenly asked, "Did he help you pay it off?" "Well, sort of. You silly girl. How many times have I told you not to take things from boys casually? You accepted over 200,000 from him. How will you repay him in the future?" Su Zhixia explained, "He gave me gifts. It's not as if I took it for free." "Gifts? He pursued you first, even before we met. He was already sending gifts in my live stream. We met a couple of times afterwards, and then we got together. Be cautious. Don't let yourself be deceived. Don't worry. Mom, he's a really good person, handsome, and knows how to care for others." Lin Qinglan rolled her eyes. Girls in love could be quite frightening. "Make a left turn. Let's head to the Raneria Hotel," Lin Qinglan suggested. "Mom, it's still early. Let's stop by my place first and go there closer to noon. Your aunt's full moon celebration is also at Raneria." What a coincidence that they booked the same hotel. Upon arriving at the Raneria Hotel, Su Zhixia parked the car at the entrance. The attendant took her keys and parked it properly. "Mom, which floor are they on?" "I believe it's the 12th floor." The mother and daughter ascended to the 12th floor banquet room. Although it was just past 10, the full moon banquet had not officially commenced. Yet the venue was already bustling with people from all walks of life. A middle-aged man was nearby telling risque jokes, eliciting hearty laughter from a group of middle-aged women. Meanwhile, a cluster of young people gathered together, engrossed in a game. A woman cradling an infant in her arms was engaged in conversation with her family. As Lin Qinglan approached the gathering, a middle-aged woman stood up, adorned in a peony-colored cheongsam with a daringly high slit. Despite being in her 50s, the dress still reached the upper thigh. This woman was Su Zhixia's second aunt. "Little sister, why didn't you call? I could have sent Fu Kai to pick you up," Lin Qingju remarked politely. "Zhixia brought me here. I didn't need to take a single step," Su Zhixia replied, her beauty increasingly evident. Lin Qingju's gaze lingered on her, thoroughly admiring her appearance. "Fu Kai, go fetch your classmate. Didn't he express a desire to meet our esteemed broadcaster?" A slender man in his 20s rose and departed. Shortly after, he returned with a robust man, likely a fitness enthusiast, given his impressive stature. Lin Qingju introduced him, saying, "Zhixia, this is Chai Gang, the owner of the Xingchen Gym. He is also the champion of this year's Longwood District Fitness Competition and the runner-up in the Asian region. This young man is remarkable, earning tens of thousands monthly. After watching your live stream, he insisted on meeting you." "Hello," Su Zhixia greeted politely with a smile. "Zhixia, your singing is truly exceptional. I watch every one of your live streams. I've longed to meet you," he declared. "Thank you," she replied. Lin Qingju smiled. "You youngsters have much to discuss. We shall not intrude. Little sister, let us move over there." Seeing this, Su Zhixia promptly stated, "I have a boyfriend." Lin Qingju's smile faltered momentarily before she replied, "Don't speak nonsense. I know whether you have a boyfriend or not." Lin Qinglan discerned Su Zhixia's intent and supported her by saying, "Zhixia just started dating someone. I've only recently learned about it. She came to Jiangxing to meet him." Lin Qingju instinctively glanced at Chai Gang, who smiled and remarked, "Even if you have a boyfriend, it's no issue. We are merely here to converse, not to engage in anything else." "My boyfriend is rather jealous. He would be upset," Su Zhixia retorted. In front of so many people, Chai Gang's persistent invitations were met with rejection, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. "I'm a fan too. This is our first meeting, so please do me the courtesy of chatting with me," he insisted. Su Zhixia, feeling irritated by his lack of understanding, replied coldly, "I don't know you. Why should I grant you any favors?" A sudden silence enveloped the group, with no one daring to speak. However, after a brief pause, Lin Qingju quickly resumed the conversation. "Let us not dwell on this. Today is a joyous occasion, and we mustn't allow trivial matters to mar our harmony." She signaled to her son-in-law to escort Chai Gang away. Before leaving, Chai Gang leaned towards Fu Kai and muttered a few words, casting an unfriendly glance at Su Zhixia. "Little sister, you all sit tight. I'll attend to the other guests. As you know, we have quite a crowd today." "All right, second sister, don't mind us. You go about your business," Su Zhixia replied. "Please make yourselves at home. This is like your own house, so do not stand on ceremony. Lin Qingju said a few polite words, but after leaving, she never returned to attend to the mother and daughter again. Had it not been for their early decision to secure a seat, they might have found none by the time the banquet commenced. Su Jixia cast a glance at the group seated at the main table and murmured, "What a bunch. Forcing introductions upon me, and now they seem offended. How absurd." Lin Xinglan shot Su Jixia a warning look, urging her to refrain from speaking carelessly. Su Jixia stuck out her tongue and popped a piece of fish into her mouth. "I paid my share. I must recoup my expenses. Open that bottle of Maotai for me," she exclaimed, pointing at the bottle. "Oh dear," Su Jixia lamented, rubbing her delicate hands. Just as she reached for the Maotai, Lin Xinglan gently swatted her hand, admonishing, "What are you doing, young lady? Girls shouldn't drink." Su Jixia set down her chopsticks, feeling a wave of frustration directed at her aunt, rendering her unable to eat another morsel. Lin Xinglan was not much better off. She too put down her chopsticks after a couple of bites. In the meantime, the parents of the children raised a toast at every table, except for theirs. This blatant exclusion only deepened Su Jixia's resentment. Were it not for her mother's presence, she would have left long ago. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open, and a young man stepped inside. As he entered, it was as if a spotlight fell upon him, drawing the attention of everyone present. Here he is. Chapter 33, an 88,000 meal. Jiang Nan, clad in casual attire, stood at the entrance, scanning the room. Su Jixia's heart swelled with delight at the sight of his outfit. It was now 11:50 in the morning. Jiang Nan had just called to inform her that military training concluded at 11:30. This meant he had gone home to change clothes after training, all to make a good impression on her mother. His willingness to undertake this small effort was a testament to how much he valued their relationship. Su Jixia's affection level, 5. Here. Su Jixia smiled and waved. Upon seeing her, Jiang Nan approached her side. Su Jixia warmly wrapped her arms around his, beaming as she said, "Mom, this is my boyfriend, Jiang Nan. What do you think? I wasn't lying, was I?" Lin Qinglan smiled as she appraised Jiang Nan, her grin growing broader. Meeting the parents for the first time, it would be disingenuous to say Jiang Nan felt calm. Thus, he utilized the system to check Lin Qinglan's affection level towards him. Lin Qinglan's affection level, 50. 50 points. How splendid. Not bad. I've secured my position. "Hello, Auntie, I am Jiang Nan," he greeted. "In the morning, there was military training, and the school did not allow leave. So I was unable to come and pick you up. It's all right. Jixia brought me here. The weather today isn't too hot, and I'm not tired." Jiang Nan smiled and said, "Auntie, I've also reserved a private room in this hotel. Shall we change places for a while? We can return later." "All right, let us sit for a bit." Lin Qinglan glanced towards the main table and smiled. "Second sister, I'm leaving now, but I'll come back to see you later." Lin Qingju, her face beaming, did not immediately agree. She stood up and walked to Lin Qinglan's side, smiling. "Everyone is here. It wouldn't be appropriate for you to leave." "Second sister, I'm not leaving for good. My daughter's boyfriend is here. Is it too much to take them aside for a moment to chat about family matters? Everyone here is family. What family matters can't be discussed here." "Second sister, enough." Lin Qingju urged Lin Qinglan to cease further discussion. She turned to Jiang Nan casually. "Since you're here, there's no need to go back down. Let us dine here. It's unnecessary to tire yourselves out going up and down." Although the private room was on the 35th floor, the hotel had elevators, so it wouldn't be exhausting. A family, after all, are still direct relatives. Su Jixia was seated at a table near the entrance, a considerable distance from the main table. Anyone with clear sight could discern the woman's intentions. Lin Qingju paused slightly, her gaze scrutinizing Jiang Nan. Upon noticing the watch on his wrist, her eyes lit up. "An Audemars Piguet Royal Oak Offshore? Is that the one worth 1.2 million? Most people might not recognize it, but as a devoted aficionado of AP, she could identify even a single screw as belonging to a specific watch. Spending 1.2 million on a watch seems rather carefree. Jixia, why don't you introduce your boyfriend to your second aunt? We are family, after all. It would be quite awkward if we were to pass each other on the street without recognition." Su Jixia frowned slightly. "Now you acknowledge we are family. Why didn't you think of that earlier? Just a moment ago, you had my mother and me positioned at the entrance, without considering our relationship. Second aunt, this is Jiang Nan, my boyfriend." "Jiang Nan, what a lovely name. Your parents must be well educated." Lin Qingju welcomed Jiang Nan. "Please, take a seat. No need to stand there. Oh dear, little sister, if I hadn't called you, would you still be unaware of your place at the main table? Why are you sitting at the entrance? Lin Xinglan keenly sensed the shifting balance of social dynamics, tilting towards her. The gloom that had enveloped her heart was momentarily dispelled. Second sister, we want tea. Take a seat. You attend to the guests first. We are family. We can't neglect anyone. Indeed, we are all family. Those present were astute. As long as they weren't hard of hearing, they could detect the sarcasm and reproach in Lin Xinglan's words. Even when scolded, one was still obliged to smile and nod in agreement. The intricacies of human relationships were vividly materialized in that moment. Jiangnan, Jixia, let us depart. Lin Xinglan, accompanied by two individuals, proceeded towards the entrance of the private room. Lin Qingju, alongside her husband, daughter, and son-in-law, escorted them into the elevator. The onlookers within the room were left in a state of bewilderment. Their astonishment was not due to Lin Qingju's obsequious behavior, but stemmed from the realization that she had someone to fawn over, while they had no one to cater to their whims. However, upon reflecting on Lin Qingju's treatment of her own sister, they felt a sense of relief, knowing that even if they were to indulge in flattery, it would be of little consequence. Witnessing another person ascend the social ladder brought them greater joy than losing a fortune. Lin Qingju turned to her husband and inquired, "How much does a private room on the 33rd floor cost?" "Well, the cheapest seems to be 660,000, while the most expensive is 880,000. 880,000. Lin Qingju felt a wave of regret wash over her. She had reserved a room for 80,000, a decision she had contemplated for a long time, and even then, it was merely to mitigate her losses. Yet now, her sister's son-in-law had casually booked a room priced at 880,000. Had it not been for the earlier incident, given her relationship with her sister, she would have undoubtedly been seated in a luxurious 35th floor room, treated as an esteemed guest rather than the subject of mockery. Lin Qingju cast a cold glance at her son-in-law. "Fukai, in the future, steer clear of your dubious acquaintances. They are as impoverished as they are presumptuous, and they are no asset to you. Yet you still expect Jixia to show them respect. What worth do they possess?" The young man remained silent in the face of his mother-in-law's reproach and invective. "Mom, let us just eat. If you leave now, our family will truly be humiliated. Let us dine." On the 35th floor, within a resplendent private room adorned opulently, the three were seated around a table. The waiter had arranged an array of dishes. Standing by attentively, Lin Xinglan gazed at the sumptuous spread before them, a veritable feast of delicacies from the mountains and seas, both familiar and exotic, creating a dazzling display. While she maintained a semblance of politeness, Jixia had already begun to eat heartily, disregarding any semblance of decorum, indulging in the meal as she pleased. When Lin Xinglan and Jiangnan's attention turned to her, Jixia blinked and asked, "Why aren't you both eating?" Lin Xinglan, exasperated, replied, "It is your fortune to have Jiangnan as your boyfriend. Had it been any other young man, he would have surely found your dining mannerisms off-putting." Jixia instantly bristled at her mother's remarks, feeling a sense of betrayal. "Mom, don't critique me in front of him. He may seem composed now, but he is really not as he appears." Overwhelmed by her emotions, Jixia was about to retort, but quickly realized that such comments were inappropriate in the current context. She promptly resolved to remain silent and focus on her meal. Jiangnan gently suggested, "Auntie, let us eat first." Chapter 34. The awkward attitude of the second aunt. The three of them chatted amiably while dining. Su Jixia recounted most of her experiences with Jiangnan to Lin Xinglan. Following this meal, Lin Xinglan's fondness for Jiangnan surged from a modest 50 to an impressive 70. After finishing their meal, as they settled the bill, her admiration soared an additional 5 points upon hearing the price of the meal, 80,000. A single dinner cost 80,000. The extravagant private room at her second sister's place, including the food, had only amounted to that same sum. How could a mere table of dishes be more expensive than the lavish banquet in that grand room? "Dear, why not stay here for the night before you head back? You still have work tomorrow. If you truly miss Mom and Dad, just find some time to visit. Now that you have a boyfriend, they want to pursue you so diligently," she suggested. "I'll be home next week," Su Jixia replied. The three continued their conversation as they walked to the underground parking lot. "Jixia, why don't you drive Mom home?" "Mom, I just ate my fill and don't feel like driving. Could Jiangnan take you instead?" "You lazy girl," her mother exclaimed. "I'm feeling a bit queasy. You clearly devoured so much seafood." "Well, now I'm seasick." With a smile, Jiang Nan interjected, "Auntie, allow me to give you a ride." "Thank you, Jiang Nan. Not a trouble at all. My car is over here," he replied, leading Lin Qinglan and her daughter towards his vehicle. Just around the corner, they spotted Lin Qingju and her family in the distance. At this time, their banquet should just be commencing. Why were they leaving so early? Lin Qingju, noticing Lin Qinglan approaching, called out, "Sister, leaving so soon?" "Second sister, I have work tomorrow, so I need to head back early. Stay for a couple more days." "No, I must go. Let Fukai take you. He just bought a Mercedes. It's quite comfortable." "No, let Jiang Nan drive me. He came by car." Lin Qingju quickly changed her tone. "Jiang Nan has obtained his driver's license? How wonderful." Jiang Nan, wishing to avoid such insincere flattery, excused himself to fetch the car. "Sister, Zhixia's choice in a boyfriend is quite commendable. This child has always had good fortune. There was a slight misunderstanding today, but please don't dwell on it. Second sister, we are family. Every household has its minor skirmishes. Rest assured, I am not the petty type." "Oh, hearing you say that eases my heart considerably. You have no idea how troubled I have felt since I made that mistake." "Mom, we should be leaving." Su Zhixiao interrupted Lin Qingju's self-reproach. She opened the rear door of the Cullinan and stood there. "Second sister, I'm off now. Take care. No need to see me off. Drive safely," Lin Qingju advised, gazing at the magnificent Cullinan before her, her heart racing and her vision slightly blurred. The Cullinan, over 7 million, landing at over 9 million for a top-tier SUV. She had just been extolling her son-in-law's new Mercedes. Driven by an intense competitive spirit, she appeared as grotesque as the Joker from Batman. The Cullinan emerged from the underground garage, heading towards the high-speed rail station. In truth, it was not only Lin Qingju who felt curiosity and astonishment. Lin Qinglan was equally intrigued. The Cullinan, this type of vehicle appeals to a broad audience, deeply ingrained in public consciousness due to its portrayal in films and dramas. On platforms like Douyin, it seems that everyone possesses one. To witness it in reality, and to be seated within this car, was a feeling that quickened the heartbeat. Upon arriving at the high-speed rail station, Jiang Nan parked the vehicle and escorted Lin Qinglan inside. During the ticket inspection, Su Zhixia chattered away with Lin Qinglan, resembling an adorable little sparrow. "Mom, I don't want you to leave." Su Zhixia nestled into Lin Qinglan's embrace, playfully seeking affection. The only distinction between her and her younger sister was their physical size. Aside from that, there was no difference. Both had boyfriends yet still sought comfort in their mother's arms. Was there no sense of shame? No shame at all. "Jiang Nan, I am leaving. Annie will come again next time. Time to head back." Lin Qinglan approached the ticket gate. Just before departing, she glanced back at Su Zhixia. Upon seeing Su Zhixia's hand tightly clasped with Jiang Nan's, she felt a sense of relief and left. "What time is it?" 1:05, Jiang Nan replied, glancing at his watch. "There's still ample time. What time is sufficient?" Su Zhixia gazed at Jiang Nan, extending her delicate arms to encircle his neck. Like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, she placed a gentle kiss upon his lips. "This is a reward for you. You performed wonderfully today. My mother adores you." "It's my honor." Su Zhixia's affection level, 10. "Congratulations, host. Su Zhixia's affection level has reached 90 points. Task completed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Tiandu Kingdom number 001 villa. Relevant documents and items have been placed on the host's bedroom bed. The Tiandu Kingdom No. 001 villa is finally in his possession. A villa valued at several hundred million is now officially part of his assets. The No. 002 villa alone is worth 200 million. The number 001 villa, at the very least, must be worth 300 million. I should find time to visit it. One hand resting on the steering wheel, Jiang Nan placed the other on Su Zhixia's beautiful leg. She was wearing a skirt today, with bare legs that felt exquisite. Especially the warmth of her touch. "Make sure to rest well this afternoon. Tomorrow we return to work," Su Zhixiao advised. "Jiang Nan, you should also ensure you get enough rest tonight. Though you are young, staying up late isn't wise." "No problem." Jiang Nan too wished to avoid staying up late unless unforeseen circumstances arose. He parked the car in the underground garage. Su Zhixia's vehicle remained there, as she would soon need to drive back. At present, the subterranean parking area was tranquil, devoid of any presence. Su Zhixia was in front of the mirror, retouching her makeup. The heat of the day had caused her appearance to slightly falter. She extended her slender fingers to dab at her lips before continuing to apply her lipstick. "Jiang Nan, take your time on the road. I am ready to leave." "All right." Su Jixia exited the vehicle and drove away in her Audi A5. Jiang Nin did not linger, steering his car towards the school. It was now 2:10, and the weather was sweltering. Under the sun's glare, the windshield gleamed, revealing any imperfection with stark clarity. A fleeting glance revealed a pair of footprints on the windshield, distinct in the sunlight. Upon arriving at the school, Jiang Nin parked his car and tidied it up, changing into his military training uniform and donning a cap as he made his way to the playground. Shortly after setting off, he spotted the dispirited Chen Qinning. Jiang Nan. Qinning, what troubles you? I thought that by joining the National Flag Guard, I would be exempt from training. But their regimen is even more rigorous than that of my unit. I wish to leave, but the instructor won't allow it. Jiang Nan encouraged, since you have committed, you must embrace the responsibility. I do not wish to bear responsibility. I desire comfort. A girl called from a distance, Qinning, let us go. I'm coming. Chapter 35, the Zunjie S-800. The sun blazed fiercely, distorting the space around it, the sky a clear azure, unmarred by clouds. Every moment of military training was endured in torment. March in place. Stand still. Military posture while marching, for half an hour. Attention. The instructor glanced at the chief instructor on the platform, who, upon receiving a signal, commanded, everyone, take a break. Jiang Nin sat on the ground, removing his cap. He took out his phone, checking a message from Chen Qinning sent 10 minutes prior. I am so exhausted, I no longer wish to continue. A girl even cried during practice, yet she persists. I shall too. An extremely aggrieved and angry emoji. Chen Qinning had gradually found her rhythm, and he felt no need to worry anymore. A message from his father inquired about Jiang Nan's military training at school and whether he was managing well living away from home. Jiang Nan briefly recounted his circumstances, discreetly omitting the presence of several girls around him from his parents. Subsequently, he and his father discussed the matter of the 3 million he had sent, and upon hearing that his parents had yet to spend a single cent, Jiang Nan furrowed his brow. After some contemplation, he resolved not to send any more money. If they are reluctant to purchase, then why should I? Jiang Nan opened Douyin, searching for the latest Huawei electric vehicles. He had recently heard that the M9, or was it M something, was undergoing a redesign, and he contemplated replacing his father's Xianyi. Zunjie? On the search results page, a particular keyword suddenly emerged. He clicked on several videos to delve deeper. The Zunjie S-800, a luxurious electric SUV priced over 1 million. The last time an electric SUV reached such a price point seemed to have been with the Yangwang. When the Yangwang U8 and U9 were first released, they were subjected to harsh criticism. Jiang Nan vividly recalls someone disparaging the range of the Yangwang U9. How absurd, criticizing the range of a sports car. Who takes a sports car on the highway? Jiang Nan scrolled through the comments section of the videos and surprisingly found no detractors. Something felt amiss. He altered the keywords to Zunjie and truth. Upon entering these two terms, the normal rhythm was restored, and a plethora of critics emerged. Companies like DJI, BYD, and Huawei, whenever they launch a new product, are inundated with online disparagement. It would be embarrassing to hold a press conference otherwise. Jiang Nin glanced at the volume of critical comments, numerous and comprehensive. They dissected every detail of the Zunjie S-800, from its screws to its future development, leaving no stone unturned in their criticism. It was settled. Their intense disparagement assured him that the vehicle would undoubtedly be a success. Jiang Nin placed an online order for a fully equipped Zunjie S-800 at the local dealership, spending over 1.6 million. Congratulations, host, you have received 6.4 million. This return had quadrupled, amounting to an astonishing 6.4 million. Jiang Nan's savings immediately soared to 20 million. In just a few days, he transformed from a penniless student into a millionaire worth 20 million. A call from an unknown number suddenly came through. Hello, sir. I am a staff member from the Zunjie dealership. Did you just place an order for a fully equipped Zunjie S-800? Yes, I did. Great. When would you like to pick up the vehicle? Tomorrow. All right. Sir, we will be ready to welcome you at the store. Have a pleasant day. Goodbye. After hanging up, Jiang Nan called his father to inform him of the purchase and asked him to collect the car the following day. Following the car purchase, Jiang Nan turned his attention to the property in his hometown. Buying a car can be done on a whim, as long as the quality is assured. There should be no issues. However, purchasing a house requires careful consideration of the location. Such matters cannot be rushed. One must thoroughly select before making a decision. At that moment, Zhou Chuqing sent him a new message, along with a restaurant address. a Cantonese restaurant boasting 2 Michelin stars. Jiang Nan researched the establishment and discovered it was the only 2-star Michelin Cantonese restaurant in Jiangxing, with an average cost exceeding 2,000 per person. After the afternoon military training concluded, Jiang Nan bought a bottle of room-temperature water and headed to meet Chen Kuning. The training grounds of the National Flag Guard are situated separately from the company training, located in another field. At present, all company military training has concluded. The dozen or so individuals in the center of the field stand out conspicuously, drawing the attention of several seniors and newly graduated students alike. Jiang Nan, holding a drink, found a spot to sit at the edge of the field. As a paragon of male beauty, he exists like a calm eye within a storm, his presence commanding attention wherever he goes. The moment he settled down, he instantly captivated the collective gaze of those around him. In their eyes, there was no hint of desire, merely pure admiration and affection. A tall senior girl, adorned in a short skirt, sat beside Jiang Nan, her legs elegantly encased in glossy black stockings. Her delicate feet rested in sleek black shoes. She initiated the conversation. "Junior, are you here to see your girlfriend?" "Yes," replied Jiang Nan, his gaze drifting to the ranks. "Which one?" "The one who is the most beautiful," she indicated. "The girl with the oval face next to the flag bearer?" "That's her. She doesn't seem to have noticed you. It appears you've come in vain." Jiang Nan furrowed his brow slightly. "Reveal the truth." "Name, Fengyu. Age, 21. Affinity, 60 points. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Beauty, 80 points. Charging times, 56. Jiang Nan withdrew his gaze, choosing to ignore her. It seemed she had finished her training, but still had some time left. "Have you eaten? I know a great place for spicy hot pot in the university town. Would you like to go?" "Spicy hot pot? Can you handle the heat?" Jiang Nan was taken aback by such a straightforward invitation, as it was the first of its kind he had encountered. "I'll pass." The senior girl, unfazed by Jiang Nan's blunt refusal, did not express anger, nor did she leave. "Everyone, take a 10-minute break." The instructor finally issued the command for rest. Chen Kuning, unable to contain her frustration, approached Jiang Nan with a scowl. Just moments ago, while still training, she had been elated to see him, her fatigue and hardships momentarily alleviated. However, she was taken aback to find someone so oblivious daring to encroach upon her boyfriend right before her eyes. "That skirt is so short, and those stockings. Who are you trying to entice?" She plopped down next to Jiang Nan, removing her cap to reveal a stunningly beautiful face. Upon seeing Chen Kuning, the senior girl felt a fleeting pang of inferiority. Yet, this feeling was ephemeral. While beauty can indeed be an advantage, it is rarely the sole reason for a man's infidelity. Often, the allure of a mistress does not surpass that of the rightful partner, yet men still stray. Those foolish women will never comprehend why their partners stray for someone less attractive than themselves, just as men fail to understand why women might cheat with someone poorer or less appealing. There is no hurry. "Junior, during my first year, I too was part of the National Flag Guard. Feel free to inquire if you have any questions." The senior in black stockings spoke up, her tone bearing a hint of challenge. Chapter 36. Ladies Audemars Piguet. Watch. If you encounter something unclear, you may ask the instructor, sparing the senior from trouble. Jiang Nan's voice was not loud, flowing as calmly as a clear spring, leisurely and smooth. The senior in black stockings looked somewhat surprised, casting a glance at Chen Kuning filled with jealousy and disdain. Chen Kuning's favorability, 5. With a smile, Chen Kuning replied, "No trouble at all." The senior in black stockings was momentarily at a loss, her suppressed frustration prompting her to rise and depart. "So sweet." Chen Kuning took a sip of her energy drink, gazing at the orange-red sunset. "How much longer must we train?" "We train until 8 in the evening before we can eat. It's exhausting. If you find it tiring, I can speak to the instructor." "Please don't. Since I am here, I must do well." Raising the national flag is a magnificent endeavor. Countless ancestors have lifted it above the endless horizon. In such dark times, they did not give up. How can I so easily surrender now? Jiang Nan merely acknowledged her with a sound, choosing not to say more. On this planet, who else can stand undefeated while contending with the world's pinnacle forces? If one is born in such an era, yet still bows in subservience to foreigners, how lowly must that person be? "I support you." Chen Kuning, with her energy drink in hand, dashed away, only to turn back suddenly. The orange-red sunset bathed her fair face in warmth, her hair gently swaying, embodying the vigor of youth. "You should return first. At 6:40 in the evening, Jiang Nan arrived at the Michelin two-star restaurant, Yulangshuan. At this moment, there were still 5 minutes until the appointed time. However, upon entering the restaurant, he found Zhou Chuqing already seated, waiting. She wore a sleeveless white mid-length dress, her beautiful legs appearing immaculate under the white light. As a lawyer, she exuded an air of seriousness. Have you arrived early? No, I just got here not long ago. Did you just finish military training? Yes, I went home to change before coming. Zhou Chuqing smiled. Was military training exhausting? You seem to have lost some weight. Being under the scorching sun, it's inevitable. A waiter approached, placing the menu before them and standing respectfully by. Do you enjoy Cantonese cuisine? I wasn't too sure of your taste, so I randomly selected this restaurant online. I'm not picky about cuisine. As long as it's delicious, I'm satisfied. This Michelin-rated restaurant surely boasts exquisite flavors. The sole Michelin-certified Cantonese restaurant in Jiangcheng undoubtedly offers exquisite flavors. By the way, I have something for you. Jiang Nan retrieved a watch box from his pocket and opened it. A shimmering, exquisitely crafted women's wristwatch appeared before Zhou Chuqing. This watch was indeed the Audemars Piguet Royal Oak series timepiece that she and Jiang Nan had purchased together at the Audemars Piguet counter in the Lotte Mall. This is for you. No, I cannot accept this. It is far too extravagant. Jiang Nan smiled warmly. It was meant for you all along. I intended to give it to you last time, but you left too hastily. However, Jiang Nan took her hand and adorned her wrist with the watch. It suits you perfectly. Zhou Chuqing's affinity level, 10. The Audemars Piguet Royal Oak Offshore Series couple's watch for women is valued at over $1 million. He just gifted it to me so effortlessly. This is indeed a fortune. In Jiangcheng, this could sustain many for a decade. To me, that sum is substantial. Yet for him, it surely holds little weight. Zhou Chuqing admired the artistic luxury of the watch on her wrist. Since graduating university and entering the workforce, her entire earnings over the years would scarcely afford her such a timepiece. During dinner, she found herself glancing at the watch involuntarily. It was simply too dazzling. Perhaps it was her psychological perception, but she felt the watch bore a significant weight. After dinner, they exchanged a few more words before departing the restaurant. Walking towards the parking lot, the moonlight cascaded down and the neon lights flickered. The vibrant nightlife was just beginning. Zhou Chuqing stole glances at Jiang Nan, feeling a twinge of anxiety. As the meal drew to a close, their relationship remained stagnant. Not only was there no advancement, but after this parting, they would have no immediate excuse to meet again. If previously there had been a thread of connection, now, after parting, they would truly become strangers. Becoming strangers was not an option. Having finally discovered a man she admired, she could not sever ties so easily, knowing she would regret it later. Did you drive here? Zhou Chuqing inquired, studying Jiang Nan's face. Changing her tone, she smiled and said, the car is charging. I took a taxi. I'll give you a ride. All right. Zhou Chuqing settled into the passenger seat of Jiang Nan's Laventon, gazing at him as he focused intently on driving, completely captivated by his charm. Under her guidance, Jiang Nan swiftly dropped her off downstairs. I've arrived. Then, see you next time. It's still early. How about we go up for a beer? Jiang Nan responded with a hint of confusion. Zhou Chuqing's cheeks flushed after uttering those words, and she offered no further explanation. She had merely spoken hastily, not wanting Jiang Nan to leave so soon. As for beer, she had none at home, not a single can. The elevator ride from the 1st to the 12th floor is remarkably brief, merely a matter of seconds. Zhou Chuqing pushed open the door, removed her high heels in the entrance, and slipped into a pair of blue slippers. Her delicate feet were encased in sheer, flesh-toned stockings. Jiang Nan also donned a pair of blue slippers, though they were somewhat smaller and ill-fitting. It appeared that she was living alone, as there were no other slippers in sight, and she seldom entertained guests. Please have a seat. I will pour you some tea, she said. Jiang Nan grasped her hand gently and pulled her into his embrace. Zhou Chuqing placed her hands on Jiang Nan's chest, her face flushed, and her breath quickened with nervousness. Jiang Nan, please, not like this. Let go of me, she stammered. Jiang Nan held her soft arms tenderly, exerting no force. She could easily break free with a slight effort, yet she chose not to. Your car is still parked outside that Michelin restaurant, isn't it? Jiang Nan observed as Zhou Chuqing's body suddenly felt ablaze at his words. Soft and warm, her gaze drifted, avoiding direct contact with his eyes. I remembered your license plate from our last meeting, and if I am not mistaken, that very car was indeed outside the restaurant just now. Zhou Chuqing blinked nervously. her hands shifting from gently pushing against Jiang Nan's chest to gripping the fabric of his shirt. I forgot, she stuttered. Jiang Nan chose not to expose her lie, instead offering a soft smile. I believe you. Please go pour the tea. I am feeling a bit parched. Chapter 37. Trousers are more alluring than bodycon skirts. Jiang Nan released Zhou Chuqing, yet she made no haste to distance herself from him. Rather, she seemed lost in a certain state of enchantment. What is it? Do you still want a hug? He teased. No, I will go make the tea. You sit on the sofa for now. While Zhou Chuqing busied herself with tea preparation, Jiang Nan took the opportunity to survey the layout of the room. The space was a one-bedroom apartment, modest in size, but far from cramped. The living room table was neatly arranged with several books. The other furnishings in the room were equally tidy and well organized. At the entrance, a collection of high heels was neatly displayed on the shoe rack, arranged by color and heel height. Judging by the cleanliness of the apartment, it seemed Zhou Chuqing had a slight obsession with tidiness. Though the room was not devoid of dust, it was undeniably clean and orderly, certainly more so than Su Zhixia's apartment. Both were one-bedroom layouts. Yet Su Zhixia's space was somewhat cluttered. However, even in her disarray, Su Zhixia's apartment was 1,000 times more organized than Jiang Nan's bedroom. Moments later, Zhou Chuqing placed a cup of hot tea in front of Jiang Nan. The fragrant tea leaves floated on the surface. Jiang Nan gently stirred the water with a breath, savoring a sip. It was delightful indeed. Zhou Chuqing sat beside him, and at this moment, she had calmed from her previous anxiety. Moments ago, she found herself at a loss. The instant Jiang Nan's arm brushed against her supple waist, it felt as though a switch within her had been activated. Her body softened in an instant, and for the first time in her life, she experienced such a magical sensation. She even harbored a wish that Jiang Nan would embrace her once more. Yet, as time slipped by and their tea approached its end, Jiang Nan remained utterly still, without a hint of movement. What was this? He had held her just moments ago, and now he feigned indifference, calmly sipping his tea. It was infuriating. However, upon gazing at Jiang Nan's face, her anger inexplicably dissipated. Jiang Nan, accompany me to the inspection bureau, Zhou Chuqing suddenly declared. The inspection bureau? What for? Jiang Nan inquired. Perplexed, Zhou Chuqing smiled. You are being detained for the offense of indecent behavior towards women. Indecent behavior? Me? Indeed. Who else could it be? Well, I merely embraced you. I didn't touch anything else. You have already embraced me. What else do you wish to touch? Their eyes met, revealing a tender affection and profound connection. With a favorable impression soaring to 45 points, Jiang Nan realized that failing to act would be a disservice to such high regard. If I were to embrace you with your consent, would it not be deemed indecent? Legally speaking, violating a woman's will constitutes a crime. If you embrace me with my consent, it would naturally not be considered indecent. What would that be then? That would be a friendly exchange. Then, dear lawyer, would you be willing to engage in a friendly exchange with me? Zhou Chuqing's heart, which had settled, stirred once more, and she nervously replied, You may only embrace me. I promise that aside from the embrace, I shall not engage in any other actions. Jiang Nan's arms encircled Zhou Chuqing's waist, gently holding her close. There remained a distance between them. This time, Zhou Chuqing placed her hands on Jiang Nan's shoulders, her gaze soft and affectionate, her face aglow like the evening sky, her lips glistening like honey. Jiang Nan bent down to capture the sweetness of her lips, drawing her into his embrace. At that moment, their two fervent hearts pressed closely together, resonating in perfect harmony. After sharing a kiss that lingered for over a minute, they reluctantly pulled apart. I did not consent to your kiss. You did not refuse either, did you? Legally, there is no option for implied consent. Though her words expressed rejection, she showed no intention of distancing herself from Jiang Nan. Her small hands casually draped around his neck, occasionally exploring the nape of his neck with a playful touch. Though her timid nature restrained her from making bolder moves, this evident desire, coupled with her extreme self-restraint, ignited a fervent affection within Jiang Nan, akin to a potent elixir. He leaned closer, pausing just before Zhou Chuqing's luscious lips. At this moment, Zhou Chuqing had closed her eyes. However, after waiting for quite some time, the anticipated warmth never arrived. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered Jiang Nan gazing at her with a semblance of a smile. Instantly, her sense of shame surged. The urgency she had just displayed had undoubtedly been witnessed by him. What are you waiting for? Naturally, I am waiting for your consent. I am quite the principled individual. Zhou Chuqing cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Nan. Clinging to his neck, she leaned in to kiss him, but he deftly recoiled, evading her. Surprised, a hint of indignation colored her delicate features. Suddenly, her soft and supple hands exerted a firm grip on Jiang Nan, preventing him from escaping. You cannot flee. Bathed in the warm yellow light, the two shared a prolonged kiss. Under the gentle illumination, Zhou Chuqing nestled in Jiang Nan's embrace. I apologize. It has just dawned on me that I came here to visit relatives today. Jiang Nan clasped her delicate hand. You are here to visit relatives, yet you entice me. You deserve a spanking. Present your little bottom for a couple of slaps. I fear that your punishments would extend beyond mere spanks. I am indeed a person of principle. Your credibility has plummeted to zero in my eyes. Alas, the trust between individuals has dissipated. Jiang Nan glanced at the time, 10:20 in the evening. It was late. He needed to depart. I must leave. Why must you go? I worry that if I stay here, you may act unfavorably towards me. Rogue, do you disdain me? Not at all. I am merely looking out for you. I do not require your protection. I desire your love. Sister Chuqing, have you forgotten that your relatives have arrived? You may remain. Do not concern yourself with the rest. Today, there is no way you are leaving. The following morning, Jiang Nan awoke from his slumber. Zhou Chuqing lay beside him, still fast asleep, her lips adorned with a glistening trace of saliva. An old adage states, drooling in sleep signifies the presence of worms in the belly. Zhou Chuqing's favorability increased by 25. Over the course of the night, her favorability had risen by 25 points, bringing her total to 67. It would not be long before it reached 90. Daily tasks have refreshed. Task name, accumulating wealth. Task description, the greatest invention of humanity is wealth, which fundamentally drives the advancement of civilization. Wealth is the key to enjoying a blissful life. Without sufficient wealth, the notion of happiness is moot. Accumulate wealth to 30 million before 8 o'clock tonight to receive a mysterious reward. Task reward, a mysterious gift package. Accumulate wealth to 30 million before tonight. I currently possess 20 million, which means I need to earn an additional 10 million within a single day. 10 million in a day? Listening to it feels almost like a playful jest. No one can amass such wealth single-handedly in such a brief span of time. Yet, Jiang Nan can. With a mere 10,000 yuan and the support of the system, he managed to earn 20 million within just 4 to 5 days. Now, possessing 20 million, making another 10 million in a single day seems almost trivial. A mysterious gift package. Just the thought of it evokes anticipation. Zhou Chuqing, groggy, opened her eyes and, upon seeing Jiang Nan, nestled closer to him, embracing him as she drifted back to sleep. Today is Monday. You must go to work. And I have military training. There's still time. Let's sleep a bit longer, as yesterday was somewhat exhausting. Jiang Nan gently caressed her silky long hair. Then let us sleep a little longer. At 10 minutes past 7 in the morning, Zhou Chuqing had completed her morning routine. Today, she donned a black professional outfit. A white inner garment hugged her delicate form, complemented by a sleek black coat. Her straight, tailored trousers, cropped to an elegant length, bore no wrinkles, enhancing her aura of sophistication. The mid-heeled, velvet pumps elevated her stature further. After locking the door, they took the elevator downstairs. Zhou Chuqing leaned against Jiang Nan and, with a smile, inquired, the professional aura created by a tailored suit is decidedly more serious than that conjured by a bodycon dress. Yet, it is this added seriousness that most effectively stirs a man's desire for conquest. Little Jiang, do you wish to conquer me, your elder sister? Chapter 38. Portia Panamera. Jiang Nan held Zhou Chuqing's petite hand. When will your relatives depart? This Wednesday or Thursday? You should pray that I have an unforeseen engagement on Friday and cannot come. After Friday, it's Sunday. I'm not worried. Besides, Zhou Chuqing replied with a smile. To speak of defeat before the battle is not my style. I eagerly anticipate Friday. At that time, I shall await you at home in this attire. I will tear it apart. Very expensive. I shall buy another. When the time comes, you must indeed tear it with fervor. This outfit is rather resilient. Jiang Nan responded helplessly. Who would have thought that this upright, principled elite lawyer could possess such desire? With her incessant talk of high-speed trains, the contrast was striking. If it weren't for her relatives visiting, Jiang Nan would undoubtedly have indulged in her completely, rather than merely speaking of it without action. After breakfast, Jiang Nan accompanied Zhou Chuqing to the Tiangong law firm. It was the peak hour for working professionals. As they arrived, the entrance of the law firm buzzed with the comings and goings of office workers. Suddenly, a Cullinan halted at the company's entrance, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Just having returned from the weekend, the reluctant workers were drawn to the celebratory goddess emblem, unable to resist stealing a few glances. After all, it was a Cullinan. Not even their boss could necessarily afford such a luxury. 1 million individuals would hardly spend 10 million on a car. Those willing to invest such a sum in a vehicle likely possess fortunes exceeding 70 or 80 million, or even over 100 million. Their boss, being rather frugal, surely does not have that much at their disposal. However, what truly astonishes them is not the car itself, but the woman emerging from the passenger seat, Zhou Chuqing, an employee of their company. Had it been morning or afternoon, one could reasonably assume she had returned to the office with a client. Yet, it is morning, and she has arrived in this vehicle. Could it be that they spent the night together? Moreover, Zhou Chuqing's expression suggests she is quite familiar with the individual in the car. Goodbye, Jiang Nan said as he drove away. Zhou Chuqing strolled towards the company entrance, her bag in hand. Good morning, Lawyer Zhou. Good morning. Lawyer Zhou, you're here quite early. You're not late either. As she entered the elevator, Zhou Chuqing encountered a female colleague with whom she shared a good rapport. The colleague inquired with a smile, "Was that your boyfriend who dropped you off?" Zhou Chuqing readily affirmed, "Yes, he is my boyfriend." "How fortunate you are to have a boyfriend who drives a Cullinan." Zhou Chuqing chose not to elaborate. Though her affection for Jiang Nan is not rooted in his wealth, but rather in his striking appearance and charming personality, she feared that any explanation would come off as disingenuous, as if she were merely enamored with his riches while feigning indifference. Thus, she opted for silence. "Lawyer Zhou, is that a new watch?" In moments when a woman becomes the center of attention, every item she possesses draws scrutiny. Observant individuals quickly noted the watch adorning Zhou Chuqing's wrist. "It was a gift from my boyfriend. He claimed it was not particularly valuable, so I accepted it. I'm not well versed in watches. I merely wear it for pleasure." As the elevator doors opened, Zhou Chuqing stepped out. A quick-thinking individual snapped a photograph and utilized a phone app to identify it. Goodness. The retail price is 1,300,000. The market price is 1,500,000. What on earth is this? Such an impressive piece. Has the market for Audemars Piguet watches surged in recent years? Could it be that this particular series is in high demand? I must borrow money to invest in a watch. I advise you to remain calm. The market price fluctuates daily. If it plummets, you might find yourself in dire straits for life. While purchasing for enjoyment is acceptable, investing requires caution. Moreover, it's likely you won't even be able to acquire one. Jiang Nan arrived at the training grounds of the National Flag Guard. It was now 7:30 in the morning, and the guard had already commenced their drills, marching in precision. Chun Kenning's small face bore an earnest expression. Although her steps were not entirely correct, her determination was unwavering. Jiang Nan adjusted his hat and turned to leave. Just as he took a few steps, a Porsche suddenly sped past him, moving at an astonishing pace. If Jiang Nan had moved a fraction faster, that car would have collided directly with him, startling the other students nearby. What a lunatic! Driving a Porsche as if he owns the road. Is he in such a hurry to meet his maker? Damn it! He splashed water all over me. My new trousers. Jiang Nan glanced down at his pant cuffs and shoes, now stained with muddy water. The filth, especially on his camouflage pants, was quite conspicuous. Anyone unaware might mistake it for something far worse. The recent nights in Jiangxing have seen intermittent rain, leaving puddles along the roadside. The Porsche had sped past too quickly, splattering water on many unfortunate souls. The crimson Porsche Panamera came to a halt not far from where Jiang Nan stood. A boy clad in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts emerged, sporting a hairstyle reminiscent of Cohen Gee's, though lacking the same charm. After removing his sunglasses and tucking them into his collar, he completely disregarded the ire of those around him and strolled towards the College of Arts with a grin. What a piece of work, driving a Porsche as if he were royalty. Has his household registration gone blank, leaving him unaccountable to anyone? If only I could afford a Porsche, I would make him pay dearly for his arrogance. As the boy approached Jiang Nan, he called out, "Hey, you sold my trousers." The boy turned, glanced at Jiang Nan's attire, a freshman, and casually replied, "So what if I did? Just wash them." Jiang Nan frowned, incredulous. "Me wash them? Are you out of your mind?" The boy seemed in a hurry to reach the College of Arts, dismissing Jiang Nan with a flippant remark before walking away. Just as he neared a muddy puddle about a meter from Jiang Nan lifted his foot and stomped down on the boy's calf with all his might, intent on injuring him. The boy yelped and fell into the mud. Jiangnan walked past him, coldly remarking, "Next time, watch where you're going. If you can trip on level ground, perhaps you should donate your eyes. You better stop right there." Jiangnan came to an abrupt halt, turned around, and kicked the boy, sending him back into the muddy pit. "Looking for a fight?" Jiangnan smiled, and the boy's expression turned fearful. Without further acknowledgement, Jiangnan turned and departed. "Just wait. You won't last long at Jiangxing University. I swear I'm not Feng Hao." Laughter erupted among the surrounding students, reveling in the sight of Feng Hao's humiliation. "Look at him. He looks pitiful, like a dog. This is hilarious." After the military training concluded, Jiangnan sat on the ground, opened Douyin, and pondered how to amass 10 million before nightfall. Chapter 39. The sister of Zhong Shujia. A message arrived from the sister of the live-streaming duo. Nanan had kicked off her blanket while sleeping last night, and upon waking this morning, she was still suffering from a high fever, which prevented her from attending kindergarten. Although she felt significantly better after taking some medicine, her condition remained precarious as she continued to cough intermittently. The plan she had made with Jiangnan had to be postponed until Nanan fully recovered from her cold. After expressing his concern, Jiangnan exited the chat application and opened Douyin to continue scrolling through short videos. He had just recharged 10 million Do coins, equivalent to 1 million yuan. During his recent break, he had already gifted 50,000 yuan and received a staggering return of 400,000 yuan, with a remarkable return multiplier of 8 times. It seemed that the system had quietly increased the return rate after issuing new tasks. Jiangnan's gifts were directed towards those courageous women who, undeterred by societal judgment, strove hard for their livelihoods. He admired them greatly. A few tokens of appreciation during their live streams could bring them joy, making it worthwhile to indulge in a dinner of braised pig trotters that evening. A notification popped up on his screen. The streamer Dinosaurs Don't Eat Peppa Pig is live. When had he ever followed such an abstract streamer? This notification had appeared 2 or 3 times already. Curious, Jiangnan clicked on it, and in the next moment, he found himself in the live streaming room. His account was of high rank, and upon entering, he was greeted with impressive entrance effects. Inside the streaming room, 2 girls dressed in denim shorts and fitted white t-shirts were performing squats on a pressure board. The title of the stream read, "Sisters Live Together." Beside the screen, messages scrolled by, "Fresh flowers, by you. Keep it up, 1 squat. Love you, 5 push-ups. Canned peaches, 10 squats on the pressure board. Rui's blessing, streamer takes a break." In the lower left corner of the screen, the count of canned peaches was steadily increasing, having already reached a staggering 150. This meant the 2 female streamers still needed to complete 750 squats on the pressure board. Among the girls doing squats, Jiangnan recognized Zhong Shujia, while the other girl, bearing a slight resemblance to her, possessed an entirely different aura. Each canned peach cost 10 yuan, so 150 amounted to 1,500 yuan. The pressure board was not merely a decorative piece, it was quite substantial, with each bump rising at least 5 centimeters high. Zhong Shujia was clearly in pain. Her face flushed and her neck thickened, with veins bulging on her forehead. The girl beside her was in a similar predicament. Yet, a viewer with the nickname Xianbing Dui Zhu continued to shower them with canned peaches. Zhong Shujia was captivated by the entrance effects of the live stream and promptly stepped off the pressure board, exclaiming, "Welcome home, little boy brother." No sooner had her voice faded than Huang Tao Can Fruit interrupted, asserting, "I've showered this live stream with so much money. Yet you Haven T called me brother even once. This number 67 just enters, and you greet him as brother? Host, you are quite the opportunist. All my contributions seem to be in vain." Zhong Shujia furrowed her brow, feeling a tinge of displeasure. "What I choose to do is my own affair. You may be pouring money into Huang Tao Can Fruit, but I am not idly squatting on the pressure board," she retorted. Huang Tao Can Fruit shot back, "Oh, is that how you want to play? If you can still stand tomorrow, I'll take your surname. Make use of the Huang Tao Can Fruit I've contributed." Zhong Shujia scoffed and turned her attention back to the pressure board, biting her lip. Resolutely, she placed her small foot clad in white socks onto the pressure board. Instantly wincing in pain, she glanced at the girl beside her, who was relentlessly performing squats, her face flushed with discomfort. "Sister, shall we take a break?" she suggested. The girl shot her a sidelong glance and replied, "There are over 1,000 people in the live stream now. If you rest, how will we continue the broadcast later?" Huang Tao Can Fruit chimed in, "I'm not bullying you. I'll just hang a sign on the back wall that says your legs went weak from being beaten by brother Xianbing. That would settle it." Zhong Shujia cast a glance at her phone screen and exclaimed, Who do you look down upon? If you dare, keep pouring in money. I, Zhong Shujia, am the little fairy. I can even write my name upside down. With unwavering determination, she returned to the pressure board and continued her squats. Huang Tao can fruit persisted, rapidly climbing to 160 contributions. Goodness, this is too brutal. With this 160 added, Xianbing has spent 3,000 in the live stream. At this rate, the squats will last until next year. Perhaps it would be wise to concede. If this continues, those two legs are bound to give out. And what of military training tomorrow? Military training, my foot. Earning money is hard, and life is tough. Just then, the carnival effects began to float in the live stream. Little boy sends the host to carnival. Little boy sends the host to carnival. The little boy with account level 67 declared, "Let us take a break." With $6,000, he decisively surpassed Xianbing S. Huang Tao can fruit contributions. Upon witnessing the carnival effects, the viewers erupted in excitement. Wow, the true big brother has arrived. Starting off with 2 carnivals, that's impressive. Xianbing, you can't let this slide. If someone disrespects me, I certainly won't tolerate it. If Xianbing can endure this, I won't say a word. You, my friend. Your calculations are so apparent that I can hear them all the way from Dongshan. The seeds are ready. Let the drama unfold. Seeing the 2 carnivals in the live stream, Zhong Shujia joyfully exclaimed, "Thank you, little boy brother, for the 2 carnivals." She then assisted Zhong Shuqing to sit down in a chair. Zhong Shuqing has just performed numerous squats, leaving her legs, back, and head in pain. This sensation is one she wishes never to endure again in her lifetime. Grateful for the little boy, she expresses her affection. In Jiangnan's mind, a system notification materializes. Real I. Name, Zhong Shuqing. Age, 19. Affection level, 5 points. Height, 171 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Beauty score, 95 points. Charge count, 0. The sisters are both stunning beauties with a beauty score of 95. One can only imagine the extraordinary looks of their parents to have birthed such exquisite daughters. Xianbing Duozu, are you slapping me in the face? The little boy retorts, let them take a break. Xianbing Duozu, did I say to let them rest? What is a level 67 account doing in front of me? Would a level 67 account enter such a small live stream? Clearly, they don't even have their own dedicated female streamer. They must have purchased their account. Jiangnan furrows his brow slightly. He can choose to be diplomatic first, but if the other party remains impolite, he still possesses a bit of leverage. The little boy, have you eaten expired canned peaches? Are you hallucinating? Xianbing Duozu, you care for them? I insist they continue. 10 carnivals, let us go? Xianbing Duozu commands. Continue. Chapter 40, a small goal of 10 million achieved. The resilient Su Jixia. Zhong Shujia did not anticipate that matters would escalate to this extent. Just as she was about to rise and perform squats on the pressure board, that familiar and exhilarating scene reappeared in her live stream. Her broadcast was once again inundated with carnivals. The little boy gifts the host a carnival 1. The little boy gifts the host a carnival 1. The little boy gifts the host a carnival 1. Where is Xianbing Duozu? Why is he absent? He must have fled when the carnival count reached 100. Isn't he a level 40-something account? Why the swift exit? Is he done with Douyin? To my astonishment, did I not see incorrectly? 230 carnivals. A staggering 690,000. Zhong Shujia leapt with joy. Although she had previously witnessed Jiangnan's financial prowess on the playground, seeing it again still left her astounded. 690,000. What a remarkable sum. This could serve as the down payment for a house after her university graduation. She expresses her gratitude to the little boy for the carnivals, declaring her affection. Zhong Shuqing gazes at the incessantly rising carnivals on the screen, her heart filled with awe and little else. The emotional resonance a woman seeks is not necessarily attainable through monetary means. However, the luxury that can truly touch a woman is often constructed from boundless wealth. Zhong Shujia's affection level, 10. Zhong Shuqing's affection level, 20. Congratulations, host. You have earned 6,900,000. Jiangnan listened to the voice echoing in his mind, a slight smile playing on his lips. Quite splendid. Daily tasks. Completed ahead of schedule. Exceeding expectations, he earned a total of 10,900,000 in a single day. Task completed. Congratulations, host. You have received a mysterious gift package. Would you like to open it? Open. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 500 milliliters of physique enhancement liquid. Congratulations, host. You have acquired mastery-level knowledge in traditional Chinese medicine, including techniques and skills. System, activate the physique enhancement liquid. Activating physique enhancement liquid. 480 milliliters of physique enhancement liquid successfully used. Host body reaches a state of optimal health, with organ functions enhanced tenfold. Enhanced tenfold? Jiang Nan felt a surge of excitement. The functionality of all organs increased tenfold, which meant the kidney's performance was also amplified tenfold. Isn't this akin to a diamond and gold immortal kidney? Truly, the system knows how to play its cards right. Splendid indeed. I am eager to test its capabilities. Why not use it all up? The system only utilized 480 milliliters, leaving 20 milliliters unused. What for? The human body only requires 480 milliliters to reach its limit. Any additional usage would be futile. A small glass vial appeared in Jiang Nan's hand. Inside was a small pool of transparent liquid, indistinguishable from ordinary water. However, Chen Kailang had been quite fatigued these past few days, so I shall give her the 20 milliliters. At noon, after military training concluded, Jiang Nan encountered Chen Kailang in the dining hall. She was clad in camouflage training attire, her delicate face having visibly thinned over the past few days. When did you start training? At 1:30. 1:30? The training intensity is that high? The instructor mentioned that the responsibilities upon our shoulders are heavy, and we must not make any mistakes during the military training showcase. Finish your meal and rest early. Okay. After lunch, Jiang Nan accompanied Chen Kailang to the foot of the dormitory building. I will head up now. Go on then. Chen Kailang stood in place, her gaze filled with longing. Have you forgotten something? What? A kiss? I want a kiss. Jiang Nan looked at Chen Kailang's petite face. Feeling a warm flutter in his heart, he gently pulled her into a shaded spot, away from the sunlight. At this hour, most were dining in the cafeteria, leaving the area around the dormitory relatively empty. Jiang Nan embraced Chen Kailang's slender waist, savoring the sweetness of her lips. Moments later, they parted. Chen Kailang took a deep whiff of Jiang Nan. What perfume are you wearing? It smells so good. In this sweltering heat, that's just sweat. Nonsense, sweat is foul-smelling. You clearly smell delightful. Chen Kailang nestled in Jiang Nan's embrace, her hands wrapped around him, listening to the fervent rhythm of his heartbeat. The recent days of training had been exhausting. Once the military training concluded, she yearned for a well-deserved respite. At that time, they would venture together to witness the scenic sights of Jiangqing, including the majestic Shanglin River and Jinhui Mountain. She would accompany him without fail. Jiang Nan retrieved a bottle of energy drink and handed it to Chen Kailang, urging her to finish it. With a glance at the bottle, she inquired, "How do you open it?" "I've had it before," she added. Jiang Nan had not tasted it himself. He had merely poured in a 20-milliliter dose of the vitality-enhancing liquid. "Then take another sip. I shall feed you," he suggested. Chen Kailang twisted the cap off the bottle and took a sip, leaning in closer as their lips met. Afterward, Chen Kailang climbed into the car, and Jiang Nan drove away from Jiangqing University. Upon returning home, he reviewed the documents concerning the luxurious Tianfu No. 001 villa. The purchase price had reached a staggering 3.5 billion, with a total construction area exceeding 3,000 square meters. The average price per square meter was an astonishing 116,000. Jiang Nan found himself increasingly intrigued by this villa. Later that evening, after military training concluded, he planned to visit the estate. Speaking of which, it was time for his parents to change their living arrangements. With a 5-day break following the military training next week, he intended to pay them a visit. Suddenly, a phone call came in. It was Su Zhixia. "Hey, little rascal, are you at home?" Jiang Nan, reclining on his bed, smiled and replied, "Is there something you need?" "It's only 12:30. I want to come find you. Do you have time?" she asked. "I do, but don't you have classes this afternoon?" He responded. "Of course. I do. Yet, are you looking down on me?" she teased. "I'll be waiting at home. After this morning's military training, I'm drenched in sweat and need to freshen up before the teacher arrives for biology class. I'm looking forward to it. You little imp. Soon, you won't be so mischievous." He chuckled. As Jiang Nan rested on his bed, he delayed his shower. After 5 minutes, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, he found Su Zhixia standing there, clad in a loose-fitting white shirt that beautifully accentuated her upper body, a splendid choice for the season. Her long, slender legs were ensconced in form-fitting jeans, showcasing her curvaceous silhouette. The jeans, rather than a skirt, tantalizingly hinted at her shapely legs, evoking a sense of allure and intrigue. Her athletic shoes were complemented by a glimpse of white ankle socks peeking out. As Jiang Nan closed the door, Su Zhixia leaped into his arms, her eyes glimmering with mischief. Little rascal, I didn't feel this way when I was on my way here. The moment I saw you and caught a whiff of your scent, I became overwhelmed. Chapter 41. I bestow upon you my most treasured possession. Su Zhixia wore an expression reminiscent of a playful kitten, evoking a sense of affection in those who beheld her. The radiant sunlight graced her face, illuminating her tender, expressive eyes, akin to the shimmering surface of Xianglin Lake. What fragrance envelopes you? It is utterly enchanting. After an entire morning of military training, drenched in perspiration, Su Zhixia appeared to grasp the situation, nestling closer to Jiangnan. You seem to possess a keen understanding. Don't you, my little tease? With a playful smile, Su Zhixia released Jiangnan, her hands wrapping around his neck. You little scoundrel. I was already acquainted with Teacher Tsang when you were still blushing over a beautiful older sister. Jiangnan, lifting her gently by her pert posterior, placed her upon the sofa. Let me see how much you truly know. Su Zhixia steadied herself against Jiangnan's shoulders. It's sweltering, and I feel all sticky. Shall we take a shower first? Jiangnan smiled in response. As you wish. Sunlight cascaded upon Su Zhixia's visage as she, resembling a small, playful kitten, curled up in Jiangnan's embrace, peacefully slumbering. Her breath was soft and steady. Leaning back against the bed, Jiangnan opened his phone, scrolling through Douyin. At that moment, an incoming call disrupted the tranquility, a number he did not recognize. Just as he contemplated declining the call, a frown creased his brow. After undergoing 2 systemic transformations, his senses had undergone a remarkable enhancement, particularly his memory. Recalling the past, he realized that this number had indeed called him before. It had been on that chilly autumn night when he had awakened to find an unanswered call, dismissing it as a telemarketer's annoyance. Now, it was calling again. Jiangnan pressed the answer button. Hello? Xiaonan. The voice on the other end stirred his curiosity further. Who are you? It's Lin Shitong. I moved away last year. Remember? I'm the pretty sister who often coaxed you into gaming next door. Suddenly, the memories flooded back. During his second year of high school, a gaming live streamer had moved in across from Jiangnan. She was beautiful, with a sweet voice and a cheerful disposition. They had been neighbors for a year and a half before she relocated last winter. Shitong, why are you calling me out of the blue? My rent is due in a few days, and I have nowhere to stay. Are you asking to borrow money? Not quite. I want to move in with you. Jiangnan glanced at the slumbering Su Zhixia beside him and stepped onto the balcony. Move in with me? Why? Didn't your streaming income go well? Didn't you earn $500 to $600 a day last year? What has prompted this sudden desire to relocate? I switched platforms, thinking that transitioning from one app to another would elevate my earnings. Instead, it has left me in dire straits. For the past 6 months, I've been depleting my savings. And what made you think of me all of a sudden? I perused your social media posts, where you mentioned acquiring a spacious apartment exceeding 200 square meters in Jiangqing. Given our relationship, I couldn't possibly turn a blind eye to your plight. Indeed, when Jiangnan was purchasing a home, a post was shared. My dear brother, I am on the brink of despair. Could you lend me a hand? Worst case, I would offer my most treasured possession in return. What are you suggesting? Do you truly think I would be that type of person? So, does this mean you agree? When do you intend to move in? Perhaps tonight. Are you in such a hurry? Truth be told, I was meant to relocate last Sunday. Fortunately, my landlord is somewhat gracious and granted me an extra 2 days to move. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so pressed to call you today. Very well then. Could you assist me with my move after your military training this afternoon? This is rather excessive. I graciously offered you accommodation in my home, and now you wish to enlist me as your free labor. Regrettably, my savings have dwindled, and I can't afford a moving service. Would you help me transport my belongings to the bus stop so we can travel together? With a single statement, Lin Shitong effectively silenced Jiangnan's impending complaints. Ultimately, he sighed in resignation. Sister Shitong, how have we ended up like this? Adult life is exceedingly challenging. Without reservation, Lin Shitong erupted into tears on the other end of the line. After a pause of over 20 seconds, she finally ceased her weeping. After all, we are adults. We must cry and laugh as necessary. Who would dare to mock whom? You must come at that time. I shall certainly be there. Just as Jiangnan was about to end the call, he unexpectedly inquired, have you had lunch? I have half a pack of noodles left. Upon hanging up, Jiangnan sent Lin Shitong 100 yuan. Initially, he intended to send 1,000, but upon reflection, he considered that a gift might not qualify as a transaction. So he settled on 100, ensuring Lin Shitong could at least have lunch. Suddenly, A pair of arms enveloped Jiang Nan from behind. Su Zhixia rested her chin on his shoulder, her eyes half closed, and she lazily pressed a kiss to his ear. Darling, why did you suddenly get up? I just needed to make a call. Let us return to our slumber. Jiang Nan glanced at the time and lifted the drowsy Su Zhixia into his arms. There was still ample time to rest a while longer. At 2:25 in the afternoon, Jiang Nan parked outside the school shopping center. The heat was oppressive. An enduring military training without a bottle of water would be unbearable. He made his way to the beverage section, his gaze scanning the shelves. Before selecting a bottle of sugar-free Coca-Cola, with the soda in hand, he approached the checkout counter to settle his bill. Jingyao, I have 2 movie tickets. Would you accompany me this evening? I am not fond of watching movies. Allow me to carry that for you. It seems rather heavy. I can manage on my own. Could you please keep your distance? Jingyao, today marks the anniversary of my birth. I implore you to grant me this favor and accompany me to the cinema. I have boasted before my friends, and your absence would leave me quite embarrassed. Qin Jingyao halted, casting a displeased glance towards the man not far behind her. Feng Hao, are you unwell? Might you consider distancing yourself from me? For the past 3 days, you have buzzed around me incessantly like a bothersome fly. I do not even know you. Why must you continue to pester me? Should you persist in your harassment, I shall not hesitate to contact the authorities. Feng Hao pressed his lips together, visibly conflicted. Jingyao, we are not acquainted. Qin Jingyao, I genuinely harbor feelings for you. If you agree to join me for a film today, I assure you I shall treat you well in the future. Who needs that? You are quite mad. With a scowl, Qin Jingyao retorted and strode purposefully towards the cash register. After taking only a few steps, she noticed a handsome young man emerging from the beverage aisle, curiously gazing in her direction. He possessed striking features, a tall and slender frame, and a visage reminiscent of an ethereal star from the silver screen. No, even the most dashing film actors pale in comparison to his allure. He was an unparalleled existence since the dawn of creation. Involuntarily, she slowed her pace, hoping for a serendipitous brush of shoulders with him. No, given their current trajectory, they would likely walk side by side. Chapter 42. The senior from the literature department Jiang Nan cast a glance at the approaching young woman. She donned a floral dress that reached midway up her thighs, her long hair cascading down her shoulders. Her legs were straight and elegantly formed, appearing almost flawless from the front. They were slender yet proportionate, with a seamless transition from thigh to calf. Her legs were pressed closely together, without a hint of separation. Delicate white socks adorned her ankles, subtly revealed, while her white casual shoes enhanced her aura of innocence. Name, Qin Jingyao. Age, 21. Affinity, 10 points. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Attractiveness, 95 points. Charge count, 0. A full 10 points of affinity? How remarkable. Why is it so high? Simply because of this brief encounter? Qin Jingyao. That name sounds so familiar. Jiang Nan's mind raced. Suddenly, he recalled the campus beauty voted for on the confession wall, the senior from the literature department who overshadowed Kenning. Is it truly her? What a coincidence to encounter her at the campus supermarket. Well, perhaps not so coincidental. Meeting any classmate in the school supermarket seems almost an inevitable occurrence. Jiang Nan averted his gaze, choosing not to dwell on it. This was merely their first meeting, and it would be impolite to stare. He maintained his pace and soon found himself walking alongside Qin Jingyao, arriving at the cash register. Before Jiang Nan could utter a word, Qin Jingyao suddenly interjected, urging him to proceed. In his heart, Jiang Nan pondered, if I do not take the lead, will you? Moreover, is there not a cashier's desk over there? Surely, it is unoccupied. Qin Jingyao, standing behind him, gazed at his profile, her heart racing inexplicably. At that moment, she seemed to have already envisioned the name of her future son. If he were to propose to her now, she would undoubtedly accept without hesitation. Akin to Juliet's unwavering commitment to Romeo, vowing to stand by him through life and death, or like Zhu Yingtai pledging to Liang Shanbua, promising to share their fates and transform into butterflies that soar together. In the heavens, I would wish to be a pair of winged birds. On earth, a branch intertwined. Should a century pass, and he depart this world before her, she would willingly accompany him into the inferno, embracing the vibrant flames that consume their bodies. As a tribute to their fateful encounter in this life, the myriad literary works she had perused throughout her life surged forth within her consciousness at that moment. She loathed the presence of so many people around her, for their multitude constrained her from articulating her innermost feelings. Were there fewer onlookers, she would have extolled their meeting through verse. Qin Jingya was acutely aware of her beauty, a truth she had known since childhood, and it remained her proudest attribute. However, upon entering university, she discovered that physical allure did not command respect among peers. Rather, it often invited ridicule, slander, and ostracism. Humans are inherently social creatures. When an individual deviates from the collective, regardless of their strength or weakness, they are inevitably marginalized. Unless they possess the power to disregard such ostracism or even dominate the group. Beauty, no matter how extraordinary, cannot ensure an individual's conquest over the collective. However, wealth can. In the latter half of her freshman year, a girl had spread malicious rumors about her, prompting Qin Jingya to retaliate physically. The institution imposed no penalties beyond a verbal warning. Consequently, she developed an extreme, even warped infatuation with money, an obsession bordering on madness. Yet, humanity is both rational and irrational. Since the dawn of civilization, has humanity not always been gambling? Newton, Faraday, Tolstoy, all understood that progress demands a gamble with scarce resources. Should they falter, civilization stagnates. Yet should they prevail, humanity strides boldly into the industrial age. Qin Jingya too was gambling. Her extraordinary beauty was her wager, her sole and singular asset. She aspired to a future where wealth paved the ground and reputation served as a carpet. While she harbored a fondness for money, she scorned the mundane wealth of ordinary individuals, such as Feng Hao, who had been pursuing her incessantly with his second-hand car for the past 3 days, inducing a sense of revulsion within her, long before she encountered Jiang Nan. Her gaze was solely set on the affluent and handsome individuals capable of altering her fate. Yet, at that very moment, her aspirations transformed. What significance did wealth hold if she could be with him? It mattered not to her. Even if he lacked ambition and led a life of mediocrity, she would willingly share her life with him, regardless of enduring poverty. Jiang Nan was the first to depart the supermarket. Before Qin Jingya settled her bill at the checkout, she turned back, her expression dark, and glared at Feng Hao. "Stay away from me. This is my final warning." Feng Hao felt a surge of anger but dared not voice it. It is often said that a good woman fears a persistent man. How did that blonde manage to secure a girlfriend? Was it not through decent looks and a silver tongue? Did Feng Hao not possess greater charm than that blonde? Moreover, he drove a Lamborghini. As long as he persevered, how could she possibly refuse him? After paying, Qin Jingya hurried out to chase after Jiang Nan. Feng Hao, having bought nothing, followed her outside. Upon exiting the supermarket, Qin Jingya caught sight of Jiang Nan, clad in camouflage training attire, stepping out of the supermarket's shadow and into the sunlight. "Junior." Her voice rang out, clear and melodious. Almost all the boys, including Jiang Nan, turned simultaneously. Summoning her courage under the watchful eyes of those around her, Qin Jingya approached Jiang Nan, her lips slightly parted. "Junior, may I add you on WeChat? I am a member of the Student Union's Discipline Inspection Department and can assist you with any queries you may have." "Sure." Jiang Nan glanced at Qin Jingya and accepted her request. She looked at her phone screen, smiling. "Your name is Jiang Nan, right?" "Yes, Jiang Nan." "What a lovely name. Did your parents derive it from Wang Wei's poetry?" "Wang Wei's poetry. Indeed, as he wrote, only longing resembles the colors of spring. Jiang Nan and Jiang Bei bid you farewell." Qin Jingya's affection level. 4. Qin Jingya's eyes sparkled with fervor, as if she wished to capture Jiang Nan's gaze. However, she was mistaken. Jiang Nan smiled. "Not exactly. My father's surname is Jiang, and my mother's surname is Nan. Thus, I am Jiang Nan. There is no special connection to Wang Wei." Qin Jingya's expression dimmed slightly. "Is that so? Nonetheless, I have dabbled in Wang Wei's poetry. We can discuss it further in the future." Her gaze ignited once more. "Let us keep in touch." MHM. Jiang Nan turned and walked away, not glancing back. His steps were steady, unaffected in the least. Qin Jingya's eyes became even more entranced, as if the gentleman from the pages of a book had materialized before her. Qin Jingya's affection level. 2. Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow slightly, opened the door to his Lamborghini Reventon, and instinctively cast a glance at Qin Jingya, who appeared oddly expressive at that moment. What is wrong with her? Jiang Nan pondered. Chapter 43. The first encounter between Zhong Shujia and Jiang Nan drove away, fading from sight. A gentle breeze stirred the phoenix trees, causing the leaves to rustle softly, while sunlight filtered through the foliage, casting playful patches of light upon the ground. Qin Jingya gazed in the direction where Jiangnan had vanished, her heart racing, her hands clasped in prayer at her chest. She had previously perceived Jiangnan merely as a destitute student, and had even altered her criteria for romance, willing to strive alongside him for a brighter future as long as he cherished her. Yet, fate seemed to play a cruel jest upon her. The very person she had grown fond of today drove a Lamborghini Reventon. Qin Jingya was also an aficionado of automobiles. Otherwise, how could she allow herself to be deceived by a mere pretender of wealth? The Reventon was prominently featured in online rankings of top sports cars. Its design inspired by fighter jets, rendering it a singular marvel in Lamborghini's illustrious history. Moreover, this vehicle was a global limited edition, originally priced at over 10 million. Its value had soared to more than 30 million today. Even the affluent could not simply procure one, and should they manage to do so, it would likely remain ensconced in a garage, awaiting appreciation, rather than being used as a mere mode of transport. An ordinary person would certainly hesitate to do otherwise. Thus, he epitomized the ideal partner in her heart. She eagerly anticipated their next encounter. Having already met today, she resolved to take the initiative next time. The thought of him being snatched away by another filled Qin Jingya with a dread that she might regret for a lifetime. Jiangnan parked the car and cast a glance at Chun Qinning, who was indeed engaged in rigorous training with the National Flag Guard. Chun Qinning's demeanor was earnest, her gaze resolute. Jiangnan returned to the training ground, resuming his military drills under the relentless sun that scorched his skin, leaving him overheated and uncomfortable. The military training commenced with an hour of static posture, standing tall under the sun's glare. After an hour, the day's training officially began at the Capital University of Media. Although the weather was overcast, it remained stiflingly warm. After 2 hours of training, beads of sweat clung to their bodies. Zhong Shujiao plopped down onto the ground, exclaiming in relief, "When will this military training ever end?" Beside her, a female voice sighed in resignation, "There are still 6 or 7 days left." Zhong Shujiao sat cross-legged, illuminating her phone's screen to open the Douyin app. Upon launching it, a beautiful woman appeared, dancing gracefully. The woman donned a low-cut fitted top, her curves accentuated by special effects, her waist delicately slender. Her long legs were snugly encased in light-colored jeans, and she swayed rhythmically to the music, her hips undulating enticingly. Her expressions conveyed a multitude of meanings. Even Zhong Shujiao, who had never encountered such content before, could discern the implications behind her demeanor. What astonished Zhong Shujiao even more was that just before the video concluded, she deliberately lifted her foot to step on the camera. After watching, Zhong Shujiao felt profoundly inspired. Is this permissible? This isn't censored? How outrageous. Oh, if I dressed like that, could my followers exceed 100,000? The moment this thought crossed her mind, she quickly dismissed it. No, if I were to do something like this, my parents would surely break my legs. As she pondered, her gaze fell upon a nearby squad, where her sister, Zhong Shuqing, sat on the ground, arms wrapped around her knees, gazing vacantly into space. My sister has such a reserved personality. If she were to dress like that, the effect would undoubtedly surpass mine. Zhong Shujiao closed Douyin and opened her messaging app, her eyes immediately landing on Jiangnan's profile and contact information. He must have given me 1,000,000 in tips by now. I wonder what she looks like. Zhong Shujiao bit her lip, moving cautiously as though committing a mischievous act, and clicked on the options bar below. She selected video call and dialed. Just a quick glance. As the video call connected, her small finger hovered over the hang-up button. The moment Jiangnan answered, she would terminate the call. If he inquired, she would simply claim it was a mistake. A second later, Jiangnan's image appeared on her screen. So handsome. Upon seeing the boy on the screen, Zhong Shujiao instinctively gasped. The hang-up button she intended to press remained untouched. Noticing Zhong Shujia's momentary daze, Jiangnan inquired, "Is it frozen?" "No, it's not frozen. Can you hear me clearly?" Zhong Shujiao replied. "I can't hear you," Jiangnan responded. "Why did you suddenly call me?" "I accidentally pressed the wrong button." "Oh, I see. By the way, are you still in military training?" "Yes, still in training. I just took a break when you called." "Brother Jiangnan, are you in Jiangcheng?" "I'm studying at university in Jiangcheng. You should come visit sometime. The scenery is lovely." "After military training, I have 5 or 6 days of rest. Would it be all right if I came to Jiangcheng to see you?" "Brother Jiangnan." Jiangnan paused before replying, "After military training, I'll be going home. I won't be in Jiangcheng. Perhaps during National Day?" Zhong Shujiao thought National Day was too far away. She couldn't comprehend why. But her yearning to see Jiangnan intensified after their encounter. How about I come to your home to play? After all, Jiangqing doesn't feel any different to me. Wherever you are, I shall go. As soon as Zhong Shujia uttered those words, she regretted them. What did I just say? Did I come off too blunt? All right. You can visit my hometown. I'll treat you to delicious food. It's a promise. I will definitely come to find you. I'll be waiting. We mustn't miss each other. Agreed, we mustn't. After their conversation, under the lingering gaze of Zhong Shujia, Jiangnan ended the call. A girl beside her leaned on Zhong Shujia's shoulder and inquired, Shujia, who was that boy? Is he your classmate from high school? He is so handsome, much more so than the heartthrob of our school, the Capital University of Media, a veritable haven for beautiful people. Here, stunning individuals abound. To be deemed more handsome than the campus heartthrob is a remarkable compliment. He's just a friend, Zhong Shujia casually replied, rising to jog over to her sister, Zhong Shuqing. She squatted beside her and whispered, Sister, do you remember that boy who gave over 600,000 in gifts that day? Of course, I remember. Why do you ask? Did he bother you? Since that day's live stream, Zhong Shuqing had been increasingly anxious and unable to relax. Generally, ordinary individuals would not bestow such extravagant gifts upon a female streamer without reason. Those who casually spend hundreds of thousands are a rarity. Although the circumstances of that day were somewhat unique, the sheer magnitude of his generosity inevitably raised suspicions. Zhong Shuqing feared her sister might be taken advantage of. Yet despite her multiple warnings, Zhong Shujia seemed unfazed. Don't worry, if it gets out of hand, we can always call the police. Call the police for what? I've already video called him. Here is his picture. Zhong Shuqing opened her phone and smiled. Sister, look. Chapter 44. The underlying thoughts of Zhong Shuqing. Zhong Shuqing examined the photo on the phone. It was clearly edited. No one could look that perfect in reality. It's from a video call. My video frame is in the upper left corner, Zhong Shujia pointed out. Only then did Zhong Shuqing notice these details. Is he Jiangnan? The boy who gifted you over 600,000? Yes, that is him, Zhong Shujia replied with a smile. Quite handsome, isn't he? Indeed. Much more so than that guy on the confession wall. Suddenly, Zhong Shuqing realized a concerning issue. How did he initiate the call to you? I called him first. What did you talk about? I told him that after military training, I would go to see him. You plan to meet him? Zhong Shuqing exclaimed in surprise. Do you like him? Zhong Shuqing instantly discerned her sister's feelings. I do have a bit of a crush on him. Zhong Shujia sat on the grass, tugging at the green blades, feeling slightly bashful. After all, she was still a young girl, and being teased by her older sister made her blush profusely. You haven't even met in person, and you want to meet him? That is too dangerous. You need to think it through. I just want to see him and talk, Zhong Shujia insisted. Zhong Shuqing refrained from responding. Traveling such a distance just to meet? Who would believe that? Regardless, she doubted her sister's intentions. But since Shujia was infatuated, her stubborn nature would not easily sway. Once she set her mind on something, not even a herd of oxen could pull her back. Zhong Shuqing gazed at the screenshot on her phone, and suddenly, an absurd image flashed through her mind. Herself entwined with Jiangnan, embracing passionately. The heartbeat inexplicably quickened, reminiscent of the fluttering of a young doe in the spring. Filled with innocent yearning, such absurd images crowded her mind. The more she endeavored to suppress these thoughts and banish the enchanting visions, the more they clung to her like a persistent parasite, surfacing with alarming clarity. No, absolutely not. He is the object of affection for Shujia and may potentially become her husband in the future. How could I entertain such notions? No. I must be fatigued to be thinking so frivolously. Yet, with each insistence on the relationship between Jiangnan and Zhong Shujia, those images became increasingly vivid and intolerable. Zhong Shuqing, from childhood to adulthood, had always been the model of propriety, academically accomplished, devoid of early romantic entanglements, and imbued with courtesy. Regardless of the treasures she possessed, she would willingly relinquish them to her sister if it brought joy to her. Consequently, the bond between the sisters was exceptionally strong, earning her parents abundant praise. As Jiangnan was undergoing military training, he heard the system's notification chime, which stirred a myriad of questions within him. A sudden increase of 15 points in affection? Such a high value? In the case of other girls, this level of affection would typically be attained only after a significant achievement. How could Zhong Shuqing's affection escalate so dramatically? Jiangnan did not delve further into this conundrum. Some questions could not be answered through mere contemplation. Perhaps in the future, he would have the opportunity to inquire directly for a definitive answer. After military training concluded around 6 in the evening, Jiangnan went to the supermarket to purchase a bottle of sports drink before heading to see Chen Qinning. At this hour, Chen Qinning was still training with the National Flag Honor Guard. As he passed by the College of Arts, he encountered Qin Jingya approaching him. She was adorned in a white floral dress that cinched at the waist. The hem of the dress was not short, yet it certainly did not reach the floor, grazing just above mid-thigh. A gentle breeze caused the floral fabric to sway slightly. Her fair, elongated legs were perfectly proportioned, devoid of any excess. Encased in delicate white socks that adorned her ankles, and her dainty feet rested in a pair of white casual shoes. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, evoking the nostalgia of youthful innocence. Jiangnan, is that you? What brings you here? Jiangnan's mind raced, yet he maintained his smile as he replied, I'm looking for a girlfriend. As anticipated, a momentary stiffness crossed Qin Jingya's smiling face. After approximately a second, she forced a cheerful demeanor, saying, You're quite early to be dating. I've grown up with Qinning. We started our relationship in college. Chen Qinning? You know her? Of course. She's the goddess on the freshman confession wall. How could I not know her? Prior to this encounter, Qin Jingya had not been acquainted with Chen Qinning. But earlier that afternoon, a classmate had shown her the freshman confession wall. She began to comprehend the situation. Growing up together, accompanied by the added advantage of childhood familiarity. Did I still stand a chance? Qin Jingya gazed at Jiangnan's countenance, lost in thought. At that moment, her heart felt utterly frozen, sinking into a profound abyss. After all the trouble of finding a boy I cherish, must I truly relinquish it so easily? No, I still have a chance. What of childhood sweethearts? It is not uncommon for them to be overshadowed by unexpected arrivals. Having grown up together, the novelty has surely faded long ago. If I simply maintain contact with him, I need not fear the absence of opportunity. Yet, Qin Jingya hesitated once more. Was it too cruel of me to intrude upon another's affections? No, I have no alternative. I refuse to endure that profound sense of helplessness again. Should I forsake him, my life would forever lack a second chance. Once an opportunity is lost, it vanishes irretrievably. Suddenly, a phone call interrupted Qin Jingya's reverie. Hello, Jingya, where are you? The student council was calling, urging her to arrive promptly. After hanging up, she cast a lingering glance at Jiangnan, lamenting the timing of the call. There's something happening at the student council. I must head over. All right, senior. Go on with your business. We'll keep in touch. Sure. Qin Jingya left Jiangnan with a graceful silhouette as she departed. Now was not the time to lose composure. She could sense his feelings for her. All that remained was a moment alone together. Until I find that opportunity, I must remain calm. Jiangnan observed her retreating figure, guessing that Qin Jingya was at a crossroads. However, he was unaware of the tumultuous thoughts swirling in her mind and the suffocating turmoil within her heart. Money, for a woman, is akin to nicotine. Without ever experiencing it, one remains indifferent, even disdainful. Yet once one has tasted its myriad complexities, it becomes nearly impossible to abstain for a lifetime. Jiangnan arrived at the training ground of the National Flag Honor Guard at Jiangxing University. He sat idly for a while. The Honor Guard, currently in training, was granted a 5-minute respite. Chen Qinning leaned against Jiangnan. Are you tired today? Jiangnan inquired with concern. Not too much. Not as exhausting as yesterday afternoon. I can manage. Jiangnan had come primarily to ascertain whether Chen Qinning had fully absorbed the physical enhancement serum. It seemed that more time was required. How about we leave an hour early tomorrow night to catch a movie? Why the sudden openness, instructor? I have matters to attend to tomorrow. Then I shall come to pick you up after military training. After a brief conversation with Chen Qinning, the break concluded. Jiangnan drove back to the community, switching to the Cullinan. He was on his way to assist Lin Shitong with her move. The Lamborghini Reventon was certainly not an option. This vehicle serves little purpose beyond ostentation. It is difficult to find a second use for it in Jiangnan. Upon arriving at the community, Jiangnan parked the car with care. Following the address provided by Lin Shitong, he knocked on the door. Sister Shitong, are you ready? Moments later, the door swung open. The person who greeted him was a tall and elegant woman clad in black stockings. Chapter 45. The enchanting streamer Lin Shitong. The door was opened by a statuesque lady adorned in black stockings. She possessed a classic oval face, with finely chiseled features enhanced by a subtle touch of makeup. Her long black hair cascaded mostly down her back, with a few strands resting gracefully on her chest. She wore a gray low-cut camisole that, while modest, revealed her alluring collarbone and fair neck. The fitted gray top, although it left much to the imagination, accentuated her curves in an enticing manner. Her slender waist and flat abdomen drew the eye, while below the camisole, she sported a pair of form-fitting, sultry denim shorts that hugged her shapely rear. A pair of 5D black stockings enveloped her delicate, straight legs, enhancing their already striking appearance. Despite being at home, she wore glossy black high-heeled shoes with red soles. "Jiangnan, you've become even more handsome," Lin Shitong exclaimed, greeting Jiangnan with a warm embrace. Jiangnan reciprocated, though he was aware that such familiarity might be considered improper. The moment he touched her back, he felt the strap of her lingerie, prompting him to quickly adjust his grip to her slender waist. Lin Shitong ushered Jiangnan into the house. "Come in and sit down. Would you like some water?" "I'm not thirsty," he replied. Lin Shitong settled beside Jiangnan, reflecting, "It's hard to believe it's been over half a year since we last met. And here we are again in Jiangqing." Jiangnan inquired, "Sister Shitong, what brings you to Jiangqing?" "Me?" Lin Shitong hesitated, letting out a sigh before continuing. "I had a good friend, also a streamer, who told me about a media company in Jiangqing that was hiring streamers with an attractive base salary and commission. She asked if I would like to join. And then you came?" Jiangnan prompted. "Indeed," she affirmed. "I was persuaded by her words about the promising salary and commission. And since she is a dear friend of mine, I didn't think twice and came straight here." "Did you get misled?" Lin Shitong scoffed at the suggestion. "Me? Misled? How could that possibly happen? Then how did you end up in a position where you can't even afford housing?" Lin Shitong replied indignantly, after arriving in Jiangqing. "I worked at that media company for a month. During the trial period, the salary and commission were indeed quite good, and I had intended to continue there. But what happened?" Lin Shitong expressed her frustration. "You can see for yourself. I follow a seductive style, dressing beautifully every day. One day, after finishing work, the owner of the media company summoned me to his office and bluntly informed me that if I wished to secure a permanent position, I would have to be with him. Did you refuse, and did he attempt to extort you? How dare he threaten me?" In a fit of anger, I struck him. "You hit him?" Jiangnan exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, I sent him to the hospital and ended up compensating him with several tens of thousands of yuan. Subsequently, when I resumed my live broadcasts, individuals from that media company specifically targeted me, either attempting to sabotage my efforts or reporting me unable to continue on a certain platform. I transitioned to another, but my account failed to gain traction and my savings were depleted." After listening to Lin Shitong's account, Jiangnan began to comprehend the tribulations she had endured. "What do you plan to do next?" "Naturally, I will continue live streaming," Lin Shitong declared with unwavering determination. "If it weren't for those individuals reporting me daily, I would have already amassed over 1 million followers. As long as I persist, becoming one of the top creators on a certain site is merely a matter of time." Lin Shitong possessed commendable looks and physique. To make a name for herself online, she required only an opportunity. Everything else was in abundance. "I believe in you," Jiangnan smiled. After some light conversation, they began to prepare for their move. Jiangnan surveyed the room. The bedding was still on the bed, and stockings, clothes, and undergarments were hung on the balcony. "Did I not ask you to tidy up earlier? Why haven't you started?" Jiangnan replied, exasperated. "I only fell asleep at 4 in the morning last night. I intended to take a short nap after lunch to gather my energy for packing. Unfortunately, I was awakened by the alarm but failed to wake up myself." "Well, that is quite impressive. Ha ha. Xiaonan has grown up. You look lovely when you're angry." Jiangnan shot her a disapproving glance. "Go pack your personal belongings. I will help you with the bedding." "Okay." Jiangnan entered Lin Shitong's bedroom. The room was relatively tidy. Aside from the bed, there was just the live streaming equipment. Her setup was minimal, almost a bare-bones configuration. One bag was sufficient to contain it all. Jiangnan approached the bed, grasped the corners of the duvet, and with a vigorous flick, the bundled bedding unfurled. A black lace panty fluttered down like a delicate butterfly, catching the warm orange rays of the setting sun streaming through the window as it settled atop the duvet. "Lin Shitong, come here. What is it?" "The underwear you changed out of. Could you please wash it? If not, at least don't throw it around." Lin Shitong, dazed, replied. "I don't think I changed my underwear yesterday." "Then is this one not yours?" Jiangnan found herself momentarily speechless, instinctively glancing at Lin Shitong's long, slender legs adorned in black stockings. "What are you thinking? I most certainly wore them," Lin Shitong exclaimed, scooping up the panty and hastily exiting the room. Jiangnan dismissed the incident from her mind, neatly rolling the bedding and placing it into the nearby suitcase. Lin Shitong's belongings were not extensive, barely filling 4 bags. Everything is packed. Sister Shitong, have you settled your rent? Lin Shitong did not respond. Sister Shitong? What? Jiang Nin reiterated his question. Have you settled your rent? The rent is cleared, but the utilities are still outstanding. Under the warm glow of the setting sun, Lin Shitong's cheeks were flushed, lending her an adorable charm. I will go find the landlord. She lives just upstairs. Please wait a moment. All right. Lin Shitong ascended the stairs. Soon, she returned, accompanied by a woman in her 40s. The woman was slightly plump, with fair skin and a kind expression, exuding an air of approachability. Jiang Nan, this is my landlord, Aunt Chun. Hello, Aunt Chun. My name is Jiang Nan. Greetings, greetings. You must be Xiao Zhang's boyfriend, right? No, just a friend. How are you planning to move? Have you found a moving company? I have a friend-s contact who can give you a 20% discount. No need. I drove here. It's parked downstairs. Driving is convenient, saves hassle. Let me help you take it down. No, it's fine. It's no trouble. I need to go down anyway. Then I appreciate your kindness. Not a bother at all. Aunt Chun and Lin Shitong each carried a bag, while Jiang Nan managed 2. Jiang Nan, what car did you drive? Will it fit everything? It should be fine. Chapter 46. Living with a beautiful streamer after descending the stairs, Jiang Nan asked, where did you park? Just in front. Jiang Nan opened the trunk of his Cullinan and placed the bags inside. He turned to Lin Shitong and said, go ahead and load it up. Lin Shitong hesitated for a moment. Then her face brightened with joy. She walked around to the front of the car and gazed intently at the statue of the goddess of joy for quite a while. Wow, a Cullinan. Jiang Nan, when did you strike it rich to be driving a Cullinan? Just a few days ago. Didn't you buy a spacious flat over 200 square meters? Where did you get all this money? Jiang Nan smiled and replied, just lucky, I suppose. Aunt Chun, standing nearby, also wore a pleased expression. A Cullinan. This is undoubtedly the standard for the affluent. Thankfully, I didn't rush to send this lovely girl away. I knew, with her beauty, she couldn't be someone who endures hardship. If I had driven her away just a few days ago, I would have regretted it for a lifetime. Jiang Nan placed the 4 bags into the trunk of the Cullinan. Stop admiring it. Let us go. Jiang Nan called to Lin Shitong, who was still admiring the statue. Lin Shitong settled into the passenger seat and buckled her seatbelt. She waved to Aunt Chun. We're leaving now, Aunt Chun. We'll be in touch. Jiang Nan drove away from the community. What did you have for lunch today? Jiang Nan inquired. Noodles and lao gan ma. Jiang Nan questioned. Didn't I give you 100 yuan? My funds are limited. Every penny counts. Moreover, I have been consuming noodles with lao gan ma for over 3 months now, and I have grown accustomed to it. Missing 1 or 2 meals will not make a difference. Lin Shitong chuckled, though you have gotten used to it. Too much lao gan ma can leave an unpleasant bitterness in one's mouth. No matter how delectable, eating the same thing for 3 months can become tiresome. Upon returning to the community, Jiang Nan parked his car in the underground garage. Here we are, let us get out. Lin Shitong unbuckled her seatbelt, opened the door, and exited from the left side. Just as she stepped out, she caught sight of a strikingly low and stylish sports car. Jiang Nan, come over quickly. What's the matter? Lin Shitong pointed at the Lamborghini and exclaimed, people in your community must be incredibly wealthy. They even have a Lamborghini Reventon. Jiang Nan laughed. You recognize the Reventon? Who do you look down upon? Although I cannot afford a Lamborghini, my knowledge about them is quite extensive. For instance, this Reventon is based on a fighter jet and is limited in production worldwide. It originally sold for $12 million, and its price has skyrocketed to over $30 or even $40 million now. Not that expensive, Lin Shitong giggled. How do you know it's not? Her smile abruptly faded, her eyes widening as she whispered, is it yours? Jiang Nan nodded. It is. Lin Shitong's voice suddenly soared several decibels. Is it really yours? It is mine. I just picked it up a few days ago. Lin Shitong was so excited she could hardly speak, leaning against the engine hood, her gaze fervently fixed on the windshield. Shall we go for a ride? Lin Shitong, brimming with excitement, asked, is it really okay? It's just a car. What's the harm in sharing? Just as Lin Shitong was about to speak, she bit her lip, suppressing her impulsive emotions, and shook her head. Forget it. It's too expensive. Can I at least sit in it? Jiang Nan rummaged through his pockets, but could not find the keys. I'm afraid not at the moment. The keys are still at home. Let us drop off the luggage first, and then I will take you out for a meal. All right. Jiang Nan and Lin Shitong each carried 2 bags as they ascended to the 6th floor. Jiang Nan opened the door and said, come in. Lin Shitong entered, her curious eyes surveying every corner of the home. Wow, this living room is incredibly spacious. She set down her bags and rushed to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the distant Jiangqing. I have never seen such a beautiful Jiangqing. The view from the rental was entirely different from what I see here. The Jiangqing from the rental was cramped and confined, whereas here, it is magnificent and resplendent, a true earthly paradise, where one can behold the grandeur of mountains. Shitongjie, I'm here. Jiangnan opened the door to the secondary bedroom. Sister Shitong, what do you think of this bedroom? Lin Shitong took a cursory glance. The decor was aesthetically pleasing, far from the commonplace. Moreover, the secondary bedroom boasted ample natural light, and she was particularly fond of the large window. Her previous rental had a much smaller one. It's perfect. I shall take this room. Very well. From now on, this shall be your abode. By the way, Sister Shitong, can you cook? Me? Of course, I can cook. Then the kitchen is entrusted to you. I usually dine at school, so if you prepare meals, I might occasionally eat at home. And the study, it's quite spacious too. You can live stream there if you wish. Lin Shitong's affection level, too. Jiangnan paused momentarily, gazing at Lin Shitong, who was looking back at him. What's the matter? Lin Shitong chuckled softly. You allow me to stay for free and treat me so kindly. I don't know why, but I feel a pang in my heart, almost wanting to cry. Have you been wronged? That tongue is utterly despicable. While I was on a certain platform, he sent people to sabotage me and reported me. Eventually, I switched to another site, but he relentlessly pursued me, causing chaos in my live streams for the last 2 months. I hardly dared to eat, fearing I would run out of food. I also couldn't tell my family. I feared it would worry them. Jiangnan opened his arms and gently said, if you don't mind, you can borrow my embrace to cry for a while. I assure you, I will forget about it afterward. Tears welled in Lin Shitong's eyes. You must not tell anyone. I want to say a word. Lin Shitong collapsed into Jiangnan's embrace, burying her face in his chest. Initially, she merely sobbed softly. However, as her pent-up grievances began to spill forth, her cries grew louder, as if she sought to weep away all the injustices of the past days. Suddenly, Lin Shitong's phone rang, halting her cries abruptly. She released Jiangnan, took out her phone, and upon seeing it was a call from her parents, wiped away her tears to regain her composure. She pressed the answer button. Thankfully, it wasn't a video call. Hello, Mom. I've arrived. Yes, at my friend's house. My friend is very kind. A college student still studying. The place I'm staying? I'll send you a few photos so you can see. He is quite wealthy and lives in a spacious home. Don't worry, I'm paying rent normally. I'll hang up now. I haven't eaten yet. After dinner, I'll call you on video. Goodbye. After ending the call, Jiangnan smiled and asked, are you feeling better? Crying has alleviated my burden. Lin Shitong wiped her tears and smiled. Your chest muscles are impressive. I'd like to touch them. Dream on. At this hour, I'm famished. Let us eat. Hot pot. No way. After 3 months of instant noodles and lao gan ma. If you eat hot pot now, you'll be rushing to the bathroom before dawn. Tonight, I'll treat you. What shall we eat? Cantonese cuisine. Is Cantonese cuisine light? Michelin restaurant, absolutely light. Chapter 47. The best life for a spoiled woman. My wife insists on taking children's medicine. Jiangnan accompanied Lin Shitong to the Michelin restaurant he had previously visited with Zhou Chuqing. As the sole Cantonese restaurant in Jiang City officially recognized by Michelin, Jiangnan had become quite enamored since his last visit. The dishes were both exquisite and reasonably priced. After 3 months of consuming only instant noodles with lao gan ma, Lin Shitong was utterly captivated by the Cantonese cuisine, especially since it was not her own money being spent. She indulged herself to the fullest, leaving the restaurant with a pleasantly distended belly. Despite being seated in the passenger seat of a Lamborghini, her spirits were not lifted. Jiangnan, with one hand on the steering wheel, glanced at Lin Shitong with a smile. Are you full? Does it feel like your stomach is about to burst? How old are you? Still unaware of your limits when it comes to eating? Lin Shitong grimaced, her expression reflecting discomfort. After 3 months of instant noodles, you devour a feast worth 5,800, even more voraciously than I do. That's true, Lin Shitong sighed, reclining in her seat with a furrowed brow. My stomach feels so bloated. I feel like I'm about to give birth. What nonsense is this? There's a pharmacy nearby. Let me buy you some digestive tablets. Overeating is detrimental to your stomach. I suspect you'll need those tablets for the upcoming week. Jiangnan temporarily parked the car by the roadside. After stepping out, Lin Shitong followed suit, stretching her limbs. They entered the pharmacy, where a woman in a white coat was placing a box of combined levonorgestrel tablets on the glass counter. A girl in black high heels was scanning her payment, casually stowing the medication into her bag. Upon turning around, she spotted Jiang Nan and Lin Shitong entering. Lin Shitong? Upon seeing the woman, Lin Shitong's previously relaxed demeanor was replaced with indifference. She had not expected to encounter her here. After a moment of surprise, the woman's expression also turned cold. I heard life has not been easy for you since leaving Jeja Media. It's manageable. I won't die, Lin Shitong replied. If you had agreed to President Qin, would you have fallen to the point of not affording a meal? Streaming for less than 30 viewers daily and still managing for 3 months. Frankly, I admire your perseverance. The woman's lips curled into a sardonic smile. You have your struggles too. You must do whatever it takes to make ends meet. I am undoubtedly better off than you. I can't afford milk before meals. But you can drink as you please. The woman's grip on her bag tightened, her hand trembling from the exertion, her nails digging into her flesh, turning her skin pale. Lin Shitong chose not to engage further, turning her gaze to Jiang Nan with a playful pout. Darling, my tummy is so bloated. I need medicine. I'm afraid of bitterness. Something sweet, please. You're the best, a kiss. Lin Shitong gently pecked Jiang Nan on the cheek. Her gaze was gentle, reminiscent of a young girl deeply in love. There was no trace of performance in her demeanor. It was a genuine expression of emotion. Jiang Nan was astounded. This woman was a born actress. Here are the digestive tablets. Sir, the lady doctor placed the bottle on the counter. That will be $6.50. Lin Shitong clung to Jiang Nan's arm like a koala, pressing closely against him. Her expression one of childlike grievance as she stared at the digestive tablets on the glass counter. Is this medicine bitter, darling? Jiang Nan, unsure of its taste, inquired. Is it bitter? Sir, this is an adult medication. It has a slightly sour and bitter yet sweet flavor. Sour and bitter yet sweet? What a peculiar description. Does that mean it's not sweet? Indeed, it's not very sweet. Are there sweeter options? There are, but they are for children and not suitable for adults. I want the children's version. The lady doctor, observing Lin Shitong's blissful demeanor, felt a twinge of envy. What woman wouldn't he wish to remain forever youthful, cherished and adored, cradled in someone's hands? How fortunate she was. Why does comparing oneself to others bring such frustration? Her husband was so wonderful. My husband, on the other hand, spends his evenings scrolling through Douyin, admiring beautiful women, with little else on his mind. The rare occasion he speaks to me, it's to say, Wife, my back itches. Could you scratch it for me? No way. I'll have an argument with him when we get home. The lady doctor placed the children's digestive tablets on the counter. Sir, if an adult consumes this, they need to take 4 tablets. Otherwise, it will be ineffective. Understood. Jiang Nan glanced around the pharmacy and spotted a water dispenser. Could I have a cup of warm water, please? Of course, sir. The lady doctor took a disposable cup and filled it with warm water, placing it on the glass counter. Take your medicine first, Jiang Nan suggested. Lin Shitong glanced at the woman still lingering by the door, then clung to Jiang Nan's arm, playfully pouting, I want you to feed me, darling. Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow, smiling at Lin Shitong. Her cheeks flushed, she boldly repeated, Please, feed me, darling. All right, I will. Jiang Nan unscrewed the cap of the children's digestive tablet bottle, poured 4 animal-shaped white tablets into his palm, and placed them into Lin Shitong's mouth. She chewed a couple of times, her eyes lighting up. Darling, it's really sweet. As long as it's sweet, drink your water, and we shall return home. Lin Shitong took a sip of the warm water, her little mouth instantly pouting. Darling, it's hot. My mouth hurts. Is it hot? Yes, it's hot. My mouth hurts, and I need a kiss to feel better. The lady doctor shot Lin Shitong a disapproving look. How cheeky. I know the water is hot. I poured it myself. Oh, I'm so envious. Jiang Nan gently brushed his lips against Lin Shitong's, a fleeting moment of contact. He could sense Lin Shitong's body tremble, as if an electric current had coursed through it. Lin Shitong blinked, her eyes sparkling with delight. Her husband's lips were equally sweet, just like the digestive tablets he had given her. However, her heart was sweet as well. With her large, watery eyes, Lin Shitong gazed at Jiang Nan, who felt his heart melting. Have you taken the medicine? Is your tummy feeling better? She asked innocently, pointing to her little belly. Tummy, are you feeling better? After a brief pause, Lin Shitong smiled and declared, Tummy says she feels much better. With an affectionate expression, Jiang Nan replied, Then shall we head home? Yes, home. And then sleep. Jiang Nan placed 100 yuan on the table. No need for change, he insisted. Sir, that's a bit much. Not at all. I prefer not to carry loose change. Thank you, sir. Jiang Nin left the pharmacy, with Lin Shitong happily clinging to his arm. Reminiscent of a naive and sweet heroine pampered by a domineering CEO in a drama. A woman, filled with jealousy, pushed open the glass door and exited the pharmacy. However, not long after stepping outside, she witnessed a scene that shattered her emotions completely. Chapter 48. Why the difference despite wearing black stockings. Lin Shitong took the passenger seat of a gray sports car, speeding away beneath the flickering neon lights of the street. Passers-by turned their gazes, watching in awe as the car vanished into the distance. Lamborghini Reventon. Who was that wealthy guy? One exclaimed. Damn, I forgot to take a picture. I got one. I'll make it my lock screen. Posting in the group. Okay, a sports car worth over 30 million, truly impressive. But that girl seemed quite beautiful as well. While one might question the character of the wealthy, one could never doubt their taste. The beauties in the passenger seats of affluent men were always exceptional. The woman walked past them with a sullen expression. She stood quietly by the roadside, waiting for the rideshare vehicle she had just summoned. The neon lights flickered in the stillness of the night, and she stood there, frowning like a wounded cat. A man approached, briefly glancing at her beautifully clad legs in black stockings. Hey, beautiful, are you alone? The woman looked up and shot a fierce glare at the stranger. If you wish to live, you better get lost. The man, taken aback, muttered as he walked away. Dressed so provocatively at night, yet pretending to be innocent. What a lunatic, just a used-up piece. His words, laced with vulgarity, ignited the already fragile emotions of the woman, prompting her to swing her bag at him, unleashing a torrent of profanities. A woman confronted a man with a fierce reprimand. The passers-by around them cast curious glances in their direction. The unfamiliar man, sensing the escalating tension, decided to discreetly retreat. The woman, picking up her fallen bag, cast a disdainful glance at the onlookers and bellowed, "What are you staring at? You're insane." A ride-hailing vehicle halted nearby. The driver, observing the woman's erratic behavior, contemplated finishing his snack before calling the passenger to confirm the pickup point. Unexpectedly, the seemingly unhinged woman approached his vehicle. She entered and settled into the passenger seat, shutting her eyes in a bid to regain her composure. Yet, her efforts were in vain. The image of Lin Shitong's blissful demeanor haunted her thoughts like an incantation. Why could Lin Shitong bask in such happiness while she wallowed in failure? Lin Shitong, merely suffering from a stomach upset, was coddled by a charming young man driving a sports car who was overly concerned for her well-being. Furthermore, that young man was exceedingly handsome, igniting desires of romance. In stark contrast, she had spent years without a boyfriend. Not only that, but she had also endured the advances of her boss, and after such encounters, found herself purchasing contraceptives. The most distressing aspect was the harassment she faced at night. What is wrong with me wearing black stockings and high heels? Am I in your way? Can't you see Lin Shitong wears them too? Both adorned in black stockings. Yet she was perceived as a streetwalker while Lin Shitong managed to maintain an innocent facade. Why was life so profoundly unjust? The more she pondered, the more frustrated she became, unable to suppress her tears. The driver, witnessing her distress, discreetly activated the camera, wary of potential online backlash. In today's world, men must learn to safeguard themselves. A Lamborghini Reventon parked in an underground garage. Stepping out, Lin Shitong joyfully exclaimed, "What a relief! Who is that woman?" Jiang Nin inquired. "She is the friend who deceived me into coming to Jiangcheng. Her name is He Yan. She claimed that Jeju Media was promising, so I came. Only upon arrival did I discover that introducing someone earns a commission of 5,000 yuan. I thought, since I was already here, I might as well take advantage of the decent base salary and commission, but I never anticipated nearly encountering a scoundrel. Did she take advantage of you after the incident?" Jiang Nin asked. Lin Shitong chuckled. It was more than just taking advantage. It was utterly inhumane. Not only did she conspire with the company against me, but she also revealed my alternate account to them. The day after my live stream on a certain platform, people from Jeju Media came knocking at my door, undoubtedly thanks to He Yan's treachery. Upon returning home, Jiang Nin quickly freshened up and lay down to rest. Messages from Chun Kenning, Zhou Chuqing, and Su Zhixiao filled his phone. Chun Kenning sent an inquiry. "Jiang Nan, what movie shall we watch tomorrow night? What do you wish to see?" "I desire to watch a horror film." Jiang Nin raised an eyebrow and inquired, "A horror film at night? Are you not afraid of having nightmares?" "With you by my side, I fear not." Following this statement was an expression of unwavering strength. Then tomorrow night, I shall hold you as we sleep. All right. Upon receiving the affirmative response from Chun Kailang, Jiangnan immediately felt invigorated. After lulling Chun Kailang to slumber, Jiangnan proceeded to click on Zhou Chuqing's message in the order it was received. Zhou Chuqing had sent a photograph. The angle of the photo was rather peculiar, leaving one to wonder from where it had been taken. The image showcased a pair of alluring, silk-clad legs. The sheer fabric enveloped her exquisite limbs, sensuous and enchanting, with a harmonious blend of voluptuous thighs and delicate calves on full display. A pair of elegant feet adorned with nude high-heeled shoes. Under the illumination, the intricate texture of the stockings was vividly apparent. The heels slightly arched forward, accentuating the already elongated legs, rendering them even more statuesque. The photographic technique was exceptional, exuding artistic flair. Perhaps I shall seek your guidance next time. Do you truly wish to learn photography techniques? A kiss, perhaps? You shall reap the rewards. After soothing Zhou Chuqing to sleep, Jiangnan clicked on Su Zhisha's avatar. Tomorrow, the day after, and the day following, I am inundated with classes. So weary. I feel like a groundhog unwilling to work. After lulling 3 individuals to rest, Jiangnan set aside his phone and drifted into slumber. The following morning, as Jiangnan awoke, Lin Shitong was still peacefully asleep in bed. Initially, he had thought that living together would allow him to share breakfast with Lin Shitong. But it seemed that hope was in vain. Lin Shitong was even lazier than he. By the time she woke to prepare breakfast, it would likely be nearing 10 o'clock. Jiangnan stifled a yawn and made his way to the underground parking garage. As he opened the door to his car, intending to get in, he was suddenly called from behind. Jiangnan, is it? Jiangnan turned in confusion to behold a tall, fair-skinned man with a stylish hairstyle reminiscent of a celebrity, adorned with exquisite, rimless glasses. He wore a white shirt, black trousers, and casual shoes, exhibiting a distinct personal style, albeit one Jiangnan could not fully appreciate. At that moment, one hand was tucked into his pocket as he approached Jiangnan. How to describe it? He exuded an air of refinement. So refined, he hardly seemed a man. As the adage goes, a tidy room devoid of odor suggests either a sissy or a gay man. Was he the one who called out to me just now? Yet, the voice seemed distinctly feminine. Jiangnan, you are heading to Jiangxing University, are you not? Might you give me a lift? My car has broken down and is at the service center. Jiangnan's eyes widened in astonishment, fixating on him. That delicate voice belonged to a woman? Chapter 49, Huananzi, I am fond of you. The woman innocently smiled and asked, do I resemble a man? Jiangnan remained silent. Brother Kuan sported a center-parted hairstyle, his hair only slightly longer than Jiangnan's. He was clad in a standard suit without an overcoat. Notably, there was not even the slightest hint of femininity about him. Anyone would instinctively perceive her as a man at first glance. I am Huananji, a pleasure to meet you. Huananji. Indeed, it sounds somewhat like a stage name. I am a university instructor, teaching social psychology. You teach at Jiangxing University? Indeed. Jiangnan cast a gentlemanly glance in her direction. All of Huananji's personal information unfolded before him. Name, Huananji. Gender, female. Age, 29. Affinity level, 10. Height, 171 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Attractiveness, 94. Charging times, 0. Truly a woman. Could you give me a ride? My car broke down, as I mentioned earlier. The request was not unreasonable. Jiangnan nodded, get in. Once inside the vehicle, Huananji took a seat in the passenger side, curiously examining the central console. Is this a new car? Yes, I acquired it not long ago. Do you think this car has an affinity for attracting women? It seems like ever since you got it, numerous ladies have been drawn to you. Jiangnan was taken aback, casting a wary glance at Huananji. Are you watching me? No, I live above you and have occasionally seen you bringing different beauties home. Where did you see this? Right here, in the underground parking lot. I assure you, I have no habit of monitoring others' lives. Besides, I am a teacher after all. Wouldn't you agree? Suit yourself. Jiangnan drove towards the university. Along the way, Huananji's gaze remained fixed upon him, her eyes filled with admiration. Upon arriving at the university, Jiangnan unbuckled his seatbelt. You've been staring at me. Do you fancy me? Huananji offered a polite smile. I do like you. Jiangnan responded with a puzzled murmur, taken aback by her direct admission. He had not anticipated that a mere 10 points of affinity would lead to such a confession. Yet, what surprised him even more lay ahead. If you were a woman, I would give you everything I possess. Unfortunately, you are a man, and thus, I can only regard this affection as the bond between friends. Jiang Nin's expression was one of sheer astonishment. Do not be so surprised. I tend to speak quite candidly. I hope you won't take offense. On the contrary, I admire your exquisite beauty and kind heart. Is your speech always this peculiar? I merely speak the truth. We have arrived. Please exit the vehicle. Once he stepped out, Jiang Nin noticed Chun Kailing approaching from the opposite direction. Upon catching sight of Jiang Nan's car, she hurried over. Chun Kailing dashed towards Jiang Nan and leapt into his embrace. As Jiang Nan held this soft and warm beauty in his arms, the dismal mood that had plagued him throughout the morning began to dissipate significantly. Chun Kailing turned her head to gaze at the handsome gentleman beside Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan's allure was purely innate. His mere presence effortlessly overshadowed that of other males, exuding a charm that captivated and intoxicated those around him. Despite having known him since childhood, she remained utterly enamored and infatuated. However, today, she unexpectedly encountered a young man whose aura was not eclipsed by Jiang Nin's charisma. Quite a rarity. Though he was indeed handsome, he could not compare to her beloved Jiang Nan. Chun Kailing buried her head in Jiang Nan's chest, inhaling deeply, as the scent of his hormones filled her nostrils. Every cell in her body awakened instantaneously. Her legs weakened, yearning to lean against him. Have you eaten yet? Not yet. I was just about to go for breakfast with my roommate when I saw you. Shall we go together? Sure. Let's have breakfast together. May I join as well? I haven't had breakfast either. The voice of Huan Nanji chimed in, rather inopportunely, from the side. Chun Kailing looked at Huan Nanji in surprise. You're a girl? My name is Huan Nanji, and I teach social psychology. Female by gender, attracted to females. You are truly beautiful. What is your name? Would you care to join me for a cup of coffee this afternoon? I already have a boyfriend. Perhaps you should invite someone else. But you don't have a girlfriend, do you? If you don't mind. I do mind, Jiang Nin interjected, interrupting Huan Nanji. How audacious of you. Right in front of me. You dare to flirt with my girlfriend? Perhaps you should reconsider, Huan Nanji replied with a smirk. Otherwise, I shall make you understand the true meaning of gender equality. Huan Nanji, with her hands in her pockets, nodded with a smile. One should not covet a friend as partner. However, I do hope you won't mind if I join you for breakfast. My girlfriend is on leave today and isn't at school. You have a girlfriend as well? Jiang Nin exclaimed in astonishment. Love is the remedy for all the sorrows of this world. Naturally, I have one. Does your girlfriend know that you flirt with beautiful women? I trust you will keep it a secret from me, won't you? A mischievous glimmer danced in Huan Nanji's eyes. Jiang Nin shot her a disapproving glance. Not a chance. Huan Nanji paused for a moment before laughing. Let us eat first. Soon there will be quite a crowd. Along the way, Jiang Nin encountered several of Huan Nanji's students. Good morning, teacher. Good morning. Are you going for breakfast? Yes, I am. Skipping breakfast is bad for the stomach. Where is Sister Musi? I haven't seen her with you. She has matters to attend to and has taken leave today. Teacher, when will you have another lecture? I would still like to attend. After the freshers' military training concludes, there may be an opportunity, depending on the school's arrangements. Chun Kailing, gripping Jiang Nan's hand, lowered her voice and remarked, Teacher Huananzi is quite popular. Many people in the school know her. How did you come to know her? She lives above me. Today, her car broke down, so she came with me. So, are we still going to Xiangyuan Tianfu tonight? Classmate Chun Kailing is indeed knowledgeable. However, her means of acquiring knowledge is rather unorthodox, gleaned from her roommate. It's not very serious. In Chun Kailing's pursuit of knowledge, those girls are rather exaggerated. If one were unaware that teacher Huananzi resides above Jiangnan, it would be one thing. But now that she knows, she fears that if the sound insulation of their floors is inadequate, they might encounter each other frequently, which would be quite awkward. The feelings of a young girl are tinged with a touch of melancholy. Tonight, we shall not go to Xiangyuan Tianfu, but to another place. I will follow your lead. Even without Huananzi, Jiangnan could not possibly take Chun Kailing to Xiangyuan Tianfu, especially with Lin Shidong present. It would be inappropriate. After breakfast, Jiangnan headed to the playground to continue the military training. As he approached a corner, he was intercepted by 4 or 5 individuals. Feng Hao, with his hands in his pockets, was flanked by several others wielding baseball bats, butterfly knives, and fruit knives. Chapter 50. A minor crisis and praise from the female officer at 8:20, students with classes began to attend, while those without remained in bed. This secluded path was devoid of foot traffic at this hour, save for a few freshmen. They had clearly been waiting for him. A fight? With just the 5 of you? Jiangnan smiled. Feng Hao scoffed, skillfully flicking a butterfly knife in his hand. As your senior, we do not wish to bully you. Just keep your distance from Qin Jingya from now on, and we can bury the hatchet. Do not be ungrateful. Are you threatening me? Isn't it obvious? What if I refuse? Refuse? Feng Hao sneered. Then I will send you to the ICU. Jiang Nan chuckled. Good suggestion. That place is rather nice. I'll escort you there. His expression shifted slightly as he lifted his leg and kicked Feng Hao away. Feng Hao cried out, crashing onto the concrete, his face contorted in pain. The others, witnessing this, rushed in. Despite their fierce attacks, Jiang Nan's agility prevailed. 5 minutes later, all 5 lay sprawled on the ground, their faces twisted in agony. Feng Hao clutched his chest, inching backwards. What do you intend to do? What? Send you to jail? You fools. Jiang Nan smirked at the boys brandishing knives. Fools. This is a society governed by law. Why wield knives? What are you, gangsters? Heroes returning, bound by righteousness. You 4, each of you for 20 years. Jiang Nan pointed at Feng Hao. You, without parole. You shall spend the remainder of your life in prison. Jiang Nan retrieved his phone and dialed the police station. After hanging up, he observed the individuals lying on the ground, their faces ashen and their eyes filled with panic. Particularly Feng Hao, who was now gripped by fear. After reporting the incident, Jiang Nan proceeded to notify the school security. The security team informed the principal, and before long, the principal, vice principal, and various directors arrived. Jiang Nan lingered in the principal's office for a while. When the police car arrived, accompanied by the principal, Jiang Nan entered the vehicle and headed to the police station to file a report. The atmosphere in the car was oppressive. The principal wore a grim expression, though he felt relieved that no lives had been lost. Otherwise, his tenure as principal would have been at an end. Jiang Nan, did they injure you? Principal Hu inquired, having asked the same question 10 times already. No, truly. Hu Tianlu retorted angrily. Young man, make a U-turn and head to the hospital. Why go to the hospital? Jiang Nan asked. For an examination. Hu Tianlu explained. When one is faced with a life-threatening situation, adrenaline surges. This surge can diminish the perception of pain. Just because you don't feel hurt does not mean you are in good health. It's unnecessary. Let's just file the report. I assure you, I am fine. Why are you being so stubborn? It won't take long. If something happens to you, how will I explain it to your parents? Please do not mention this to my parents. There's no need to worry them. Once we finish the report, we will go directly to the hospital. All right. Jiang Nan found Zhou Chuqing's number and called. Zhou Chuqing was in a meeting. The atmosphere in the conference room was serious, with the boss speaking at the front. Zhou Chuqing felt her phone vibrate, glanced at the screen, and saw it was Jiang Nan calling. She stood up and stepped outside the conference room to answer. Hello, darling. Do you miss me? Upon saying this, she smiled, awaiting a response. After a 3-second pause, there was no reply. Jiang Nan. Oh, I'm here. Darling, why did you call? I'm at work. Do you miss me? Certainly, but the reason I called is that I need your assistance with something. Why be so formal between us? Just say what you need. Some individuals attempted to kill me, but fortunately, they failed. I would like them to receive a harsh sentence, whatever the maximum punishment is. Can you arrange that? Zhou Chuqing's expression turned instantly serious. What? Someone tried to kill you? Are you all right? I'm fine. Where are you now? I'm coming to find you. I'm on my way to the police station. I'll arrive shortly. The police station? Why are you going there instead of the hospital? You should tell them to go to the hospital first for an injury assessment. The recording can be done at any time, but what if it leaves hidden dangers? I am uninjured. Let us proceed with the recording first. Then wait for me. I shall come to find you immediately. Very well. Zhou Chuqing hung up the phone and hurried into the conference room. Old Zhang, I have some work to attend to. I need to step out. Before the female boss could respond, Zhou Chuqing had already departed. Upon arriving at the police station, Jiang Nan was escorted by the officers to the 3rd floor of the public security office to take his statement. As he ascended the stairs, a striking female police officer approached. She walked with poise, exuding an admirable grace, her face a perfect oval, fair and delicate, with gentle eyes. Just a glance at her painted a serene picture of national tranquility, a quintessential beauty of the East. She was holding a thermos and was descending the stairs as Jiang Nan and the officer ascended. She glanced at Jiang Nan but did not linger in her gaze. Jiang Nan did not receive any notifications of fondness from the system. Her beauty undoubtedly rated a solid 90. Captain He, what crime did he commit? He has committed no crime. He is the victim, preparing to give his statement. Upon learning that Jiang Nan was not a suspect, the female officer scrutinized him once more. He Cancan's fondness level. 2. As the pinnacle of male attractiveness, Jiang Nan made a favorable first impression on both men and women alike, reflected in the increase of fondness towards him. However, He Cancan's positive impression only emerged after realizing Jiang Nan was not a criminal suspect. Let us see how your work unfolds. Really? I was scolded by my mentor last time for taking a statement. With you guiding me this time. Old Deng, surely 1T reprimand me. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, He Cancan placed a cup of plain water in front of Jiang Nan. The officer responsible for the statement inquired, "Why did they want to kill you? Was there a conflict between you?" Jiang Nan replied truthfully, "Feng Hao had feelings for a girl from our school, and I became somewhat close to her. He was incensed and resorted to violence out of passion." The officer, puzzled, asked, "Have you trained in self-defense?" "I've practiced a little, mostly from watching films, nothing too rigorous." The officer turned to He Cancan, astonished. He is quite the talent. "What is the matter?" He Cancan inquired. 5 assailants faced him, armed with 2 butterfly knives, a fruit knife, and a baseball bat. Yet they did not harm him in the least. If it were me in such a situation, I would undoubtedly turn and flee. He Cancan took a sip of hot tea, her scrutinizing gaze once more appraising Jiang Nan. He is not lying. At the very least, he is not trained systematically. He likely possesses an innate quickness of reflexes and substantial muscular strength. Such individuals are born warriors. Leaning back in her chair, He Cancan continued, "However, he has had numerous girlfriends. He is a scoundrel." Jiang Nan was taken aback. Can this be discerned? But from where did she glean such insight? Jiang Nan. A woman forcefully pushed open the office door and embraced Jiang Nan. Chapter 51. Assets reaching 50 million. The decision-making power of Lingyun International Building. Police Station Lounge. The officers had all departed, occupied with their duties, leaving time solely for Jiang Nan and her. In the lounge, only Zhou Chuqing and Jiang Nan remained. Zhou Chuqing could no longer suppress her inner impulse and leapt into Jiang Nan's arms, clutching him tightly, as if fearing he might vanish. "Do you know how worried I was on the way here?" Jiang Nan caressed her back, reassuring her. "Fear not. Those 2 little rascals couldn't possibly harm me." "Do you truly not need to go to the hospital?" Jiang Nan released the tearful Zhou Chuqing, comforting her. "There's no need at all." "But what if there are hidden injuries?" "There's nothing to worry about. They didn't even touch the hem of my clothes. I'm perfectly fine. If you don't believe me, feel for yourself." Jiang Nan took Zhou Chuqing's small hand and placed it against his chest. Zhou Chuqing felt the rhythmic beating of his heart. With her palm open against his chest, she began to carefully examine him inch by inch, fearful of missing any injury. "Is everything truly fine?" "Everything is fine." At that moment, the lounge door was pushed open. "Jiang Nan, if there's nothing wrong, we can." Hu Tianlu stood at the doorway. The unfinished words lodged in his throat. He beheld a woman clad in a black suit, seated upon Jiang Nan's lap, her hands pressed against his chest. The woman was strikingly beautiful. Jiang Nan's arms encircled her slender waist, and she did not resist, indicating a level of familiarity between them. As a seasoned observer, he instantly grasped the situation. Had he known, he would have delayed his visit. "Well, you 2 carry on, pretend I am not here." Hu Tianlu closed the lounge door behind him and departed. Zhou Chuqing blinked, suddenly realizing she and her husband were in a compromising situation. Caught by none other than the principal, she instinctively attempted to rise, but Jiang Nan's arms exerted slight pressure, pulling her forward. The motion caused her to lean into Jiang Nan's embrace, her hands resting on his shoulders. The distance between them shrank to less than 10 centimeters. "What are you doing?" Zhou Chuqing blushed and playfully tapped Jiang Nan's shoulder. Jiang Nan held her waist. After all, someone had already come in. It would be a while before anyone else returned. Zhou Chuqing whispered, lowering her voice. "Don't you see where we are? Let us not be foolish. What is there to fear? We are not suspects. We are citizens. Even so, we shouldn't kiss here." Zhou Chuqing softly murmured, "Just a kiss. I promise." She cradled Jiang Nan's face with both hands, her eyes shimmering with tenderness, and leaned in to kiss him. A minute later, footsteps echoed down the corridor. Zhou Chuqing immediately pulled away from Jiang and playfully tapped his hand with a hint of force, casting him a playful glare. The police officer entered the room. "Is this Jiang Nan?" "Yes," Jiang Nan replied as he stood up. "Your statement has been recorded. You may leave now." "Understood," Jiang Nan acknowledged. And the officer exited after delivering the message. Jiang Nan turned to Zhou Chuqing, smiling, "Take care of yourself." Zhou Chuqing, blushing, took hold of Jiang Nan's hand. Stop teasing. You mentioned you had something to discuss with me over the phone. Were you hoping I would act as your legal representative? Indeed, he confirmed. Rest assured, my dear. I will ensure they pay dearly for their actions. I will advocate for a severe sentence, ensuring that those 5 endure a lifetime behind bars. That's the intention. But there's another matter, he continued. What is it? She inquired. What is your usual fee for legal services? Zhou Chuqing suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Darling, what are you saying? Your affairs are my affairs. How could I possibly charge you? She added with a hint of annoyance. If you keep this up, I might get upset. Jiang Nan chuckled. No, I cannot allow my woman to work for free. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested. How about I just give you 3,000? Host, please note, this action constitutes malicious consumption and will not result in a refund. The voice of the system echoed in Jiang Nan's mind. Malicious consumption? What a novel term. System, you're being unreasonable. However, 3 million does seem a bit excessive. I'll offer you 300,000. If that seems insufficient, I can increase it to 500,000. No, I meant 300,000 is too much. Zhou Chuqing waved her hand dismissively. Is it too much? Not at all. From that 300,000, you can take your fee, and the remainder will serve as your pocket money. With just one statement, Jiang Nan left Zhou Chuqing stunned, her body feeling weightless. 300,000 pocket money. She could never earn that much in a lifetime. With 300,000, I could even start my own law firm. Jiang Nan took out his phone and transferred the 300,000 to Zhou Chuqing. Congratulations, host, you have received 300 million. Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled with surprise. 300,000 had multiplied tenfold to 300 million. Congratulations, host. Your total assets have reached 57,640,000. Congratulations, host. Your total assets have reached 50 million. A phase task has been triggered. Task name, Beautiful Companions. Task description, to possess 5 beautiful confidants with a score of 90 in appearance and a 90 in favorability. Note, before the task is released, the confidant with a favorability score of 90 points is not included. Task reward, shares and decision-making power of Lingyun International Building 621. Jiang Nan's eyes brightened. The shares and decision-making power of Lingyun International Building 621. Does that not mean that, ultimately, the entire Lingyun International Building will fundamentally belong to me? 5 confidants with scores above 90. The favorability must reach 90 points. This task is effortlessly achievable. Zhou Chuqing's favorability score, 13. The system's voice echoed once more. 3 million, directly adding 13 points to favorability. With these 13 points, Zhou Chuqing's favorability towards me has reached 80. By the time Zhou Chuqing's relatives depart, which is on Friday, the final 10 points of favorability will be easily within my grasp. Just then, Zhou Chuqing received a phone call from the law firm's owner. Chuqing, a client is here for you. It seems to be regarding that insurance company's claim case. All right, I'll head back shortly. After hanging up, Zhou Chuqing took one last glance at the 3 million in her bank account. It felt surreal to her. Darling, I will ensure this case meets your satisfaction. I trust you. On Friday, you must come over. I will be waiting at home for you. Even if you don't say, I will definitely come. Zhou Chuqing whispered into Jiang Nan's ear. I just bought a new pair of socks, chocolate scented. Please help me see if they fit well on Friday. I will definitely come by then. The matters at the police station have all been settled. Jiang Nan and Zhou Chuqing left the lounge and descended the stairs. Upon reaching the first floor, Jiang Nan spotted Feng Hao emerging from the restroom. Upon seeing Jiang Nan, Feng Hao charged towards him with such speed that even the nearby police officers could not restrain him. Chapter 52. Young and promising, Li Cici's determination. Jiang Nan braced his right leg with resolve. As Feng Hao closed in within 2 meters, he prepared to strike. In this place, self-defense is justified. If your life is at stake, what can you say? In broad daylight, this witness is not an ordinary person. Jiang Nan had already made up his mind to inflict harm. With this kick, he aimed to instill a fear in Feng Hao that would haunt him for a lifetime. Thud. Feng Hao fell to his knees, gripping Jiang Nan's pant leg. Brother, dear brother, I was wrong. Feng Hao cried and pleaded, Brother, Jiang, I truly made a mistake. I should not have provoked you. I was blind. I am not human. Please let me go. I really don't want to spend my life in there. A police officer seized Feng Hao and pulled him up. You scared the hell out of me. Get up and come with me. Feng Hao choked back tears, presenting a remorseful demeanor. But Jiang Nan was not swayed by such antics. You realize your mistake? Indeed, I acknowledge my errors. I am fully aware of my missteps. Yet, you, my dear, are not simply cognizant of your faults. Rather, You are engulfed in fear. Remain within those confines, and perhaps take heed in your next life. As Feng Hao was escorted away by the police, Zhou Chuqing clasped Jiang Nan's arm and expressed her relief, stating, I feared he might resort to violence. Some offenders, upon realizing their bleak future, might indeed resort to such extremes. I was prepared to take action, yet he chose to kneel. Nonetheless, the outcome remains unchanged. I intend for him to spend the remainder of his life in incarceration. Rest assured, this matter shall be handled with ease. Zhou Chuqing entered her vehicle, waved goodbye to Jiang Nan, and drove off. Jiang Nan, seated in Principal Hu Tianlu's car, returned to the school. Hu Tianlu solemnly remarked, the incident involving Feng Hao demands the utmost attention from the entire school. This afternoon, I shall issue a notice mandating class meetings for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th year students at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning to emphasize this matter. The repercussions of this event weighed heavily upon Hu Tianlu. A misstep could jeopardize his future. Principal Hu, I shall not attend military training this afternoon. I will rest at home, Jiang Nan stated. Very well. Shall I escort you back? Hu Tianlu inquired. No need. Please take me back to the school. I will drive home myself. After dropping Jiang Nan back at the school, Hu Tianlu asked, where is your car? I can take you there. Just ahead. Take the next turn, Jiang Nan replied. Hu Tianlu turned the corner and parked by the roadside. Jiang Nan alighted, tilting his chin slightly and stating nonchalantly, this is it. Hu Tianlu surveyed the luxurious vehicle. A Cullinan. You are quite accomplished to be driving such a car at a young age. Once inside, Jiang Nan fastened his seatbelt and sent a message to Chen Qinning, informing her of his absence and that he would pick her up in the evening. He then drove away from the school. Upon reaching a traffic light, his phone rang. It was a call from Sister Li. Jiang Nan pressed the answer button while steering the wheel. Hello, Sister CC. Jiang Nan, were you exhausted from military training this morning? She inquired. I took the day off and did not attend, he responded. No military training? Li CC paused for a moment before continuing. By the way, Nan Nan has gone to school. I called to reassure you. She is doing well. Jiang Nan smiled and replied, I understand. Will you be joining us for lunch today? I'm afraid I won't be able to make it, she responded. Very well then. Take care, he said before hanging up. After ending the call, Jiang Nan turned at the intersection and arrived at Li CC's residence. He purchased a box of children's snacks from a nearby store before ascending the stairs. Upon reaching her door, he knocked gently. Li CC answered, initially peeking through a small opening. Upon recognizing Jiang Nan, her face lit up. She swung the door wide open and leaped into his arms, embracing him tightly. Come in, Jiang Nan invited. Once inside, he settled on the sofa, while Li CC took a seat beside him. Li CC seemed to have anticipated Jiang Nan's arrival. Today, she adorned herself in a purple lace-patterned bodycon dress, accentuating her ample bosom and slender waist, which was delicate enough to be grasped with a single hand. Her voluptuous hips resembled the roundness of a ripe peach, and her beautiful legs were encased in sheer stockings, elegantly pressed together. She had opted against wearing slippers, reinforcing the tips of her stockings. I knew you would come. You deceived me over the phone. I wanted to surprise you. With that, Li CC gracefully perched herself upon Jiang Nan's lap, one hand playfully draping around his neck, lazily resting against his chest. She was no longer the naive young girl she once was. In the past, for the sake of her daughter, she had deliberately suppressed her own desires. But now, having finally found a man she could love deeply, she felt compelled to reveal her truest self. After all, she must not shortchange herself. Isn't one ready? Almost. She insisted on going to kindergarten today, so I took her. She's quite happy there. Have you found a house? I found a rental, but I haven't secured a place to buy yet. I would like your opinion on it. Shall we go together this afternoon? Of course, if you still have the energy. Li CC smiled and planted a kiss on Jiang Nan's cheek. Too much confidence in a man can be detrimental. My confidence is well-founded, he replied. Li CC leaned against Jiang Nan's chest, her small hand idly tracing circles on his torso, her gaze devoid of worldly desires. She realized that one day, she too could attain wisdom. It's 2 o'clock. What would you like to eat? I can prepare something for you. Let us order takeout. No, I want to cook for my man. Since you're unsure of what to eat, I shall decide and ensure you're well fed. All right. Li CC rose and stretched her limbs, the soft sunlight filtering through the curtains and casting a hazy glow upon her. Turning to Jiang Nan, she shyly remarked, Am I getting too old? Jiang Nan replied, You are undeniably beautiful. Age is not a factor at all. From the moment Li CC chose to be with Jiang Nan, She had resolved to maintain an everlasting flirtation with him. Yet, while she could guarantee her eternal love for Jiang Nan, she could not assure that his interest would endure. There are countless 18-year-old girls in the world, and she would inevitably age. However, Jiang Nan's wealth would remain, and some girls are particularly fond of older men. To ensure that Jiang Nan would never grow weary of her, Li Sisi silently vowed to practice yoga after work each day to maintain her figure. With that determination, Li Sisi opened her bedside drawer and retrieved a box. She unwrapped it and took out a pair of stockings, slipping them onto her legs. She was indeed an ardent enthusiast of stockings. From her early childhood, she developed a fondness for dance. After donning her stockings, she retrieved a peach-colored base shirt and a pair of denim shorts from the wardrobe. "All right, my dear, I shall prepare dinner for you now." Li Sisi gently caressed Jiang Nan's face, and upon meeting his gaze, she playfully withdrew her hand with a smile. "Do not be mischievous. Let us eat first, for we must view the house this afternoon." Chapter 53. Over 2 million. Purchasing a home in full before Li Sisi could retract her hand. Jiang Nan's arm had already encircled her supple waist. Her rounded, voluptuous figure resembled soft, bouncy jelly. Li Sisi leaned into Jiang Nan, wrapping her arms around his neck. "What are you doing?" Her eyes conveyed a flirtatious ambivalence, brimming with an enchanting allure, as if she were about to consume life itself. Every subtle smile and frown from this charming woman was utterly captivating, effortlessly stirring the soul. Especially her delicate fingers, playfully pinching Jiang Nan's ear. "What do you think I intend to do? Stop fooling around. Aren't you hungry, little man?" "Precisely because I am hungry, I sought you out, Sister Sisi. I was referring to your stomach." After a while, as the clock approached 4, Li Sisi glanced at her torn stockings with a mix of exasperation and affection. "How much do you adore my stockings, little man?" She removed the damaged stockings and tossed them into the trash, leaving Jiang Nan with a captivating silhouette. "I shall take a shower first. Let us go out for dinner shortly, as time is of the essence. If I cook now, it will be evening before we finish. Have you decided where to dine?" "There is a beef noodle shop outside the community, and the food is delightful. Nguyen and I often eat there." Once they had both showered, Jiang Nan and Li Sisi made their way to the noodle shop downstairs. While waiting for their meal, they discussed Li Sisi's housing situation. "Sister Sisi, have you found a suitable house? I browsed online, and Jiahyuan has some appealing properties. It is relatively close to Nguyen's kindergarten and reasonably priced. Is it suitable for her to attend elementary school in the future?" The distance to the elementary school is considerable. However, properties near the school are all in the school district, with an average price of 13,000 per square meter, and in some areas, it can reach 15,000. Quite expensive. "Ah, here comes the beef noodles." The owner placed 2 bowls of beef noodles on the table. Jiang Nan consumed his meal considerably faster than Li Sisi. After finishing, Jiang Nan began searching for houses online. After a 5-minute deliberation, he selected a property close to Jiangxing Experimental Primary School. "Sister Sisi, let us visit Longming Shanjuan." Longming Shanjuan? Li Sisi was somewhat familiar with this community. She had noted it several times while searching for houses at night, but it was indeed pricey. If this residential community were situated elsewhere, the average price would hover around 14 to 15,000. Presently, it is conveniently adjacent to the experimental primary school, endowing it with the coveted status of a school district property, thus propelling the price per square meter to an astonishing 18,000. Should one wish to acquire a modest 90 square meter unit, it would necessitate an expenditure exceeding 160,000, and this sum does not encompass the cost of interior decoration. Hence, at the outset of consideration, it was swiftly dismissed. Although the Jiangnan community boasts an excellent geographical location, its exorbitant pricing is prohibitive. Perhaps, we ought to opt for a more ordinary community. Now that I possess a vehicle, transporting our little one is not overly burdensome. Jiangnan held her hand, pondering aloud why. When better options abound, one should settle for less. Yet, heed my counsel. Li Sisi's gaze was tender and sweetly persuasive. "Very well, I shall follow your lead." Jiangnan escorted Li Sisi to the sales center of Longming Shanjuan. Upon entering the hall, a saleswoman clad in black stockings promptly approached them. "Welcome to Longming Shanjuan." The saleswoman guided Jiangnan and Li Sisi to the model display and began to elucidate the advantages of the community. Jiangnan advised Li Sisi to select a unit of at least 150 square meters, dismissing any smaller options. "Isn't 150 square meters rather large?" "Not at all," he replied, "considering this residence would be their long-term home. Therefore, Jiangnan entrusted most of the decision-making to Li Sisi. Their conversation caught the attention of the nearby saleswoman, who brightened and enthusiastically interjected, "Sir, we have several high-efficiency 150 square meter units available, with only a few remaining. May I show them to you?" "Please do." The two moved aside as the saleswoman led them to the client lounge, offering them hot tea. She presented several floor plans for Li Sisi to choose from. After careful consideration, Li Sisi selected a 3-bedroom, 1 living room layout. To ensure its suitability, they, under the saleswoman's guidance, visited a raw unit. From the living room, one could see the experimental primary school perfectly. "Sir, this layout is extremely popular. 3 individuals have already made reservations, though none have finalized." Jiangnan interrupted the saleswoman, stating, "Full payment." The saleswoman was momentarily taken aback, then joyfully responded, "Now?" "Yes." "Very well, sir. Please accompany me back to the sales center to sign the contract." Upon reaching the sales center, Li Sisi proceeded to sign the contract. Exiting the sales office, Li Sisi exhaled a deep breath of relief. "I have truly established myself in this city, with a husband, a child, and now my own home." She planted a kiss on Jiangnan's cheek. "Thank you, my husband. What else could I do, when you are my woman?" Upon entering the vehicle, Li Sisi smiled and inquired, "Do you have any plans for the evening?" "I do." "Then why not accompany me home for a while? There's still plenty of time." "That sounds great." Upon arriving home, Li Sisi produced a yoga mat and retreated to her room to change into a pair of gray yoga pants and a black camisole, her delicate feet adorned with white athletic socks. "When did you begin practicing yoga?" Jiangnan asked with curiosity. "After losing my job. I took it up to maintain my flexibility, but I eventually let it slide." "What prompted you to think of it now?" Li Sisi chuckled. "I want to ensure you can't resist me." Jiangnan smiled silently, captivated by the alluring woman before him, who possessed a strong competitive spirit. Li Sisi settled onto the yoga mat and began to showcase her slender, graceful figure before Jiangnan. She performed the frog pose, a classic yoga position capable of transforming O-shaped or X-shaped legs. Bored, Jiangnan opened a streaming platform and searched for Lin Shidong's live broadcast. The search bar directly led him to her stream, which had only 10 viewers. Nevertheless, Lin Shidong was diligently engaged in her broadcast. Jiangnan began chatting with her in the live chat. "Lin Shidong, how long have you been streaming?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Shidong immediately recognized Jiangnan's identity. "Is that you, Jiangnan? What brings you here?" "Just looking to pass the time and see how you're doing," he replied. "Oh, it's the same as usual. I've been streaming for nearly 8 hours, and still just 10 viewers," Lin Shidong lamented. "Is Jejia Media still trying to cause trouble? It's been half a month since they last showed up. Perhaps they've forgotten about me. But this account is completely useless now. It can't bounce back. Shall I try sending you a gift from the homepage? Getting featured on the homepage is quite challenging. What is so difficult about it? Would 1 million suffice?" Chapter 54. Learning Yoga. Jiangnan exchanged 1 million for 10 million in virtual currency. He navigated to the gift section, selected the Dreamland Amusement Park, and clicked to send it. In an instant, the live stream was filled with the effects of the Dreamland Amusement Park. To the left of the stream, the count of Dreamland amusement parks surged dramatically from 1 to 334 in just a matter of seconds. Upon witnessing such a plethora of gifts, Lin Shidong covered her mouth in excitement and leaned closer to the screen, scrutinizing it, as if afraid of misreading the numbers. 334 Dreamland amusement parks? 1 million? Lin Shidong leaned back in her chair, momentarily flustered as she wiped her nose. "Jiangnan, how did you manage to send so many? I wasn't even prepared for gifts." In the streaming platform, it is customary for streamers to offer gifts. More ordinary streamers might provide plush toys or other items, while bolder ones might present risque photographs. With audacity, Lin Shidong has navigated the nuances of her time on the small platform, naturally accustomed to the unwritten rules. Yet, she never envisioned having a captain or receiving such a substantial monetary gift all at once. At present, she finds herself in a state of bewilderment. "Jiangnan, how about I treat you to a meal? I can cook for you at my place." Lin Shidong contemplated for quite some time, ultimately devising a seemingly reasonable plan. After arranging to dine together the following afternoon, Jiangnan exited the live stream. In this world, aside from Lin Shidong, there exist countless girls striving for a better life. Although they may not possess her beauty, they are equally deserving of admiration. Once Jiangnan departed, Lin Shidong promptly closed her stream. After all, Earning 4 to 500,000 in a single day certainly warrants a well-deserved rest. The profits from this million-dollar reward would linger for several days, at the very least. Tomorrow, once she begins streaming again, she would undoubtedly grace the homepage of the small platform. The thought of their lunch date lingered in her mind, and suddenly, inspiration struck as she rose from her chair. Of course, he's in college now, an adult, no longer that high school student of yore. Dating him is no longer a transgression. Years ago, while in Donglin City, Lin Shitong had noticed her neighbor, a remarkably handsome young man, instantly igniting her desire to connect. However, upon realizing he had over a year until his college entrance exams, she suppressed her burgeoning feelings, initially planning to wait until after his examinations to make her move. Unexpectedly, she found herself deceived into Jiangcheng, but by a twist of fate, she encountered Jiangnan once more. She wondered if he had a girlfriend. If not, that would be splendid. Meanwhile, Jiangnan spent several $100,000, resulting in a staggering return of $3,250,000. Phew, sighed the mature woman, releasing a cloud of exhalation. Her yoga pose transitioned from a frog stretch to a standing split. Having trained in dance from a young age, her body was extraordinarily flexible, and her execution of the standing split was impeccable, particularly accentuated by her well-defined posterior. Her shapely legs, ensconced in yoga pants, showcased muscular thighs with visible definition, while her calves appeared rounded and resilient. Positioned sideways to Jiangnan, her expression was notably earnest. Jiangnan smiled and asked, "Cece, may I request something of you?" Li Cece turned with a puzzled expression. "What is it? What is your limit for holding a split?" Li Cece paused momentarily, then chuckled. "I doubt you could master it in a single yoga session. And your record is?" "I'm not sure. I just want to challenge my limits with the split. Care to join me? I can teach you yoga." An hour later, Jiangnan's yoga session came to a close. As a yoga instructor in Jiangnan, Li Cece was drenched in fragrant sweat, attesting to the substantial exertion that yoga entails. It is no wonder that so many are enamored with the practice. She cast a playful glance at Jiangnan, who, with a mischievous grin, pinched her cheek, reminding her, "Nanan will soon finish school. Why are you still lounging here?" Li Cece's face flushed angrily, resembling a ripe peach. Puffing out her cheeks in indignation, she huffed, "Humph. You were so composed as an older sister. But now you suddenly act so coy." The stark contrast in her demeanor amused Jiangnan greatly. As the children completed their activities, he inquired, "Shall we go together?" "No. I must return to school," she replied. After a brief respite, she descended the stairs alongside Jiangnan, and they parted ways below. Jiangnan headed back to school, while Li Cece went to fetch Nanan. Upon arriving at the kindergarten, she found the children nearly finished. Teacher Tian was waiting at the entrance, holding Nanan's hand. A sleek black Audi A8L pulled up at the school gate, and a strikingly beautiful woman stepped out. "Mommy!" Nanan exclaimed, rushing into Li Cece's embrace. Teacher Tian observed the new Audi with envy. Just days prior, Li Cece had taken the bus to drop Nanan off at school, and now she arrived in a luxury vehicle. She pursed her lips. "Thank you for taking care of Nanan, Teacher Tian. I apologize for the trouble." "It's no bother. Nanan is quite well behaved," came the reply. Nanan bid farewell to her teacher. "Goodbye, teacher." Later, upon returning to school, Jiangnan encountered Qin Jingya, who fortuitously emerged from the College of Arts. She was still clad in her floral dress, which fell just above mid-thigh, her long, fair legs elegantly together, adorned with white socks encasing her ankles, and her delicate feet nestled in pristine white shoes. "Are you looking for Chen Kailang?" Jiangnan inquired. "Yes, I am. I heard about Feng Hao's incident." "It's all my fault that you faced danger," she lamented. Jiangnan reassured her, "It has nothing to do with you. Yet, I feel guilty and wish to treat you to dinner as an apology." "Very well, tomorrow evening. You choose the place." "See you then," she agreed, departing with a noticeably lighter step. When Jiangnan reached the playground, he found Chen Kailang still engaged in training. He waited patiently nearby, and a few minutes later, as the session concluded, Chen Kailang ran to his side, linking her arm with his. "Jiangnan, I'm so relieved you're safe. I was nearly frantic when I heard the news at noon. It wasn't that frightening. Let's not dwell on it. He's already in custody. What do you feel like eating tonight?" "I crave ice cream. Let's head to Tianhai department store." Feng Laohu knelt on the ground, his head bowed and his eyes bloodshot. "Brother, you must save my son this time." The man sitting on the sofa embraced the slender waist of a seductive woman. In this day and age, to dare wield a knife against someone, If I save him, who will save me? Brother, it is not that I do not wish to help you, but I am truly powerless. Feng Laohu clenched his fists tightly. Brother, if you can rescue my son, my wife, and I will be eternally grateful. The man on the sofa suddenly sat up straight. Your sister-in-law has also arrived? Chapter 55. Chun Kinning's shyness. Feng Laohu's wife walked in from outside. She wore a purple body-hugging dress. Her slender waist swayed gracefully under the warm yellow light. Her ample hips resembled ripe peaches, round and full. Her bosom was prominent, giving an impression of weight. Her beautiful legs were encased in black stockings, exuding an alluring charm. Long boots wrapped around her calves, enhancing her seductive elegance. Feng Laohu's wife knelt on the ground, choking back tears. Brother, you must save our Hao Hao. If you can bring him back to us, we will serve you like oxen and horses. Li Jiang pushed aside the alluring woman beside him and swiftly approached to help Feng Laohu and his wife to their feet. Sister-in-law, please do not do this. We are all family. Over the years, Feng Laohu has braved storms for me, and I can see that. Rest assured, I will definitely help. Thank you, brother. Hold on with your thanks. While I can assist, this path is fraught with challenges, and whether we can navigate it remains to be seen. Feng Laohu's wife sensed Li Jiang's implications. She extended her delicate hand and grasped his, pleading, Brother, you must help our family. Do not worry. Li Jiang patted her hand, his gaze filled with avarice. Years ago, when he first arrived in Jiangqing, destitute and without a penny, it was this very woman who aided him in his direst hour. He was enchanted by her tenderness then. Yet, with empty pockets, he dared not express his inner thoughts. Subsequently, he thrived in both the underworld and the legitimate world. Looking back, the girl had transformed into a woman. The goddess of his youth had become a mother. What he could not attain in his youth became a lifelong entanglement and regret. Jiang Nan and Chun Kinning emerged from the cinema. The night breeze caressed Chun Kinning's exquisite face. Where shall we go tonight? She inquired. I will take you to a wonderful place. Get in the car, Jiang Nan replied as he led her toward the villa. As the neon lights flickered along the roadside, Chun Kinning's face was bathed in a dance of light and shadow. She stole glances at Jiang Nan, her heart racing like a startled deer. Not long ago, they were merely classmates, yet harbored unspoken feelings for one another, both discreetly concealing their sentiments. Now, they found themselves on the verge of engaging in something profound together. Although mentally prepared, Chun Kinning felt an undeniable surge of anxiety as she clutched the hem of her military training camouflage uniform. With their destination approaching, her heart raced faster. As if it might leap from her mouth, Jiang Nan drove into the garage of Villa number 001 in the Land of Abundance, leading Chun Kinning to the villa's courtyard. Upon gazing at the opulent structure before her, Chun Kinning exclaimed, Are we staying here tonight? Indeed, Jiang Nan replied, equally awestruck by this place for the first time. He guided Chun Kinning around, showcasing the swimming pool, cinema, and entertainment hall, all of which were splendidly equipped. I wish to shower first, she said, leaning against the main bedroom door, gently pushing Jiang Nan's chest with her small hand. She aimed to present her best self. After a day of military training, she didn't feel particularly fatigued, yet she was damp with sweat and had rushed out without applying her makeup, feeling somewhat flustered. Jiang Nan wrapped his arms around her slender waist, savoring her warmth and the rhythm of her quickened heartbeat. Together, his suggestion made Chun Kinning tremble slightly, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson as she blinked in bewilderment. And no, she stammered. Jiang Nan rested his forehead against hers, whispering softly, Are you shy? Not at all. Then let us do it together. I'm all sweaty and embarrassed. Perhaps next time? Chun Kinning's face burned as she spoke softly, her voice barely audible. Like the sound of a whispering mosquito, Jiang Nan brushed his lips against hers, initially intending for them to bathe together, believing it would foster a deeper connection. However, Chun Kinning's overwhelming shyness rendered her skin a rosy hue, and even the parts of her body that remained covered seemed to mirror that blush. It felt as though with just a few more words from Jiang Nan, she might spontaneously combust from embarrassment. He playfully pinched her cheek. The distance to the finish line is always the hardest to endure, my darling. Please don't make me wait too long. Chun Kinning nodded shyly, resembling a little rabbit, and swiftly entered the bathroom, decisively shutting the door behind her. Leaning against it, she pressed her hand to her chest. What an exhilarating tension. When Jiang Nan had proposed showering together, her initial instinct had been to agree. Had she not caught sight of his predatory gaze, she surely would not have wavered in her decision. Together, Chun Kinning touched her flushed face. How utterly embarrassing. After a brief moment to regain her composure and allow the warmth enveloping her to subside, she finally commenced her shower. She shed her garments, revealing a body as pure and white as jade, youthful yet voluptuous, and turned gracefully before the mirror. Aside from her visage, Chun Kinning was quite content with her form. However, her cheeks bore a slight plumpness that she had struggled to diminish through countless attempts at dieting. "Why is my face so chubby?" she mused, pinching her baby-fat cheeks with a hint of dissatisfaction. She sank into the bathtub, relishing the sensation of water enveloping her body, and picked up her phone to scroll through Douyin, losing track of time in the process. 40 minutes later, wrapped in a towel, Chun Kinning emerged from the bathroom. Upon seeing the weary Jiangnan, her cheeks flushed with a soft hue. "I lost track of time while scrolling through Douyin," she admitted. Jiangnan embraced her slender waist and whispered, "How should I punish you?" "Please don't punish me," she pleaded. "What do you think, my dear?" At 11:40 in the late night, Chun Kinning leaned against Jiangnan's chest, her face tinged with a rosy glow, her eyes still shimmering with lingering excitement. "How embarrassing," she suddenly exclaimed. Jiangnan, puzzled, inquired, "Embarrassing? What is so shameful?" Chun Kinning shot him a playful glare. "It's all your fault that I ended up like this." "Like what?" he asked knowingly. "You know exactly what I mean. You even made me call you daddy." Chun Kinning nestled against Jiangnan's chest, playfully biting him. "Ouch!" she exclaimed, pouting with tearful eyes. "Jiangnan, my tooth hurts." Jiangnan cradled her face. "A toothache? I told you not to bite. Let me massage it, and it won't hurt anymore." Chun Kinning swatted his hand away. "My tooth doesn't hurt in my chest. Your hands are in the wrong place." Right. Look at you, often staying up late, lacking vitality. You can't even tell which part is your jaw," Jiangnan teased. Chun Kinning blushed and playfully slapped his chest. The result was a slightly reddened hand that stung even more. "You rascal, is your chest still made of carbon-based flesh?" she mocked. "So enticing, let me touch." "No way," he retorted. "You think you can bite and touch as you please? What do you take me for? If you say no, I shall touch you all the more." Chapter 56. Lin Shitong. "If I lose, you may dispose of me as you wish." After cuddling with Jiangnan, Chun Kinning completely shed her initial shyness and embarrassment, regaining her lively spirit from before they began dating. "You silly Jiangnan, if you don't let me touch. I don't even want to." She rose from the bed, stretching with vigor, her arms reaching skyward. "Ah, refreshing." Chun Kinning exhaled a sigh of relief, humming a little tune as she walked into the bathroom. Just as she was about to close the door, she spotted Jiangnan reclining. A mischievous smile crept across her lips. Nan, shall we bathe together?" Jiangnan got out of bed and pushed open the bathroom door. The next morning, the bright sunlight streamed upon Chun Kinning's face, heralding a new day. She suddenly sat up in bed, her eyes dazed. Although her body was awake, her spirit still lingered in slumber. "Jiangnan, what time is it?" Chun Kinning leaned down, using her thumb and forefinger to pry open Jiangnan's eyelids, murmuring, "What time is it?" Jiangnan shrugged her hand off and turned away. "What a nuisance. I don't have a clock in my eyes. Why are you bothering me? Let me sleep a little longer." My phone fell into the bathtub. "Then check my phone." "Where's your phone?" "Right over there," Jiangnan mumbled indistinctly. Chun Kinning sighed in exasperation. "In such a large villa, how is there no clock in the master bedroom?" "What were you thinking? Who puts a clock in the master bedroom?" "I have money. I'm not concerned about time." "Get up. School. Military training. Have you forgotten?" Jiangnan jumped out of bed, blinking as she looked at Chun Kinning. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Chun Kinning shot her a glare. "What time is it now?" Jiangnan tossed off the covers and retrieved her Audemars Piguet watch from beneath her. 7:20. Jiangnan lay back down, relaxing. "No rush." "What do you mean no rush? It takes 20 minutes to get to school from here. We only have 20 minutes to eat. Just 5 more minutes." 5 minutes later, Jiangnan arrived in the garage, staring at the empty space. "I need to find time to fill this garage a bit." In the morning, she attended military training as usual. During a break, she called the property management of Tianfujigua. "Do you have a housekeeper? Our property management respects the choices of homeowners. If you require a professional housekeeper, we can provide dedicated service. If you have a more suitable candidate, we will also do our best to accommodate. Please provide one." "Very well, sir. We will send a professional housekeeper to assist you." After hanging up, Jiangnan thought of the Zhong sisters. It seemed they hadn't tea streamed in the past couple of days. Perhaps they were still haunted by the events of last time, leaving them with lingering shadows. In a few days, the military training would conclude, and Zhong Shujiao would come to visit me at my hometown. "Kinning, Zhou Chuqing, Lin Shitong, Zhong Shujia, and Qin Jingya, 5 in total. System, check Kinning's current favorability. Chun Kinning's favorability has reached 88 points. It rose to 88 points overnight. Just 2 more points to reach 90. At noon, after military training ended, Chun Kinning remarked, I only have 20 minutes for lunch. 20 minutes? In such a hurry? Tonight. I have training until 8. The military training performance is about to begin, and the instructors are ramping up the intensity. Go eat. I'm so hungry. Jiang Nin accompanied Chun Kinning for lunch, and afterward drove home. Upon returning, he encountered Lin Shitong, who was busily engaged in the kitchen. Lin Shitong donned a revealing gray t-shirt that exposed her navel, paired with snug denim shorts that accentuated her ample curves. Her long, slender legs were fair and elegant, and her attire exuded an air of a devoted wife and nurturing mother. Just as he arrived, she invited him to sit. Lin Shitong placed a steamed base on the table. Give it a try? Before Jiang Nan could pick up his chopsticks, he was already enticed by the fragrant aroma. Sister Shitong, not only are you skilled in games, but your culinary talents are exceptional as well. Whoever marries you will surely enjoy a life of luxury. Lin Shitong smiled. You flatter me. As they commenced their meal, she inquired, where did you stay last night? Jiang Nan replied with a smile, why? Checking up on me. What interest would I have in that? I was merely curious. A villa outside, he said. Alone? Lin Shitong pressed. Guess, he teased. A girlfriend? She guessed. Yes, a girlfriend. Jiang Nan had no intention of concealing this. If she had discerned the hints, he would acknowledge it openly. Lin Shitong felt a twinge of disappointment. The once delectable meal now seemed tasteless. The boy she admired had a girlfriend. Anyone would feel discomfort in her position. I need to use the restroom, Jiang Nan said. Excusing himself from the table, Lin Shitong bit her lip, picking at her food. She found it difficult to enjoy her meal. Memories of past sadness and grievances, coupled with Jiang Nan's smile, flooded her mind. She gazed around the spacious room and, almost entranced, pondered, if I were to find another boyfriend, could he provide me with such a wonderful life? A 200 square meter flat, traveling in a Cullinan. Most importantly, Jiang Nan was not some middle-aged man. In every respect, he was her ideal partner. Except for one flaw, he was a bit of a rogue. Despite having a girlfriend, he still sought to entice her. Just days ago, she had been cramped in a small rental, eating instant noodles and a spoonful of lao gan ma. At that time, had she truly never regretted her choices? Had she never considered how advantageous it would have been to agree to the arrangements made by the boss of Jeju Media? Even though it involved compromises, at least she could have lived more comfortably. Had those thoughts never crossed her mind? Impossible. Of course, they had. Yet, at that moment, she had been determined to press on without looking back. Once that resolve dissipated, she might concede. But thankfully, before that moment arrived, she met Jiang Nan. Otherwise, Tian would be my fate. Upon comprehending his circumstances, Lin Shitong felt a profound sense of relief, and the shadows that once loomed over his heart dissipated. I shall never relinquish my resolve. After lunch, Jiang Nan retreated to his bedroom for an afternoon slumber. Lin Shitong grappled with an internal struggle, feeling helpless in the matter. Such things cannot be forced. Reluctant to seek assistance elsewhere, he pondered that once wealth was acquired, an abundance of attractive young women would emerge like mushrooms after rain. Knock. Knock, knock. Come in. Lin Shitong pushed open the door. You lazy brother, have you finished eating without washing your dishes? Jiang Nan exclaimed in surprise. Wash the dishes? Of course. Eating and washing dishes are entirely separate matters from rent. I refuse to do so. Jiang Nan stated unequivocally. I am not here to coerce you. I wish for you to willingly wash the dishes. That is impossible. Lin Shitong produced his phone. In a duel of kings, if I win, you will wash the dishes. Jiang Nan cast a sidelong glance at her. And if you lose? Lose. How could I possibly lose? I am a streamer. If I lose, you may do with me as you wish. Jiang Nan detected a hint of something unusual. Is that so? Anything goes. Lin Shitong's cheeks flushed inexplicably. Yes, anything goes. Chapter 57. The incongruity of Lin Shitong's words and heart. Though Lin Shitong's voice was barely above a whisper, Jiang Nan heard her quite clearly. The stipulation of being at his mercy upon losing was undeniably apparent. Lin Shitong donned a cropped gray t-shirt that accentuated her figure, showcasing her ample bosom and slender waist exquisitely. Particularly, her snug-fitting denim shorts sculpted her rounded derriere, and seated on the bed, the astonishing curvature was visible. Her long, slender legs, pale and graceful, were drawn together. Jiang Nan's gaze shifted from Lin Shidong's lovely legs. He readily accepted her proposition, clearly recognizing the opportunity Lin Shidong had boldly crafted. If he could not seize this chance, he would be squandering the privileges of the affluent system. Sister Shidong, do not resort to trickery. Am I that sort of person? Come on, I invite you. Lin Shidong created a room and invited Jiang Nan to join. Upon clicking to start the game, Jiang Nan chose his former lane champion, Hua Mulan, while Lin Shidong selected the versatile marksman, Di Renjia. Upon entering the game interface, Lin Shidong's national ranking frame was strikingly prominent. National server rank 18 Di Renjia. Jiang Nan felt a jolt in his heart. She was utilizing a formidable hero, clearly intending to confront him head-on. Had he misjudged her? She was not merely offering a free pass. She genuinely intended for him to wash the dishes. As the game commenced, both sides experienced a tranquil ascent to level 4. However, due to Di Renjia's considerable range, he incessantly harassed Hua Mulan, leading to her health becoming alarmingly precarious. The blood level has dwindled to a mere 60%. However, Jiang Nan remains unperturbed. Di Renjia is still engaged in crafting the Blade of the Apocalypse and has yet to don any defensive gear. Eliminating him in a single strike poses no challenge. Jiang Nan seeks opportunities amidst the minion waves, executing a second skill, followed by an instantaneous first skill, intending to engage Di Renjia in close quarters. Just then, Di Renjia flashes away in an instant, simultaneously unleashing his ultimate, immobilizing Hua Mulan and relentlessly attacking with basic strikes. Jiang Nan switches to heavy skills, thrusting forward with his second skill. And after pushing the second wave twice, Di Renjia's second skill breaks his control, creating further distance. Ultimately, he secures the first kill against Hua Mulan. Lin Shidong wears a solemn expression, yet her cheeks remain flushed. If all goes as anticipated, the Hua Mulan, lacking any county emblem, is dominated by a nationally ranked Di Renjia, who eliminates her 3 times within a mere 6 minutes. This occurs even as Jiang Nan plays with remarkable steadiness. At this moment, Di Renjia has ascended to level 9, while Jiang Nan lags at level 7. Under the control of the nationally ranked Di Renjia, he has not garnered much experience. Moreover, during these 6 minutes, Jiang Nan's first tower has lost 5/6 of its health. In a one-on-one scenario, the loss of a tower signifies defeat. Upon dispatching Jiang Nan for the 3rd time, Di Renjia finds his own health reduced to 5%, yet he chooses not to retreat. After clearing the minion wave, his health recovers to 20%. Although this remains within the lethal range for Jiang Nan, he senses an opportunity arises. As the minion waves converge, Jiang Nan flashes forward, delivering a heavy strike with his first skill, instantaneously eliminating Di Renjia. Concurrently, the minion wave has been nearly cleared. Completing the remnants of the minion wave, he advances towards the enemy's defensive tower. At last, just as Di Renjia respawns, Jiang Nan secures the first tower, claiming victory. With the victory emblem appearing on Jiang Nan's mobile device, the game concludes. The atmosphere in the bedroom instantly turns silent. I actually lost to you? This is absurd. Let's go again. She displays a look of indignation, insisting on a rematch. Jiang Nan exits the game, a smile gracing his face. Lin Shidong frowns slightly. What are you smiling about? You did this on purpose. Lin Shidong's pupils constrict, nervously blinking. I don't know what you're talking about. Jiang Nan explains. Has this game become so competitive? Has the understanding of a nationally ranked player reached such heights? Lin Shidong's expression darkens. I don't know what you're saying. You're making it seem like I'm scheming. Though the previous game appeared entirely normal, did you not notice how suspicious my victory was? You fought valiantly throughout the match, only managing to chip away 5/6 of my tower's health. Yet, with just 1 kill, I pushed down your defenses. This is quite commonplace. The failure of MOBA games has become a norm. Moreover, during the early stages, the respawn time is brief, and the defensive towers are fortified with shields, naturally hindering my advance. In contrast, as the game progresses, the respawn time lengthens, the towers lose their shields, and the minion waves strike with greater ferocity, facilitating a swift push. Lin Shidong explained with a cool demeanor. Jiang Nan chuckled thus. You have crafted a game mechanism that creates an illusion of your earnest desire to win, yet ultimately succumbing to my prowess. Please, why would I deliberately lose to you? Do you think I relish doing the dishes? Lin Shidong retorted, exasperated. If you dislike it, just say so instead of rambling on. She stood up and shot a glance at Jiang Nan as she made her way to the kitchen. You can lounge around, lazybones. Jiang Nan observed her cold expression and hasty departure. reaffirming his inner thoughts. He exited the bedroom, finding Lin Shitong tidying the dining table. Approaching her from behind, he gently embraced her. Startled, Lin Shitong trembled, causing a porcelain bowl to crash to the floor, shattering into shards. "Ah!" she gasped. Jiang Nan, fearing he had frightened her, quickly released his hold. Lin Shitong turned, her back pressed against the table, her curvaceous form divided by the central edge into two halves. "What are you doing?" She glared, her brows furrowing in anger. "Naturally. I intended to hold you," he replied. "You, who do you think you are to me? I am currently in a less than favorable situation, accepting your charity while residing in your home. But I have stated that I am merely renting, and once I have the means, I shall repay you for the rent. I warn you, do not attempt to take liberties with me. If you continue like this, I will call the police." "Call the police? Is it truly that serious?" "Absolutely. I believed you were different. I thought we were friends. Yet here you are, treating me in such a manner. I must have been blind to have misjudged you. Is that truly how you feel?" "More sincerely than ever. I will move out tomorrow, even if I have to live under a bridge. I refuse to succumb to your ulterior motives." Lin Shitong's tone was resolute, each word imbued with conviction. Jiang Nan pulled out his phone, opened the dialer, and entered the emergency number. "In the time to come, I may engage in some rather impolite actions towards you. You are free to call the authorities at any moment," he stated, placing the phone upon the table. With a mere lift of her hand, Lin Shitong could press the call button. He leaned in closer, stopping mere centimeters from her. Lin Shitong braced herself against the table, facing Jiang Nan, their breaths mingling in the charged atmosphere. "You still have a chance. It's not too late to call. If you hesitate further, I may just kiss you," Jiang Nan murmured softly. Lin Shitong's breathing quickened, a hint of anxiety evident. "Try to kiss me, and I assure you, I will not let you off lightly." Chapter 58. Is Feng Hao innocent? The atmosphere in the room felt strangely tense, as one gazed at the enticing lips before him, longing to taste their sweetness. Yet, there exists a trepidation of being summoned for tea. A fear of potential violation looms large, even with the telephone within reach, deliberately ignored, betting on the notion that he would not dare to act. After a standoff lasting 2 minutes, Jiang Nan could no longer endure the tension. He threatened, "I shall truly kiss you." "Absolutely not. Should you dare to kiss me, I will report you." Lin Shitong maintained her resolute defiance. Observing her determination, Jiang Nan's smile deepened. "You have 10 seconds to make a call. After that, should you remain inactive, I shall proceed." 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. Jiang Nan uttered not a word, gradually leaning forward to press his lips against Lin Shitong's. Moments later, they parted. Lin Shitong, her cheeks flushed, exclaimed, "You are bullying me. Then I shall call the authorities to have you apprehended, shall I?" "No. I am the victim here. Only I possess the authority to report. If you report, it would be tantamount to self-incrimination. I am the sole one allowed to call the police. You are forbidden to do so. Yet, I cannot permit you to suffer without recompense." Lin Shitong embraced Jiang Nan, resting her head upon his chest. "As punishment, you must treat me with kindness for a lifetime and never again bully me." Jiang Nan encircled Lin Shitong's slender waist. "How could I ever bear to bully you?" he murmured softly. "You clearly deduced that I was deliberately conceding to you, yet you still handed me your phone, urging me to report. You knew I would never do such a thing, and yet you continued to press me. It troubles my heart deeply." Lin Shitong's voice quivered with suppressed tears. Jiang Nan, feeling helpless, acknowledged the irony. Although Lin Shitong typically exuded a cheerful disposition and possessed the appearance of a strong, confident woman, within her resided a tender-hearted soul prone to tears. At the slightest provocation, she would shed pearls of sorrow. He gently patted her back. "Do not cry. Do not cry. I should have been more assertive just now." With reddened eyes, Lin Shitong softly replied, "You may still be more assertive now." Jiang Nan cradled her face tenderly. "It is already 1:30. Time is fleeting. Will you return tonight?" Jiang Nan hesitated to make promises lightly. He had no intention of returning that evening, as he had plans with Qin Jingya. Tonight, he intended to win her over. Yet, here beside him was Lin Shitong, her tear-filled eyes evoking a sense of compassion that made it difficult for him to refuse her. She felt as soft as a cloud of cotton candy, peacefully nestled in his embrace. "I shall return tonight, but it may be rather late. Shall we have dinner together?" "I may miss dinner. Then I shall await your return." Yesterday afternoon, I purchased a set of Milan-themed cosplay attire online for a total of 1,156 yuan. The quality is exceptional, and the resemblance is quite high. If you return by 10:30, I shall model it for you. Lin Shitong's spirit revived, her earlier demeanor restored. Though her eyes still glistened with tears, her lips curled into a smile. Then I shall assuredly return. Those who already have girlfriends should exercise a bit more decorum. A single remark can easily set your heart aflutter. With a physique as exquisite as hers and such striking beauty, I can scarcely fathom how perfectly you would embody the character in a cosplay outfit. Just jesting, yet I can sense that you indeed contemplated this earlier. Lin Shidong advised. You must return tonight. In the afternoon, Jiang Nin drove to the school. Upon parking his vehicle, he spotted a familiar face. Feng Hao was alighting from a brand new Porsche 911, accompanied by a woman clad in alluring, revealing attire. Although she did not surpass Qin Jingya in beauty, she was still quite commendable. Noticing Jiang Nan's gaze, Feng Hao sauntered over, hands in his pockets, a sneer curling his lips, his eyes glimmering with disdain and mockery. How impressive, flaunting wealth. Just because you drive a dilapidated Cullinan, do you truly consider yourself significant? Do you genuinely believe you can imprison me? Do you think you are worthy? Feng Hao sighed. What a pity. You failed to extinguish my life, nor did you confine me to a prison until my last breath. His voice dropped, his eyes radiating a fierce glint. Since you cannot eliminate me, I shall ensure your demise. He flashed a smile at Jiang Nan before turning away, leading the alluring woman behind him. The woman lingered her gaze on Jiang Nan for a moment, placing her hand on her curvaceous hips, signaling him with a gesture that implied, call me. Jiang Nan paid little heed to her intentions. His thoughts were consumed with the mystery of how Feng Hao had returned unscathed. Was the police station his home? Jiang Nan dialed Zhou Chuqing's number. As his appointed attorney, she would surely possess insights if Feng Hao had been released through legitimate means. The phone rang for 2 seconds before connecting. Hello, what is up, darling? Missing me already? Chuqing, do you know why the police released Feng Hao? Feng Hao was released? When did this happen? How come I was unaware? Zhou Chuqing expressed her astonishment upon receiving this news. I'll inquire myself. No need, Jiang Nin interjected. I intend to visit the police station to seek clarification. I will contact you once I have the details. All right, inform me when you learn something. Understood. Jiang Nin hung up and informed Principal, who before driving towards the police station. Upon arriving and parking at the entrance, he was intercepted by an officer. Hello. You must be here to see Team Leader He. Team Leader He? Jiang Nan's mind raced, swiftly deducing, does she know I am coming? She is waiting for you in the third office on the left on the 3rd floor. Jiang Nin entered the lobby, ascended to the 3rd floor, and knocked on the door of the 3rd office. Come in. Upon receiving permission, Jiang Nin entered. Tycoon closed her notebook and gestured for him to take a seat. Do you know why I have come to see you? Jiang Nin inquired coldly as he took a seat in Tycoon's office. Tycoon nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, I anticipated your arrival this afternoon. Had you not come by 3 o'clock, I would have sought you out myself. Then let us proceed. How did Feng Hao evade legal repercussions? Is it true that his attempted murder case lacks validity? With both eyewitness and material evidence, it undoubtedly holds merit. Then why was he released? Leaning back in her chair, Tycoon set down her carbon pen upon the desk. Within 3 days, we shall dispatch individuals to ensure your safety. Her sudden and enigmatic statement left Jiang Nan perplexed. Individuals to protect my safety? Why not simply incarcerate Feng Hao? That is not an option. I am unable to apprehend him. The specifics of this matter are not for me to disclose. You must trust that the law will safeguard you and duly punish anyone who dares to challenge its authority, Tycoon asserted confidently. Jiang Nan pondered for a moment before calmly responding. I choose to place my trust in you. Tycoon's demeanor remained composed as she replied. Thank you for your trust. With that, she made a phone call. Shortly thereafter, there was a knock at the door. Come in. The door swung open, revealing 3 men clad in plain clothes who entered and stood straight before Tycoon Team Leader He. She greeted with a smile. Allow me to introduce you. For the next 3 days, these 3 will be responsible for your safety and well-being. Chapter 59. What purity are you pretending in front of me? The 3 men stood resolutely. Tycoon introduced them in turn. Tian Feng, Qin Kai, and Guosi. They are skilled members of our investigation team. From this moment onward, they will oversee your safety. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to reach out to them. Having completed the introductions, Tycoon returned to her seat behind the desk. Do you have any further inquiries? Jiang Nin regarded the determined expressions of the trio before him. Despite the myriad questions swirling in his mind, he chose to set them aside. With the capable investigation team safeguarding him, even if Feng Hao intended to act, he would have to think twice. I shall return in 3 days. At that time, I will divulge all the information you seek. Jiang Nan exited He Kan's office. After a brief conversation with Tian Feng and the others, he drove back to the university to continue participating in military training. Tian Feng and his companions would subsequently enter the campus, discreetly ensuring Jiang Nan's protection. Should any suspicious activity arise, they would act immediately. Tian Feng reassured Jiang Nan to remain at ease. If you sustain even the slightest injury, the 3 of us will resign without hesitation. In the afternoon, upon the conclusion of military training, Qin Jingya sent him a reservation for the dining hall. They had arranged to dine together that evening. As they had discussed the previous afternoon, Jiang Nan had intended to enjoy a romantic dinner with Qin Jingya, but an unexpected incident had occurred at noon. Lin Shi felt his heart soften at the sight of Yuling. Moreover, the synergy displayed in the cosplay of Hua Mulan was truly captivating. As the quintessential hero of Jiang Nan, she was the first to reach the pinnacle of mastery, embodying profound significance for the region. The prospect of engaging in a fierce battle beyond the confines of the canyon was undeniably exhilarating. Just as Jiang Nan was about to open the door to Levanton, he suddenly noticed a small folded note, the size of a pinky finger, resting on the car window, almost imperceptible unless one looked closely. He picked up the note and unfolded it, revealing an 11-digit phone number. Could it be her? The woman who accompanied Feng Hao? Earlier, she had gestured as if to make a phone call when she departed. Jiang Nan initially dismissed it, intending to discard the note, but a sudden furrow of his brow prompted him to tuck it away instead. Although he harbored no interest in that woman, this number could prove useful in the future. After leaving the school, Jiang Nan drove to the restaurant that Qin Jingya had reserved. Autumn painted the world in hues of glassy brilliance. Prior to his arrival, Jiang Nan had researched the establishment online. Despite its name sounding somewhat nebulous, it boasted a considerable price point, an average expenditure of 6,000, categorizing it as an upscale venue. The data revealed a predominance of female patrons. Upon parking, he entered the restaurant and immediately spotted Qin Jingya seated within. She wore a delicate, white dress reminiscent of first love, sitting there as if she were the ethereal light in countless hearts. Her fair legs were elegantly together, encased in white ankle socks, and her dainty feet adorned with pink-accented white shoes. "How long have you been here?" he inquired. "Just arrived," she replied, her face lighting up with a smile upon seeing him, her lips curving in a delightful arc, revealing her pearly white teeth. The unique aura of intellect she exuded captivated Jiang Nan. "It is because of me that Feng Hao acted in such a manner. I am sorry. This matter does not concern you. This afternoon, he sought me out, claiming that it was his threat towards you that prompted his actions due to your closeness to me." Jiang Nan, puzzled, responded, "He sought you out? At 3 o'clock, he approached me, offering a gift, a necklace worth over 100,000, contingent upon my willingness to be with him. This necklace is merely the beginning." "A necklace worth over 100,000? When did he become so affluent?" Jiang Nan quipped, feigning jest. "I cannot say for certain." "And what about you? How did you respond to him?" "I told him I liked you and to cease his pursuit of me." After uttering those words, Qin Jingya pressed her lips together in contemplation. She hesitated and said, "I understand this may trouble you, but I cannot suppress my inner feelings. I truly like you. I know you think I am attracted to your wealth, yet I am indifferent to that. I love you, Jiang Nan." Qin Jingya's confession was profoundly heartfelt, yet it failed to stir any significant emotions within Jiang Nan. "I will not disrupt the bond between you and Kuning. I merely wish for you to share even a fraction of the love you have for her with me, and I would be content." "That is not permissible," Jiang Nan replied, his heart sinking into an icy abyss. "You are equally important to me as Kuning. Whatever affection you bestow upon her, you shall receive in kind. To offer you even a mere fraction of my love would be a disservice to you." "Do sweet words come at a price?" she asked. "No," he replied. "The role of language in romance is to evoke emotional value." After dinner, Jiang Nan took Qin Jingya's hand and left the restaurant. "I have purchased 2 tickets for the film White Snake, The Legend of Lady Vivian. Shall we go together?" "Of course," she agreed. After the movie, with ample time still remaining, Jiang Nan led Qin Jingya to the LV counter at the Latte Mall. "Welcome to LV, sir," the beautiful sales associate greeted them warmly, eagerly presenting the latest arrivals. "Take a look and see what you prefer." After a brief moment of contemplation, Qin Jingya declined. While she certainly had an appreciation for luxury handbags, especially those from esteemed brands like Louis Vuitton, Chanel, and Hermes, She understood that an ordinary girl's success is often symbolized by such possessions, complemented by a handsome boyfriend. Now that she had a charming partner, she believed there was no need to compromise her self-worth for a handbag. One must endure present temptations to reap greater rewards in the future. How can one strategize for the long term without considering the immediate? Jiang Nan, my affection for you is genuine. Even without these luxuries, I would still love you. I do not wish for you to think I am with you for your wealth. It's merely a handbag. It is not of such grave importance. I have my own moral boundaries. Seeing that his persuasion had faltered, Jiang Nan chose to say no more. He turned to the beautiful sales associate. Which bag do you think would suit her best? The sales associate, having already formulated her response, recommended. Your lady possesses a pure elegance that harmonizes beautifully with this new release. It complements both her aura and today's ensemble perfectly. Let us go with this one. How much is it? He inquired. 75,000. However, if you purchase now, a discount of 5,000 is available. Then I shall take this one, Jiang Nan said. After completing the transaction, he received a tenfold return, totaling 700,000. Qin Jingya's favorability increased by 5. The sudden rise of 5 points in her favorability suggested just how much she appreciated the 70,000 LV handbag. This is for you, he declared. Qin Jingya's gaze was intense, brimming with desire, yet she refrained from reaching out. I cannot take it. Jiang Nan encircled her slender waist. If you desire it, then claim it. Why feign innocence before me? A chill gripped Qin Jingya's heart. Chapter 60. Qin Jingya's schemes. Qin Jingya believed her performance was seamless. Yet she was no professional actress. Faced with the staggering temptation of 700,000, she ultimately faltered. Exiting the LV boutique, the two walked side by side through the Latte Mall without holding hands, each lost in their own thoughts. During their meal, Jiang Nan suddenly remarked, You intentionally mentioned the necklace that Feng Hao gifted you, worth 100,000 each, to provoke my competitive spirit, did you not? His words plunged Qin Jingya's already heavy heart into despair. So you noticed from the outset. You needn't pretend to be pure before me. Qin Jingya exhaled a long breath. Feeling a lightness in her heart, she discarded her facade and felt significantly more at ease. Stretching her arms, she said, Maintaining this persona is exhausting. Especially pretending to be an innocent sister who is indifferent to wealth. It simply does not suit me. I can see that. Qin Jingya smiled boldly. Then it seems our relationship must come to an end here. You need not accompany me. I shall take a taxi home. She reluctantly touched her LV handbag. Though merely a touch, it affirmed her status as a woman who had owned LV. Here, take it back. Qin Jingya extended the bag towards Jiang Nan, who merely gazed at her with calm composure, not reaching for it. I realized you were deceiving me during our meal this afternoon. However, I suspect there is more to this. I am curious about when you began your scheming. Qin Jingya shot Jiang Nan a sidelong glance. What scheming? What deception? You speak so harshly. If I had to pinpoint a moment, it would be when you approached Chun Kailang, fortuitously encountering me at the entrance of the literature college. That afternoon, following our first meeting. Was it from that moment onward? Jiang Nan inquired, puzzled. Of course. Had I not been deliberately waiting for you, how could we have crossed paths? And yesterday afternoon, I was also waiting for you on purpose. From the very beginning, you were strategically advancing. Indeed, becoming a wealthy matron is my dream. For this, I have exerted tremendous effort. I studied classical poetry, fashion, natural makeup, behavioral psychology, micro-expressions, and performance. While others slept, I immersed myself in learning from beauty vloggers, even abandoning my favorite games. Your dedication is truly commendable, Jiang Nan smiled. Feel free to laugh. I am accustomed to it. If you believe I am deceiving you, there is little I can do. Suddenly, Jiang Nan pulled Qin Jingya close, wrapping his arms around her waist. She pushed against his chest with all her might, but it was futile. The strength of Jiang Nan was insurmountable, far beyond her capacity to shake. What are you doing? Let go of me. If I recall correctly, you are my girlfriend. Is it not acceptable for me to embrace my girlfriend? We have already broken up. I never agreed to that. Qin Kai, holding a cup of milk tea, leaned over the railing, observing the tug-of-war between Jiang Nan and Qin Jingya not far away. Captain, should we intervene? Intervene in what? Tian Feng replied lazily. Look, this can be considered harassment, violating a woman's will. Tian Feng cast a glance, exasperated. Did you attend police school for nothing? Captain, what do you expect me to do? Tian Feng reasoned. When you feel threatened, would you still concern yourself with the milk tea in your hand? No. Then that settles it. That woman hasn't released her grip on her bag. Jiangnan, what are you doing? Qin Jingya exclaimed angrily. You've learned so much to become a wealthy lady. After finally encountering a target, you have yet to gain anything. And now you want to retreat. Are you content with that? What can I do? The persona I meticulously crafted has been seen through by you. If I continue, wouldn't that be self-degradation? Rather than allow you to drive me away, I might as well leave on my own. I can give you another chance. What kind of chance? An opportunity to utilize everything you've learned to continue crafting your persona and deceive me. Aren't you afraid I might swindle you into bankruptcy and then flee with the money? If you truly possess such capability, I would accept my defeat. Qin Jingya asked cautiously, you still wish to continue this discussion with me? Of course. I shattered your persona merely to glimpse your true self. I would rather share my life with a gold digger than with an actress who dares not cry or laugh. Qin Jingya pressed her lips together. Why? Knowing full well that I am deceiving you, do you still choose to tolerate and accept me? You could easily pretend to be oblivious, sleep with me, and then discard me like trash. You could then use legal means to reclaim your LV bag. Your actions make me feel like the villain. I know you are a good girl. I am not. I am someone who would sacrifice everything for money. Jiangnan chuckled. If you truly were someone willing to sacrifice everything for money, your reputation at Jiangbei University would not be so pristine, nor would you repeatedly reject Feng Hao. Is it because I am pure that you tolerate me? Certainly not. Your purity stems from your self-discipline, which is rooted in your determination to take a gamble. As you said, you are striving hard for this one chance to win. Jiangnan gently pressed her forehead against hers and said softly, if you trust me and place your stakes upon me, I will grant you a future that everyone will envy. Qin Jingya felt a pang in her nose, sensing something burrowing into her heart. I am not as good as you say. I am merely a liar, wishing to deceive your wealth. Beware of being deceived into poverty while with me. I am fully prepared for such a fate. Qin Jingya nestled against Jiangnan, resting her head on his shoulder. Qin Jingya's affection level, 25. Apart from intimate gestures, this was a singular occasion that maximized the affection points. Qin Kai stroked his chin, pondering. Captain, what do you think are the odds of me mastering this skill? What do you believe is its crux? Tian Feng inquired. It naturally depends on discerning a girl's thoughts. Incorrect. Impossible. I tell you, you are mistaken, yet you refuse to believe me. The essence of this skill is money. Jiangnan parked the car beneath the girls' dormitory. Qin Jingya grasped Jiangnan's hand, reluctant to let go. I am ready for an all-night discussion on Wang Wei's poetry. So why have you brought me back? Qin Jingya complained. There's no rush. The poetry of Wang Wei can be learned at any time. There's no need to hurry. You clearly agreed to meet someone else, leaving me behind. Do not deny it. Your micro-expressions have betrayed you. Do I still have time to regret being good to you? Alas, it is too late. They have already decided to wager everything on you. You once promised me a future that everyone would envy. I remember that well. Arriving at the entrance of the dormitory, Qin Jingya smiled. Shall we go up for a while? My roommates are all present. The dormitory supervisor won't allow it. No worries. The supervisor doesn't mind us seniors. Would you like to come? Chapter 61. The Contractual Confrontation, Milan Cosplay. Still, I want to go up. It's too late to disturb them. Consider this your trial by fire. Qin Jingya pecked Jiangnan on the cheek. They bid farewell, and Jiangnan drove away while Qin Jingya returned to the girls' dormitory. As she reached the corner of the staircase on the second floor, she spotted a girl. The girl, clad in a JK uniform, exuded a sultry allure. Her long chestnut hair cascaded lazily over her shoulders, and her legs were adorned with delicate black stockings. In her hand, she held an expensive Prada makeup bag worth thousands. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment, and as usual, they passed each other, pretending not to recognize one another. Yet today, Qin Jingya caught the girl's attention. The girl, Jolin, had previously shared a dormitory with Qin Jingya. LV? What's this? Finally found yourself a wealthy patron? Jolin mocked, her gaze catching the LV logo. It was as if she had activated a passive skill, ready to strike. Qin Jingya halted, a smile gracing her lips, poised and unyielding. Such a foul mouth. Just returned from the restroom without wiping your face, I presume? Zhou Lin scanned Qin Jingya, scoffing. Pretentious fool, as shameless as a dog, yet still feigning innocence. Am I as shameless as you? Out on a late night in JK to entice men? I am willing. Does it concern you? Of course not. I would relish watching even if you sold yourself on the street. You're insane. If you wish to live, then leave. Zhou Lin feigned a sigh, exclaiming, alas. Someone has gone to great lengths to deceive and acquire a counterfeit. Just the thought of it brings me joy. Qin Jingya produced the invoice, dismissively retorting, a counterfeit? Is the invoice from the LV boutique also a forgery? Zhou Lin's gaze swept over the document, and she instinctively reached for it, only to have Qin Jingya deftly evade her grasp. Oh, be careful not to damage it. It costs 700,000, a sum you cannot afford to repay. Zhou Lin's expression darkened, her teeth clenched in frustration. Did you trade your body for it? Observing Zhou Lin's evident distress, Qin Jingya felt a surge of elation. In the eyes of a hen, all women are inherently for sale. As long as there is money, they can be led astray. Who are you cursing? I'm cursing you, can't you tell? Zhou Lin, enraged to the point of laughter, scoffed. You dare to curse me? What gives you the right? What gives me the right? My boyfriend loves me and is willing to spend 700,000 to make me happy. What about you? Your boyfriend's way of loving you is to sleep with you and then break up. Though Zhou Lin wished to tear Qin Jingya apart, she refrained. Her new boyfriend was waiting for her outside the dormitory. Is a 700,000 yuan handbag truly the source of your happiness? You are merely a bumpkin from a small town. Qin Jingya ignored her retort, merely stating, I recently discovered something intriguing. The price of a used car never exceeds that of a new one. Isn't that fascinating? Ha. Her laughter was exuberant, causing Zhou Lin's face to turn a deep shade of anger. If your boyfriend knew that your innocence and kindness are nothing but a facade, do you think he would still love you? Oh dear, I beg you, just go, Qin Jingya said, shaking the handbag in her hand. I wouldn't want to enjoy this happiness for even a day. Hurry along, I support you. Farewell. She ascended the stairs, vanishing from Zhou Lin's sight. Zhou Lin's chest heaved with indignation as she forcefully hurled her handbag to the ground. She had never felt her makeup bag to be so contemptible, even inferior to that of a small-town girl. How dare she? Zhou Lin declared, I am more beautiful, come from a better background, and possess broader knowledge than she does. How can she attain what I cannot? Simply because she hails from a small town. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within her, instantly uplifting her spirits. She retrieved her handbag from the floor, glancing toward the third floor with a cold smirk. Can you truly hold on to a 700,000 yuan romance? You enjoy showing off, don't you? Wait until I steal your boyfriend away. Then I shall relish your tears. Spending your boyfriend's money must be quite exhilarating. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan remained oblivious to the fact that someone was preparing to spend his money. Upon returning home, he opened the door. Jiang Nan. Lin Shitong emerged from the bedroom, already dressed in her Mulan cosplay attire. The deep violet battle attire enveloped a delicate figure, exuding both elegance and sophistication. Upon her snow-white, slender legs, one was adorned with sheer black stockings, while the other remained bare, offering a duality of sensations, a juxtaposition of pleasures. Her jade-like feet were encased in black combat boots, imparting a unique aura. Do you feel it? Indeed, the sensations are profound, the clash reminiscent of Mulan's contract, as if sculpted in your likeness. Lin Shitong's lips curled into a smile. The conclusion of the rose operation is precisely as you see it now. Jiang Nan yearned to embrace Lin Shitong, yet she deftly evaded him. Before you can become my adversary, I must first assess your worthiness to challenge me. How shall you test me? Lin Shitong replied with a grin, a one-on-one duel. For each loss, you must remove an article of clothing. You are the top player in the national server as D. Renjia. How could I possibly prevail against you? Ultimately, I would be left in a state of undress while you remain untouched. Do you think I designed this game merely to please you? Jiang Nan felt a pang of anxiety. Cullinan? Lin Shitong whispered in Jiang Nan's ear. Win against me tonight, and your wishes shall be fulfilled. Jiang Nan gazed into Lin Shitong's captivating eyes. He had just glimpsed a hint of Cullinan within them, only for it to swiftly transform into Mulan's resolute gaze. Will you partake? I have no reason to decline. Although Jiang Nan brimmed with confidence, 5 minutes later, he found himself utterly defeated. Within that brief span, he was vanquished 4 times, leaving him with nothing but a single pair of shorts. Despite his loss, it was Lin Shitong who flushed with embarrassment. Through their recent encounters, she had discerned Jiang Nan possessed admirable abs, yet she had not anticipated their allure, compounded by his handsome visage. In such an ambiguous atmosphere, he was an undeniable weapon of seduction. Simultaneously, she had overestimated her own resistance. The emotions she had suppressed erupted forth in an instant. She cast aside her phone and leapt into Jiang Nan's embrace. Dear little brother, I was wrong. Let us not play this game anymore. Lin Shitong nestled against Jiang Nan's chest, her Mulan cosplay appearing unscathed, save for one missing boot. She lay against him like a fragile bird, her mind replaying the events that had just transpired. It was meant to be her game, yet she had been the one to shatter the rules first. In her imagination, Jiang Nan would be the one whose heart raced, holding her close and saying, "Good sister, let us not play this game anymore." Yet unexpectedly, those very words had escaped her own lips. "I'm going to take a shower." Lin Shitong removed her wig and shed her cosplay outfit before stepping into the bathroom. Jiang Nan yawned and opened his phone to scroll through short videos, intending to continue using his cold demeanor to soothe the young women still striving late into the night. "Finished? My dear husband." In Jiang Nan's moment of scrolling through Douyin, a sudden message from Qin Jingya appeared. Chapter 62, The Wife of Huananzi, the deeply calculating black silk beauty. "Why are you still awake at this hour?" Jiang Nan queried. "I saw you online on Douyin. You mustn't ignore me." Jiang Nan exited Douyin and clicked into the chat interface. "What are you doing awake at such a late hour?" "My dear husband, you've never been single, so you wouldn't understand. At this hour, my roommates are all asleep. What do you expect me to do alone?" Jiang Nan chuckled at her words. "You contacted me this late merely to chat? Of course. I'm just a lonely girl desiring the warmth of my husband's embrace. Better get some sleep. I can't sleep without hearing your voice. I'm calling you. Remember to answer. Oh, and put on your headphones, wired ones, so that no one hears my voice. You've thought this through even more than I have. Naturally. Do you think my studies in social psychology were in vain? That fake man Huananzi taught me nothing of value? My true mentor is Teacher Musi, and I occasionally attend classes by Teacher Hua." A voice call from Qin Jingya came through. Jiang Nan connected his earphones to the Type-C port and pressed the answer button, hearing the steady rhythm of Qin Jingya's breath in his ear. It seemed she was genuinely asleep. "I'm going to sleep now, darling. Bye. And hang up once I drift off." Qin Jingya's voice was soft and laden with a sense of secrecy. Lin Shitong peeked her head out from the bathroom, blinking her large eyes. "Whose call is it?" "A friend S." Lin Shitong cast a skeptical glance, her smile mischievous. It was evident she didn't believe Jiang Nan's explanation. Making a WeChat call and wearing headphones? Come on. It was clear to her that it must be his little girlfriend. Unfortunately, as she was about to say more, Jiang Nan placed his phone down. That must be the end of the call. Lin Shitong shot Jiang Nan a playful glare. "You already have me. Yet you still talk to other women. How about we wash together? I can help you scrub down." "Sure." Jiang Nan followed Lin Shitong into the bathroom. And just as he was about to close the door, Lin Shitong stopped him. "Why close the door? There's no one else here." Qin Jingya favorability 2. Qin Jingya favorability 1. Qin Jingya favorability 2. As dawn's first light pierced through the darkness, it fell upon Jiang Nan's face. He rubbed his eyes and glanced at the blue sky outside. Lin Shitong lay in bed, resembling a little cat, still deep in slumber. "Where are you off to?" she mumbled, turning over sleepily. "Military training. Then be careful on your way. Remember to close the door when you leave. Bye." Lin Shitong had only fallen asleep around 5 in the morning, and today she seemed utterly exhausted, likely unable to wake until late morning. After freshening up, Jiang Nan made his way to the underground parking lot. By chance, or perhaps it cannot merely be described as chance, the other parties seemed to be awaiting him. Huan Nanji stood before the front of a Lamborghini, engaged in light-hearted conversation with a girl who exuded an aura of gentle warmth. With every word spoken by Huan Nanji, the girl responded with an understanding smile that radiated kindness. Dressed in a flowing white gown complemented by a lightweight blue outer shirt, she held a matcha-colored handbag. Upon noticing Jiang Nan's approach, the girl greeted him with a polite smile, a simple gesture that felt like a refreshing breeze of spring. She embodied the warmth of sunlight, bringing comfort to all around her. "Jiang Nan, do you find my wife beautiful?" Huan Nanji inquired protectively, positioning himself before Jiang Nan. "What a coincidence, Teacher Huan." Jiang Nan replied. "Coincidence? We typically refer to unexpected encounters as such, but we have been waiting for you here for half an hour. What do you need me for?" "My wife needs to visit the hospital for a follow-up, and my car is still under repair. Thus, I would like to discuss borrowing your vehicle." Jiang Nan, perplexed, asked, "Can't you take a taxi?" "My wife has a frail constitution and is allergic to certain odors," Huan Nanji explained. Jiang Nan directed his gaze towards the gentle older sister, who smiled and added, "I apologize for the trouble, Jiang Nan." "It's no trouble at all. We are all neighbors and ought to assist one another," he replied. Huan Nanji gestured toward the Lamborghini Reventon. "I want that one." "You must be joking," Jiang Nan chuckled. tossing the key to his Cullinan to Huan Nanji. If you drive me to school, you may take the car. Huan Nanji opened the passenger door, inviting the girl to enter, his movements delicate and graceful, as if he were cradling a precious gem. He drove Jiangnan back to school, assuring him, "I will return the car to you this evening." "There's no rush," Jiangnan replied as Huan Nanji departed from Jiangxing University. Li Muzi observed Jiangnan disappearing in the rearview mirror. This child is quite decent, at least he possesses a good nature. Jingya's choice to follow him is indeed wise. However, he is rather unreliable, with numerous girlfriends. Fortune and misfortune are inescapable. One cannot evade their fate. Jingya's goals may be achieved, but there will inevitably be some losses. In comparison, she stands to gain. Huan Nanji's gaze sharpened slightly. Let us not dwell on such pessimistic thoughts. One's fate is self-made and cannot be avoided. With gentle eyes, Li Muzi replied, "If one day I am no longer here, you must take care of yourself and find someone who loves you. If you leave, I shall follow you." Huan Nanji declared resolutely. As Jiangnan entered the school gates, he received a message from Chun Kenning. "Darling, I am heading to training now. Be sure to eat well on your own. Love you, kisses." It was now 7:15 in the morning. Such an early training session for the National Flag Guard indeed demanded a rigorous commitment. Upon entering the dining hall, he felt a pair of eyes fixated upon him. Zhou Lin glanced at a photograph, confirming that he was indeed Qin Jingya's boyfriend. "Qin Jingya, how utterly despairing would you feel if you were to see your boyfriend in my company, mocking me as second-hand goods? Humph. Not only will I reduce you to mere second-hand status, but I shall also adorn you with a green hat. What qualifications does a mere test-taker from a small town possess to indulge so lavishly? Do you comprehend the gravity of your situation?" Zhou Lin purchased a bowl of millet porridge from the window and made her way towards Jiangnan. When she was merely 2 meters away, she quickened her pace, feigning nonchalance as she collided into Jiangnan. A full embrace would surely evoke guilt in any young man, thus presenting her with an opportunity. Moreover, adorned in a JK uniform and black stockings, what young man could possibly resist the allure of such exquisite legs? Innocence. Qin Jingya, that fool, cannot even entice a man. How pretentious to feign purity. Black stockings and beautiful legs are the ultimate weapon in a woman's arsenal. Alas, Zhou Lin's intention came to fruition as she collided with Jiangnan. He was engrossed in his phone, and given her deliberate approach, there was no reason for the encounter to be avoided. Yet, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Just as Zhou Lin intended to spill the porridge onto her JK outfit, Jiangnan preempted her move, stabilizing the porcelain bowl and preventing a single drop from escaping. How did he manage that? Zhou Lin was taken aback. The porridge was tilting towards her, yet it remained steady. What sorcery was this? Had the laws of physics, potential energy, and inertia suddenly ceased to exist? Is everything all right? No, it's fine. Jiangnan picked up his phone from the ground. The screen shattered. "My apologies, it was my recklessness that caused your phone to break." Just as Jiangnan was about to offer her comfort, he suddenly realized that the phrasing was somewhat familiar. Wasn't this the common phrase Qin Jingya employed to maintain her facade of innocence? Jiangnan. By sheer coincidence, Qin Jingya appeared at the entrance of the cafeteria. "Jiangnan, do you know Zhou Lin?" "No. Have you had breakfast?" "Not yet. I was contemplating what to eat. Do you have any recommendations, senior?" "There's delicious food on the second floor. I'll take you there. Let us go." Jiangnan and Qin Jingya walked up to the second floor, laughing and chatting, leaving Zhou Lin behind. "Jiangnan, let me transfer the money to you," Zhou Lin suddenly interjected. "No need, it's not much. Besides, you didn't do it on purpose. As long as the porridge didn't scald you, that's what matters." The two ascended to the second floor. As they rounded the corner, Qin Jingya glanced back at Zhou Lin, her eyes filled with disdain and mockery. Zhou Lin's expression darkened, her fists gradually clenching tighter. Upon reaching the second floor, they bought breakfast and found a place to sit, chatting while they ate. "Were you waiting for me?" "Of course. Chun Kenning's military training starts early today, so I thought I'd join you for breakfast." But unexpectedly, Zhou Lin was quicker than me. "Is she the one who spread those rumors about you?" "Absolutely. It was she who initially spread the slander against me, and after the incident, she had her boyfriend use his supernatural abilities to suppress the matter. If you visit the forum of Jiangxing University, you can still find the disgusting remarks they concocted back then." Jiangnan consoled me, saying, "Senior sister, you have been wronged." "Wronged? Who hasn't encountered a few worthless individuals?" Such trash will inevitably exude a foul odor in all their future endeavors, repulsing others. After breakfast, the two parted ways at the entrance of the dining hall. Suddenly, Qin Jingya asked, "Was that person last night your girlfriend?" "Of course," I replied. "Aren't you only dating Chen Keilang?" "I never claimed that." Qin Jingya shot me a glance, saying, "You scoundrel, I shall inform Keilang about your affairs with multiple women. Are you quite close with her?" "I am part of the student council. During the last health inspection, we established a preliminary friendship." "That's good. Now that she knows Chen Keilang, it will lessen the trouble when the truth comes out later. Do you have time at noon?" "Certainly." Qin Jingya handed me a room card for Tianyue Hotel. "Junior, come find me at noon. I shall give you a refresher on literature. Don't forget." "I promise." Once the decision was made, it was only right to proceed with enthusiasm. After the morning military training concluded, I arrived at Tianyue Hotel as promised. Upon pushing open the door to room 365, I found Qin Jingya seated on the bed. She wore a fitted black round-neck dress complemented by sheer black stockings. The fabric hugged her exquisite form, accentuating her curves. Her bosom was prominent, and though separated by a layer of clothing, one could still envision the delightful beauty beneath the silk. My gaze narrowed as I beheld her flat, slender abdomen. Her delicate waist was barely graspable, evoking a desire to hold her close and feel her warmth. To describe Qin Jingya's figure as full of twists and turns was most fitting. Beneath her slender waist, her voluptuous hips captivated my attention. Her beautiful legs, clad in sheer black stockings, resembled a gift waiting to be unwrapped. Qin Jingya leaped into my embrace, closing her eyes to savor the warmth of my hold. We remained in each other's arms for a while. I leaned down to kiss her lips, which tasted sweet, reminiscent of chocolate or candy. The sweetness emboldened my advances, and with a gentle tug, I tore a small rip in her dress. Is this fabric of such poor quality?" Qin Jingya, clinging to my neck, blushed like the evening sky and shyly replied, "It was designed this way. If it doesn't get torn, I would return it to the store." I tilted her chin, softly asking, "How is it that you play this game so well, senior?" "Certainly, it is to surprise my junior." Qin Jingya reclined against Jiang Nan's chest, her delicate, fair hand drawing circles on it. "Junior, I have entrusted everything to you now. You must not abandon me." Jiang Nan embraced her soft waist, reassuring her, "Abandon you? How could I ever bear to do so? A knight like you is irreplaceable." Qin Jingya's cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness as she replied, "I merely wish for you to relax a bit. After a sleepless night, you must be exhausted. If I were to tire you out, I would become a transgressor against the good sisters. Naughty girl, you deserve a little punishment." Qin Jingya playfully remarked as she received a light smack on her perky posterior. "Darling, please keep your distance from Jolin. That woman is not virtuous. Promise me, will you? Even if you were to pursue 10 or 100 women, I could regard them as good sisters, yet do not involve Jolin." Jiang Nan gently caressed Qin Jingya's hair and inquired tenderly, "Why the sudden mention of her?" "I learned this morning that she sought you not for me, but for herself." "For me? We are not even acquainted." "Oh, my dear, you are so naive. With your handsome looks and generous nature. After I disclosed that you bought me a handbag worth 700,000 last night, she shifted her focus to you, hoping to ensnare you under her charm." Jiang Nan kissed the tip of Qin Jingya's nose. "She pales in comparison. How could I possibly be interested in her?" "Do not worry. That reassures me." Qin Jingya whispered in Jiang Nan's ear, "Shall we cuddle a bit? It is getting late. It's already 2 o'clock. We must leave. I need to replace my phone since I shattered it this morning." "What phone do you intend to get?" "Perhaps a Huawei. I'll accompany you." The two donned their attire and departed from the hotel. "Darling, where is your car?" After arriving at school, Teacher Hua borrowed it. I took a taxi here. Jiang Nan checked his phone's navigation software and noted that the nearest Huawei store was 2.3 kilometers away. "That is somewhat far. Shall we take a taxi?" Qin Jingya suggested. Jiang Nan's peripheral vision scanned the street and spotted a sizable Porsche dealership at the end of the road. "Taking a taxi is too cumbersome. Let us buy a car instead." It was the first time Qin Jingya had heard such audacious words. Given the distance from the sighting location, they abandoned the idea of taking a taxi in favor of purchasing a vehicle. The admiration in her gaze sparkled with stars as she looked at Jiang Nan. "The boy I chose truly is the most handsome. The way he spends money is simply enchanting. I adore him. Let us proceed. Time is of the essence." Qin Jingya linked her arm with Jiang Nan's as they crossed the intersection, making their way to the Porsche dealership across the road. As they entered the dealership, a beautiful saleswoman greeted them warmly. Welcome to the Porsche Center in Jiangxing. How may I assist you? I would like to take a look at the top-tier 911 model. Certainly, sir, please follow me. Chapter 64, the Porsche 911. Qin Jingya smile. The beautiful saleswoman led Jiang Nan to the front of the Porsche 911, enthusiastically detailing all the specifications of this remarkable vehicle. Sir, this car is equipped with a 3.6-liter engine, boasting a maximum power of 357 kW and a peak torque of 570 N. Furthermore, the design of the body is exceptionally striking. Jiang Nan patted the hood of the Porsche 911. Do you like it? Qin Jingya, who was attentively listening to the sales presentation, nodded in response to Jiang Nan's inquiry. I do. Then let us purchase this one. You go sign the contract with her, and I shall cover the expenses. Really? Qin Jingya was taken aback. Me? Of course, it is a gift for you. Overwhelmed with excitement, Qin Jingya leaped into Jiang Nan's embrace, joyfully exclaiming, Thank you, darling. Quickly, go sign the contract. Time is of the essence. After buying the phone, I still need to return to school for military training. Reluctantly, Qin Jingya released Jiang Nan but kept her arms around his neck, her gaze soft and affectionate, playfully saying, I don't want you to leave. Why would I stay? I can't simply indulge in frivolities with you all day. I wish to bear you a little Jiang Nan. A plump and chubby one. Then you must strive for that. Let us work together. You must share a little more love with me. Surely. Let us proceed with the contract. All right. Qin Jingya followed the saleswoman to complete the paperwork, acquiring a temporary license plate. After 15 minutes, she sat in the driver's seat, fastened her seatbelt, inserted the key, and pressed the brake. The vehicle gently started, successfully exiting the Porsche dealership. Qin Jingya's cheeks flushed with excitement as she drove at a modest pace of 20 to 30 miles per hour. Congratulations, host. You have received a refund of 35 million. Congratulations, host. Your funds have reached 98 million. Only 2 million more to achieve a small goal. Keep striving. With just 2 million left, it should be attainable by tonight. Qin Jingya drove to the nearest Huawei flagship store, purchased a smartphone, and returned to school. The phone Jiang Nan chose was the Huawei Mate X, priced at 19,999 yuan. Initially, it faced harsh criticism upon release, but later sold out completely. Qin Kai took a puff of his cigarette, observing the rear of the Porsche vanish at the end of the lane. Captain, I have come to an understanding. Tian Feng inquired, what have you realized? Winning a girl's heart does not require wealth, but each moment of emotional connection necessitates a financial foundation. A brand new Porsche 911 parked at the school. Jiang Nan exited from the passenger seat, bid farewell to Qin Jingya, and made his way toward the playground. Qin Jingya once again settled into the driver's seat of the Porsche 911, her fingers caressing the steering wheel, unable to suppress the elation swelling within her. Over 3 million. The on-road price of this vehicle was 3,500,000. Just 2 days prior, such a notion would have been unfathomable to her. Yet now, not only did she possess a Porsche 911, but she also embraced a life of splendor. As she parked the car beneath the girls' dormitory, she felt the curious gazes of passers-by upon her the moment she stepped out. Those eyes, filled with anticipation, envy, and jealousy, were all too familiar to her. Regrettably, she had not encountered the person she wished to meet. Otherwise, the emotional significance of her new car would have been fully realized. After taking just a couple of steps, Qin Jingya paused, a note of confusion escaping her lips. She distinctly sensed an unusual gaze fixed upon her from a short distance away. Turning her head, she indeed spotted Zhou Lin emerging from the supermarket, a bag of snacks in hand, her brow furrowed. It was evident that Zhou Lin had witnessed the scene of Qin Jingya exiting the car, and she had seen it all too clearly. Zhou Lin's expression darkened, her eyes ablaze with fury and jealousy. However, she suppressed her anger, silently grinding her teeth as she walked past Qin Jingya. Yet, Qin Jingya could not easily let Zhou Lin slip away. This was a divine opportunity, a chance for her to achieve emotional closure without regrets. Isn't this Zhou Lin? How could you pretend not to know me? Have you eaten? Zhou Lin halted, her face clouded with displeasure as she retorted, Is this amusing? Qin Jingya chuckled. Isn't it entertaining? Just look at the Porsche 911 that my husband gifted me. What is so impressive about a Porsche 911? It's just a show-off, country bumpkin. Zhou Lin replied coldly. Is there no need to flaunt it? At least you haven't, have you? I'm not unfamiliar with it. Oh, Qin Jingya laughed. You've been in one? How impressive. Just because you have, does that make it yours? You've been in one, yet you still possess nothing. Shouldn't you feel inferior? What are you so proud of? You don't think you deserve to sit in the passenger seat of a Porsche, do you? Jolin scoffed. What are you boasting about? It's yours now, and will it always be yours? Can you truly hold on to something a man gives you? Men never value women like you. Once he has done with you, he'll discard you like trash. In response, Qin Jingyao produced a purchase contract from her LV bag. Look here, have you seen one before? A purchase contract for a Porsche with my name on it. Jolin stared at the name on the contract, her chest heaving with indignation, her eyes bloodshot with rage. The contract bore Qin Jingyao's name, signifying that this car was indeed hers from this moment onward. How could this be? What made her so different from me? Why does she possess everything I desire, indulging in the life I should be living, embracing the man I should be with? Why is life so unfair to me? That man is blind. He overlooks a woman as exceptional as I, choosing instead someone from a small county. This afternoon, with no classes, I plan to indulge in a good nap. The vigor of youth is boundless. I hardly take a break throughout the day. Every word spoken by Qin Jingyao is like a nail driven into Zhou Lin's heart. Zhou Lin, overwhelmed with anger, raised her bag, ready to smash it onto the hood of that Porsche 911. Yet, at the last moment, she restrained herself. The cost of such an act would be too great. In the afternoon, after military training concluded, Jiang Nan waited at the school gate. Before long, a Cullinan pulled up in front of him, the window lowered, revealing the gentle and exquisite features of Teacher Li Muzi. Thank you, Jiang Nan, for lending us your car. Teacher Muzi was too courteous. How is your health? The doctor says I am improving. My condition is progressing positively. That is good to hear. After getting into the car, Jiang Nan sat in the back seat, glancing at Huan Nanji's expression through the rearview mirror. Her complexion was far from good, a stark contrast to how she appeared when she left in the morning. Jiang Nan chose not to inquire further. The three of them remained silent throughout the journey. Yet Teacher Li Muzi maintained a smile on her face. Upon returning home, Jiang Nan pushed open the door. Suddenly, a long sword was thrust toward his neck. Back already. Jiang Nan. Lin Shitong, clad in a stunning swimwear ensemble, exuded an alluring charm, her makeup flawless and nearly perfect. Chapter 65. The despair of Feng Hao over the profits of Lingyun International Plaza. The swimwear was indeed exquisite, particularly the Zhaoxiao Lujin design. Its golden hue combined with her fair skin was utterly captivating. Though Lin Shitong did not possess the exotic beauty of Jian Nan, her graceful figure, fair complexion, and delicate features brought a unique allure when adorned in Jian Nan's swimwear. Lin Shitong reclined on the sofa, her alabaster feet resting on Jiang Nan's legs. A golden anklet graced her ankle, its craftsmanship exquisite. Paired with her porcelain-like feet, it resembled intricate golden patterns carved onto fine china, exuding luxury and elegance. Especially with Lin Shitong's snowy feet, the soles a delicate pink. Jiang Nan rose, lifting Lin Shitong effortlessly, heading toward the bedroom. Little rascal, why the hurry? Jiang Nan teased, lifting her chin to savor her soft lips. Who has tempting whom? I did not tempt you. Stop slandering good people. Are you truly a good person? Let me see. Moments later, Lin Shitong's laughter rang out, sweet as silver bells. As night deepened and the moonlight shone brightly, Lin Shitong lay against Jiang Nan's chest, her small hand caressing his Adam's apple. I'm hungry. We'll eat soon. Once I finish my shower, we shall depart. Well, you may go ahead and bathe first. Lin Shitong strode gracefully into the bathroom, her long legs accentuating her poise. Before long, the sound of running water echoed from within. Jiang Nan opened his phone and bestowed the last 100,000 dough diamonds as a reward, receiving a tenfold return. Congratulations, host. You have achieved your modest goal of 100 million. Congratulations, host. You have obtained shares and decision-making authority in Lingyun International Building 621. The relevant contractual documents have been stored in your system package. Jiang Nan briefly searched online for information regarding Lingyun International Building. This edifice boasts over 60 floors, each soaring more than 4 meters high, serving as a comprehensive structure for dining, shopping, and entertainment. According to online reports, its daily revenue exceeds 100 million. A daily income of 100 million translates to over 3 billion monthly. Remarkable. For the first time, Jiang Nan grasped the notion that money is merely a numerical representation. System. How much can Lingyun International Building earn for me in a day? Today's revenue from Lingyun International Building, encompassing but not limited to logistics infrastructure, environmental services, office leasing, and commercial land leasing, yields a net profit of approximately 10.7 billion Projected net profit for tomorrow, 2 billion. A daily profit of 100 million. Truly net profit. I have come to realize that money is indeed just a number. It is time to embrace new consumption methods. Whether one can earn is secondary. What matters most is the magnitude of expenditure. Congratulations, host. Your assets have reached 100 million. Daily tasks upgraded. Daily task functionality. Whenever a favored companion of the host reaches a favorability score of 90 points, a lottery opportunity is granted. At 95 points, 2 chances are awarded. Has the direct reward transformed into a lottery? Quite intriguing. My dear, I have finished my shower and will change into another outfit. We shall dine shortly. All right. We will eat soon. Jiang Nin set aside these thoughts and headed to the bathroom for a shower. 20 minutes later, in the community's underground parking lot, Lin Shitong sat in the passenger seat, her fingers gliding across her phone screen, her large eyes scanning restaurant information. Darling, there is a highly rated Western restaurant that looks splendid. Let us go there. However, it seems a bit pricey, averaging 70,000 per person. Not too expensive. Consider it a treat for you. Upon hearing this, Lin Shitong's cheeks flushed slightly, filled with shyness. Jiang Nin drove to the Western restaurant. Just as they were about to enter, he received a call from Tian Feng. What is it? Is there an issue? I suggest you choose another restaurant. Feng Hao is in the lobby. Am I afraid of him? Feng Hao's stepfather is the owner of Tianhai Commercial Building, and you are currently within their domain. Moreover, I have received orders to depart. Where to? To apprehend Feng Hao's stepfather. Jiang Nin turned back, glancing at the nearby Tianhai Commercial Building. What is the purpose of the arrest? Drug trafficking. Upon hearing those 2 words, Jiang Nin paused momentarily. Be careful. When you return, please join me at this restaurant. You said it, and I take it to heart. Who do you look down upon? Let the whole team come. I shall treat you all. So, where do you intend to dine now? Right here. It's just Feng Hao. I fear him not. Very well. I shall hang up now. After Tian Feng ended the call, he turned to Lin Shitong beside him. Let's go. The 2 entered the restaurant, where a waiter promptly approached them. Dining in the lobby, sir? This way, please. Jiang Nin selected a table by the window, quietly gazing in the direction of the Tianhai Tower. It dawned upon him that the matter he mentioned, which she had urged him to keep secret, pertained to this very incident. Lin Shitong glanced at the menu and ordered 2 dishes. Jiang Nin closed the menu without a glance and asked directly, Do you have any signature dishes? Indeed, sir. Our signature dish consists of 4 expensive selections. Very well. Shortly after the waiter departed, Feng Hao arrived. While Feng Hao dared not confront Jiang Nin at school, this was Tianhai. He was the emperor of Tianhai now. Ah, what a coincidence! Feng Hao exclaimed, pulling a chair to sit beside Jiang Nin, accompanied by a dozen or so followers. Jiang Nin pointed towards the Tianhai Tower and inquired with a smile, Is that your residence? So what if it is? I invite you to witness a grand spectacle. No sooner had Jiang Nan's words left his lips than a cacophony erupted from the dark night, accompanied by red and blue lights. Isn't it splendid? Jiang Nin smiled. Instantly, Feng Hao's face turned ashen. He protested, My stepfather is a law-abiding citizen. I never said otherwise, Jiang Nin replied with a grin. Besides, legality is a matter you seem uncertain about. Suddenly, a group of uniformed individuals burst in. Don't move. Among them was Tian Feng, who had just spoken with Jiang Nin. Feng Hao shot a venomous glance at Jiang Nin, fully aware that escape was no longer an option. If I cannot have peace, neither shall you. Feng Hao seized a bottle of red wine, intent on smashing it over Jiang Nan's head. With remarkable reflexes, Jiang Nin swiftly kicked him away, sending him flying 3 meters. A display of strength that was nothing short of formidable. Lin Shitong's affection level increased by 2. Lin Shitong's affection level has reached 90 points. Congratulations, host. You have earned a chance to draw a lottery. He Can's affection level increased by 5. Jiang Nin glanced in the distance, noticing He Can looking their way before leading her team into the Tianhai Tower. Tian Feng promptly instructed his men to subdue the group of ruffians. After Tian Feng departed, the restaurant quickly returned to a state of normalcy, though all attention remained fixated on the Tianhai Tower. Suddenly, a shrill scream pierced the air not far from Jiang Nin. Help! Someone has fainted. Jiang Nin turned towards the source of the sound and beheld a girl sprawled on the ground. Her skin was flushed a vivid red, and her face and neck were adorned with raised, crimson welts, an unsettling sight that induced a shiver. The crowd merely observed, paralyzed by fear and hesitant to approach, while the other girls accompanying her were in disarray, utterly at a loss. Without hesitation, Jiang Nin sprang to his feet. Lin Shitong grasped his wrist with palpable concern, imploring him not to go. The girl's affliction appeared quite alarming. The redness of her skin was alarming, with similar welts visible on her face and hands. Those nearby were too frightened to draw closer, apprehensive of contagion. Lin Shitong clung to Jiangnan, equally fearful for his safety. Jiangnan reassured her, suggesting that it seemed like a typical case of urticaria. However, there existed the possibility of anaphylactic shock. Upon hearing this, Lin Shitong hesitated momentarily, then resolutely declared that she would accompany him. Together, Jiangnan and Lin Shitong navigated through the crowd and reached the girl's side. Her features were strikingly defined, reminiscent of Western beauty. Jiangnan placed his fingers gently on her wrist and glanced at the unfinished plate of lobster on the table. It was likely a seafood allergy, and there was no time to waste. She needed to be transported to a hospital immediately. Lin Shitong looked at Jiangnan, stating that she would await his return. Jiangnan lifted the girl into his arms and directed a glance at her friends. "Call a taxi and follow me," he instructed. However, the two girls remained motionless, seemingly resistant. "Can't you go alone?" "We're not coming. I have other matters to attend to." Jiangnan furrowed his brow in confusion, pondering whether they were truly her friends. He disregarded their hesitation. With Lin Shitong's assistance, he carefully placed the girl in the passenger seat of his sports car. Lin Shitong cautioned him, "Be careful on the road. It will be dark soon." Jiangnan reassured her, "Do not worry, I will return shortly." He activated his phone's navigation system to locate the quickest route to the hospital, pressing the accelerator to its limit, reaching the hospital in a mere 5 minutes. Upon his arrival, the on-duty nurse rushed out to meet him. In no time, a cadre of doctors and nurses surrounded Jiangnan. One nurse barred his entry into the ward, instructing him to wait outside. Jiangnan settled onto a chair in the corridor, alongside a man in a hospital gown who was engrossed in reading a novel. Despite the late hour, the hospital was bustling with activity. After approximately 20 minutes, a doctor emerged, removing his mask. "Fortunately, you brought her in early. The allergic reaction wasn't severe. Otherwise, a swollen throat could have posed significant complications." Jiangnan inquired about when she might regain consciousness. "The earliest would be around 1 o'clock, the doctor replied. Jiangnan glanced at his watch, settled the bill, and departed. Upon returning to the restaurant, he found Lin Shitong still waiting for him. She rushed into his embrace, her eyes filled with concern. "Is she all right?" she asked anxiously. "It is nothing to worry about. Tomorrow I shall awaken." Lin Shitong joyfully kissed Jiangnan on the forehead. "My husband is truly remarkable, akin to a hero. Just moments ago, so many were engulfed in fear, yet my husband dared to forge ahead. In truth, if not for Jiangnan's knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, he would not have mustered the courage to approach. My dear, should I bestow upon you another reward tonight?" Jiangnan wrapped his arms around her slender waist. "You seem quite energetic, don't you? I merely wish to alleviate some of the burden for the other sisters, out of concern for your well-being. You are indeed clever. Naturally, I possess great intelligence." Jiangnan glanced at the two friends of that girl from earlier. "Have they departed?" "They quietly slipped away shortly after you left. To befriend such individuals is indeed a twist of fate. That girl fainted, and yet they remained indifferent, intent only on leaving. Let them be. Are you hungry? Famished? I've been waiting for your return to dine. Let us eat first." The waiter brought forth all of Jiangnan's dishes. As they dined, Jiangnan heard the system's notification sound. Zhang Hasue's favorability level, 5. Zhang Hasue? Was that the girl with the Western features? That cannot be. Even if her surname is Jiang, she should not awaken at this moment. After finishing dinner, Jiangnan summoned the waiter, intending to settle the bill and depart. "Sir, today we shall waive your bill." "Waived? Why is that?" "Our boss was moved by your actions upon hearing about your deeds, and thus, your meal is complimentary." Upon hearing this, Jiangnan was displeased. "If you do not accept my payment, it implies you are denying me the opportunity to earn. Is that permissible?" "No. I must pay for my meal. It is unacceptable to waive the bill simply because I saved someone. What if your boss incurs a loss?" "No, I insist on paying." The waitress was bewildered. She had encountered diners who refused to pay before, but a customer so adamant about settling the bill was a first. "Sir, please do not put me in a difficult position." "Difficult for you? Paying for a meal is a matter of principle. It is essential to compensate. Why must you insist on paying? Your presence here grants me honor. Consider this meal as my treat." A woman's voice echoed from a distance. Jiangnan turned to glance behind the waitress, where a mature woman came into view. The woman wore a red long-sleeve blouse paired with a black bodycon skirt. The red blouse enveloped her upper body, while her fair neck led to gently protruding curves. The black skirt, reaching a length of approximately 50 centimeters, ascended to just above her knees. Her shapely legs were clad in black stockings, balanced and voluptuous. Her delicate feet adorned glossy red-soled heels, approaching Jiang Nan gracefully, exuding allure from both her bosom and her curvaceous form. Among the women I have encountered in Jiangnan, none particularly stand out. Yet, they exude a comforting aura, akin to savoring a bowl of fish soup that has simmered for an extended period, its flavors intricately woven together. The mere waft of its aroma is enough to awaken one's appetite, and to indulge in a sip would surely be a celestial delight. Jiang Hesui's affinity level, 5. An additional 5 points of favor. Indeed, regardless of the setting, physical appearance holds a certain advantage. Even a dog, if it possesses beauty, will garner more affection and treats than its ordinary counterparts. I am the proprietor of this Western restaurant. My name is Jiang Hesue. A handshake between the two signifies the inception of friendship. Since we are now friends, it is only proper that I compensate you. Otherwise, it would be rather unreasonable. No. You have not only acted heroically, but have also mitigated unnecessary losses for my establishment. In comparison to those losses, this sum of 100,000 is truly insignificant. I cannot allow you to conduct business without reward. Moreover, my act of saving lives was not motivated by monetary gain. If goodwill is overshadowed by the glimmer of currency, it loses its essence. Do you not agree? Jiang Hesue hesitated for a moment, her demeanor softening. In that case, you may proceed with the payment. However, I must find an opportunity to express my gratitude for today's events. You must assist me in that regard. It would be my honor. After settling the payment, Jiang Nan exchanged phone numbers with Jiang Hesue and drove away from the restaurant. Shortly after 7 in the morning, Clibby Nur awoke from her hospital bed, rubbing her eyes. Where am I? How did I end up here? Your boyfriend brought you here and then left. I have never seen such an irresponsible man, remarked a nurse with a single stripe on her cap, entering the room to check the foredrip. Clibby Nur, perplexed, responded, Boyfriend? I am still single. I have no boyfriend. The nurse, surprised, placed down the medication she was holding. Isn't he your boyfriend? I thought he was so handsome. I assumed you two were a couple. After replacing the nearly empty 4 bag with a new one, the nurse reassured her, once this bag is finished, you will be discharged. Clibby Nur glanced at the 4. Nurse, why am I in the hospital? You had a seafood allergy. Last night, after that young man brought you in, it was quite urgent. You were nearly facing surgery. And where is he now? He left shortly after you were out of danger last night. Did he not leave any contact information? No, he departed rather decisively. I assumed you two had a quarrel, which is why he left so abruptly. Surely you must know him. He is tall and handsome. The description from the nurse was far too vague for Clibby Nur to identify him. Nurse, aside from those 2 young men, is there anyone else? No. It's just him. Did the 2 girls not come? Girls? No. It has been just him from the very beginning. They didn't arrive after you left the ward. Clibby Nur lay quietly on the hospital bed, gazing at the white ceiling, reminiscing about the events of the previous night. Last night, she had dined at a Western restaurant with 2 close friends. Initially, everything seemed perfectly normal, but shortly after she took a bite of lobster, an unsettling sensation began to creep in. At first, she felt lightheaded, followed by a gradual warmth enveloping her body. She initially brushed it off, but in less than 2 minutes, the warmth transformed into a burning sensation, and her throat felt as if it were being pierced by 1,000 needles with every sip of water she took. Before long, she lost consciousness, only to awaken in a hospital ward. The nurse informed her that she was allergic to seafood, likely due to the lobster. I am allergic to seafood. Yet they seemed utterly unconcerned. If it weren't for that stranger, I might not have made it. Clibby Nur picked up her phone and first notified her parents that she was safe. 10 minutes later, a middle-aged woman, strikingly similar to Clibby Nur, hurried into the ward. Upon seeing Clibby Nur receiving in 4 drip, she could not help but burst into tears. My little princess, what brings you to the hospital? Seafood allergy. Seafood? Oh dear. Your father is allergic to seafood too. How could you dare to eat it? Haven tea, I told you numerous times. Why is your mind so careless? It's not that I've never had it. I wanted to try it. The middle-aged woman embraced Clibby Nur tightly, her heart aching. No more trying from now on. We want to eat seafood anymore. All right. A middle-aged man entered the room, also bearing the features of an ethnic minority, and he closed the ward door behind him. Allergic to seafood, and you still dared to eat it? Quite audacious. Clibby Nur pouted and snuggled closer to her mother. Dad, Last night someone brought me to the hospital, but I don't know who he is. Could you please ask the nurse on duty last night if there is a way to contact him? The man handed Cullinan a piece of paper and offered her his phone. There is a number. The nurse asked him for it last night. There is also a photo captured by the surveillance cameras. I believe this is him. Cullinan looked at the boy in the surveillance footage, her eyes brightening. Although it only captured his profile, she could still envision his handsome face. Thank you for this. I must express my gratitude to him later, the middle-aged woman remarked. I understand. I will call him and see if he is available to have a meal with us. Cullinan smiled. Let us wait until you're better. There is no rush. I am already well. Cullinan made the call as per the telephone instructions. At this moment, Jiangnan had just finished military training. Seated on the artificial grass. Is that Cullinan? He pondered. The name did not seem to belong to the Han ethnicity. It bore the essence of a minority group. Had he recently encountered individuals from minority backgrounds? At that moment, a call from an unfamiliar number came through. Jiangnan waited for 10 seconds. Upon realizing the caller had not hung up, he answered. Hello. Hello. May I ask if you were the one who took a girl with a seafood allergy to Jiangsheng People's Hospital last night? Yes, that was me. What is the matter? May I know when you have some time? I would like to personally thank you and return the medical expenses you covered for me. Forget it. There's no need to repay me. I'm just glad you're all right. Absolutely not. My parents insist that I must express my gratitude. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have recovered so swiftly. Seeing her insistence, Jiangnan decided not to refuse any longer. How about tomorrow at noon? Great. I look forward to seeing you then. All right. After hanging up, Jiangnan's mind conjured the image of Cullinan from the previous night, strikingly beautiful, exuding an exotic charm. Suddenly, another call came in. It was Tianfeng. Hey Jiangnan. I have something to tell you. Don't panic. What is it? Feng Laohu has fled the country a couple of days ago. Really? He escaped? Yes, after his divorce. He smuggled himself out. According to our investigation, he is currently in Southeast Asia. Given your situation with Feng Hao, we advise you to remain in the country for the time being. When will he be apprehended? It will take time. Cases involving cross-border tracking are quite challenging. All right. I will be cautious. Southeast Asia? It has always been a hotspot for incidents. His recent flight to Southeast Asia likely indicates he sensed impending trouble, prompting his discreet escape. Regardless, as long as he stayed within the country, he would certainly be safe. Jiangnan refocused his thoughts. System, initiate a lottery. Last night, Lin Shidong's favorability reached 90 points, granting Jiangnan a chance to draw. Drawing. Congratulations, host. You have won a 150 square meter apartment in the Shuxiang Jiaj community. Relevant contract documents have been placed in the system package. Shuxiang Jiaj community? Jiangnan opened the map and searched for the community's name, his eyes lighting up upon discovery. This community is adjacent to Jiangxing Music Academy, with an average housing price of 13,564 yuan. Thus, the market value of this apartment hovers around 2 million yuan. Considering renovations, the total could easily reach 2 to 230,000 yuan. Remarkably, during my inaugural lottery draw, I won a house. However, it is a residence I cannot inhabit. To whom shall I bestow it? Situated near the music academy, it would be better suited for Su Jixia, as her current abode is rather cramped. Jiangnan dialed Su Jixia's number. What's the matter, Jiangnan? She inquired. Do you miss your teacher? Don't you have classes this morning, Su Laoshi? I have no classes this afternoon. Would you like to come and listen to my lecture? Shall we have lunch together then, Su Laoshi? Is that convenient? Of course, it is convenient. See you at noon. I also have something to discuss with you. Jiangnan. What is it? A delightful matter. Chapter 68. Confession to Su Jixia after the military training concluded at noon. Jiangnan lingered with Chun Kuning for a moment, then excused himself under the pretense of work. He drove to the entrance of Jiangxing Music Academy, where Su Jixia stood by the roadside, easily recognizable amidst the crowd. Dressed in a white shirt, her long and exquisite legs were encased in light denim jeans. Jiangnan parked his car in front of her. After she entered the vehicle, she crossed her arms, settling into the passenger seat. What shall we eat? Let us go to a hotel. Shouldn't we eat first? Su Jixia furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Jiangnan. There is no rush for a meal. Let us head to the hotel first. I have a pressing matter. Very well. Jiangnan selected a 5-star hotel, spending a staggering 188,000 to secure a presidential suite. Upon entering the room, Su Jixia immediately embraced Jiangnan. She whispered in his ear, Jiangnan, I wore white stockings today just for you. Do you desire them? Jiang Nan remained silent, simply lifting her off the ground. At 1:40 p.m., Su Jixia lay against Jiang Nan's chest. Such a small man, yet brimming with vigor. Your physique is quite commendable. Jiang Nan held her hand, exclaiming, who could resist your beauty? Su Jixia lifted her head, smiling mischievously. Now, tell me, between myself, Chen Kuning, and Qin Jingya, who is the fairest? Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow, perplexed. Su Jixia delicately traced her slender nails across Jiang Nan's chest. Why the silence, Jiang Nan? You haven't been harboring secrets from me, have you? Jiang Nan chuckled. I intended to confess after military training. So, it follows that Chen Kuning and Qin Jing you are unaware of each other's existence? Jiang Nan nodded. At least, Qin Jingya is oblivious to Su Jixia. Jiang Nan, you wouldn't want Chen Kuning to discover that you are juggling 3 relationships and are indeed a scoundrel, would you? Jiang Nan replied with a smile. What are you implying? Su Jixia clung to Jiang Nan, demanding, tonight, you cannot go anywhere. You must stay with me. I promise you. Su Jixia closed her eyes, drowsy. Do you know how long I cried after discovering your infidelity? Jiang Nan gently tucked the stray strands of hair behind Su Jixia's ear. It is my fault for not promptly explaining the situation to you and offering you comfort. You merely indulge me. Now that you are aware, why persist in this charade? Is it merely because of your wealth? When your fortune dwindles, I shall take my leave. Jiang Nan chuckled. By that time, you will have borne my child. Where will you run to? It is impractical. If you were to flee, now would be the opportune moment, perhaps even to extort a handsome separation fee from me. I would never, she retorted. I can distinguish between a long-term meal ticket and a one-time one. Furthermore, when your money runs out, all other women will surely abandon you, and I will reclaim you, ensuring you gaze upon no one but me, day and night. A lofty ambition indeed. Of course. I pondered for quite some time before convincing myself of this. Gradually, Su Jixia's soft snores filled the air as she drifted into slumber. At 2:20, Jiang Nan and Su Jixia departed from the hotel. Don't forget to visit me tonight. I'll be waiting for you at the school gate to present you with a gift. What kind of gift? A surprise. Su Jixia replied earnestly. I do not wish for anything. Not want it. Why not? You must think that because of what I said at noon, you can simply buy my happiness with money. I do not want that. My love for you stems from my feelings, not from your wealth. There is no need for you to spend money on gifts to cheer me up. Jiang Nan smiled. It is not to placate you. I had this idea when I last visited your home, and I only just completed it. Was it expensive? Not at all. Very well. Jiang Nan escorted Su Jixia to the school gate before continuing back to military training. In the afternoon, after military training concluded, Jiang Nan intended to seek out Su Jixia. Just as he left the playground, he encountered teacher Huan Nanji. She wore a white short-sleeve shirt beneath a yellow-brown utility jacket, paired with loose-fitting jeans. The fabric of her clothing was of good quality, presenting a polished appearance. With her striking beauty, she stood out remarkably. Teacher Hua, who are you waiting for? Huan Nanji smiled. I am waiting for you. Waiting for me? What for? To borrow a vehicle? No. Do you have a moment? I would like to have a conversation. Jiang Nan glanced at his watch, shaking his head. I am afraid not. I am in a hurry, as my girlfriend is waiting for me. Perhaps another time. Just 5 minutes. Observing the seriousness on Huan Nanji's face, Jiang Nan's demeanor shifted. He realized something was amiss. Go ahead, what is it? Let us find a place to talk privately. I do not wish for others to overhear. Then let us go? Jiang Nan understood Huan Nanji's character. She would not approach him without a significant matter at hand. As they settled into the car, Su Jixia's call unexpectedly came through. Hello, Jiang Nan, where are you? I may arrive a bit later, perhaps around 5 minutes. 15 minutes? Wasn't it agreed that this evening belongs to me? Teacher Huan Nanji has called me regarding a matter that can be resolved in 5 minutes. Su Jixia exclaimed in surprise. What? You won't even let teacher Huan Nanji off the hook? Have you two become involved? And what about teacher Muzi? Their affection for each other is genuine. Jiang Nan, feeling helpless, responded, What are you talking about? Teacher Huan Nanji is attracted to women, but she is a woman. Jiang Nan insisted. There is nothing between teacher Huan Nanji and me. She truly has something important to discuss. Su Jixia then inquired, Could you put teacher Huan Nanji on the phone? Jiang Nan passed the phone to Huan Nanji. Upon receiving the phone, Huan Nanji reassured, Teacher Su, are you in a romantic relationship with Jiang Nan? Teacher Hua. You see. Su Jixia stammered. I am not. I just need to talk to him about something that can be resolved in 5 minutes. Really? Asked Huan Nanji. Yes, Su Zhixiao affirmed. She was acquainted with Huan Nanji from a few encounters when she visited Jiangxing University to see her friend, and she had a slight understanding of her character. Since she acknowledged it, it was clear that there was nothing amiss. Then you two continue your conversation. I will wait a moment. After hanging up, Jiang Nin drove to a coffee shop. The two sat down against the wall. Teacher Hua, what brings you here? Can we discuss it now? Huan Nanji pursed her lips and exhaled a deep breath, stating gravely, Jiang Nan, I realize this request may seem abrupt and impolite, but I am at my wit's end and cannot find another solution, so I have come to you. Are you in debt to loan sharks? Jiang Nin replied, No. I mean, I would like to borrow your sperm cells, Huan Nanji said. Jiang Nin stood up abruptly, astonished. What? The coffee shop was bustling with patrons, and upon hearing Jiang Nan's exclamation, many turned their attention to the unfolding drama. Jiang Nin resumed his seat, pretending to sip his coffee to mask his embarrassment. Once the atmosphere settled, he steered the conversation back. Teacher Hua, do you realize what you are asking? You want my sperm cells? What do you intend to do with them? Huan Nanji remained remarkably composed, unlike Jiang Nan's shock, and began to explain her reasoning. A couple of days ago, I took Muzi to see a doctor. Do you remember? The time you lent me your car? Indeed, I recall that occasion. Unfortunately, Muzi's condition has not improved. What illness does she have? Severe depression. After Huan Nanji uttered this diagnosis, a heavy silence enveloped them for about 30 seconds, during which it seemed her emotional state was on the brink of collapse. She lifted her coffee cup and downed the bitter liquid in one go, allowing the harsh brew to flow down her throat and into her stomach, suppressing her nearly overwhelming emotions once more. The suicide rate for depression is alarmingly high, ranging from 15 to 20, with major depressive disorder presenting even higher figures. She once mentioned that she would leave after the first snowfall this winter. Huaji's voice was barely above a whisper, her final words almost inaudible. Despite her attempts to suppress her emotions, tears streamed down her face. She wiped away the tears from her eyes, striving to regain her composure. She suffers from severe depression. What does that have to do with your stem cells? Muko is an orphan, raised in an orphanage, her disposition introverted and reclusive. In this world, I am her only semblance of family. I ponder if becoming a mother would lead her to relinquish thoughts of death. After listening to Huaji's account, Jiang Nin remained silent for a long while. This plan sounds more absurd than a fanciful tale. Does Teacher Muko know of your intentions? I don't know. Once you agree, I will discuss it with her. As long as I persistently engage her, given her personality, she will eventually yield to my wishes. Huaji turned to Jiang Nan, speaking quietly. Muko is my entire life. If you agree to help me save her, I am willing to do anything for you. When a girl claims she is willing to do anything for you, it is highly likely she intends to do just one thing. This endeavor bears little consequence for me. I have no compelling reason to refuse. Yet, I am curious, among all the men in the world, why do you choose me? Huaji finally revealed a hint of a smile. Muko remarked that you are sufficiently unprincipled, yet not promiscuous. Aside from your one flaw of coveting beautiful women, you possess no particularly unacceptable quirks. If one disregards monogamy and simply considers the prospect of marital happiness and child-rearing, you are the optimal choice for many girls. Am I truly so exceptional? That statement is not entirely a compliment. At least the first half is not. Jiang Nin finished his coffee. Go persuade Teacher Muko. I have agreed. However, regarding your willingness to do anything for me, let us set that aside. I have no interest in men. One condition, though, the child must bear my surname. Huaji nodded. You have that right. Exiting the cafe, Huaji hailed a taxi while Jiang Nin proceeded to the entrance of Jiangxing Music Academy. The sunset painted a magnificent sky along the western horizon. Su Zhixia stood at the school gate, still clad in her outfit from earlier that afternoon, a white shirt that exuded youthfulness and purity, paired with fitted light denim jeans that accentuated her curvaceous figure, particularly her long, graceful legs. Her delicate feet were adorned with white casual shoes, revealing a circle of her ankles. A Lamborghini was parked at the campus entrance. Su Zhixia opened the car door and settled into the passenger seat. What does Teacher Hua want with you? Teacher Muzi's severe depression has led her to contemplate suicide. She approached me with a request to borrow my sperm cells, hoping to conceive a child and thereby cultivate a bond with the world, which might alleviate her suicidal tendencies. However, what if she were to experience postpartum depression? I have heard that many mothers suffer from depression after giving birth. A single remark from Su Zhixia awakened Jiang Nan to the gravity of the situation. It is indeed a valid concern. I should discuss this with Teacher Hua in detail another day. If she is already struggling with depression and then develops postpartum depression, the situation could become dire. Su Zhixiao firmly dismissed the idea. It is best not to proceed. Teacher Hua must be aware of postpartum depression. Perhaps she is truly at her wit's end. The atmosphere had already been tense following his recent separation from Hua Nanji. Jiangnan realized that this line of conversation could not continue, so he deliberately shifted the topic. What do you feel like eating? Hot pot. Jiangnan inquired. Can you check if there are any hot pot restaurants near Lingyun International Building? Lingyun International Building? Isn't that a bit far? Su Zhixiao responded, beginning her search online. Indeed, she found one. There is a Ming's Huiguan. But the average cost per person is over 80,000. 80,000 is not excessively expensive. Let's give it a try. After a 25-minute drive, Jiangnan arrived at the foot of Lingyun International Building. Although it was night, the building still shone brightly, bustling with pedestrians and devoid of any hint of evening lethargy. Have you been here during your time in Jiangxing? Yes, I have. The prices here are even higher than at the Latte Mall. Online reviews say you shouldn't even think about entering unless you have a six-figure sum in your pocket, Su Zhixiao explained. Let us go, hot pot awaits. Jiangnan and Su Zhixiao took the elevator to the 4th floor. Following the map, they located Ming's Huiguan restaurant and settled into a private booth. Within the booth, two elegant women in kipayos, each over 1.68 meters tall and adorned in black stockings and high heels, stood by to assist Jiangnan and Su Zhixiao with their meal. Just as they were halfway through their dining experience, a middle-aged man entered the room. He knocked lightly on the door, pushed it open, and walked in, accompanied by a woman holding a bottle of red wine. Upon entering, the middle-aged man quickly approached Jiangnan. Respectfully, he said, Mr. Jiang, greetings. I am the owner of this restaurant. My name is Jia Yu, but you may call me Xiao Yu. Is there something you need? I was informed of your visit to our establishment and regret not welcoming you sooner. Thus, I have brought a small gift for you, which I hope you will graciously accept. The middle-aged man received a large bottle of wine from the woman behind him. Mr. Jiang, this bottle is a distinguished vintage from Mr. Henry J., a 1995 Richbourg Grand Cru, presented as a gift from our restaurant to you and your esteemed wife. After placing the wine down, he turned slightly to Su Zhixiao and bowed respectfully. I apologize for interrupting your dinner, Mr. Jiang and Madam. After your meal, our establishment will present a gift for you, Madam. With that, the middle-aged man bowed slightly again to Jiangnan. After taking 3 steps back, he closed the door and departed from the dining area. The fluidity of the middle-aged man's movements left Su Zhixiao utterly bewildered. Without uttering a word, he entered and presented her with a gift, a bottle of exquisite red wine, which, despite her lack of knowledge about such things, was clearly of great value. Moreover, his demeanor was marked by humility and courtesy. Jiangnan, do you know him? Su Zhixiao inquired, puzzled. I do not. You do not? Then why did he gift you red wine? Jiangnan replied with a smile, because this building belongs to me. Chapter 70. Jiangnan's prestige. Because this building belongs to me. Jiangnan's assertion left Su Zhixiao momentarily speechless. She thought she had misheard and asked again. What did you say? I said that the Lingyun International Building is mine. This building is yours. Indeed. But this building is a landmark in Jiangxing. I've been to your home since I was a child. No, it is indeed mine. You purchased it? Yes, one could say I have. Su Zhixiao remained silent for a considerable time, her mind a blank slate. The owner of the Lingyun International Building, an entity seemingly non-existent online, now sat right before her, her own boyfriend. Let us dine, Jiangnan said nonchalantly. In the private room, a stunning woman in black stockings and high heels decanted the wine, filling glasses for both Jiangnan and Su Zhixiao. Enjoying a lavish hot pot meal valued at 80,000 per person, accompanied by the delightful red wine. Their dining experience was truly pleasurable. After about 20 minutes, they finished their meal. The middle-aged man from earlier returned, this time accompanied by a waitstaff wearing a cheap how and black stockings, who carried a box. Is everything to your satisfaction, Mr. Jiang? With Mr. Jia's attentive care? I am indeed well pleased. It is our honor to satisfy Mr. Jiang, the man replied, bowing slightly. Jia Yu took the large box from the waitstaff. This is a gift prepared for your esteemed lady. I hope you will accept it. He handed the box to the waitstaff, who placed it in front of Su Zhixiao. Upon the large black box, a string of English letters read, Vacheron Constantine. I cannot accept this, Su Zhixiao immediately stated. Jiangnan encouraged her, since Mr. Jia has gifted it to you, you should accept it. It would be unreasonable to ask Mr. Jia to take it back. Indeed, this is our establishment's gesture of apology, the waitstaff added. Seeing both Jiang Nan and Jia Yu insist, Su Zhixiao reluctantly nodded to accept it. Jia Yu escorted Jiang Nan and Su Zhixiao out of the private room towards the restaurant entrance. Along the way, Jia Yu continued to extol Jiang Nan's virtues. Su Zhixiao casually glanced around the restaurant and inadvertently spotted Lin Qingju dining there. Auntie. Upon seeing her, Lin Qingju had already noticed their presence. At the outset, Lin Qingju found herself intrigued. Why would the owner of Ming's Huiguan personally attend to a private room? Who could possibly be the distinguished individual seated within that chamber, warranting such attention from the owner? Thus, she had been observing that private room intently since earlier. It was not until Su Zhixiao and Jiang Nan emerged that she recognized. Oh my, that appears to be Zhixiao's cousin. I am not blind. Shall we not approach them? If you wish to meet your demise, then go ahead. Lin Qingju retorted with annoyance. Her daughter cast a glance at Su Zhixiao, reluctantly falling silent, her eyes brimming with envy. Though they were all family, Su Zhixiao radiated like a princess, captivating the attention of everyone around her, while she herself sat in a corner of the restaurant, feeling as ordinary as the most unremarkable duckling. As the owner of Ming's Huiguan prepared to depart, a young man fortuitously approached. Dad, greetings, General Jiang. The young man maintained his gaze, exhibiting utmost politeness, his eyes fixed firmly on Jiang Nan. May I introduce? Jiang Nan naturally prompted Jia Yu to speak. The extended smile Jia Yu had maintained was all for this moment. Jiang Nan could hardly afford to undermine his dignity at such a juncture, especially not in front of his son, for that would surely forge enmity between them. Jia Yu smiled as he explained, "This is my son, Jia Jiahao. He possesses quite a commendable appearance," Jiang Nan remarked. "In comparison to you, he is leagues behind. You, General Jiang, are the true paragon among men. As handsome as Panin. You flatter me, but your son is still in school, I presume?" "Indeed, he studies at Jiangxing Institute of Technology." "What is he majoring in?" They conversed extensively during their journey, with Jia Yu escorting Jiang Nan and Su Zhixiao to the elevator doors. "General Jiang, I shall send that bottle of red wine to your residence shortly. If it arrives too late, I might already be asleep. Rest assured, General Jiang." Jia Yu and his son watched as Jiang Nan and Su Zhixiao entered the elevator. "Dad, why are you only sending gifts to that woman?" Jia Jiahao queried, puzzled. "Aren't we supposed to be cultivating a relationship with General Jiang? That woman is merely one among many in his circle. Why bestow gifts upon her?" Jia Yu scowled and delivered a playful slap to his son's back. "You know nothing. Never underestimate a woman. So what if she is just one among many? Her mere word could leave us destitute. If you do not adjust your mindset, it will only lead to your downfall." Jia Jiahao continued. "But if you are intent on currying favor with her, surely you need not gift her a Vacheron Constantine. Wouldn't a Patek Philippe suffice?" As soon as he finished speaking, he received another playful slap on his back. "I tell you, you are foolish yet stubborn. If you present a Patek Philippe, what will General Jiang bestow? Do you think your wealth is sufficient? Our family's resources are hardly worthy of carrying General Jiang's shoes. Certainly, even if you were justified, why would you still send him off when there is leftover red wine?" When Jia Jiahao noticed his father preparing to strike him, he immediately cowered. "Dad, please don't hit me. I just had cupping therapy, and it hurts." A Lamborghini departed from Lingyun International Building. Jiang Nan gazed at Su Zhixiao, who was seated in the passenger seat. "If you wish to open it, then do so," he said, having already noticed her eagerness to discover what lay within. Su Zhixiao smiled shyly, asking, "Is it too hasty of me to do this? Does it make me seem inexperienced?" Jiang Nan chuckled, "If it were me, I would have unwrapped it the moment I stepped into the elevator." Encouraged by Jiang Nan, Su Zhixiao carefully opened the packaging. A crystal-clear blue watch, more exquisite than any gemstone, appeared before her eyes. How much could this possibly cost? It must be more expensive than that bottle of red wine. Su Zhixiao glanced at Jiang Nan, asking, "Can you truly give this to me?" "It was originally meant for you," he replied. "However, they only gifted it to me out of consideration for you. Yet it is still yours," he added. Su Zhixiao took one last lingering look at the watch before delicately closing the box. Observing her surroundings, she remarked, "Jiang Nan, this doesn't seem like the way to the music academy. Do you remember? I mentioned at noon that I had a gift for you." As Su Zhixiao saw Jiang Nan drive into the Shuxiang Jiaj community, they exited the car. Jiang Nan led her upstairs to the 8th floor. Under Su Zhixiao's watchful gaze, Jiang Nan unlocked the door and took her hand as they entered. The living room was spacious and airy, featuring a large balcony with ample natural light. The last time I visited, seeing you cramped in that small family housing made me want to gift you an apartment, Jiang Nan stated as he placed the keys in Su Zhixiao's hand. It's yours now. Su Zhixiao was momentarily speechless. Why would you suddenly give me a house? Jiang Nan tenderly caressed her cheek. I want to do everything in my power to ensure your happiness and prevent you from suffering. Feeling a wave of emotion, Su Zhixiao hugged Jiang Nan tightly. You are not allowed to leave tonight. I won't, he assured her. But I want to take a shower first. All right, I'll wait for you. Su Zhixiao went to bathe while Jiang Nan entered the master bedroom. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the wardrobe. There is a gift. A notification appeared before him. A gift from the system? Jiang Nan opened the wardrobe, a smile forming on his lips. As expected from the system, what a clever trick. Inside the wardrobe, amidst some ordinary daily wear, there was a rather provocative bunny girl costume. And beneath it lay an unopened box of stockings. Additionally, beside the box of unopened stockings was a shoebox. The box bore the inscription, Christian Louboutin. Jiang Nan opened it to reveal a pair of exquisitely crafted black, leather high-heeled shoes with red soles. A knock resonated from outside the door. Jiang Nan approached to open it, finding a stunning woman clad in black stockings and high heels standing at the threshold. Hello, Mr. Jiang. This is the red wine that President Jia asked me to deliver, she said. Thank you. You may return now. Please extend my gratitude to President Jia. Of course, Mr. Jiang, she replied. Jiang Nan accepted the wine and closed the door behind her. Just as he placed the wine on the table, a call came through. It was a video call from his father. Jiang Nan pressed the answer button, and the face of a middle-aged man appeared on the screen, bearing a striking resemblance to Jiang Nan, particularly in his almond-shaped eyes. Hello, Dad. Is military training almost over? Yes, it will conclude soon. Their essay performance tomorrow. And I should be home the day after, his father responded. The Prestige S800 you bought for me has been wonderful. Even teacher Zhang is envious. As long as you like it. Have you finished your schoolwork? What is there to finish? It's the same routine every day. Your mother and I have considered resigning. But after a lifetime in education, idleness feels quite uncomfortable. That's all right. Just don't stress too much. Xiao Nan. May I ask what kind of work you're engaged in? How did you manage to earn so much money so quickly, sending me 3 million, and still having enough to purchase a Prestige S800? When I inquired at the dealership, I learned the car costs at least 1.5 million. Jiang Nan sat on the sofa, his mind racing. Initially, I dabbled in stocks, and later began investing in companies. The money you received is from dividends of my earlier investments. Dividends? Oh dear, why do you always pry into these matters? You know Xiao Nan's character. He wouldn't engage in illegal activities, would he? Jiang Nan's mother complained from the other end of the line. His father sighed. I'm just concerned about him straying down a wrong path. Rest assured, I know my son well. Hand me the phone, Jiang Nan's mother insisted. Taking it from his father, the screen then displayed a middle-aged woman's face, resembling Jiang Nan even more. Xiao Nan, have you been very tired from military training these past few days? Not particularly. You've lost some weight and seem a bit tanned. Once training ends and you return home, I'll prepare your favorite dishes. Thank you, Mom. Don't mind your father's nagging. He's just concerned. Su Zhixiao emerged from the bathroom, dressed, and with her hair still slightly damp. Jiang Nan, I'm done. Do you want to wash up? After a pause of 3 to 4 seconds without a response, she looked at him in confusion. Who are you talking to? You seem very focused. She quickly moved to sit beside Jiang Nan, leaning against him, resting a hand on his shoulder as she gazed at the middle-aged woman on the phone screen. Their eyes met. Su Zhixiao's nerves suddenly tensed. Without a moment's hesitation, she rose, hurried into her bedroom, and closed the door behind her. The silence enveloped her as she crouched against the wall, covering her face. It was over. The woman she had just encountered bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Nan. She must be her mother. I hope I didn't say anything outrageous. My hair is still damp, and I've ruined my first impression with Jiang Nan's mother. What am I to do now? How could I have acted so absurdly? Su Zhixiao lamented in her bedroom. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan sat in the living room, still conversing with his parents. Though Jiang's mother had deduced the identity of the girl, she wished to wait for Jiang Nan to provide clarity. Xiao Nan. She is my girlfriend. A classmate from school? No, she is a teacher at the Jiangxing Conservatory of Music. Why did she leave again? She just came for a moment. Perhaps she was shy. Well, it's getting late. You all should rest early. When you return the day after tomorrow, give me a call so your dad can pick you up at the high-speed rail station. All right, I'll call then. After hanging up, Jiang Nin approached the bedroom door and knocked gently. Jixia Jia? Su Jixia slowly opened the door, her face flushed with embarrassment. Am I finished? Finished? What do you mean? My hair isn't dry. I'm not made up, and I just met your mother. I've completely ruined my first impression. I look awful. Jiang Nin embraced her, reassuringly saying, You are not ugly at all. You are quite beautiful. My mother really likes you. Really? Why would I lie to you? Jiang Nin placed a gentle kiss on her cheek. I'm going to take a shower. Wait for me. When Jiang Nin emerged from the shower, he found Su Jixia seated in the living room, clad in a bunny girl costume. The daring low-cut design accentuated her allure, while the black fishnet stockings further highlighted the beauty of her long, slender legs. Su Jixia crossed her legs, her right foot elegantly perched on her toes in a black high-heeled shoe. With a wine glass delicately held between her fingers, she took a gentle sip, her expression dreamy and her cheeks slightly flushed. Tilting her head, she smiled at Jiang Nan and softly asked, Do I look beautiful? Quite lovely. Su Jixia took another sip of the red wine, not swallowing it entirely, and walked toward Jiang Nan, kissing him on the lips. Their breaths mingled, infused with the sweetness and richness of the wine. Su Jixia reclined against Jiang Nan's chest. Her peripheral gaze caught the prominence of his Adam's apple, and she couldn't resist planting a kiss there. You're leaving the day after tomorrow. It's just 3 days. It's 5 days. My best friend has already received notice from the school. 5 days is indeed a considerable stretch. Yes, 5 days without seeing you. I miss you so much. Jiang Nin clasped her small hand. If you truly miss me, you could come find me in Donglan City. Yet I must return home. My second uncle's child is getting married, and my presence is required. We shall meet again at a later time. At 7:50 in the morning. Su Jixia stifled a yawn, curled up in bed, and drifted into a deep slumber. She had only just fallen asleep for a short while. Jiang Nan, having engaged in a prolonged battle, exhibited no signs of fatigue, instead appearing quite invigorated. Shall I assist you in requesting a leave? Jiang Nan playfully pinched Su Jixia's cheek. Su Jixia mumbled indistinctly, I have no classes today. Then sleep a little longer, Jiang Nan suggested. I'm hungry and cannot sleep. Let us go have breakfast together. Very well. Su Jixia, still drowsy, rose to dress and accompanied Jiang Nan downstairs for their meal. They found a breakfast shop at the entrance of their community. Hardly had they settled in when a call from Huan Nanji came through. Jiang Nan, do you have a moment? No, I have military training at school shortly. Are you free at noon? I have an engagement at noon. What about tonight? I am also occupied tonight. Jiang Nan had already made plans with Zhou Chuqing. Tomorrow works too if you are available. Most likely not. I will be busy after the military training performance concludes in the morning. Have you been busy these past 2 days? Indeed. Then I shall ask Principal Hu to grant you leave. Come by later. Chapter 72. Affectionate moments before Huan Nanji and Li Muzi. Jiang Nin was perplexed. They had just met the previous evening, and now she sought him out. Did Teacher Muzi give her consent? Hua, are you so eager to see me because of Teacher Muzi? Yes. Did she agree? She did. Which is why I am anxious to meet with you. Isn't it just a matter of a couple of days? We visited the hospital last night. The probability of conception is notably higher for Muzi today and tomorrow. Jiang Nan, momentarily taken aback, pondered the notion of natural conception. Upon hearing his question, Huan Nanji fell silent for a moment. Muzi and I researched the process of IVF all night. It is not only unbearable for her, but I also find it difficult to accept. Thus, we chose natural conception. Should we go now? The sooner, the better. Completing it early will not hinder your affairs. Jiang Nin remained silent, noticing Su Jixia's peculiar gaze directed at him. All right, you go request the leave. I will join you shortly. After ending the call, Su Jixia inquired. Are you all right? Yes, I am fine. Su Jixia considered Jiang Nan's resilience remarkable. After a night filled with revelry, he appeared completely unscathed come morning. After breakfast, Su Jixia returned to her slumber. Jiang Nan drove back to his own community. He first visited Lin Shido. At this hour, she was still deep in sleep. Seeing her so peacefully resting, Jiang Nan refrained from disturbing her. Quietly closing the door, he ascended the stairs and knocked softly. Not long after, Huan Nanji approached the door, her complexion remarkably pallid, almost ghastly. Upon entering, Jiang Nan beheld Teacher Li Muzi seated in the living room, adorned with a smile that enveloped one like a gentle spring breeze. She was ever so tender. Huan Nanji poured a cup of fragrant tea for Jiang Nan, and the atmosphere within the room momentarily succumbed to silence. After sipping the tea, Jiang Nan turned his gaze towards the gentle Li Muzi. Musi, have you come to a decision? With a soft tone, Li Musi replied, I am acutely aware of my affliction. This tormenting ailment does not reside solely within the body. It dwells deep within the soul. Initially, I resisted this notion when Nanji and I discussed it. Jiangnan interjected, Are you afraid of passing on depression to your child? Li Musi nodded with a smile. Indeed, depression carries a degree of hereditary risk. I fear my child may mirror my melancholia, ultimately leading to this miserable state. I cannot bear to exchange their future for my transient joy. But, Jiangnan began, yet, I cannot bear to witness Nanji suffer alongside me. She is my only kin in this life, and I cannot inflict further pain upon her. Jiangnan fell silent, contemplating the intricacies of such a conflicted disposition. Is it typical for someone grappling with depression to perceive matters so bleakly? How to navigate this dilemma? At that moment, Huan Nanji interjected. Depression only has a certain probability of being hereditary. It is not an inevitability. Musi, we need not be so pessimistic. Li Musi nodded in agreement. I understand. Which is why I wish to attempt this for your sake. If my child were to blame me later, I would not harbor regrets. Their sentiments intertwined. And for the first time, Jiangnan felt the awkward presence of a third party. What if this time proves unsuccessful? Huan Nanji clarified, every Monday, you should come by. We will regularly visit the hospital for examinations. That sounds good. We must ensure proper monitoring. Huan Nanji retrieved a mysterious object wrapped in red cloth from her pocket. Unwrapping it revealed a jade pendant of a verdant hue. I know you are not in want of money. This was an unexpected find for me, an artifact from the Han Dynasty. Consider it a token of gratitude. Jiangnan immediately protested. How could I accept this? If you refuse, Musi will feel distressed. Jiangnan instinctively glanced at Li Musi, noticing a fleeting glimmer of guilt in her eyes. Then I shall not be remiss in accepting it. Upon receiving the pendant, Jiangnan casually inquired, System, is this truly from the Han Dynasty? Han Dynasty Double Dragon holding Pearl Jade Pendant. There exists a pair. One valued at 30 million, the pair estimated at 1.5 billion. Goodness, 1.5 billion? Jiangnan pondered as he held the pendant, contemplating returning it to Huan Nanji in due time, for it would ultimately belong to my son or daughter. Shall we begin now? Jiangnan asked, noticing the silence enveloping them both. Huan Nanji explained, I have already requested a day off from your principal. You should go take a shower now, Musi, and prepare yourself. All right. Jiangnan headed off to wash up. Inside the room, only Huan Nanji and Li Musi remained. Li Musi sat beside Huan Nanji. They had shared a deep bond for so long, yet now, she was about to betray Huan Nanji right before her eyes. This act tore at her heart, but she felt powerless to change it. Huan Nanji held Li Musi's hand and reassured her, although Jiangnan has been a bit reckless in matters of the heart. He is reliable in certain aspects. He is not a frivolous person. Furthermore, this decision is one we have made together, and I do not regret it. Li Musi embraced Huan Nanji, saying, Our dear Nanji is the most lovable. You will be a father in the future. What shall we name our child? Isn't it a bit premature to think of names now? Not at all. We will have to consider it eventually, so why not think ahead and have more options? Li Musi responded. But didn't we give the naming rights to Jiangnan? The surname is his, but the name will be ours, Huan Nanji clarified. Just then, Jiangnan emerged from the shower, still clad in his attire. After all, it was not very polite to expose oneself in front of Huan Nanji. He recalled the last time he had revealed himself before Su Jixia, resulting in a rather embarrassing situation. Such an occurrence must not happen again. Li Musi stood up and opened the bedroom door. You may enter. Jiangnan stepped inside first, followed by Li Musi. As she closed the door, she glanced back at Huan Nanji before slowly shutting it. Huan Nanji sat on the sofa, rubbing her face with her hands. Although she understood that all of this was for the sake of treating Musi's ailment, it still left her feeling distressed, especially at the thought of Musi being with Jiangnan. She put on her headphones and played some music, forcing herself to find a moment of tranquility. She repeatedly comforted herself. Musi loves you. This is merely a temporary measure. The child belongs to both of us. I must not dwell on it. Huan Nanji turned up the volume, feeling as though time dragged on endlessly. In the dimly lit bedroom, with the curtains drawn, Jiangnan and Li Musi sat on the bed, the atmosphere somewhat awkward. How did Teacher Musi and Teacher Hua come to know each other? Jiangnan asked, attempting to initiate casual conversation to ease the tension. Li Musi smiled and replied, Is it inappropriate to speak of Nanji now? At first, Jiangnan had not thought deeply about it. She merely wanted to chat a little to foster a closer bond, hoping to avoid any awkwardness later. But unexpectedly, her conversation veered directly towards Huananji. It is indeed inappropriate to discuss Huananji at this moment. However, it seems that besides Huananji, Jiang Nan and she lack common topics, considering they have only met 3 times, including this occasion. The conversation between the two does not even amount to an 800-word essay for the college entrance examination. Since discussing Teacher Hua is unsuitable, may I inquire about Teacher Musi? Would you mind if we talk about depression? Of course, I do not mind. Objective realities do not vanish simply because I choose not to speak of them. Since it exists, it can certainly be discussed. How did you come to suffer from depression? Teacher Musi hesitated, glancing at Jiang Nan with an apologetic smile. If you prefer not to share, we can certainly change the subject. Jiang Nan, ever empathetic, offered her an escape. It's not that I don't want to speak. Rather, I am unsure where to begin. My depression has been present for such a long time that I cannot recall when it first began. If I must pinpoint an origin, it would likely be at the orphanage. Were you bullied? Yes, Teacher Li Musi nodded. I was quite adorable as a child. And the teachers at the orphanage favored me, which led the other children to isolate and torment me. Whenever the teachers brought me treats, they would seize them from me. That was likely when it all began. You seem not to harbor any resentment towards them. Jiang Nan discerned her emotions from Teacher Li Musi's tone. They were just children. There is no need to hate. Do you remember who bullied you the most? I have some recollections. How are they faring now? Teacher Li Musi smiled and replied. They are doing better than I am, with husbands, children, and happy families. Jiang Nan chose not to pursue the topic further and moved to sit beside Teacher Li Musi. He reached out, taking her soft little hand in his. It was delicate and warm, akin to freshly steamed dumplings. As Jiang Nan held Teacher Li Musi's hand, he distinctly felt her entire body tremble. He gazed at her rosy lips, longing to savor their sweetness. Leaning in slightly, he found Teacher Li Musi retreating. What's wrong? Jiang Nan inquired. Nanji might feel jealous. I promised her not to let you kiss me. I apologize, Jiang Nan. I hope you understand. Teacher Li Musi said with an apologetic smile. Jiang Nan did not press the issue. Such matters are inherently based on mutual consent. If it requires force to progress, then it loses its essence. Other than your fragrant lips, everything else is permissible, correct? Yes. Jiang Nan lifted Teacher Li Musi, placing her on the table in the bedroom. Her heart raced as she clung to Jiang Nan's broad shoulders. Nervously, she gazed into his eyes and softly asked, What are you doing? Jiang Nan, holding her slender waist, replied gently, Given your character, Teacher Musi, Teacher Hua must treat you with great care. She likely wouldn't even allow you to sit on a cold table, would she? Teacher Musi, are you feeling nervous? Jiang Nan asked, gently caressing Li Musi's cheek with a smile. Why resort to falsehoods? Your body trembles with fear. Jiang Nan. Shall we return? No. Huananji felt as though time stretched interminably. Wearing her headphones, she persevered for over 20 minutes, thinking that the ordeal must be nearing its end, and removed the headphones. Yet, the room remained shrouded in silence, and neither Jiang Nan nor Musi showed any intention of emerging. Had they finished? Huananji approached the bedroom door, intending to listen in, but felt it inappropriate and retreated to the sofa, forcing herself to watch television while still wearing her headphones. As moments ticked away, an hour and 12 minutes passed before the door creaked open. Musi and Jiang Nan emerged from within. Huananji immediately set aside her headphones and rushed to Musi, affectionately grasping her hands and inquiring with concern, Did he mistreat you? Musi returned the gesture, holding Huananji's small hands in hers. I am fine, Nanji. Jiang Nan treats me with great respect. Huananji cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Nan. Why did it take so long? Jiang Nan rolled her eyes at Huananji, exasperated. Boys are like that. Not wishing to engage Jiang Nan further, Huananji pulled her to sit on the sofa, pouring her a glass of water. In that fleeting moment of Huananji's departure, Li Musi stole a glance at Jiang Nan, her cheeks slightly flushed. Li Musi's favorability level, 2. A mere glance had elevated her favorability by 2 points. Quite impressive. System. Teacher Musi's total favorability level? Li Musi's total favorability level, 24 points. 24 points. With a little more effort, perhaps I could kiss her fragrant lips. Earlier, no matter how Jiang Nan had persuaded, Li Musi had steadfastly refused to let Jiang Nan touch her lips. For anyone, that which is hardest to attain becomes the most enticing. Although aware that once achieved, it may lose its allure, the pursuit remains exhilarating. Musi, Drink some water. Huan Nanji handed a cup of warm water to Li Muzi, tenderly clasping her small hand, hoping this time would yield success. It will, Li Muzi reassured her. At that moment, Huan Nanji's phone suddenly rang. Hello, director? What? One of my students was scammed for 50,000? When did this happen? All right. I will head to the police station now. After hanging up, Huan Nanji offered a few comforting words to Muzi and promptly departed. Once Huan Nanji left, only Jiang Nan and Li Muzi remained in the room. The atmosphere became palpably ambiguous. Just moments ago, they had been entwined, yet now they sat like strangers, each occupying one end of the sofa. Jiang Nan was engrossed in her phone, while Muzi sipped water to mask her discomfort. Initially, when Jiang Nan first arrived, Li Muzi felt nothing. However, after completing certain tasks, she found herself harboring a peculiar sentiment towards Jiang Nan. Her heart raced, anxiety coursed through her veins, and her face involuntarily flushed. Li Muzi was no longer a naive young girl. She was acutely aware of what these physiological responses signified. She averted her gaze, fixating on the cup of water in her hands. No, I cannot betray Nanji. Just as she struggled to suppress her inner turmoil, Jiang Nan's casual remark nearly shattered the fragile psychological barrier she had painstakingly erected. Teacher Muzi, shall we do it again? There is still time. Li Muzi smiled, replying, let us wait until Nanji returns. Jiang Nan then raised his phone, displaying the chat content. I have received Teacher Hua's consent. She should be calling you shortly. No sooner had Jiang Nan finished speaking than Huan Nanji's call came through. Muzi, how are you? I'm fine. Jiang Nan respects me, and I'm not tired at all. Would you like to do it again? Jiang Nan's reasoning was sound. A single comprehensive session was preferable to the ongoing hassle of future encounters. For our future happiness. I'm not uncomfortable with it. After hanging up, Huan Nanji paused at a traffic light, rubbing her forehead. Why did she agree? Naturally, it was the fear that Jiang Nan and Muzi might develop feelings over time. Who could predict such matters? A handsome boy and a beautiful girl, frequently engaged in such activities. If no feelings were to arise, Huan Nanji found it hard to believe. If they could resolve everything in one go, it would sever any ties between Jiang Nan and Muzi, thereby curtailing the potential for such occurrences. After ending the call, Li Muzi stood to head to the bedroom, but was halted by Jiang Nan. Right here. Li Muzi's face suddenly burned with heat. But the window is so large. I'll pull the curtains. An hour later, Huan Nanji returned home. She knocked at the door for quite some time before Jiang Nan finally opened it. Suppressing her unease, she inquired, where's Muzi? In the living room. Upon entering, Huan Nanji glanced around the living area. Noticing the shifted positions of the fruit bowl and teacups on the dining table, she could surmise what had transpired. As she settled beside Muzi, intending to offer her some words of comfort, Jiang Nan naturally took a seat to Li Muzi's left. A slight furrow formed on Huan Nanji's brow, an ominous premonition settling in her heart. Muzi, come with me. Huan Nanji led Li Muzi to the bedroom, closing the door behind them. After a moment's hesitation, she softly asked, do you like him? Li Muzi grasped Huan Nanji's hand and replied, I love you, Nanji. However, I sense that you are being excessively kind to him. In the past, the only person permitted to sit beside you was me. Upon noticing Huan Nanji's jealousy, Li Muzi embraced her. My beloved Nanji will forever remain my favorite, without exception. Huan Nanji clung to Li Muzi and asked, he hasn't kissed you, has he? I assure you, I did not allow him to touch you. Huan Nanji leaned down and pressed her lips against Li Muzi's. Moments later, they parted. Teacher Hua, I must take my leave. Please see me off. A voice called from outside, belonging to Jiang Nan. Huan Nanji opened the door, exclaiming helplessly, your home is just downstairs. Is it necessary to escort you? Politeness, do you understand? Huan Nanji sighed and allowed Li Muzi to rest at home. She accompanied Jiang Nan to the stairwell. Is this sufficient? Jiang Nan inquired with a smile. Do you know where Muzi's affliction lies? Indeed, it is tied to that little girl from the orphanage. The psychologist has mentioned it too. It centers around that woman. Have you sought her out? Of course I have. She has apologized to Muzi more than once. Yet it has proven futile, Huan Nanji replied, disappointment evident in her tone. Jiang Nan pondered. Is it possible that Muzi does not desire her apology, but rather that Miss Xia is envious of her superior circumstances? Huan Nanji's expression darkened instantly. Do not presume to understand Muzi. She is not that kind of person. Haven't you noticed? Muzi is easygoing. How could she ever harbor jealousy towards others? Jiang Nan sighed. Is it truly impossible? I find it quite plausible. A person who has been bullied throughout their childhood, now with a son, a husband, and a happy family, while reflecting on their own life devoid of such blessings, would undoubtedly feel envy. You are not Musi. Hand me that woman's photograph. Which one? The woman who bullied Musi. Do not act recklessly. Jiang Nan cast her an exasperated glance. We live in a society governed by law. Assault is illegal. Very well, I shall return. Be sure to comfort Musi. And do ensure she replenishes her nutrition. I can manage without your concern. Humph, a dog biting Lu Dongbin. Musi is mine. Jiang Nan ignored her and returned home. Meanwhile, Lin Shitong was still in her study, live streaming a game. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's arrival, she abruptly abandoned her stream and leaped into Jiang Nan's embrace. Why weren't you at military training in school? I took a leave to rest at home for a day. Are you going out later? I will head out around noon. All right, then take a moment to rest. I must return to work. Okay. Lin Shitong hurried back to her study to continue gaming. Jiang Nan sat in the living room, glancing at the photograph Huan Nanji had sent him. Subsequently, he dialed a number. Hello, is this Secretary Zhang? Greetings, may I inquire who this is? This is Jiang Nan, the one who recently acquired Lingyun International Building. Mr. Jiang, you may call me Xiao Zhang. Are you coming over now? I shall refrain from going for the time being. In a moment, I will add you on WeChat, and I would appreciate your assistance in investigating an individual. I wish to uncover her entire identity, preferably revealing any negative information regarding her and her family. Very well, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Nan firmly believed in the accuracy of his judgment. The sufferings endured during one's youth often linger throughout a lifetime. Having grown up in an orphanage and having been bullied, how could one possibly hold no resentment? Although Li Musi harbored grievances against her, she now lives a life of happiness. The juxtaposition of these emotions exacerbates her feelings of injustice and frustration, compounded by her fear to confront her own heart, resulting in a melancholic state, akin to what the West defines as depression. Wait, why am I contemplating such matters? Oh, yes, I possess knowledge akin to that of a master in traditional Chinese medicine. The abilities bestowed upon me by the system encompass not merely medical knowledge, but also the profound mindset characteristic of a true master. Quite impressive, indeed, system. It is my honor to resolve the host's queries. Moments later, a call from Xiao Zhang came through. Mr. Jiang, I have thoroughly investigated the information regarding the two individuals. The woman is named Li Min, raised in the Happy Orphanage, and she met her husband during their university years. He works as a product manager at Lahore Network. I have heard her family is quite happy. Is that true? It seems not. The woman's personality is quite dominant. From the chat records we uncovered, it appears they often argue, and her husband seems to be involved in extramarital affairs. Can evidence of his infidelity be found? It can be obtained. Would you like to see it? Why would I wish to see that? My apologies, Mr. Jiang. That was my mistake. Now, please share the videos you have found in their company group, and keep a constant watch on Li Min's movements. Notify me immediately when she stirs up trouble. Understood, Mr. Jiang. After hanging up, Jiang Nan smiled and mused. Since you have caused Musi suffering for over 20 years, I shall ensure your life is consumed by anguish. Suddenly, Manager Zhang called again. Mr. Jiang, she has gone to cause a scene. How could it be so swift? A friend of mine happens to work at the same company as Li Min, so I had her show the video to Li Min. She is now en route to Lahore Network. Jiang Nan felt no concern. Whether it was mere coincidence or Manager Zhang's clever tactics mattered little as long as the outcome was favorable. Where is Lahore Network located? It is situated in our Lingyun building. In that case, allow me to instruct you. Shortly, you shall proceed there. Understood, Mr. Jiang. I will ensure the task is executed flawlessly. After ending the call, Jiang Nan dialed Huan Nanji's phone. Hello, Teacher Hua. I currently possess the catalyst for treating Teacher Musi. Do not speak, simply listen to me. Immediately proceed to the 12th floor of Lingyun International Building, where Lahore Network awaits. Whether you can cure Teacher Musi's severe depression hinges on this encounter. Jiang Nan continued. Hurry down and fetch the car keys. Have you not always wished to drive my Lamborghini? This time, I shall lend it to you. Chapter 75. Li Min's turmoil at Lahore Network. Huan Nanji accepted the car keys handed to her by Jiang Nan. What have you done? I merely retrieved those things concealed beneath the surface of the water. Are you certain you can cure Musi's depression? More or less. If Musi's depression originated from the orphanage during her childhood, then there is hope for recovery. If not, then there is little we can do. Remember, it's on the 21st floor of Lingyun International Building, Lahore Network. Understood. Huan Nanji took the elevator down to the underground parking lot. Li Musi stood there, draped in a flowing white gown, resembling a lotus emerging from the water. Upon seeing Huan Nanji, she offered a gentle smile. Nanji, what did Jiang Nan say? He was rather cryptic and didn't elaborate, but I suspect it has something to do with Li Min. Her husband works at Luohan Network. A look of compassion crossed Li Muzi's face. Surely Jiang Nan wouldn't make things difficult for Li Min's family because of me. Rest assured, he wouldn't be so reckless. Huan Nanji took Li Muzi's hand, providing comfort. Enough of these thoughts. Let's get in the car and head to Lingyun International Building. If something has indeed transpired, we shall assist as best we can. In truth, Huan Nanji was reluctant to intervene. She hoped Jiang Nan would take action instead. However, given Li Muzi's character, she would never stand idly by. Huan Nanji drove to Lingyun International Building, and they ascended to the 21st floor. As the elevator doors opened, a cacophony of loud commotion pierced their ears, an abrupt intrusion into their world. Huan Nanji, holding Li Muzi's hand, stepped out of the elevator and was immediately confronted by the sight of two women embroiled in a fierce altercation. One woman, in her 30s, was mercilessly assaulting a young girl in her 20s. A crowd watched from a distance, hesitant to intervene. The older woman was none other than Li Min. You shameless harlot. You seduced my man. I'll make you pay. Li Min yanked the young girl's hair with ferocity, her expression fierce. You're such a disgrace. Was it pleasurable to sleep with him? You lonely wretch. The young girl, unable to contain her frustration, pushed Li Min away and screamed, Old hag. Don't think I'm afraid of you. You're nothing. At your age, have you even looked in the mirror to see what you're worth compared to me? Li Min staggered for a moment before charging at her again. When I was struggling, you were still in diapers. Do you think you deserve to rise above? You're worthless, insane. Struggling? You chose this. Who forced you? The two women continued to grapple fiercely, their hair entangled, as if neither would find solace until the other lay defeated. At that moment, a man clad in a suit emerged from the elevator, rushing over in a state of urgency to separate the two individuals engaged in a brawl. Stop fighting, I said stop. Upon seeing the man, Li Min's expression shifted to one of fierce hostility, and she struck him across the face with a resounding slap. I must have been blind to choose someone like you. I raise your son while you, on the other hand, betray me. A woman in her 20s, witnessing her beloved being struck, immediately sought to retaliate, only to be restrained by the man, who glared at Li Min with a darkened countenance. Do you have any inkling as to why I strayed? The moment I return home, you bark at me incessantly like a dog. Even if I had a dog, it would know to greet me, but you? You just argue with me the moment I walk through the door. I have tolerated you for far too long. Get lost. Li Min roared. I was truly blind to marry you, and I was equally blind to wed a worthless creature like you. The man retorted, raising his arm and delivering a sharp blow to the woman's face, causing her to collapse to the ground. Huan Nanji observed the scene with a sense of satisfaction, momentarily oblivious to Li Muzi's presence as she approached. Muzi, she called out. The man attempted to continue his assault on Li Min, but was abruptly halted by Li Muzi, who positioned herself protectively in front of Li Min. In a firm tone, she declared, You cheat and yet strike a woman? Do you still wish to work in this company? The man was thoroughly jolted by Li Muzi's words, instinctively glancing in the direction of the company, where former colleagues were watching with mockery. His previous competitors could no longer suppress their laughter, seemingly envisioning the moment he would be expelled from the company. Suddenly feeling exposed, he suppressed his rage, darkly scowling as he departed. The young woman beside him promptly followed. Witnessing this scene, Li Min's heart sank into despair, and she wept uncontrollably. The man she loved had betrayed her, struck her, and now abandoned her to be the subject of ridicule. As he passed by with his mistress, the crowd gradually dispersed. After all, a woman weeping on the ground held little allure. Li Muzi helped Li Min to her feet. Muzi, you are my only kin now. Li Min sobbed into Li Muzi's embrace, crying incessantly. Li Muzi gently caressed Li Min's back, attempting to soothe her. Huan Nanji stood nearby, perplexed. From Muzi's demeanor and expression, it was evident she did not wish for Li Min's downfall. Instead, she appeared genuinely concerned. Would this truly unravel Muzi's inner turmoil? Could it mend her depression? At that moment, a man in a well-tailored suit, in his early 30s, approached. He slightly bowed before Li Muzi and Huan Nanji. You are the esteemed ladies, Li Muzi and Huan Nanji, he said. Huan Nanji inquired, Who are you? My name is Jiang Nan, the chief secretary of General Jiang. Jiang Nan. Indeed, General Jiang instructed me earlier that if both of you arrived, I was to host you. On the 64th floor. There exists a private cafe belonging to General Jiang, and he has directed me to escort you there. Huan Nanji glanced at Li Muzi. Let us go take a look. Perhaps Amin could also benefit from a change of scenery. Very well. The three of them followed Zhang Nan into the elevator. Ascending to the 65th floor of the Lingyun International Building, the private cafe of the building's owner. The cafe was expansive, covering approximately 300 square meters, with a vast floor-to-ceiling glass window that offered a breathtaking view of the entire Jiang city. Please, have a seat. Upon Zhang Nan's instruction, a strikingly beautiful woman began to prepare coffee by hand. Moments later, 3 cups of coffee along with light refreshments were presented before them. If either of you needs anything, do not hesitate to call me, Zhang Nan remarked before taking his leave. The woman who had prepared the coffee stood nearby, ready to serve them. Li Min gradually ceased her weeping, wiping away the tears from her eyes as she surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. She turned to Li Muzi. Muzi, do you know that General Jiang? In response to Li Min's inquiry, Li Muzi found herself at a loss for words. Huan Nanji, having discerned Jiang Nan's intentions, deliberately interjected, that General Jiang is Muzi's boyfriend. Boyfriend? Li Min looked at Huan Nanji with curiosity. Are you and Muzi not? We are good sisters, ultimately. She will marry, and so will I. We cannot remain in a frivolous state indefinitely. Li Min pondered this and found Huan Nanji's words to be reasonable. However, she was intrigued by the caliber of Li Muzi's boyfriend, who could afford them the luxury of resting in the private cafe on the 65th floor of Lingyun International Building, a place exclusive to its owner. Yet here they were, genuinely seated in this remarkable space. Muzi, who is your boyfriend? Huan Nanji interrupted Muzi, clarifying. The owner of Lingyun International Building, of course. Who else would dare allow us to rest here? Li Min expressed her regret. What a pity, Muzi is so beautiful. Yet she is to marry an old man. Muzi, you need not rush. I have several outstanding young men I could introduce to you. Huan Nanji promptly laughed. An old man? He just started college. Impossible. The Lingyun International Building has been established for quite some time. How could its owner still be a mere college student? Muzi, do not deceive me. Li Muzi smiled calmly. He truly just commenced his university journey. Huan Nanji took a sip of her coffee, laughing. If you don't believe me, I shall call him. Huan Nanji then instructed the beautiful woman beside her to summon Zhang Nan. How may I assist you, ladies? Zhang Nan responded respectfully. Huan Nanji instructed. Please make a video call to your boss. Muzi wishes to speak with him and express her longing. Understood, madam, Zhang Nan replied, retrieving his phone to dial Jiang Nan's video call. Mr. Jiang, Ms. Li Muzi wishes to communicate with you. Li Muzi? Why doesn't she call herself? Jiang Nan inquired. I'm not certain. Ms. Li Muzi is right here beside me. Would you like to speak with her? Hand the phone to her. Li Muzi took the phone, gazing at Jiang Nan's image on the screen. What do you need? Nothing much, Huan Nanji interjected, leaning closer with a smile. Muzi misses you. Oh, really? If you miss me, then hurry back so I can give you a kiss. Huan Nanji suppressed the urge to strike Jiang Nan and questioned. Isn't this Lingyun International Building owned by an old man? How did it come into your possession? Jiang Nan chuckled. Of course, I purchased it. Huan Nanji exclaimed in surprise. Is it truly yours? Could it be a lie? The entire building, along with the surrounding commercial facilities, belongs to me. Upon hearing this, the three of them, including Li Min, were left incredulous. This building was indeed Jiang Nan's, acquired by him, particularly for Li Min. Her expression towards Li Muzi underwent subtle changes, shifting from calmness to a hint of jealousy, albeit fleeting, as she concealed it. Jiang Nan scrutinized Muzi closely. Muzi, why do you seem rather uncontent? I'm fine. I've always been this way. Nonsense. My Muzi should always wear a smile. The absence of your smile surely indicates a troubling mood. Jiang Nan picked up his phone and operated it for a minute. I've transferred 3 million to you. Spend it on whatever you desire to lift your spirits. Do not frown. It's detrimental to your skin. Li Muzi opened her phone to check the message. Dear Longhua Bank user, your savings card has received a deposit of 3 million today. If you have any inquiries regarding this transfer, please call 1234-567-8901. Li Min's pupils constricted, and her breath momentarily faltered. 3 million? As pocket money? Is this a joke? Why does Li Muzi have such a fortunate life? I toil my entire life without such wealth, and she treats it as mere pocket change. Immediately, Li Muzi declared, Jiang Nan, I cannot accept this. Before Li Muzi could finish, Huan Nanji hung up the call and, holding her hand, reassured her, money given away cannot be reclaimed. 3 million, spend it freely. Nanji, this 3 million is ours. If you want to spend it, I shall. Huan Nanji turned to Li Min. Amin, would you like to join us? Sure. Li Min nodded with a smile, albeit reluctantly, as she also wished to see if this 3 million was indeed genuine. Huan Nanji Musi. And Li Min departed from the 65th floor and descended into the bustling commercial district below. During this journey, Zhang Nan followed dutifully, adhering to Jiang Nan's instructions. Musi, how long have you been wearing your watch? Approximately 6 or 7 years. Then let's purchase a new one. I shall select it for you. Just looking is sufficient. What nonsense. If you can resist buying, I certainly cannot. Huan Nanji caught a glimpse of a watch boutique. Brigitte, let us head to that store and take a look. The four entered the Brigitte store, where a charming sales associate greeted them warmly, saying, Welcome, Mr. Zhang, to our establishment. Our store manager will be with you shortly. I am not here for business. I am primarily accompanying these two ladies in their quest for watches. Please bring forth any new styles for them to consider. Of course. Mr. Zhang. Ladies, please have a seat over here. Li Min observed the scene, feeling a tinge of discomfort. The sales associate referred to this man as Mr. Zhang and treated Huan Nanji and Musi with utmost courtesy, seemingly overlooking her presence entirely. How superficial, she thought, feeling a sense of disdain. The associate served coffee to all four of them. Shortly thereafter, the store manager arrived personally to attend to Huan Nanji and Musi. Huan Nanji selected a remarkably exquisite timepiece. How much is this? Madam, the model you are holding is from our most classic and best-selling Brigitte Heritage Collection, priced around 750,000. Huan Nanji smiled and said, Let us take 2 of the identical model. Absolutely, madam. After completing their purchase, the quartet ventured to the Louis Vuitton store. By midday, the 3 women had finished shopping. During this time, Huan Nanji discreetly suggested that Zhang Nan take his leave. Once their shopping was concluded, the trio made their way to the underground parking garage. Huan Nanji warmly reassured Li Min, Do not take it to heart. For the sake of the child, you should discuss things with him. I understand. After a moment's hesitation, Li Min inquired, Shall I give you a ride? No need. We drove here, and our car is right here. Huan Nanji opened the trunk of the Lamborghini, placing all the purchased watches inside. Li Min's brows furrowed as she stared in disbelief. A Lamborghini? We must be off. Min, please return home early. All right, drive safely. Li Min watched as the sleek gray sports car gradually vanished from sight, her expression contorting with incredulity. How dare she? Why is it that woman, Li Musi, can soar to great heights while I remain at the bottom of society, merely surviving? Driving a sports car, acquiring Brigitte watches, purchasing Louis Vuitton, what gives her the right? The thought of Li Musi reveling in her misfortune drove Li Min to the brink of frustration. Huan Nanji gripped the steering wheel. Smiling as she glanced at Musi, Jiang Nan truly orchestrated this splendid affair. Musi, what do you suppose Amin is thinking about now? Chapter 77, The Bugatti Chiron. Farewell to Cullinan. She must be pondering why it is I who acquired the Brigitte timepiece and not she, Li Musi remarked with nonchalance. Huan Nanji smiled and responded. Jiang Nan handled this matter quite well. Was Amin's husband's infidelity orchestrated by Jiang Nan? Li Musi inquired. Not at all. Jiang Nan has stated that there were already conflicts between the couple. Amin possesses a strong and competitive nature, while her husband holds a minor leadership position at his company, earning respect there, yet is subjected to constant reproach at home, which naturally led him astray. In summary, Amin has brought this upon herself, Huan Nanji explained. Li Musi reassured. It is good to know it was not Jiang Nan's intention. Huan Nanji cast a discreet glance at Li Musi's subtle expressions, but discerned no differing sentiments. Instead, she noticed Musi's concern for Amin. Musi, why are you worried about her? It is merely a habitual melancholy, not a deliberate concern, she replied. That's fine then. When you were at the orphanage, the teachers favored you, while Amin and her group bullied you. Now that she has fallen to this predicament, it is her own doing. What shall we do about the 3 million Jiang Nan provided? We have less than 200,000 left. Huan Nanji's face clouded with worry. Let us discuss it with him when we return, Li Musi said as she sat in the passenger seat of the Reventon, gazing out at the world. At that moment, her heart felt an unprecedented lightness. When she saw Amin's envious gaze at the Lingyun International Building, she felt her heartbeat quicken. Initially, she thought she had truly let go, that she no longer harbored hatred for Amin. Yet, it seemed otherwise. Deep down, she still despised Amin and loathed her childhood misdeeds. She abhorred Amin for her cuteness. which garnered the favor of the orphanage teachers, and for having struck her, even conspiring with other children to isolate and ostracize her. Li Muzi closed her eyes, feeling the light slowly permeating from the depths of darkness. Nanji, I believe my depression may have lifted, she said. Huananzi abruptly pressed the brake, gazing at Li Muzi in astonishment. Really? Let us visit Dr. Tang tomorrow for further evaluation. Then we should go now? First, let us return the car. There's no need. We'll be back shortly. Huananzi's favorability increased by 20. Li Muzi's favorability increased by 66. Jiang Nin was lounging at home, using Douyin to support women striving for a better life when a notification of increased favorability suddenly appeared in his mind. Huananzi's favorability increased by 20. Li Muzi's favorability increased by 66. An increase of 66 points? What transpired? Could it be that Li Muzi's severe depression was alleviated by this trivial matter? Is it truly resolved? Congratulations, host. Li Muzi's total favorability has reached 90 points. Acquire a chance for a lottery draw. Shall we proceed with the draw now? Draw. It must be drawn. What is the point of keeping it? The draw is underway. Congratulations, host. You have won a limited edition white Bugatti Chiron. The relevant vehicle purchase documents have been placed on the host's bed. The car keys have been placed in the host's pocket. The limited edition white Bugatti Chiron, with its rare color scheme, commands an exorbitant price, exceeding 60 million yuan. At this moment, Jiang Nan's phone chimed. A new message from Cullinan revealed the location of a restaurant. Jiang Nan glanced at his phone. It was the same restaurant where he had previously rescued her. The hour was getting late. After bidding farewell to Lin Shidong, Jiang Nan made his way to the restaurant. He arrived at the underground garage of his residence. The white Bugatti Chiron stood out among the row of cars, particularly its immaculate white hue, reminiscent of a celestial angel. Jiang Nan's fingers glided over the cool surface of the hood, as if expressing the vehicle's unspoken sentiments. Settling into the car and caressing the steering wheel, he pressed the accelerator gently, and the vehicle smoothly exited the garage. At the entrance of an upscale restaurant near Tianhai Commercial Center, the white Bugatti Chiron came to a graceful stop, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. After disembarking, Jiang Nan entered the restaurant, guided by a staff member to a private dining room in the Western restaurant. Inside the room sat a woman, appearing to be in her early 20s, strikingly beautiful. With a high nose bridge, deep-set eyes, and distinctly chiseled features, her long, thick eyelashes framed her eyes. Her hair, a shade of brown, and her irises, a lighter amber under the sunlight, gave her an exotic allure. She wore a loose-fitting white short-sleeved top that draped over her delicate frame, paired with shorts that showcased her long, slender legs, devoid of any excess flesh, complementing her exquisite facial features. Upon closer inspection, she possessed a unique charm. Hello, I am Cullinan. You must be Jiang Nan. I am indeed Jiang Nan. Please, have a seat. Jiang Nan and Cullinan took their seats across from one another. Cullinan's gaze remained fixed upon Jiang Nan's face. Cullinan, affection level 5. Thank you for taking me to the hospital that day. Had it not been for your timely assistance, I might not be here now. I merely did what I could. At that moment, so many people were fearful of my illness being contagious. Weren't you afraid? Cullinan looked at Jiang Nan with curiosity. Jiang Nan smiled. I possess a certain degree of medical knowledge. Upon seeing your condition, it appeared to be an allergic reaction, which is why I took you to the hospital. The two engaged in light-hearted conversation, exchanging pleasantries. In an unintentional manner, their relationship gradually progressed. After a meal, Jiang Nan had gained some understanding of Kelly Binwayer. She was a privileged young woman, hailing from a family engaged in the dairy industry, thus making her a second-generation entrepreneur. Are you studying in Jiangxing? He inquired. Indeed. I am attending Jiangxing University of Technology. However, my parents are also in Jiangxing now, she replied. They reside in Jiangxing? Not exactly. Last year, the cows on our farm contracted H9 avian influenza, leading to our economic downfall. My father took out a loan from the bank. They have come to Jiangxing to seek business partners for financial assistance, hoping to navigate through this crisis, Kelly Binwayer said, somewhat inadvertently. Jiang Nan sipped his red wine, contemplating the implications of her words. What a fortunate opportunity. Your father must have secured the funds by now, he remarked. Kelly Binwayer sighed. No. They have been in Jiangxing for a week, but the other party remains unyielding. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan felt a sense of relief wash over him. Shall we engage in a transaction? He proposed with a smile. Kelly Binwayer, intrigued, asked, What do you have in mind? Introduce me to your father, and I shall take you to Disneyland in Jiangxing. Kelly Binweier raised an eyebrow, smiling at Jiang Nan. It seems your mind has become rather muddled. What do you mean? Never mind. Why do you wish to meet my father? I have a genuine interest in the dairy industry. Is that reason sufficient? Chapter 78. Investment plan. Is your interest solely in dairy products? Kelly Binweier inquired with a playful squint, her amber eyes seemingly capable of penetrating the world's confusions. Indeed, I am truly fascinated by dairy products. If your father fails to secure the loan, you may come to me for assistance. Are you wealthy? Somewhat, not excessively, but sufficient to cover your father's losses. All right, I shall inform my father upon my return. However, before that, you must fulfill your promise. What is that? Take me to Disneyland. Not a problem. Jiang Nan led Kelly Binweier out of the private room. By chance, they encountered the owner of the Western restaurant, Jiang Hesue. She wore a purple high-slit gown, the slit reaching her thigh, accentuating her curvaceous figure. Her delicate feet were adorned in black high heels. Upon spotting Jiang Nan, she nodded in acknowledgement before ascending the stairs. Jiang Nan, reminded of a certain mature woman, noted the striking similarities. Both were formidable in their own right. As they reached the entrance of the restaurant, Kelly Binweier asked, "Did you drive here?" "Of course, the car is just over there. I will take you to Disneyland." Jiang Nan guided Kelly Binweier to the parking lot outside the restaurant and opened the door of a white Bugatti Chiron. "After you." Cullinan blinked her enchanting amber eyes, sparkling with a glimmer of light. To her astonishment, it was a Bugatti Chiron, and in the exquisite white version no less. As someone who had once basked in the privileges of wealth, now teetering on the edge of financial ruin, Cullinan was certainly familiar with Bugatti. Yet, she had never laid eyes on the white variant of the Chiron. After both entered the vehicle, Jiang Nan drove her to Disneyland. Throughout the afternoon, Cullinan's fondness for Jiang Nan blossomed to a score of 37. At 9:30 in the evening, Jiang Nan parked the car in front of a five-star hotel where her parents were residing. The white Bugatti Chiron glistened at the hotel entrance, and the atmosphere within the car was tranquil. With her fondness for Jiang Nan now at 37, he contemplated whether their relationship could evolve further. If they could deepen their connection, his aspiration to invest in Cullinan's father's dairy company could also materialize more swiftly. Jiang Nan unfastened his seatbelt and leaned closer. Cullinan's beautiful amber eyes instantly filled with shyness. Her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue, clearly visible even in the dim light of the car. Jiang Nan, no. She instinctively raised her hand to ward off his advance. However, her delicate hand seemed to possess no strength, yielding to Jiang Nan's kiss on her soft lips. He tenderly cradled the back of her head, kissing her passionately. Cullinan's hands transformed from resistance to embracing him, and their kiss lingered for about a minute. Her lips, now a vibrant red, appeared almost swollen, and she shyly bit her lower lip, presenting an alluring demeanor. She was simply stunning. Yet, just as Jiang Nan wished to savor her sweetness once more, she halted him. Someone had passed by. Jiang Nan reluctantly acquiesced. Their fondness for each other had increased to 42. Indeed, with good looks and wealth, one could easily progress in their affections. With only 37 points of fondness, taking the initiative could lead to further intimacy. Without these prerequisites, however, one could only hope for a mere token of affection. "The hour is late. I must head inside," Cullinan declared. "I will wait for you to leave before I go. When shall we reconnect?" "I am returning to my hometown the day after tomorrow." Cullinan furrowed her brow in irritation. "Are you toying with me?" Jiang Nan was taken aback. "What do you mean? You kiss me now, intending to deepen our relationship, yet you say you are leaving soon. Are you not suggesting that you will abandon me?" Jiang Nan chuckled at her words, taking her delicate hand in his. Cullinan struggled momentarily, fixing him with a fierce glare. "After the military training at Jiangxing University, there are 5 days of rest, and I have already made arrangements to return home with my parents. It's not as though I won't come back." Cullinan suddenly grasped the situation, her face tinged with a faint blush. It dawned on her that she had been overly anxious. "Do you not wish for me to leave?" "Nonsense, I have no such feelings." Jiang Nan leaned in and kissed her, and she responded with fervor and abandon. Their hearts raced in a fervent dance. Had they not been in the car, nor at this hotel, who knows what might have transpired? "You rascal, I am deeply in love with you. Let your affection not merely rest upon your lips. I carry it in my heart at all times. I will share with my father what you have confided in me." "What? You mentioned at noon that you would help my family." "Ah, I almost forgot. You did that on purpose." "No, I was preoccupied with your presence. With such a charming tongue, how many girlfriends have you had?" Jiangnan hesitated before smiling, saying, guess. No guessing, regardless of how many you've had. Just ensure I remain oblivious. I usually possess commendable time management skills. Let us hope so. The two of them shared another kiss before Cullinan finally exited the car. Jiangnan stood downstairs, waiting until she entered the hotel before departing. Just as Jiangnan got into his car, a call came through. It was from Huananzi. Jiangnan, where are you? Is there something you need? Maizi and I are planning to treat you to dinner at home. Shidong has already arrived. When will you come over? Shitong is already there? I'll be there shortly. Waiting for you, he replied as he drove away. Upon Cullinan's return to the hotel, she had just stepped out of the elevator when she spotted her mother waiting at the elevator's entrance, wearing a half smile. Mom, don't rush to call me that. I must ask you, who was that boy just now? Which one? I don't know. The one in the white sports car, whose gaze seemed to linger on you. The one who personally escorted you back. The one who picked you up from the Western restaurant. Cullinan smiled and replied, he's my boyfriend. Oh dear. Why not bring him up to meet me? Are you shy? No. I feel the timing isn't right yet. When did you meet? What do you mean the timing isn't right? It was the boy who saved me that day. What? You've known him for less than a day. And you're already together? Cullinan nodded. Do you know what he does? What do you see in him? I find him handsome. Cullinan's mother sighed. Oh dear. Do not seek out handsome boys. They are unreliable. It is the ordinary-looking boys who make for good husbands. Then how did you end up with such a handsome father? My husband is handsome? Not at all, I assure you. You are mistaken. I have seen photos of my father in his youth, and he was quite handsome. Do not argue with your mother. She speaks from the wisdom of experience. She advises you that marrying a handsome man may lead to hardship. Your mother has endured suffering. And so can I. My capacity for hardship is quite formidable. Cullinan, she said, clutching her mother's arm. Where is my father? I have wonderful news that can alleviate his troubles. Chapter 79. Li Muzi's confession. Your father has not yet returned, replied her mother. Where is he? I shall seek him out now. What do you need him for? He is busy with work and friends. Your presence may only complicate matters. He will be back shortly. Cullinan and her mother returned to their hotel room to wait. After a brief interval, Cullinan's father, Amadi, entered the room, visibly inebriated and frowning, appearing quite displeased. However, upon seeing his wife and child, the clouds of discontent lifted from his face, revealing a warm and gentle demeanor. A man, regardless of the grievances he bears, will seldom bring them home. Amadi settled onto the sofa, pulled out a cigarette, took a puff, and inquired with a smile. Did you meet with him today? Yes. He is quite amiable. A simple expression of gratitude will suffice. Focus on your studies once you return to university tomorrow. Cullinan asked, Father, are you leaving? Have you managed to borrow money? Did Uncle Iskar agree to assist us? Amadi waved his hand dismissively. He will not help. I do not require his assistance. This matter need not trouble you. I shall visit the bank after I return. Father, I can help you, Cullinan offered, sensing her father's predicament. You are still a child, drinking goat's milk. What do you understand of such matters? Your duty now is to study diligently and concern yourself with nothing else. After you graduate, find a man who loves you, Amadi advised. I have found him. Found him? Amadi's inebriation momentarily faded. His precious daughter had already been swept away by a suitor? Where is he? Cullinan's mother clarified. He is not far. He is the young man who saved her. That one. My little princess, do you comprehend the enormity of our family's debt? How could a mere child possibly assist us? Do not be deceived by him. He is the greatest charlatan under the sun, merely seeking to charm you. Cullinan firmly countered. You must at least meet him. I believe he is capable. Amadi took another puff of his cigarette, contemplating for a moment. With the mindset of a father-in-law assessing a potential son-in-law, he conceded, very well. I shall meet him and discern his character. If he is indeed a fraud, you must keep your distance and never entangle yourself with him. He is not a fraud. You will see tomorrow. Then I shall call him and inform him. Cullinan found Jiangnan's phone number and dialed it. Hello, Jiangnan, have you arrived home? I just reached the underground parking lot of the community. What's up? Is there something important? My father wishes to meet you. The location is the Western restaurant we visited today. When shall we meet? How about tomorrow morning? Tomorrow morning won't work. I have military training rehearsals. Let us meet at noon at the restaurant to discuss matters, shall we? All right, then we'll meet at noon. After hanging up, Jiangnan took the elevator to the 7th floor. He knocked on the door of Li Muzi's home. Shortly after, Hua Jinan came to open the door, wearing an apron and unable to conceal her smile. Upon entering, Jiangnan saw Lin Shidong and Li Muzi at the dining table, eating. Jiangnan, Come sit down, Hua Jinan invited. Pulling out a chair with a smile, Jiang Nan sat down gracefully. The four of them gathered around the table, and the atmosphere was unexpectedly joyful. Hua Jinan inquired, "Aren't you curious why we invited you to dinner?" Jiang Nan smiled and replied, "You're treating me to dinner, undoubtedly due to Musie's situation. Let me guess, has her condition improved?" "You guessed wrong," Hua Jinan exclaimed excitedly. "Wrong? In what way?" "Musie's condition hasn't just improved. It has completely recovered." Hua Jinan presented the diagnosis slip from her pocket. "Look, it's personally signed by Dr. Tang. It holds great authority." Jiang Nan had thought it was merely an improvement, assuming a longer recovery time was still needed. He hadn't realized the depth of Musie's resentment towards those who bullied her. Clearly, that person was the true root of her affliction. Lin Shitong, intrigued, asked what happened. "I don't quite understand what you were discussing." Hua Jinan recounted the events of the day to Lin Shitong. Indeed, such individuals should be dealt with in that manner. Scum. At such a young age. Behaving like a thug. Does she deserve a happy life? She is undoubtedly still arguing with her husband. As the saying goes, to quickly establish rapport with someone, one should engage in shared complaints about a third party. The three women, excluding Jiang Nan, spent the entire evening disparagingly men. The bond among them visibly strengthened. During dinner, Jiang Nan spoke infrequently, yet his attention remained unwavering. He noticed on numerous occasions that Li Musie was secretly glancing at him. The glances were starkly different from those in the morning. Back then, they were merely expressions driven by desire, whereas now they were imbued with genuine affection. And it was palpable. After dinner, the three continued chatting for a while before Jiang Nan and Lin Shitong took their leave. Lin Shitong, exhausted after a day's work, retired to bed, and Jiang Nan followed suit. They refrained from taking advantage of the moment. That night, Jiang Nan enjoyed an unusually tranquil evening. However, at 11:20 in the night, Li Musie sent a message to Jiang Nan. "Are you asleep?" "Not yet. I am waiting for you to message me." "Waiting for me? Why?" "I sense that you have something to say to me. During dinner today, I noticed you kept looking at me. Indeed, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Thank you for helping me gain clarity about myself." "That's not it." "What do you mean by not that? You should ask me if I like you." "How self-indulgent. If I were to say this to a girl who doesn't like me at all, she would either scold me or outright reject me, rather than respond with such vague words." 2 minutes later, Li Musie finally replied, "I cannot betray Nanji. She has stood by me when I needed help the most." "Then you do like me. There are so many girls around you. My absence would hardly matter." A broken heart, missing even a single fragment, becomes incomplete. "You scoundrel. Do you say such things to your other female classmates as well? Now you are using them to placate me." "No, this phrase came to me spontaneously. You are the first. Should I feel honored then? Let us return to our previous topic. Be with me. I have Nanji. Are you planning to completely abandon me? To sever this connection we share? I cannot do that. I understand. You want me to take her in as well, to spare you from the turmoil. I do not. Do not misinterpret my words." Jiang Nan did not respond. "Jiang Nan, are you asleep?" Chapter 80. Approved by Kelly Biner's parents at 10:27 in the morning. After the military training performance concluded, each class held a meeting. The primary focus was the impact of the incident involving Feng Hao. A notice signed by the principal mandated that every class must convene, capture photographs, and keep meeting records. Jiang Nan glanced at his phone. Seeing the messages Li Musie had sent the previous night, it was evident that she was anxious, fearing that his relationship with Hua Nanji might become strained. He felt caught in the middle, neither here nor there. Yet, to pursue a normal life with Li Musie, he needed to first resolve matters with Hua Nanji. Once the class meeting concluded, a 5-day holiday officially commenced. Chen Kailang took Jiang Nan's hand and inquired, "Did you manage to secure the tickets?" "I did. 2 tickets for the high-speed train at 1:45 this afternoon. Then let us have lunch and head to the train station. I have a work meeting at noon. I may not be able to join you for lunch." "What?" Chen Kailang pouted. "I finally have some free time, and now you have work? Can I come along?" "Don't be silly. It's a serious matter. I will see you at the train station later." "All right." Shortly after Jiang Nan left, Qin Jingyao approached Chen Kailang. Of course, this was Jiang Nan's arrangement, asking Qin Jingyao to accompany Chen Kailang for lunch. "Kailang, would you like to go out to eat? I know a wonderful restaurant." "Sure, since I am alone." Qin Jingyao brought Chen Kailang to the parking area and opened the door of her Porsche 911. "Get in, Kailang." "A Porsche? Sister Jingyao, are you a little wealthy lady? Seeking sponsorship?" Jiang Nan arrived at the Western restaurant where he had dined with Kelly Binwayer the previous day. Upon entering the lobby, he spotted Jiang Hesue chatting with the receptionist at the counter. Today, Jiang Hesue wore a flowing white dress that reached her calves, cinched at the waist with a slender black belt. Despite the loose fit of the dress, it could not conceal her voluptuous figure, particularly her curvaceous posterior. Brother Jiang, which young lady are you dining with today? Jiang Nan chuckled. Business discussions. You? What business can a young lad like you discuss? Jiang Hesue teased. Sister Jiang, you don't seem much older than I am. I am 14 years your senior, my dear brother. Do you know that? At 32. To amass such a fortune is truly remarkable. Jiang Hesue's affinity level, 1. With one hand resting on the counter, Jiang Hesue smiled. Such sweet words. All right, I have other clients. Jiang Nan took his leave. Jiang Hesue furrowed her brow slightly and sighed to herself. Am I really that old? Sister Jiang, you are beautiful. How can you say you are old? If you consider yourself old, what does that make me? The receptionist immediately chimed in, seizing her opportunity. Jiang Hesue thought helplessly. If I were truly young, why would that lad disregard my words? Perhaps I was too subtle? Does he not perceive it? Forget it. What am I thinking? He is so young, and I am. It simply doesn't fit. Jiang Nan pushed open the door to the private dining room, and the sight of Kelly Binwayer and her family greeted him. Seated directly opposite the entrance was Kelly Binwayer's father, with Kelly Binwayer and her mother flanking him. Jiang Nan, come sit. Kelly Binwayer immediately stood up, warmly inviting Jiang Nan to take a seat beside her. Before Ahmadi could pose a question, Jiang Nan took the initiative. Uncle Ahmadi, have you encountered difficulties in your business? Ahmadi frowned slightly. No, my business partners are plentiful. It's merely a minor operational setback, and I already have solutions in place. Prior to this, Jiang Nan had spoken with Kelly Binwayer over the phone. It was apparent that Ahmadi's recent loan attempt had been thwarted, and his enterprise was at risk of bankruptcy. Observing his persistence, Jiang Nan spoke directly. Uncle Ahmadi, I genuinely came to discuss business with you. I am willing to invest 1 billion. Is that sufficient? Ahmadi found himself momentarily speechless. The mention of 1 billion left him astounded. This amount could effectively remedy the financial shortfall his enterprise faced. The dairy enterprise he manages is merely a small to medium-sized company, with a valuation of 1 billion. This amount is entirely sufficient for the business to undergo another expansion. Alas, dear brother, 1 billion is not a sum to be taken lightly. Caribiner frowned and cast a disapproving glance at Ahmadi. Father, Jiang Nan remarked with a smile. As long as you agree, the cash will be deposited into your account before this meal concludes. Really? I hold Caribiner in high regard and would never jest about her parents. All right, let us proceed to sign the contract immediately. No problem, Ahmadi responded, rising to accompany Jiang Nan to finalize the agreement. Father, can't we have our meal first? Is there such urgency? Ahmadi sighed. Every second delays us and incurs greater losses. My little princess, we shall return shortly, I promise. Do not cry. Then do hurry back, Caribiner implored. Jiang Nan and Ahmadi departed, returning 20 minutes later. Ahmadi's demeanor towards Jiang Nan had undergone a complete transformation. Throughout the meal, Ahmadi appeared quite jovial, frequently praising Jiang Nan's youthful promise, and by the end, he was inebriated. Caribiner abstained from alcohol and drove them home. After lunch, Jiang Nan and Caribiner parted ways outside the restaurant. I will wait for your return. I shall be back soon. Jiang Nan assured her as he got into the car, heading towards the high-speed train station. Caribiner shot her father an exasperated look. Father, please stop pretending. How could you possibly be drunk from that little wine? Jiang Nan has left. Ahmadi chuckled. What do you know? He must catch his train. I cannot truly intoxicate him. But without being drunk, how can I convey my sincerity? Do I have any alternative but to feign? Caribiner retorted with mild reproach. Why not just get him drunk? If he were intoxicated, he wouldn't have to leave today. Oh, he has parents too, Caribiner's mother interjected, interrupting their conversation. Old man, how much did he offer you? Ahmadi replied with a smile, 1.5 billion. 1.5 billion? Both Caribiner and her mother exclaimed in astonishment. At last, this company can weather the storm, Caribiner's mother expressed joyfully. And more than that, with this capital, I can expand the enterprise 2 or 3-fold. Jiang Nan arrived at the high-speed train station, waiting for ticket inspection alongside Qin Keilang. Suddenly, a woman approached. Hello, Jiang Nan, do you still remember me? Jiang Nan scrutinized her. Who are you? I am Li Yu, the agent from Jiahong Media. We met on the day you first arrived in Jiangqing, do you recall? I was the one who asked if you would like to be our leading male role in the drama. Chapter 81, Homeward Bound. Jiangnan did not expect to encounter her here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Certainly, I genuinely wish for you to enter the entertainment industry. After much contemplation, have you come to a decision? Are you inclined to pursue a career in entertainment? I do not intend to. Do you have no thoughts on the matter? None at all. Li Yu sighed in resignation. After such a long wait, it seems all in vain. However, I am interested in investing in film and television productions. Should the opportunity arise in the future, feel free to reach out to me. Investing in film and television? You? Indeed. If you happen to know any directors or producers, kindly recommend me. I have a keen interest in such investments. At that moment, Li Yu realized the reason behind Jiang Nan's disdain for entering the entertainment industry. He possesses wealth and finds no allure in it. Very well. I shall certainly make the introduction when the time comes. As the ticket inspection time approached, Jiang Nan and Chun Kailang departed for the ticket gate. On the high-speed train, Chun Kailang nestled by the window, gazing at the passing scenery. Their hands intertwined. They savored a fleeting moment of tranquility. Nan, where shall we venture upon our return? Where would you like to go? Let us explore the vicinity of Jiang City for a couple of days. After such an extensive military training, I yearn for some respite. Sounds delightful. Chun Kailang leaned against Jiang Nan's shoulder and drifted into slumber. When she awoke, they had already arrived at Donglin City high-speed rail station. Exiting through the station, Jiang Nan spotted his father waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Jiang Nan and Chun Kailang hand in hand, Jiang's father furrowed his brow slightly. The girl he had seen on his phone previously was not Chun Kailang. Could it be that this lad had swiftly changed girlfriends? He refrained from inquiring further. Kailang, did you find the journey tiring? Not particularly. I slept throughout. Come, let uncle drive you home. Your parents will surely be thrilled to hear of your return. All right. Jiang's father guided Jiang Nan and Chun Kailang to his car in the parking lot. Uncle, what kind of car is this? It's a Zune Jia S800. Quite popular online. It must have cost a fortune. Xiaonan purchased it. It was over $1 million, but I use it merely for commuting. The trio engaged in conversation until they arrived at the foot of the apartment building. You two head upstairs first. I still need to make a trip to the school. Jiang Nan inquired, is my mother at home? No, she's at the school. We'll be back in the evening. Jiang Nan and Chun Kailang took the elevator upstairs. I need to return to see my parents first. I'll check if I have time to visit you afterward. No rush. Make sure to rest well. Upon returning home, Jiang Nan collapsed onto the sofa, idly scrolling through Douyin. Suddenly, he received a phone call from Zhong Shujia. Hello, Jiang Nan Gij, have you arrived home? Yes. Where are you? I'm still at school. I'll be home in 2 days to see you. I will wait for you here. After ending the call, Jiang Nan yawned and returned to his room to sleep. When he awoke, it was already evening. Jiang's mother had already prepared dinner, during which Chun Kenning had called. After dinner, Jiang engaged in casual conversation with Chun Kenning. Jiang Nan fell asleep once more, only to awaken around 9 in the morning. Upon returning home, he felt a profound relaxation in all aspects of his being, especially mentally, which contributed to his drowsiness. As he wandered around his home, he found it somewhat cramped. Having never lived in a villa before, he had previously deemed 70 square meters quite sufficient. However, now it felt rather inadequate. System. Please check for the nearest luxurious residential community to experimental middle school, ensuring high construction quality without any shortcuts, he requested. Searching. Yumming Mansion, location marked. The location of Yumming Mansion promptly materialized in Jiang Nan's mind. Very well, I shall purchase an apartment there. Taking the elevator down, Jiang Nan suddenly realized he had no vehicle. After a brief moment, the elevator doors opened to reveal Chun Kenning and her parents. Hello, uncle and aunt. Jiang Nan greeted. You returned with Kenning yesterday, didn't you? Yes, we came back together. Where are you off to? They inquired. We are going to visit Kenning's grandparents. It's a rare opportunity for her to be back, so we must see them. Did you not go during the summer vacation? Kenning was busy working during the summer, so she couldn't make it. Really, Kenning worked during the summer? Jiang Nan asked, surprised. Chun Kenning proudly replied, of course. Some people even claimed I was lazy at home all summer. Chen's father then asked, Jiang Nan, where are you headed? I plan to visit the sales center at Yumming Mansion. Are you thinking of buying a house? Just looking. Well, since it's on the way, I can give you a ride. Thank you, uncle. Jiang Nan followed Chun Kenning's family. He and Chun Kenning sat in the back seat, each leaning against their respective doors. Feigning unfamiliarity, Jiang Nan texted, we can't hold hands. Chun Kenning replied, I haven't told my parents that we're together yet, so of course we can't. When do you plan to tell them? I intend to inform my grandparents first. Why is that? I promised my grandmother that I would let her know as soon as I found a boyfriend. What an inexplicable insistence. Are you in such a hurry to make it official? Of course. If you had told them, I wouldn't be leaning against this cold metal door now. When will you be back? In about 2 or 3 days. But that's when the holiday ends. I want to spend time with my grandparents. All right then. Enjoy your time with them. Upon arriving at Yumming Mansion, Jiang Nan alighted from the car and waved goodbye to Chun Kinning as the vehicle disappeared down the street. Jiang Nan then turned and walked into the sales center of Yumming Mansion. The receptionist at the entrance, noticing the handsome young man entering, immediately notify your colleagues via the intercom. Welcome to Yumming Fufu. A saleswoman clad in black stockings emerged, guiding Jiang Nan to the model display, where she began to make an introduction. Do you have any finely furnished apartments around 200 square meters with a slightly lower floor count? Indeed, sir. May I see the floor plan? Certainly. Right this way. Shaoli, please bring the coffee. The saleswoman in black stockings led Jiang Nan to the client lounge, crouching beside him to provide answers. She was quite close to Jiang Nan, and in that crouch, a hint of mystery was unveiled. Black lace of considerable scale. Jiang Nan selected a finely furnished apartment of 250 square meters. I'll take this one. Let us proceed with the payment. Aren't you going to view it in person? No need. I will pay directly. Very well, sir. The total is 4,520,000. Jiang Nan handed over his card, and over 4 million was deducted from his account. The system issued a significant return of over 9 million, more than double. Sir, should you require anything, feel free to contact me. Jiang Nan departed, and the saleswoman smiled respectfully. Chapter 82. The Girl in the Corner of Memory after leaving Yumming Fufu. Jiang Nan contemplated purchasing a vehicle for convenience. Although he would only be residing for 4 to 5 days, relying solely on public transportation was inconvenient. He searched online for car dealerships and found a BMW dealership approximately 1.5 kilometers away. It was only a short distance, so he decided to walk there. As he strolled towards the BMW dealership, he paused at a traffic light. Suddenly, a notification pinged in his mind. Li Su's favorability increased by 10. Jiang Nan shifted his gaze, scanning his surroundings, but failing to spot any particularly striking beauties. System, you must be mistaken. Who is Li Su? Where is she? Li Su's location is 2 meters to the right and behind the host. Jiang Nan turned to look behind him. A girl, clad in long pants and a shirt, with heavy bangs obscuring her eyes and a slight hunch, quickly lowered her head and averted her gaze upon noticing Jiang Nan's attention. Is that you? Yes, I am Li Su. Jiang Nan, your classmate. Li Su, favorability 5. Name, Li Su. Age, 19. Favorability, 45 points. Height, 171 centimeters. Weight, 58 kilograms. Attractiveness, 97 points. Charge count, 0. Upon viewing these numerical values, Jiang Nan was momentarily stunned. A beauty rating of 97? Is she truly the most exquisite girl I have encountered thus far? Yet, does she genuinely possess such a remarkable allure? Li Su is clad in a rather ordinary long tunic and trousers, displaying a noticeable hunchback. Moreover, beneath her heavy bangs, Jiang Nan cannot even glimpse her eyes. Viewed in this manner, there appears to be no remarkable feature about her. However, the system astonishingly claims her beauty is rated at 97. Which university do you attend? Jiang City. You are also in Jiang City? Yes. Which university in Jiang City? Jiang City Institute of Technology. Do you reside here? No. I am searching for part-time work. After only 4 or 5 days, do you still need to work? Idleness serves no purpose. I thought I might earn a little money. That makes sense. Where do you intend to look? Just ahead. The light has turned green. Let us walk together. All right. The two walked side by side. Jiang Nan glanced at the slightly hunchbacked girl beside him. A favorability rating of 45. If he were to take a step forward, something significant would surely transpire. Yet, to this day, he had not seen her face directly. Li Su, favorability 5. Another increase? What is happening? Li Su focused on the ground, her heart racing. Every boy or girl has their own ethereal ideal. Naturally, Li Su also harbors her own cherished vision. Now, that cherished vision stands beside her, remembering her name. She was overwhelmed with excitement. She had presumed Jiang Nan would hardly recall her, yet here she learned she had made an impression on his heart. That was enough for her. I have arrived. Jiang Nan glanced at the supermarket adorned with job postings before suggesting, why don't you go inside and take a look? I will wait here for you. You need not trouble yourself waiting. I may require some time. Then I shall accompany you. I need to purchase a few items as well. Very well. The two entered the store together. Jiang Nan bought a pack of gum while Li Su inquired about job openings, only to be informed they were not hiring short-term workers. Upon exiting the supermarket, Li Su appeared somewhat disheartened. Do you truly need this job? Li Su pressed her lips together, her hands gripping the hem of her worn clothing. The garment she wore was quite old, clearly having been worn for an extended period. Though it was clean, its colors had begun to fade. I do not. She denied it, yet Jiang Nan suspected otherwise. Why not seek employment in Jiang City? It should be easier to find work there than in our hometown. I will return in a few days for a high school reunion. Jiang Nan observed the timid girl before him, and his mind began to devise a means to draw closer to her. Are your parents working today? Jiang Nan casually remarked, yet Li Su remained silent. I live alone. Alone? Jiang Nan expressed surprise. My grandmother passed away 2 years ago, so I live by myself. At last, Jiang Nan comprehended her urgency in seeking employment. Living alone while juggling work and study is indeed exhausting. Furthermore, without anyone to fall back on, the anxiety looms large. If she fails to secure a job, the specter of hunger becomes a grim reality. As for tuition, the government would naturally assist, but sustenance is solely her responsibility. With this understanding, Jiang Nan's resolve solidified. I have a job that guarantees 1,000 over 5 days. Are you interested? What? Li Su inquired. Help me walk my cat. It pays 200 a day, totaling 1,000 for 5 days. Walking a cat? Li Su recalled having seen similar jobs online. Such work appeared easy, yet she couldn't shake the feeling that Jiang Nan was pitying her. Being pitied by someone she admired left her feeling unsettled. I prefer to find a job myself. Jiang Nan did not press her. All right then, I'll seek someone else. 200 a day should yield a cat walker. Why not do it yourself? I'm lazy. But you're paying someone 200 a day. Jiang Nan chuckled. 200 isn't excessive. If you desire this job, you can certainly take it. As classmates, I trust you with it. Will you do it? I will. Great. Come home with me and meet my cat. Now, we have something to attend to. Jiang Nan led Li Su to a BMW dealership. After wandering around, he fixed his gaze on a BMW M8 4-door Thunder Edition. What's the total cost if I take the car now? Sir, this vehicle has already been reserved. I will pay an additional 5%. I want this car. The saleswoman hesitated. Sir, that would be quite difficult. How about 10%? Her eyes brightened. A 10% increase would net her a bonus of 250,000. Very well, sir, I will draft the contract for you. After signing, Jiang Nan took the car keys and opened the door, glancing at Li Su, who was sitting quietly beside him. Let's go home. Li Su hurried to the passenger seat, her heart racing. She had heard everything clearly. Jiang Nan had offered an extra 10% just to secure the vehicle. Upon returning home, as Li Su stepped inside, Jiang Nan promptly closed the door behind them. She looked around, noticing the absence of any cat. Where's your cat? Not purchased yet. What? Indeed, I merely lured you here. Instinctively, Li Su edged toward the wall, but Jiang Nan closed in. Cornered against the wall, she found herself 1 meter away from Jiang Nan. It's crowded outside. Some things are better left unsaid. I will speak, and you shall listen. If you agree, simply nod. I disagree. I will go out now to buy you a cat and present you with a job. Li Su lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper. What do you want? To be my girlfriend? To be with me? Is that agreeable? Li Su's mind buzzed, and she instinctively raised her gaze to Jiang Nan. Her bangs parted, revealing a visage of unparalleled beauty. At that moment, Jiang Nan resolved to embrace her tightly. You do not agree, do you? Why confess your feelings to me when you have Cullinan? Jiang Nan spoke candidly. Would you willingly give your most cherished possession to another? I would not. Neither would I. I cannot bear to see another man hold you. Chapter 83, 50,000 yuan pocket money. The aspirations of a young girl in her middle school years blossomed at this moment. She clasped her hands in prayer before her chest, her eyes darting like a frightened rabbit. Her heart raced wildly within her chest. He said, I am his most beloved treasure. Jiang Nan leaned down and kissed her lips. Li Su pressed tightly against the wall, instinctively clutching Jiang Nan's shirt, her eyes shut in a blend of tension and surrender. Jiang Nan captured her lips, and after a long while, they parted. She lay in his embrace, like a soft cake, feeling utterly drained of energy. At that moment, a phone call jolted the two from their intimate reverie. Li Su picked up her phone and glanced at the screen. My second uncle. What does he want with you? I previously asked him to help me find a job. Stop looking for a job. From now on, I will take care of you. Li Su bit her lip, hesitating before nodding. She answered her second uncle's call. Hello, uncle. Li Su, weren't you looking for a job? I found one for you. When will you come? I have found a job already, so I won't be coming. Hey, why didn't you mention you found a job earlier? But didn't you say before that it was hard to find one? Why are you now? Quit your job and come here. I've already secured a position. Just forget it. All right, you stubborn one. From now on, if I take care of you, I'm no longer human. The call was abruptly disconnected. Li Su gazed at her phone, letting out a resigned sigh. She had truly offended her second uncle this time. Jiang Nin snatched Li Su's phone away. Observing her striking features, does your second uncle treat you well? It's acceptable. Was the job he found for you exhausting? It was all right. How much did you earn from that job? 80%. The remaining 20% was his commission. Then why do you still rely on him? He isn't angry because you found a job without telling him. He is merely upset that he can no longer exploit you. But he is my only family. Jiang Nin softly declared, from this moment on, I shall be your family. You may confide in me, and I will support you for a lifetime. With a single statement, he managed to increase her favorability by 5 points. Such an effect would be inconceivable with any other girl. Are you running low on funds for next month's living expenses? Jiang Nin inquired. Li Su nodded, biting her lip, feeling utterly useless. At her age, she could not even earn enough for her own sustenance. The sound of a growling stomach shattered the silence between them. Li Su's face turned crimson, wishing for a crack in the ground to swallow her whole, never to emerge again. She cautiously lifted her gaze to gauge Jiang Nan's expression, fearful of being ridiculed. Yet, upon meeting his eyes, she was met with a gaze filled with affection, as sweet as honey, warming her heart. Now, an opportunity lay before me. If I hesitate now, I may find myself regretting it later. After all, he has kissed me, so we might as well be together. Summoning her courage, Li Su boldly leaped into Jiang Nan's embrace, wrapping her arms around him. She felt a warmth enveloping her entire being, as if she might ignite at any moment. What would you like to eat? I'm at your service, Jiang Nan said. On our way here, I spotted a hot pot restaurant. Shall we go there? Sounds good. Li Su replied. Jiang Nan took her hand and led her out of the community, driving to the hot pot establishment. Once seated at a table and surrounded by an array of dishes, Jiang Nan had ordered primarily meat. Given Li Su's demeanor, it seemed she hadn't eaten the night before. At first, Li Su was a bit reserved as they began their meal, but gradually she opened up, her spirit becoming more relaxed. After lunch, her cheeks were flushed and a sparkle returned to her eyes. She no longer appeared as despondent as before. After paying, Jiang Nin observed her closely with a furrowed brow. Such a beautiful girl, yet she slouches and has such heavy bangs. Su, can you straighten your back? He asked. Of course, Li Su replied naturally, straightening her posture. Instantly, her demeanor transformed. Her alabaster neck drew attention, yet it was her figure that truly astonished. She had a full bosom, hinting at a physique that could rival the most enviable. It was no wonder her beauty garnered a score of 97. For a young girl, such a form rendered her facial attractiveness almost secondary. However, it wasn't long before her posture slumped again. Jiang Nin realized this was not a sustainable solution. While she could maintain it temporarily, if a habit developed, her spine would undoubtedly curve, negatively impacting her overall presence. She grasped Li Su's hand and threatened. For the next 5 days, if you dare to lower your back again, I shall kiss you in the street, all right? Li Su cast an embarrassed glance at Jiang Nan. How could one person be so excessive? No, this simply wouldn't do. Then you must keep your back straight and give me no opportunity, otherwise. I am thick-skinned and unashamed. I believe you are the same, aren't you? No, I am quite thin-skinned. Well, that settles it then. Let us go? I shall take you for a haircut. This fringe does not suit a girl as beautiful as you. I have yet to find a job. Li Su's mind was preoccupied with her job search. Of course, one should engage in romance, but without employment, there would be no food to eat. She would face hunger next month. How much do you spend in a month? Approximately 600. In this era, a girl spending merely 600 a month was nothing short of a fantastical notion. Jiang Nin retrieved his phone and requested Li Su's bank card, transferring a sum of money to her. Ding dong, a notification chimed on Li Su's phone. She picked it up to read the message. Dear Longxia Bank user, your account has been credited with 500,000 yuan. If you have any inquiries regarding this transaction, please call. 500,000. Upon seeing such a substantial amount, Li Su was taken aback. No, I cannot accept such a large sum. I cannot repay it. Who said you need to repay it? Jiang Nin reassured her, holding her hand. There is no need to repay. Focus on your studies and eat well. Once you graduate from university, you can help me manage my enterprise. Me? Do you think I am providing this for free? This is an investment. Jiangnan was destined to establish a business and venture into various industries. He certainly could not entrust it to others. Thus, it was wiser to cultivate managers from among his own women. There is a barbershop ahead. Let us go there for a haircut. This fringe does not suit you. Jiangnan and Li Su entered the barbershop, which was sparsely populated, with only one girl waiting. As Li Su stepped inside, the girl recognized her immediately. Li Su, are you here for a haircut as well? Chapter 84. The greedy uncle. Upon unexpectedly encountering a familiar face, Li Su initially considered feigning ignorance. But since the girl had already spoken, she could only smile and respond awkwardly. Yes, I am here for a haircut too. The girl's gaze flitted over to Jiangnan. Who is he? He is my boyfriend. The girl exclaimed in delight. You are in a relationship. Wow, I am still single. The internet said those who seem gloomy are often the first to find love, and I didn't believe it. I never imagined it to be true. Do you live around here? Li Su forced herself to find a topic of conversation. No, I came specifically for this barbershop. Their skills are excellent. You should also get a trim. Your bangs are too thick and are obscuring your eyes. In truth, you are not unattractive. You just seem too dull. The two individuals engaged in a casual yet spirited conversation. Before long, it was Li Su's turn. She approached the mirror and took her seat, her small hands clenched. The hairdresser inquired, What do you wish to do? Li Su hesitated, unsure of how to articulate her desires. Jiangnan, standing beside her, suggested, Thin out the bangs and gather her hair into a high ponytail. She should appear vibrant, at the very least, not as she does now. Understood, replied the hairdresser, a woman in her 30s. She swept Li Su's bangs aside and remarked with a smile, My, such a beautiful young lady. Why the heavy bangs? Jiangnan waited patiently nearby. At that moment, Su Zhixia sent him a message. What are you up to, little man? Accompanying my girlfriend for a haircut, he replied. What? I am your girlfriend. You've never accompanied me for a haircut. The issue is, you've never had one. I'll get one when I return. You must come then. Depends on the situation. You little rascal, you'll see when we meet. Have you reached home yet? Jiangnan inquired. I arrived yesterday, planning to attend my second uncle's child's wedding tomorrow. Let me tell you, I gave that bottle of wine to my father, and he told me it's worth several million. Which one? The one the boss gifted you during that hot pot meal at Lingyun building. What did your father say? My dad asked if you're supporting me, and I told him you aren't even 20 yet. What did he say? My dad advised me not to harm you. My father-in-law is quite the confidant. Jiangnan chuckled as he set his phone down, his gaze returning to Li Su. The transformation was striking. Her bangs were gone, revealing her exquisite features. The clean high ponytail accentuated her beauty even further, particularly her piercing gaze, which seemed to command attention. Jiangnan was astonished to discover such a striking expression hidden beneath the heavy bangs. After her haircut, Li Su approached Jiangnan and softly asked, How do I look? He remained silent, leaning in to plant a gentle kiss on her lips. Li Su's pupils dilated, and her face flushed with warmth. We had an agreement. You've gone back on it. Her cheeks turned crimson as she instinctively glanced at the other patrons in the salon, realizing they were all watching her. She bit her lip, directing her gaze towards Jiangnan with narrowed eyes. Had it not been for the crowd, Jiangnan would have taken her right then and there. Li Su, you look stunning, a girl exclaimed, taking hold of Li Su's hand in admiration. Well, it's not too bad, Li Su replied nervously. At tomorrow's high school reunion, you will surely dazzle them. Li Su remained silent. The reunion held little significance for her. What mattered more was Jiangnan's gaze. From his demeanor, it was evident that he appreciated her transformation. As they exited the salon, Li Su dialed her second aunt's number. Li Su, have you found a job? Auntie, I have. Since you have found a job, you should promptly take this foul cat away. However, I still need to attend university. Was it not agreed that Lele would be under your care? Was it not previously stated? You even mentioned that your second uncle would help you find employment. Oh, so you acknowledge what benefits you, yet dismiss what is not? Your expectations are rather fanciful. Hurry now, if you cannot arrive within 5 minutes. I shall dispose of this cat, and then you can find it yourself. Auntie abruptly hung up the phone. Li Su turned to Jiangnan for assistance. Let us go immediately. Jiangnan swiftly accompanied Li Su to the residential complex where Li Su's second uncle resided. This complex had aged considerably, and the security at the entrance did not stop Jiangnan. Li Su and Jiangnan arrived at the door of the second uncle's residence. Li Su knocked. And after a brief moment, a middle-aged woman, clad in a fitted denim skirt and a pink t-shirt, emerged. She appeared to be in her 40s or 50s. Her legs exposed, robust and fair. Upon opening the door, she spotted Jiang Nan standing beside Li Su. "Who is this?" she inquired with a smile. "My boyfriend." "Oh, so you are in a relationship. That explains your earlier assertiveness. It seems you have a man backing you." Jiang Nan coldly interjected. "Where's the cat?" "The cat is here. Take it away. It's utterly useless, doing nothing but eating and defecating." The woman stepped aside to let them in. Li Su called out, "Lele." A snow-white lion cat scampered to the door, leaping into Li Su's embrace. "Lele, how have you become so thin?" Li Su lamented. The woman disdainfully remarked, "You haven't paid anything. What do you expect? Should I raise it like my own child? Hurry up and leave. Do not return." With a resounding bang, she shut the door. "Let us go," Jiang Nan said as they descended the stairs, where their car awaited at the entrance. As Li Su reached the bottom, he encountered his second uncle returning from a card game. Li Su. Li Su hesitated for a moment and glanced over to see a gaunt man with a scruffy beard glaring at him. "What are you doing at my house? Regretting your decision? Want that job? I'll tell you, there are no opportunities left now. Worthless, unable to seize anything. It is no wonder you are poor. I came to collect Lele. This wretched cat should have been taken long ago. It serves no purpose. You cannot even support yourself, yet you wish to care for it. Do as you please, even if it means starving. Just do not come back to my home." Jiang Nan, with a scowl, declared, "If you do not invite me in, then we shall take our leave." The bearded man was about to retort when he noticed the young man who had confronted him opening the door to a BMW. Li Su, holding Lele, settled into the passenger seat as Jiang Nan drove away. The bearded man stood in stunned silence. "I see now, this worthless fellow has grown bold. It turns out he is now associated with someone of means. How splendid. Has he forgotten us? Does he wish to cast us aside? Is that even possible?" A man with a scruffy beard returned home and knocked on the door. He cast a glance at his wife's attire. Dressed so provocatively, what was her intention? "Have you consumed gunpowder to be so irritable? Tell me, did Li Su just arrive? So what if she did? Are you aware of the background of the man accompanying her?" "Background? Besides being somewhat handsome, what else is there?" You shamelessly failed to inquire. Only concerned with his looks? Well then, why don't you just go to bed with him? Are you out of your mind? As for the cat, I want it back." "What do you need that cat for?" "We've cared for it for 2 weeks. Shouldn't we exact some payment from Li Su?" "That young girl. What money does she have?" "She may be penniless, but the man by her side drives a BMW, an M8, worth several million. Do you comprehend? Several million? You superficial fool. Call Li Su and demand she send us the money for the cat care." Chapter 85. The cat food worth 300,000. Li Su sat in the passenger seat, tenderly cradling the cat in her arms. Upon seeing her, the cat fell silent, curling up against her, emitting affectionate purring sounds. It had clearly been plump before. How had it become so thin now? "They had assured me they would take good care of you." Jiang Nan drove, glancing sideways at the sleeping white cat. It was not his own, so naturally, he was indifferent. Judging by the attitude of her uncle and aunt, they likely mistreated this white creature. Jiang Nan's words were not unfounded. After all, love extends to all that one cherishes. If Li Su's uncle and aunt truly cared for her, they would certainly be attentive towards her cat. However, based on his observations during the visit to her home, it was evident that they held little affection for Li Su. The fact that the cat returned alive from their household was already remarkable. Had she returned even a moment later, the cat might not have existed anymore. They would have told her it had run away, leaving her helpless. Tears began to well in Li Su's eyes. "But I must attend university. I cannot bring it with me. Once I leave, who will feed it? What shall I do? Perhaps I should send it to my home. My parents are there, and they can ensure the cat is well fed. It would certainly be safer than remaining with your uncle and aunt." Li Su felt deeply moved. "Thank you, Jiang Nan. There seems to be no other option now." Apart from Jiang Nan, she truly had no one else to rely on. Previously, she could count on her uncle and aunt as family, but now they regarded her as a burden, resenting her poverty, not treating her as kin. Li Su wiped her tears, feeling a pang of injustice. Had she not met Jiang Nan today, she might have truly become a solitary soul. By that time, it is truly difficult to fathom the depths to which I may descend. The voice in Jiang Nan's mind spoke of Li Su, who was seemingly engaged in her own self-strategy. "Jiang Nan, could you please take me home first? I have cat food at home. I wish to feed Lele." "Very well, I shall escort you back." Jiang Nan drove Li Su to the base of the Z community. After parking, he accompanied her upstairs. Upon entering the modest abode, it became evident that Li Su's residence was older than Jiang Nan's, having been built quite some time ago. The interior was confined, though comprising 2 rooms and a living area measuring perhaps 60 to 70 square meters. The space was impeccably tidy, devoid of dust. Jiang Nan, please take a seat. I will prepare some tea for you. Li Su placed the furry companion down and poured a cup of tea for Jiang Nan. After leaping to the ground, the cat shook itself thoroughly, stretched its back, and then settled down comfortably. After surveying its surroundings, it directed its gaze towards Jiang Nan. The feline leapt onto the sofa, climbed onto Jiang Nan's lap, curled up, and gradually closed its eyes. The soothing sound of its purring was immensely relaxing. With a clatter, Li Su filled a bowl with cat food. Upon hearing the sound, the cat, previously dozing on Jiang Nan's lap, sprang down and rushed to its bowl. It opened its mouth wide, devouring the food with fervor. After pouring a glass of water for the cat, Li Su gently stroked its head, feeling a pang of sympathy. The cat was consuming its meal so hastily, clearly indicating it had not been adequately fed during its absence. This cat was left to me by my grandmother. They have gone too far, Li Su lamented, her eyes welling with tears. Jiang Nan stepped forward, lifting her into his embrace, soothing her back while reassuring. At least the cat has returned. It need not endure further suffering. From now on, let this cat reside with me. Thank you, Jiang Nan, she replied, her eyes glistening with tears. Suddenly, a phone call interrupted the moment. Li Su glanced at her phone, discovering it was her uncle and aunt calling. She pressed the answer button, and a middle-aged man's voice resonated from the other end. Li Su, is there something you wish to discuss? When you entrusted the cat to us, we took great care in looking after it. Is it not a bit improper to simply reclaim it without notice? The mere mention of this topic made Li Su uneasy. Uncle, since Lei Lei returned, it has been eager to eat. Did you not feed it properly? Ah, what are you saying, my dear? If we had not fed it well, how could it have survived this long? I assure you, we provided it with cat food worth hundreds, if not thousands, of dollars per bag. Are you now denying this? Tell me, is that so? What is it that you desire, uncle? Me? I seek nothing. I do not wish to ask you for any support or care fees. After all, we are family. It would be inappropriate for me to request such funds. Instead, all I need is for you to reimburse me for the cat food. Jiang Nan, overhearing this, could no longer contain herself. She had never encountered anyone so shameless. To seek support for the care of a cat was utterly absurd. How much did you spend on that cat food? Upon hearing Jiang Nan's voice, the middle-aged man became visibly agitated. To him, Jiang Nan represented wealth and naivety, someone to exploit, believing that all affluent individuals must possess ill-gotten gains. I spent less than 300,000. Just give it to me. Jiang Nan, upon hearing this, was incredulous. She had never seen such impudence. 300,000. I have never even dined on a meal worth that much. Let me inform you. I have recorded everything you just said. If you wish to avoid prison, I suggest you stay far away from us. Do not attempt to coerce Li Su under the pretense of caring for a cat. I will ensure that you find no employment throughout Donglan City, and your son will not even be able to complete high school. Try me if you dare. With that, Jiang Nan abruptly ended the call. For individuals like him, intimidation was the only effective strategy. Jiang Nan took Li Su's hand and reassured her, do not be afraid. From now on, let us not engage with them any further. With that 50,000, you have half a year's living expenses covered. I will provide for you again in the latter half of the year. I can earn my own money. You wish to be independent? Yes. Li Su was determined not to overly rely on Jiang Nan. Once we arrive in Jiangqing, I will find you a job. Are you capable of handling it? What kind of job? Running a store. Running a store? I have no experience. Then you must start learning from this moment forward. Once you graduate, I will have an even better opportunity waiting for you. The cat was enjoying its food. Jiang Nan and Li Su sat on the sofa, alone in the house. Chapter 86. Adorable Li Su. Jiang Nan embraced Li Su's waist, gently leaning in closer. The two shared a kiss, their connection palpable. After finishing its meal, the cat yawned and gracefully made its way to the bedroom. It found its cozy nest and settled down to sleep. Jiang Nan swept Li Su into her arms and carried her into the bedroom. As Li Su lay on the bed, she felt a wave of nervousness wash over her, her cheeks flushed. Although summer had long passed, warmth enveloped her, reminiscent of being placed in a steamer. This sensation intensified upon meeting Jiang Nan's gaze. Jiangnan grasped Li Su's ankle. In that fleeting moment of grasping, he sensed a slight tremor coursing through Li Su's body. With a natural motion, he removed her shoes, revealing her delicate, petite feet adorned with white socks. Li Su, enveloped in fear and nervousness, curled her calves inward, her 10 toes pressing down against the bed. She shyly bit her lip, her cheeks flushed to the point of appearing as though they could bleed. Perhaps there's a bit of odor. I haven't washed my feet in 2 days, she thought. Jiangnan leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on Li Su's cheek, his hands busily engaged in mapping the precise heights of the Himalayas. The cat, originally in slumber, stirred awake, casting a resigned glance at Li Su and Jiangnan before scampering towards the sofa. Moments later, Li Su found herself nestled in Jiangnan's embrace. The crimson hue on her face having faded significantly, yet her body still felt feverishly warm, overwhelmed by shyness. She had never imagined that she would find herself with her middle school crush, and just moments ago, they had shared an intimate experience. What girl does not harbor youthful dreams? In times past, she had quietly pinned such fantasies in her diary, never believing they would manifest into reality. Li Su clung tightly to Jiangnan, her mind devoid of thoughts, solely desiring to hold him close. As they playfully bantered, the evening quickly approached. Will you join me for dinner at my house tonight? My parents would surely love to meet you, she suggested in a hushed tone. I can't go right now. It wouldn't be appropriate. Uncle and Auntie might think ill of me, she replied. Jiangnan gently pinched her cheek. What nonsense is this? They would undoubtedly adore you. I would prefer to visit another time, she insisted. All right, we can postpone it. I'll follow your lead. After all, these matters are not urgent. However, we must have dinner tonight. If funds are insufficient, just let me know. No more going hungry. Li Su recalled the midday moment when they had been lost in tenderness, only to be interrupted by the sudden growl of her stomach. A wave of embarrassment washed over her. Jiangnan dressed and approached her wardrobe. May I open it? He inquired. Li Su nodded but suddenly recalled something. Wait a moment, she began, but before she could finish, Jiangnan had already opened the wardrobe. He was greeted by a couple of cartoonish undergarments featuring SpongeBob and a dragon. Li Su wrapped her head in the blanket. Why are you shy? What part of you haven't I seen? He teased. Li Su's cheeks flushed deeper. I'm grown up now. How can I still wear these? You'll laugh at me. I wouldn't. Jiangnan immediately countered. You clearly laughed when you first saw them. You claim to be an adult. Why wear cartoon underwear? He planted a kiss on her cheek. My little darling, it's my fault. Yet, those cartoon undergarments are genuinely adorable. Especially with the stark contrast they create against your frosty gaze. You must maintain that charm. Do you truly like it? Li Su whispered. I absolutely adore it. I believe it looks stunning on you. If it weren't for the time constraint, I might linger a bit longer. Will we be able to meet again tomorrow? I shall rise around noon, so let us reconvene in the afternoon. I will come to fetch you. I have a class reunion to attend at noon. Once it concludes, call me, and I shall pick you up. I intend to buy you an entire outfit. Apart from your school uniform, you have only what you are currently wearing. I cannot permit such a beautiful girl to remain without exquisite attire. Very well. Rest a while longer. I will secure the door for you. As Jiangnan departed, he cast a glance at the cat lounging on the sofa in the living room. In response to the cat's astonished gaze, he approached and affectionately stroked it. Li Su lay in bed, dozing for a while longer. When she eventually awoke, the sky had darkened, revealing an orange-red sunset in the west. Li Su unlocked her phone to check her bank balance. 50,000 yuan, enough to last quite some time. Finally, she need not worry about meals and could purchase an abundance of delectable cat food and freeze-dried treats for Lei. Lei, she called, and the cat scampered over. Settling beside her pillow, Li Su gently petted the cat. Tonight, I shall give you a bath. And then I will order you 2 bags of cat food and freeze-dried treats online. Upon returning to Yumming Mansion, Jiangnan called his parents to inform them that he had purchased a residence and invited them to visit after work. After all, Jiangnan did not intend to reside there permanently. His father arrived promptly after finishing work, surveying the decor. A fully furnished apartment? Yes. He shook his head. What a pity. What do you mean by that? Jiangnan inquired. Your mother won't like it. She will likely insist on a complete renovation. That's impossible. I think it's quite nice. You don't understand. In the eyes of your mother, an accomplished artist, this style resembles that of ostentatious nouveau riche. She prefers a more minimalist approach, as you youngsters might say. Let her renovate then. I am too lazy to bother with it. Before long, Jiangnan's mother arrived. True to form, she immediately chastised him upon entering. What a waste of money. Why didn't you buy a shell of a house instead? Look at this decor. It lacks any thought. Do you see this corner? The style here is reminiscent of that fallen official mentioned in the news. It screams for a complete overhaul. After inquiring about the renovation costs, Jiang Nin promptly transferred the funds. That evening, Jiang Nin took his parents to Tianqing Residence, an upscale Chinese restaurant. Having researched online, he noted that the average expense was around 80 to 90,000 yuan. The meal he ordered that night cost over 2 million yuan, and the single bottle of red wine he selected alone set him back 180,000 yuan. As the meal was being enjoyed, a middle-aged man emerged from a private dining room, accompanied by a tall young woman who bore a striking resemblance to him. The man caught a glimpse of Jiang Nan's father. "Oh, Teacher Jiang, what a coincidence to see you here." Jiang's father focused his gaze and realized it was none other than the principal of their school. Principal Qin? Chapter 87. A midnight visit to find Chun Keling. Principal Qin warmly settled beside Jiang's father. "This must be Jiang Nan," he remarked. "Indeed, this is my son. A truly promising young man." Principal Qin politely inquired, "What business is Xiaonan engaged in?" Jiang Nan pondered for a moment before providing an ambiguous response. "I plan to venture into the dairy industry for the time being." Dairy? That's a commendable choice. In recent years, as people's living standards have improved, there has been a growing demand for quality dairy products. Good milk will undoubtedly become increasingly popular, he affirmed. Indeed, Jiang Nan agreed. Principal Qin, having enjoyed a bit of wine, sported a rosy complexion. He waved in the distance. "Ingzi, come sit with us for a while before you leave." A girl with a chic bob haircut, exuding a refreshing aura, took a seat beside Principal Qin. She bore a resemblance to him, with a pair of resolute eyes and a notably upright posture. "This is Jiang Nan, whom I mentioned earlier. He is a distinguished alumnus of our school, now a paragon of success. You should follow his lead and let him mentor you," Principal Qin encouraged, grasping Jiang's father's hand. "Old Jiang, my precious daughter has just returned from military service and intends to venture into business. However, being new to it all, she lacks understanding. Please have your son teach her." Jiang's father chuckled. Of course, of course." After a brief exchange, they parted ways. Once outside the restaurant, the girl with the bobbed hair turned back to glance at the establishment. "Dad, why would you have that inexperienced young man teach me? He clearly struggles to manage his own affairs." Principal Qin shot a disapproving glance at his daughter. "What do you know? Just the other day, I learned that this young man has acquired the Jiangqing building and now oversees its entire operations, raking in a net income of 1 to 2 billion a day. Tell me, does he not have the qualifications to guide you?" The girl, visibly astonished, exclaimed, 1 to 2 billion a day? That can't be true. How could a mere youth possibly purchase the Jiangqing building? Isn't his family just an ordinary one with 2 teachers? How would I know? Just wait until tomorrow. You can ask him then. Tomorrow? Of course. Invite him to dinner, and then accompany him to Jiangqing. Having his assistance will be far superior to the unremarkable individuals you met tonight. Those pretenders may feign camaraderie, but none genuinely care about your future. He is different. What makes him so different? The father of this young man is my superior, and in the past, I maintained a cordial relationship with him. There was no reason for him to refuse you, either professionally or personally. Very well, I shall arrange a dinner with him tomorrow. Now, go back and rest. I am utterly exhausted. Tonight's banquet, intended to secure your promising future, nearly overwhelmed me with drink. Yet it pales in comparison to the energy of a colleague I happened to encounter casually. How bothersome. After dining in Jiangnan, I returned home to rest, opting not to visit the newly purchased apartment in Jiangnan. According to Jiangnan's mother, everything within must be replaced, and the renovations ought to reflect one's personal taste. That night, Jiangnan lay in bed, idly scrolling through videos. During this hour, numerous women online were laboring earnestly for their livelihoods. If Jiangnan did not extend assistance to them, it would weigh heavily on his conscience. Hence, he impulsively transferred 50 million Do coins, equivalent to 5 million, entirely as gifts to the young women striving in their live broadcasts. Suddenly, a new message arrived on his phone. It was a photo sent by Chun Kening, a striking image of a snow-white leg, with the delicate foot encased in slightly yellowed ankle socks. Is it beautiful, classmate Jiangnan? Truly stunning. It looks delectable, like ice cream. Pervert. My beauty pales in comparison to Senior Qin Jingya. Upon seeing this message, Jiangnan was momentarily taken aback. Shortly thereafter, Chun Kening sent another message. If I hadn't mentioned it today, how long did you plan to keep it from me? How did you know? I'm not foolish. The way Senior Qin Jingyao looks at you could stretch a thread. And that car was a gift from you to her, wasn't he it? Did she tell you? Chen Qinning fell silent for 2 minutes before responding. I was merely teasing you. I just sensed something amiss in the way Senior Qin Jingyao gazes at you. Jiang Nen felt a wave of dismay wash over him. Teasing me? Yes, you admitted it. You've strayed. So what now? What now? Naturally, it's time to part ways. Very well. After uttering this phrase, Jiang Nen exited the chat application. He yawned, and not long after, Chen Qinning initiated a video call. Jiang Nen answered, and her beautiful face instantly filled his screen. She pouted, her delicate brows furrowed in anger, as though she wished to devour him whole. Stinky Jiang Nan, speak up. About what? Deny your infidelity. Tell me I'm mistaken. Jiang Nan paused for a moment. As you suspect. Chen Qinning pouted, tears welling in her eyes. Then why won't you appease me? Even if you were to deceive me, I would be willing to listen. Yet you won't even offer an explanation. Jiang Nan, witnessing her tears, felt a pang of sympathy. Qinning, I don't wish to hear it. Didn't you just say you wanted me to be comforted? Now you no longer desire that. You and I shall go and spank you now. Very well, if you come tonight, I shall forgive you. Jiang Nan abruptly hung up the phone, informed his parents that he was stepping out, and hastily descended the stairs, driving straight to Lianghe village. Chen Qinning assumed Jiang Nan was angry and sulked under her quilt, drifting into sleep. Just as she was on the verge of dreaming, a phone call disrupted her slumber. Hello, Chen Qinning mumbled drowsily. You said that if I arrived, you would forgive me. I'm now at your grandmother's house, right at the gate. When will you come out? Chen Qinning sprang out of bed with a jolt. It was only 9:50 in the evening. Although she had already settled into bed, it was still early enough not to have returned. She opened the front door, her voice catching the attention of her parents. Kikiing, where are you going at this late hour? Jiang Nan has come. I am letting him in. Jiang Nan, what is he doing here at this hour? I invited him. Dressed in her pajamas and cozy cotton slippers, Chen Qinning stepped into the courtyard and opened the door. Jiang Nan stood at the entrance in his sleepwear. Chen Qinning pouted and hurled herself into his embrace. You scoundrel, how dare you come? I am here to apologize. Does an apology even matter? You have severed ties with them. What is done is done. Chen Qinning released Jiang Nan, her eyes glimmering with tears. Then you must love only me. No one else can offer their heart sincerely. No problem. Your response is so swift, you must be deceiving me. Never. When have I ever deceived you? When you sweet-talked me as a child. That instance doesn't count. Where will you stay tonight? At my grandfather's house, perhaps. At that moment, Chen Qinning's grandparents and parents emerged from the house.